Simultaneously, the Heaven's Punishment Sword began to crazily absorb everything, and the hint of crimson on the sword rapidly expanded. In contrast, the blood doll's body visibly shrank at a rapid rate. The excruciating pain made it scream madly. However, Zuen didn't even blink, but instead, he flicked his wrist, causing the Heaven's Punishment Sword to slowly stir within the blood doll's body. The blood doll suddenly emitted the sound of a baby's cry. But this cry, which would usually evoke pity, turned eerie and terrifying when paired with the blood doll's form, sending chills down one's spine. Zuen. The adults have decreed that you are doomed to die without a burial place. This is your inevitable fate. Hehe, my fate has never been controlled by anyone. As for the adults you mentioned, a cold light flashed in Zuan's eyes. I'm waiting for them. With that, Zuen forcefully thrust the Heaven's Punishment Sword into the blood doll's forehead. Allah! With a final scream, the blood doll's form rapidly shrank, ultimately withering and breaking into ashes. Along with it, the wave of insects accompanying it also turned into dust. In an instant, the battlefield was completely cleared. Zhongchu, standing in astonishment, looked up at Zuan, who stood proudly in the sky, his eyes filled with reverence. Meanwhile, Zuen slowly lowered the sword in his hand. After 10 days of battle, the once milky white sword of Heaven's Punishment had turned pink, and after absorbing the evil aura from the blood doll, its color deepened. Not only that, its power also became stronger and more keen. However, there was no joy on Zuan's face. Instead, a deep sense of seriousness emerged in his eyes. Because the strength of the blood doll was evidently much greater than that of the skeletal chariots, making it the most formidable evil creature encountered since the battle began. Though Zuen could handle such a creature, it would be extremely terrifying for ordinary strong individuals. The ability of such creatures to pass through the void and enter a person's body to destroy organs was incredibly difficult to guard against. Without Zuan's timely arrival, Zhongchu would undoubtedly have been in grave danger. This highlighted the severity of the situation. After all, the vast majority of strong individuals were not even on Zhongchu's level. If such evil creatures continued to increase, the pressure on everyone would multiply several times. At that point, it would be uncertain whether everyone could hold on. Just then, Zhongchu suddenly shouted, "Enying, what's wrong with you?" As he spoke, Zuen immediately turned to look. Among the scattered ashes in the sky, the figure of Enying appeared. At that moment, his once dazzling shining battle armor was now dull and covered in all sorts of wounds, large and small. But at this moment, Enying immediately counterattacked Zuan's move almost unconsciously. A flash of brilliance in Zuan's eyes, then he said softly, "Enying, I am Zuan. The demon has already been killed by me. You can rest assured now." With these words, Enying, who had been standing all along, immediately fell backward, landing in the arms of Zhongchu, who had just arrived. Zhongchu was shocked. "Mr. Zhu, how is Enying's condition?" Zuen had already thoroughly examined Enying's body with his divine sense at this time, then released his hand and said solemnly, "He's temporarily fine, but due to serious injuries and excessive bleeding, he needs to be quickly taken back to Earth for treatment. Otherwise, even if his life is saved, it will be completely ruined." Upon hearing this, Zhongchu immediately said, "All right, I'll send him back to Earth now." Zhu, and nodded, "Go ahead. I'll go inspect the battlefield now." With that, Zuen was about to fly up, but as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, and then said softly, "When he wakes up, remember to tell him that I, Zuan, recognize him as my nephew." "Yes." Zhongchu immediately replied. Zuen then flew up and headed deep into the battlefield. Zhongchu watched Zuan's receding figure, and suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Because from the start of the battle until now, he had at least been replaced to rest on Earth twice, yet Zuen hadn't even closed his eyes. Such consumption, even for an immortal emperor, would probably feel challenging. Zhongchu let out a soft sigh, then lifted the unconscious Enying and flew back to Earth. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, the fierce battle was still ongoing. Crack! A foxtail appeared out of thin air and forcibly twisted the body of a white bone war chariot. After all this, the Fox Knight was exhausted to the point of near collapse. "Damn! Why are these guys like they can't be killed, exhausting me to death?" Fox Knight was panting and complaining. Just then, a giant scorpion king about 10 jong high shot the poisonous stinger on its tail towards the Fox Knight. Completely unaware, The stinger was about to pierce the fox knight when a surge of scorching dragon breath suddenly struck, directly melting the stinger, followed by a dragon roar, and the Scorpion King burst open, turning into a pool of blood. Then a huge dragon appeared next to Fox Knight, swayed slightly, and transformed into a human form. It was Princess Longa, Ailyi. Fox Knight, can't you be more careful? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Ailyi said with disappointment. Fox Knight scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I was a bit careless, thank you. Ailyi huffed, who cares about your thanks? With that, she turned around and leapt, transforming back into a flying dragon and charging forward. At the same time, Yi Henshang suddenly appeared next to Fox Knight, sighing, Little Fox, it seems that Princess Longa cares a lot about you. Otherwise she wouldn't be so concerned about you. Fox Knight blushed at being teased, quickly changing the subject. Why did you withdraw from the front line? Just repelled an attack. Your ancestor ordered Old Chu and Old Tia to watch over there, so he let me come back to rest for a bit. Yi Henshang said casually. But Fox Knight noticed a piercing wound on Yi Henshang's left shoulder. Although it had mostly healed, the white bone inside could still be seen, shocking Fox Knight. Are you injured, Piao? Yi Henshang waved it off. It's nothing, just a small injury, almost healed. Fox Knight took a deep breath and then tossed a pill over to Yi Henshang. What's this? Yi Henshang asked as she caught it. This is a specially made healing pill from our Chinku Fox Nation. It works quite well. Rest here for a while and also help me take care of these stragglers. Fox Knight immediately turned and rushed towards the front line. Yi Henshang didn't stop him, knowing that the situation in the front line was indeed very tense, with everyone pushed to their limits. Every additional help was valuable. Therefore he swallowed the pill without hesitation, feeling his chi and blood surging, the vigorous yin energy quickly restoring his injuries and scanning all the stragglers nearby. And it was at this moment that Fox Knight had already arrived at the front line. The so-called front line was actually the closest place to this bronze gate. Although all the people on the battlefield are constantly fighting, the most intense battles are happening here. The number of evil creatures here has reached an unimaginable level. Countless poisonous insects piled up layer by layer, reaching hundreds of jong high, and then charging forward in waves like a tide towards the front line. Within this sea of creatures, there were numerous white bone war chariots rushing madly. Often when you cut down one, two more would immediately take its place. Therefore, no one dared to slack off, but instead gave their all to fiercely resist these invading evil creatures. Thus, the symbol of casting spells on the whole front line kept rising and falling, forming a continuous stream, and had not stopped since the beginning of the battle. Under such high-intensity combat, even the immortal emperor would find it extremely challenging, not to mention those strong people slightly below his level. Therefore, a rotation system was implemented on the front line, with the immortal emperor holding on for an hour before being replaced to rest, while the Great Lu was for 20 minutes. As for strong people below the Great Lu level, they didn't even have the qualifications to appear here. And it was because of this setup that everyone could hold on in the face of such a massive onslaught of evil creatures for 10 days without flinching. But at this moment, almost everyone was close to their limit. People found that no matter how they tried to kill, the number of evil creatures seemed to never decrease. On the contrary, it kept growing. This kind of endless despair that couldn't see an end would wear down a person's fighting spirit the most. At least at this moment, many people felt a deep sense of loss. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox and Huan no longer had his past nonchalant attitude. He waved his hand, extinguishing hundreds of jong in circumference of the evil creatures, then sent a message to Li Jingxing in the distance. Lao Li, I feel that something is off. Today, the attacks from these evil creatures seem even more intense. Before, at least there would be brief pauses between each wave, but today it seems like they've gone mad. Yeah, I have the same feeling. The key is that these evil creatures don't seem to understand fear at all. Under such continuous attacks, I wonder how long the people can hold on. With that, Li Jingxing raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. Seeing this scene, everyone was shaken. What's with that crying sound? Someone asked incredulously. Oh my god, quick, look at that, what is it? Someone else suddenly shouted in horror. The crowd looked up and saw a dazzling light emanating from the bronze gate, followed by the slow emergence of a gigantic monster. Upon seeing this creature, everyone couldn't help but gasp in horror because its appearance was incredibly eerie and terrifying. It was the same blood doll that appeared before, but this one was even larger in size and had the heads growing on its neck. The two chubby doll faces looked at the crowd from different angles, with the one on the right smiling eerily with a wide open mouth, while the one on the left closed its eyes and cried in pain, producing the crying sounds heard earlier. As they witnessed this monster that seemed to have crawled out of a nightmare from hell, not only the people present at the scene felt chills down their spines, even those watching the live broadcast on Earth were equally horrified. Yue King Huan, watching the battle in Villa Tianzi No. 1, narrowed her eyes and uttered a few words slowly. Double-headed ghost doll. This kind of evil entity was an upgraded version of the blood doll, considered a very advanced being even in her knowledge. Never did she expect it to suddenly appear at that moment. Yue King Huan stared at the double-headed ghost doll in the field, her expression changing, as if she had realized something, and let out a sigh. This trial seemed much more complicated than she had imagined. At the same time, Huya appeared in front of her ancestor, Huan, and asked with a serious expression, "Ancestor, what is this thing?" Huan's expression was equally grim. He shook his head and said, "I have no idea. But the evil aura of this thing is much stronger than any other evil creature we've encountered before." Just then, the double-headed ghost doll suddenly opened its eyes, its dead fish-like pale eyeballs staring at the crowd, and then it let out a strange cry that sounded like a mix of laughter and weeping. "Die, you all will die!" The double-headed ghost doll hoarsely screamed, and with its words, a wave of evil energy rose from its body, instantly shrouding the entire battlefield. Subsequently, in various corners of the battlefield, countless evil creatures began to appear frantically, many of which were of higher rank, and some had never been seen before. In an instant, the entire battlefield descended into chaos, with cries and roars echoing continuously. Even the front line of the battlefield was no exception, as numerous giant evil creatures surged towards the crowd like a tide. Seeing this, Huan couldn't help but signal a look at Li Jingxing in the distance. Li Jingxing understood and immediately stepped forward, his incredibly sharp sword energy instantly shredding all the obstructing evil creatures. Then he appeared in front of the double-headed ghost doll and struck it with his sword. However, the expected scene of blood spilling from the sword strike did not occur. Instead, after a dull thud, Li Jingxing's sword was abruptly shaken away, and the resulting shockwave made his entire body sway. This shocked everyone present, as from the beginning of the battle until that moment, no evil creature had been able to withstand Li Jingxing's sword strike. After all, he was a top-grade sword cultivator at the level of an immortal emperor. Nobody expected the double-headed ghost doll to be so powerful, not only being immune to sword attacks, but also almost harming Li Jingxing. This surprising turn of events left everyone speechless. Li Jingxing's expression turned serious, as he never expected to face setbacks in front of a monster he had never failed against before. His overwhelming pride prompted him to unleash another sword strike. This strike was several times more powerful than the previous one, causing cracks to appear in the space due to the violent sword aura. The sword energy, with an unstoppable dominance, surged directly towards the evil entity. Everyone widened their eyes in anticipation. However, when the double-headed ghost doll faced Li Jingxing's sword strike, it didn't even attempt to dodge. Instead, it let out a strange laugh. "Sword cultivator, delicious," it said, saliva flowing from its mouth. At the same time, the sword descended on the double-headed ghost doll's body with a loud impact. But just like before, the strike resulted in a dull thud, and all the sword energy dissipated into nothingness. There wasn't a single scratch on the double-headed ghost doll's body, as if nothing had happened. This left everyone stunned. Li Jingxing couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" He was confident in his sword strike, and even other Immortal Emperor-level experts would not be able to walk away unscathed. However, this scene unfolded before his eyes, making him doubt himself. Yue King Huan watched the scene on the water mirror screen and calmly said, "It's no use." The blood doll was already a very tricky evil creature, and the double-headed ghost doll is its upgraded version. Moreover, it's one of the few beings that naturally possess an unbeatable natural talent. For example, this one probably has the innate ability to resist all physical damage. Indeed, when the skeptical Li Jingxing struck again, the double-headed ghost doll let out a fierce grin, and its body began to writhe violently. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, and dozens of pocket-sized ghost dolls flew out from its gaping maw. As soon as these ghost dolls appeared, they turned into black shadows and instantly appeared around Li Jinxing. Li Jinxing snorted, stomped his foot, and a storm of sword energy surged around him, attempting to annihilate anyone who dared to approach. However, despite the powerful attack, these ghost dolls were undeterred. They emitted sharp, mocking laughter as they effortlessly passed through the storm of sword energy and lunged towards Li Jinxing. Li Huan couldn't help but shout in astonishment, then he flicked his foxtail. The 9 foxtails traversed the void and appeared behind Li Jinxing, shielding him within, then pulled him out directly. As Li Jinxing left, the ghost dolls arrived at the spot where he had stood, and sensing his absence, they cried out in dismay, like distraught babies. Some of the ghost dolls even unwillingly bit into the air, causing Huan to let out a muffled groan because one of his tails was about to vanish completely into the void, but the ghost dolls seized the opportunity to bite off a piece along with his flesh. Soon his expression also became serious. Lao Li, this little ghost doll seems to be out of the ordinary. It seems to be immune to your sword energy attacks and my foxtail defenses just like that. Not seems to be, but actually is. A voice suddenly came from behind. Huan and Li Jinxing immediately turned their heads to look. They saw a flash of light, and then Zuan appeared in front of everyone. Upon seeing him, Hu Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lo Zu, where did you run off to? We were all scared to death. But before he could finish his sentence, Chu Wuxiang interrupted him, then shook his head slightly at him. Don't ask, let him rest, he's too tired. Hu Yi also quickly understood and gave a slightly embarrassed smile. I know, I was just kidding. But Zuan ignored Hu Yi and instead looked towards the dual-headed ghost doll in the distance, saying calmly, was that just a scout? Huan and Li Jinxing didn't understand what he meant, but that didn't stop the worrying in their hearts. Li Jinxing spoke in a deep voice, Zuan, this thing is very troublesome. How should we deal with it, Zu? Unchuckled, then looked at Li Jinxing, who had a look of defeat on his face. Don't think these things are very troublesome. They often have baffling abilities in some aspects, but that also means they could be terribly weak in other aspects. So as long as you grasp this point, dealing with these evil creatures will be very easy. Upon hearing this, Li Jinxing and Huan both showed pensive expressions. Like that 9-headed snake from before. Huan asked. Exactly. Then what is the weakness of this evil creature? Huan asked again. I don't know yet, but I should know soon. Zuan said with a smile, then took a step forward and directly approached the dual-headed ghost doll. Although the strength of this dual-headed ghost doll was much stronger than the previous blood doll, for some unknown reason, its intelligence was much lower. When Zuan rushed towards it, the doll just recalled its miniature versions of itself and lunged towards Zuan. It seemed to be like a born killing machine. A flash of light appeared in Zuan's eyes, and then countless golden lights appeared behind him. Where the golden light passed, the charging dual-headed ghost dolls let out a miserable scream and were directly incinerated into nothingness. Wow, is it that simple? Huan was almost shocked. But Zuan wasn't that relaxed because the golden lights only destroyed the doppelgangers of the dual-headed ghost doll, while the main body remained unharmed by the lights. On the contrary, due to the destruction of the doppelgangers, the main body became infuriated. Roar, die! It mumbled before its body suddenly began to transform. The two heads split apart violently, extending countless tentacles towards Zuan. Be careful! Li Jinxing exclaimed. Zuan, however, smiled coldly, then his eyes burst with light, and a majestic spiritual power surged out, instantly condensing into an extremely sharp thorn in front of his eyebrows. The thorn disappeared and reappeared behind the dual-headed ghost doll. The doll's body instantly stiffened, and then a large hole gradually collapsed above its chest and abdomen. Cracks rapidly appeared around this hole, and finally, it shattered into a pool of blood. Just one strike shattered the evil entity that had caused Li Jinxing and Huan so much distress. Now, even the proud Li Jinxing couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Yue King Huan's eyes also lit up with amazement as she watched this scene. Such a powerful spiritual power. I already knew that your spiritual power was very strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. In this case, your chances of passing this test have increased a bit. No wonder that damn cat values you so much. I've also found you even more interesting. Suddenly, Yue Qinghuan self-mockingly smiled. Unfortunately, you already have a family. Saying this, the light in Yue Qinghuan's pale purple eyes was peculiar. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded from the stairs, and two small figures appeared on the roof of the villa. Yue Qinghuan's previous strange expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a broad smile, and then she leaned down and said, "How did you two little girls come over here?" It was the two little girls she missed so much. They both looked a bit shy as they gazed at Yue Qinghuan. Then Xiang spoke first. Our mom asked us to ask you. Dinner is ready. Do you want to eat?" Yue Qinghuan was slightly stunned, then smiled and shook her head. "No need. I'm not hungry." "Auntie, are you on a diet?" Xiang suddenly asked. "Oh, why do you ask that?" Yue Qinghuan asked with interest. "Because I saw on TV that many big sisters say they're not hungry, but actually, they're dieting." Xiang blinked her big eyes at Yue Qinghuan. "Am I right?" Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh. "Of course not. Do you think Auntie needs to diet?" With that, Yue Qinghuan stood up on purpose, revealing her slender figure. You really don't need to." Xiang tilted her head, looking carefully. Yue Qinghuan smiled smugly. No matter what kind of woman, she loves to hear compliments about her figure. But she never expected the next words from Xiang would wipe the smile off her face. "But you need to eat more papaya." Yue Qinghuan almost choked, unable to help but ask, "What did you say?" Xiang immediately got nervous and hid behind Xiang, then hurriedly said, "Auntie, don't be angry. It wasn't me who said that. It was from listening in on the chatter between Zhang Xiaoyu and Xiaosha when we were eavesdropping." "Yes, I heard it." Saying this, Xiang peeked out from behind Xiang with a strange look on her face and asked, "Auntie Yue, why did they say you should eat more papaya? Don't you like vegetables, so are you lacking nutrition?" Yue Qinghuan. Finally, she bent down and gently patted Xiang and Xiang's heads. "Auntie lacks nothing, and definitely doesn't need to eat papaya. You two shouldn't casually talk outside, understood?" At least that's what it looked like in the eyes of the two little girls. They seemed quite nervous as they took a few steps back. Let's not do this after all. Mom is about to finish cooking," Xiang suggested. "Yeah, it's almost dinner time," Nianian added. However, Yue Qinghuan smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, it won't delay you coming back for dinner." With that, she gently reached out and grasped the wrists of the two little girls. Before the two girls could resist, they suddenly felt the environment around them change abruptly, and they found themselves in a bustling place different from the villa rooftop they were on before. Isn't this downtown Beijing City?" Xiang exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, but why is it so quiet and deserted here? Where are the people?" Nianian also asked. At this moment, they were standing on Longteng Street, the busy street in Beijing. However, the once lively street was now empty, with fences blocking both ends of the street. Yue Qinghuan's expression couldn't help but show a hint of unease. "I guess it's because of the imminent danger. People don't have the mood to come out for a leisurely stroll." With that said, the three of them disappeared from the spot in a flash. When they reappeared, they had arrived in another major city in Wagwo. Yet the result was the same, empty streets everywhere. The two little girls couldn't help but fall into silence. Yue Qinghuan suddenly chuckled, "Just as I thought." She then lowered her head and asked the two little girls, "Do you want to know where all the people have gone?" "Yes?" The two little girls nodded vigorously. "All right, then I will take you to see." In an instant, the environment changed again, and they arrived at an extremely busy place. The three of them did not reveal themselves, but instead stood in mid-air looking down. Xiang immediately recognized the iconic building and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's Zhongdu Square." Nianian pointed to the chaotic crowd below and asked in amazement, "Aunt Yue, what are these people doing? Why?" She was about to ask why there were so many people gathered here when suddenly dozens of bright lights flew over, followed by a group of people carrying stretchers appearing on the ground. As soon as they appeared, the entire scene became chaotic, with numerous people in white rushing forward to provide aid to the injured on the stretchers. Various medical instruments were brought forward one after another, and people scrambled to save the wounded. At the same time, many lights descended in another area. These people were obviously not injured, but they were all extremely weak, some even stumbling to the ground as soon as they appeared. However, As soon as they appeared, those who had been waiting on the side immediately surrounded them and lifted them onto stretchers, rushing them inside without hesitation. The whole process took only 3 minutes, and then the scene temporarily returned to calm. It was only then that the two little girls understood that the once sacred and solemn building had been transformed into a hospital. And without needing to ask, it was clear that the injured were being brought down from the battlefield. Seeing this, the two little girls fell silent. Yue Qinghuan then said softly, "I was wondering before, why these ordinary people could endure on such a brutal battlefield for so long. Now I finally understand." With that, Yue Qinghuan suddenly murmured with a voice that only she could hear, "Indeed, they are the Huazu. After so many years, nothing has changed." After witnessing this, the two little girls naturally had no more interest in playing. When the three of them returned to the Tianzino, one villa, the two little girls bid farewell to Yue Qinghuan, and then went downstairs. Right at this moment, Enyan had just brought the food to the table. When she saw her two daughters, she couldn't help but smile and say, "Hurry up and wash your hands. I made your favorite braised pork this time." Enyan knew that Yue Qinghuan would not come down to eat, but her good manners prompted her to ask her daughters to call her down. However, the two little girls did not seem as happy as Enyan had imagined. They lowered their heads and went to wash their hands somewhat sullenly. Enyan was puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that Yue Qinghuan said something? She didn't rush to speak, but sat down at the table. When the two little girls came back after washing their hands and sat down, Xiangxiang suddenly asked, "Mom, where are Zhang Xiaoyu and Xiaosha? Oh, they have something to do. We can eat by ourselves." Enyan smiled. "Then what about Aunt Schwaner and Aunt Mingshu?" Enyan's eyes showed a hint of surprise, evidently not understanding why the two little girls were asking this, but she quickly smiled and said, "They are also busy with something." "Mom, you used to go out after cooking. Did you go to help out too?" Xiang asked again. This. Enyan was about to explain when Nyanian jumped off her chair. Her little face was very serious as she said, "Mom, we just saw it. You and Aunt Schwaner and Aunt Mingshu went to the hospital to help, right? How did you?" Enyan was about to ask, but then realized something and sighed softly. "It was Miss Yue who took you to see this, right?" Yes. The two little girls nodded vigorously. "Indeed, as you saw, me, Aunt Schwaner, and Aunt Mingshu went to help at the hospital." "Then why didn't you let us know?" Xiang suddenly asked. This question caught Enyan off guard. She was about to blurt out, "Why do you need to know?" But when she saw the serious and earnest expressions on the faces of the two little girls, she suddenly didn't know what to say. "We are not children anymore. Everyone is busy now. We also need to go help at the front lines." Xiang said. "She's right." Nyanian chimed in. "You, help. What can you do?" Enyan couldn't help but chuckle. "Why can't we do it? I can see the root of many things, and my sister can speak with reason. Of course, we can help." Enyan wanted to say something, but Xiang took a step forward and looked into her eyes very seriously. "Mom, I know you and Dad don't want us to get hurt, but now a great disaster is upon us. Everyone is busy. How can we just sit here idly?" "Yes, what my sister said," Nyanian echoed. Enyan suddenly smiled and reached out to gently stroke the heads of the two little girls. "I'm so glad that you think this way. After dinner, you can come with me to help, okay?" Anying shivered all over, finally awakening from the deepest nightmare. Then he felt an extreme thirst, as if his mouth was on fire, his lips cracked and sore. He wanted to speak, but no matter how hard he tried, all he could manage was a slight movement of his lips. His throat was so dry that he couldn't even make a sound. Just then, he suddenly felt a soft warmth on his lips, and a cool, sweet spring water rushed into his mouth. The taste of the water was so sweet that Anying felt every cell in his body cheering. The immense joy finally gave him a bit of strength, and he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a delicate face that had just been lifted. It was dusk, and the dim light filtered through the window, shining on the side of the girl's face, making her look like a goddess. Anying couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. At that moment, the girl also noticed that he had woken up, first looking surprised and then smiling gently at him. "You're awake." Her voice was gentle and soothing. Anying wanted to nod, but only then did he realize that he was tightly wrapped up, unable to move a finger aside from blinking his eyes. This made a hint of panic appear in his eyes. The girl couldn't help but chuckle at this sight. All right, don't be in such a hurry. Master Juge said that as long as you wake up, it means everything is fine, and soon your injuries will heal. While she was speaking, a tumultuous sound of footsteps was heard, and the person who appeared made Ying gasp. It was the National General leading a group of generals into the ward, holding a box in his hands. Comrade Ying, you're finally awake. Now everyone can rest assured. The National General smiled. Although Ying couldn't move, he could still speak, especially when facing such a high-ranking old man, so he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "General, what is this for?" The National General's expression turned serious. "Comrade Ying, Captain Zhangchu has already told us about your performance on the battlefield. Facing thousands of enemy troops with your own courage is admirable. So, this is a medal specially awarded to you." With that, the National General opened the box in his hands, revealing a medal inside. Ying naturally couldn't accept it, and in fact, his mind was still in a state of confusion. Instead, the girl took the medal with a smile, said a few words, and the National General led everyone away. After everyone had left, the girl took out the medal from the box, carefully examined it, then took a bite, and was quite surprised to say, "Wow, it's actually made of pure gold. The great hero, it seems people really value you." Ying suddenly fell silent, and after a while, he finally said, "Great hero. How can I be called a hero? I'm just a soldier who luckily didn't die in battle." This strange atmosphere made the room all silent. The girl sighed lightly, put the medal back, and then shrugged. "Since you know you've been lucky enough not to die, you should cherish this honor even more. After all, it's not just for you, but for all of you, especially those heroes who died in battle." This statement shook Ying, and he finally mustered the strength to lift his eyes and look at the girl. The girl smirked. "Do you think what I said makes sense?" Ying took a deep breath and finally asked, "What's your name?" "Oh, finally remember to ask my name. I thought you wouldn't ask. My name is Shizuking. Remember it." "Shizuking," Ying repeated, feeling like the name sounded familiar. "Ahem, you might not know me, but the patriarch of my family sect is very famous." "Who is it?" "Do you know Fox Immortal King?" Ying exclaimed. "That's right, that irresponsible fellow." Shizuking gritted her teeth. Ying didn't dare ask why this young woman bore such a grudge against her family's ancestor. After cursing Fox Immortal King for a few words, Shizuking turned to Ying with a smile. "Great hero, now that you're awake, I'll go busy myself first. If you need anything, just press the bell by the bed, and I'll come over." With that, Shizuking turned to leave. "Wait a moment, please, Is there something else?" Shizuking stopped, turned back and asked, Did you feed me water earlier?" Ying blushed, feeling both anxious and a bit expectant. Shizuking was taken aback at first, then looked at Ying meaningfully. "Why do you ask about that?" Nothing, I was just curious." Ying weakly replied. "HMPH, don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Shizuking spat, then calmly said, "When you opened your eyes, I had just come in. The one who fed you water before was a tall and strong man. Got it?" "Ah," Ying exclaimed. "Humph. Even if you say I'm leaving." With that, Shizuking turned and left. But as soon as she left, Ying's face lost its dejection. He licked his lips and chuckled, "Trying to fool me. Impossible. There's still a lingering fragrance on my lips, something only that big man could have left behind." At the same time, as Shizuking walked out of the room, she felt a slight fever on her face. Since the great disaster began, she resolutely closed the Lingying Palace and left Fanjing Mountain. Due to her lack of strength, she could only stay on Earth and take up logistical work. Because the Lingying Palace worshipped Fox Immortal King, logically speaking, with Fox Immortal King's current strength, Shizuking's cultivation should have advanced significantly. Yet whether it was intentional or forgotten, after all these years, Shizuking's strength had not improved at all. This was the reason why Shizuking harbored such a deep grudge against Fox Immortal King. However, since she was assigned to take care of the wounded at the hospital, Shizuking had to accept it. And because of her special technique, the wounded she cared for recovered much faster than others. Until she met Ying this time. In Shizuking's words, he was practically beaten to a pulp. It took her a full 3 hours to clean his wounds when she returned, and many people thought he might not wake up. Then he gasped for breath and moved closer to Zuan, saying in surprise and doubt, "Lao Zu, have you noticed that these evil creatures have been acting strangely these past few days? Oh, what seems to be the problem?" Zuan casually struck, easily shattering dozens of bone chariots, then said lightly, "I have noticed that ever since you destroyed that dual-headed monster, there hasn't been a powerful evil creature appearing on the battlefield. It's been calm, even quieter than when the battle first began," Fox Knight said. "I have the same feeling." Yi Hanshang also approached at this time, looking puzzled. "I think maybe these evil creatures are getting lazy because they couldn't break through for a long time." Tenz suddenly said, "I don't think it's that simple, because these evil creatures' attacks are strategic, obviously being commanded by someone with high intelligence behind them, so this abnormality proves they must be plotting something big," Yi Hanshang said with a serious face. This inference made everyone present shiver involuntarily. "A big plot? What kind of big plot could it be?" Tenz said solemnly. Zuan's eyes also flashed with a strange light, then said lightly, "Regardless of what conspiracy they are brewing, as long as we remain calm and deal with it, there's no need to pay too much attention." Everyone nodded at his words. Lao Zu is right. When the soldiers come, the general meets them. As long as we remain calm, we'll be fine. Yi Hanshang echoed. Fox Knight narrowed his eyes at him. "Do you even need to say that? I have never been afraid, unlike some people, always thinking about big conspiracies." "Hey, surname Fox, are you itching for a fight? Do you want me to give you a beating?" "Humph, who are you trying to scare? I have already reached the cultivation level of a half-step immortal emperor now, not on the same level as a mere immortal king," Fox Knight said smugly. Yi Hanshang rolled up his sleeves. "Half-step immortal emperor, huh? Do you have the guts to fight me? A mere immortal king? See who's stronger?" Fox Knight rolled his eyes. "If you want to fight, just say so. Why do I listen to you so much?" The two of them started their usual squabble. Chu Wuxiang and Tenza had already gotten used to it and didn't even bother to stop them, so they dispersed. Zhu stood still, watching quietly, until the two of them were about to tear each other's clothes like children. He shook his head helplessly. "Can you two behave more maturely? A half-step immortal emperor and a top-level immortal king. Why do you two always act like fools?" "Lao Zu, don't worry about this. Today, I must make him know how powerful I am." Yi Hanshang grabbed Fox Knight's collar and said, "Joke, if I don't make you submit today, then I'll write my name backwards." Fox Knight was even more unyielding. Zuan was at a loss seeing this. He really had no way with these two troublemakers, so he took a few steps back and was about to leave. However, at that moment, the evil insects on the entire battlefield suddenly retreated like a tide. Many strong warriors, who were in the midst of battle, even lost their balance and almost fell to the ground. What's going on? What's happening to these evil insects? Are they retreating? The whole scene was in shock. Zuan naturally saw this as well, but his face was filled with seriousness, and he said slowly, "Something's not right." Yi Hanshang and Fox Knight, who were just fighting, had also come close to Zuan, their faces serious. Yes, indeed something is not right. Just then, all the countless evil insects gathered in front of the bronze gate and bowed to it, as if welcoming their king to come. With their worship, the light within the bronze gate began to flicker frantically. This sight made everyone's hearts race. Chu Wuxiang and Fox Knight exchanged a glance, then immediately separated, forming a battle formation with the giant bronze gate at the center. At the same time, a chanting sound suddenly emanated from within the bronze gate. This sound was so bewitching and touching, instantly causing many people to look captivated. Yuecha took a step forward. Namo Amitabha. His actions alerted the other Buddhist cultivators, and they all clasped their hands together, chanting sutras, awakening those who were entranced. When the chanting was forcefully interrupted, the voice's owner let out a light sigh. "Why must you interrupt me? Isn't it better to die happily like this?" The voice was cold and melodious. At least Fox Knight couldn't help but mutter softly, "This voice is quite pleasant. She must be a great beauty." At the same time, the light within the bronze gate began to converge, and then a figure slowly emerged. When it appeared in front of everyone, "Damn, what the hell is this?" Fox Knight, who had just speculated it might be a great beauty, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Not just him, the whole scene was shocked. Because the being that appeared in the center was too unbelievable. It was a giant centipede, hundreds of zhong in length, coiled together like a snake, its densely packed feet still wriggling, making people's scalps tingle. But if that were all, it wouldn't have shocked everyone so much. What truly terrified them was its head. On top of the centipede's head was half of a beautiful woman's body. The delicate skin, delicate melon seed face, and a pair of captivating eyes all proved that this was indeed a beautiful woman. But no matter how beautiful a woman was, when she grew out of a centipede's body, she no longer looked pleasing to the eye. "Little fox, you just said it might be a great beauty. Now it's yours," Yi Hanshang teased. Fox Knight's face looked extremely ugly. "Stop it. I feel like vomiting right now." At that moment, the beautiful woman centipede swept across the crowd, then covered her mouth and giggled. It must be said that her laughter sounded like silver bells, incredibly pleasant to the ears. However, no matter how pleasant the laughter was, hearing it come from her mouth only made people's hairs stand on end. As he spoke, a flash of swordlight suddenly appeared in front of him, then directly fell down. But this beautiful centipede woman just giggled a few times in the face of this sword. In the laughter, the swordlight shattered as it approached, then vanished into thin air. The onlookers couldn't help but blink at the scene. It was the Sword Emperor Li Jingxing's sword. Yet this beautiful centipede woman didn't even flinch in the face of the sword, easily resolving it. How terrifying must her strength be? At the same time, the beautiful centipede woman charmingly said, "Oh my, why do you resort to threats as soon as we meet? I'm just a weak woman." But as the words left her lips, a long sword tinged with a faint red light pierced through her chest and abdomen, emerging from the front. The giant body of the beautiful centipede woman writhed, and she slowly turned her head to look at the person behind her. Zuin was holding the Heaven's Wrath sword, looking calmly at her, then coldly said, "Sorry, in my eyes, you are not even considered human, let alone a woman." Zuan's wrist turned, and the Heaven's Wrath sword began to stir frantically. "Damn, old Zu is really cool," Fox Knight couldn't help but exclaim. But at that moment, something strange happened. The beautiful centipede woman's face showed no pain. Instead, she looked at Zuin with interest and suddenly said, "I finally understand why the nine-headed snake, that waste, failed. You are indeed an interesting person." Zuin raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, because he also noticed that although he had pierced the beautiful centipede woman's body with a sword, no blood flowed out, and the Heaven's Wrath sword did not absorb any evil energy. However, he quickly regained his composure, and even without stepping back, calmly responded, "Oh, you know the nine-headed snake? Of course, that waste should have become my food after failing. Unfortunately, it was lucky enough to be taken away by a senior." With that, the body of the beautiful centipede woman suddenly disintegrated into a mist of blood, and then instantly appeared behind Zuan, reappearing as a woman's figure. At that moment, she looked no different from humans, becoming even more charming and captivating. She then leaned down to whisper softly in Zuan's ear, "Zuan, you truly deserve the attention of the senior. I even hesitate to kill you now. If you are willing to submit to me, I can plead with the seniors to spare your spirit while destroying your body. What do you think?" Zuan didn't even move, nor did he look back at the woman. "So, should I thank you for saying that?" The woman giggled, "Of course, considering the crimes you have committed, you should have died countless times. So, of course, you should thank me." At that moment, in the eyes of onlookers, Zuan and the beautiful centipede woman seemed to be chatting like intimate friends, especially with the woman leaning nonchalantly behind Zuan, who didn't even have a hint of defense. This made many people break into a cold sweat for him. "Hey!" At that moment, Zuin smirked, with a flash of cold light in his eyes. "Since you know why the nine-headed snake failed, you should also know what my answer is." Upon hearing this, the beautiful centipede woman let out a sigh. "It's a pity. To be honest, very few humans have ever intrigued me, especially in such a remote place. Are you really not considering it?" Zuan didn't speak but showed his attitude through his actions. Countless sword energies suddenly appeared around him, merging into one in an instant and stabbing towards the woman. Bam! The beautiful centipede woman's body disintegrated again and reappeared in the distant void. "Very well, since you are so stubborn, let me teach you a lesson." Before she finished speaking, Zuin had already rushed forward and punched directly at the woman. The punch carried immense power and hit the woman's face head-on. Bam! This time the beautiful centipede woman couldn't dodge and was directly knocked back. When she landed, her proud face had sunken in, looking like a shattered doll, sending shivers down the spine. "You bastard! How dare you damage my face? Zuan, you will die for sure." The beautiful centipede woman let out a deafening scream. "I'm tired of hearing that," Zuan said coldly and charged forward again. But as the beautiful centipede woman suddenly lifted her head and let out an extremely sharp scream, everyone, including the evil creatures kneeling on the ground, couldn't escape the sound and were instantly shattered. People covered their ears tightly, but blood still flowed from them. Zuan, who was closest, felt an extremely evil idea infiltrating his mind, directly impacting his consciousness. Bang! A brilliant light shone between Zuan's eyebrows, a sign of his consciousness reaching its peak. It immediately disrupted the beautiful centipede woman's scream. But within his consciousness, a more intense battle was taking place. Representing the beautiful centipede woman, the black divine thought kept assaulting Zuan's consciousness, while his own divine thought fought back. The two intertwined, making it hard to tell who held the upper hand. This was the first time Zuan had encountered something capable of affecting his divine thought over the years. But what surprised him even more was the beautiful centipede woman. What she thought would be a definite victory turned out otherwise, leaving her startled. Then, a shocked roar came from her divine thought in Zuan's consciousness. "How is this possible? How could you have such a powerful divine thought, Zu?" Unsmirked coldly, "There are many things you don't know." His divine thought then surged like a storm, heading straight for the beautiful centipede woman. The beautiful centipede woman quickly came out of her shock and let out a cold laugh. "Zuan, you are indeed formidable. You are even able to rival me in divine thought with a mere immortal emperor's body. But you still don't understand where you've lost." With that, an endless stream of black divine thought advanced towards Zuan. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a cold smile appeared on the beautiful centipede woman's lips. "Zuan, let's see how long you can hold on. Even if you regain consciousness, it will be too late." She then looked down at the people below and began to sing softly. Her singing was captivating and mournful, making everyone instantly entranced. Everyone immediately shut off their hearing. "Don't listen to her singing." Fox Swan shouted loudly. His thunderous voice temporarily suppressed the singing, awakening many people. However, even he, as the revered immortal emperor, only managed to briefly interrupt the singing of this beautiful centipede woman. Following that, the beautiful centipede woman sneered, "Overestimating yourself." Her singing suddenly intensified, accompanied by a majestic force of spiritual pressure, heading straight for Fox Swan. Despite not being particularly adept in spiritual techniques, Fox Swan grunted once and then fell silent. Upon contact, his spiritual consciousness was dragged into a battle illusion by the beautiful centipede woman. Even the emperor could only barely protect himself. After swiftly dealing with Fox Swan, the singing of the beautiful centipede woman spread across the entire arena, even more powerful than before. In an instant, countless people's eyes became dull, a sign of their souls being gradually controlled. Just as the beautiful centipede woman seemed about to control all the powerful individuals, a weak yet firm chanting voice emerged from the crowd. When the Bodhisattva of Avalokiteshvara was practicing the profound prajna paramita, he illuminated the 5 skandhas and saw that they were all empty, thus relieving all suffering. The voice quivered slightly, but was filled with unparalleled courage. The beautiful centipede woman was taken aback and looked towards the crowd, seeing a slender young girl slowly walking out. She was around 10 years old, with clear, calm eyes. The most striking feature was the red mole between her eyebrows, crimson like blood, lending her an aura of sanctity. She was none other than Jalali, who had been following Yusha. With her current strength, she was not qualified to be on this battlefield, but due to her persistent demands, Yusha had sneakily brought her along. Unexpectedly, while nearly all the powerful individuals were compromised, she seemed unaffected by the singing, stepping forward steadily. Despite trembling from the immense pressure, her steps were resolute, and her chanting never ceased. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form is not other than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. Sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness are also like this. The Heart Sutra, a vital Buddhist scripture, concise yet powerful, capable of dispelling all evil and worldly delusions. When chanted by Jalali, it possessed unimaginable power. A faint golden light emerged from her body, miraculously suppressing the singing of the beautiful centipede woman. Not only that, but under this golden light, Yusha and Maitreya, who were also ensnared in the singing, regained consciousness. When they saw Jalali standing in front of the crowd, emanating the golden light from her petite body, they were initially stunned, but then joined her in chanting. Boom! As Yusha and Maitreya chanted in unison, a sudden burst of golden light emerged from above them, enveloping everyone present. In an instant, the crowd stirred. The singing of the beautiful centipede woman could no longer continue and was forcefully interrupted. Jalali remained oblivious to this, continuing to chant the scripture. Through the threefold Lotus Sutra, the Buddhas of the three periods attained supreme enlightenment. The light continued to converge, enhancing the sanctity of her petite body. Seeing this, Yusha and Maitreya, among others, expressed amazement and joy, joining in the chanting. Only Yusha appeared worried, silently observing. As for the beautiful centipede woman, far from being angry, she giggled flirtatiously, then looked mischievously at Jalali standing at the forefront. Interesting, you managed to resist my singing. But do you think this is enough? With those words, the giant body of the beautiful centipede woman began to tremble, and its myriad legs dispersed, transforming into colorful poisonous insects, pouncing towards Jalali. However, when these insects approached, a figure stood in front of Jalali, striking out with a palm. Boom! A giant golden palm imprint sent numerous insects flying, revealing the Vira hand of the Tantric treasury realm. Monster! How dare you be insolent in front of my Vira hand? The beautiful centipede woman showed no fear, but instead chuckled. I always hated you bald donkeys the most during my time outside the heavens, and I never expected to encounter you here. Well, you go first. With a deep breath, her charming mouth suddenly twisted to the back of her head, revealing a terrifying and ghoulish visage, followed by an extremely sharp scream. This scream was far more violent than the previous singing, instantly causing dozens of less strong individuals to explode. Others displayed extreme pain. Some seemed on the verge of sprouting flames from their eyes, clearly enduring excruciating suffering. However, her primary targets were Jalali and Yusha. In an instant, the golden light that had just converged from the chanting trembled under the immense spiritual pressure. Jalali's face also showed signs of pain, and even the chanting voice trembled. As for the other monks, they felt their minds shake, on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this, Yusha suddenly shouted, "Everyone, immediately enter a state of meditation." With that, he sat down first, resolutely following Jalali in loudly chanting scripture. When the Bodhisattva, at first, only he was chanting, but soon Yusha and Maitreya sat down one by one, chanting aloud, setting aside life and death. Their voices merged, forming a mighty stream, directly confronting the violent scream of the beautiful centipede woman. Boom! The voices of the monks shook together. Yusha even coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he continued without pause, chanting louder. Not only that, upon seeing the monks' actions, the rest of the people began chanting in unison. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with the grand chanting of the scriptures. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. No suffering, accumulation, cessation, path, no wisdom, no attainment. Because there is no attainment, the Bodhisattva relies on prajna paramita, and thus the mind is without hindrance. The profound scriptures cast an expression of fear on the face of the beautiful centipede woman, Foe. As the voice spoke, the beautiful centipede woman was startled, but her reaction was extremely fast. In an instant, she abandoned her cumbersome body stretching hundreds of feet long and disintegrated into a mist of blood, attempting to escape. However, it was already too late. Just as her body turned into blood mist, a fair and slender hand reached directly into the mist. Boom! The blood mist started violently trembling and transformed into numerous eerie phantom poisonous insects, attempting to obstruct Xuan. However, Xuan's hand remained as steady as a mountain, without any trembling. Click! Accompanying a light sound, the blood mist abruptly condensed, and the body of the beautiful centipede woman reappeared. However, at this moment, she no longer displayed her previous arrogance. This was because Xuan's hand was firmly gripping its neck. Suddenly, the entire scene fell silent. The people whose souls were shaken by the howls gasped as they watched this scene unfolding in the sky. At the same time, Foxhuan, whose consciousness was dragged into the battlefield illusion, also regained his senses and took a deep breath, glaring at the distant beautiful centipede woman with clenched teeth. Old Zhu, be careful, this darn woman is quite formidable. She almost caught me off guard. Zuan did not respond to Fox Wan's words, just coldly staring at the beautiful centipede woman. What did you mean by saying it was too late, even if I woke up? What did you mean? The beautiful centipede woman had not yet recovered from her immense shock. She couldn't understand how Zuan, whom she successfully trapped in the illusion and even sealed off his knowledge sea, managed to escape in such a short time. Sensing her confusion, Zuan gave a cold smile. Your consciousness is formidable, capable of splitting into two and sealing me off in the cognitive sea. But do you really think my consciousness is only what you see? As he spoke, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in Zuan's eyes. A huge wave of formidable consciousness descended, causing the pupils of the beautiful centipede woman to shrink to the size of a needlepoint, and she curled up in fear. Without a doubt, if she made the slightest movement, Zuan would definitely take her life. Answer me now. What are you waiting for, Xu? An asked coldly. The beautiful centipede woman, no longer arrogant, shivered and said, I don't know, the person who sent me just told me to delay as much time as possible, especially to keep you here. This revelation shocked everyone present, as a chill ran through them. If what the beautiful centipede woman said was true, what were these demons planning to do? At the same time, Zuan's expression turned extremely grim. The possibility he suddenly thought of was the only explanation for why these demons sent the beautiful centipede woman to delay time. This action declared their abandonment of her. The beautiful centipede woman naively believed in her strength, but she had actually become a discarded pawn. With this realization, Zuan no longer hesitated, completely ignoring the pleas of the beautiful centipede woman, and swiftly took action. With a snap, he severed her neck. However, this was not a fatal blow for her. Instead, she quickly turned into a blood mist and tried to flee. But Zuan didn't give her a chance. He thrust his sword forcefully into the blood mist. The heavenly retribution sword pierced through the blood mist at a strange angle. Ah! A voice filled with extreme pain emerged from the blood mist, accompanied by gushing blood. Zhu remained expressionless, his wrist flicked, and the heavenly retribution sword slashed horizontally, cutting the blood mist into two. Countless demonic energies scattered from it, absorbed by the heavenly retribution sword. In an instant, the blood mist dissipated, and the beautiful centipede woman vanished. The heavenly retribution sword became even redder, and its power even more formidable. At that moment, Foxy and Yi Hanshang arrived. Old Zhu, what's going on? What conspiracy are these demons scheming? Foxy asked urgently. Zuan's face turned ashen, to words bursting from his mouth, Earth. Foxy, Yi Hanshang, and the others all paled. Do you mean to say that these demons were deliberately delaying here, but their actual target is Earth? Zhu nodded, his eyes flashing as he absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, repairing the damage to his consciousness caused by the battle. While Zhu nonchalantly exterminated the beautiful centipede woman upon waking up, the actual dangers he faced were unknown to outsiders. When he was trapped in the cognitive sea, the beautiful centipede woman's consciousness constantly consumed and grew stronger, almost gaining control. For others, it would have been impossible to turn the situation around. However, with Zuan's to lifetimes and his unwavering Dao heart, he managed to break through the illusions and ultimately destroy the consciousness of the beautiful centipede woman. But this had caused some shock to his soul. In normal circumstances, this minor injury would not matter, and Zuan wouldn't pay it any attention. However, he understood what he was about to face. To increase his chances of success, Zuan needed to quickly restore himself to his peak condition. At that moment, Foxy, after a moment of shock, suddenly said, Wait, old Zhu, didn't you say before that these demons can only enter the heavens through this bronze door? How are they planning to reach Earth? Zhu raised his gaze towards the distant space-time gateway, his expression turning icy, and said coldly, Who said they are demons? Foxy trembled. You mean? That's right, it's the former hall master of the Emperor's palace and the people from the profound darkness abyss who defected earlier. At this moment, inside the wartime hospital located in the central capital, it was a bustling scene. Almost all the medical experts and strong individuals from around the world gathered here, making this place the center of attention for people all over the world. After all, as the Marshal of the nation said, anyone who can enter the battlefield and return, regardless of whether they have killed enemies or not, is a true hero. And since they are heroes, they naturally deserve heroic treatment. Therefore, all the facilities and supplies in this hospital are of the highest standard and unlimited. Moreover, due to the difference in the flow of time between Earth and the Pure Land of Buddha, a live broadcast blackout period of 1 day occurs every 3 days. Because of this, the live broadcast team led by Chen Xiaoyi temporarily withdrew from the frontline battlefield and stationed themselves in this hospital, recording and broadcasting everything that happened. For a time, everything about this hospital became the most concerning topic for the people, and there was no other news that could compare. Many of the people working in the hospital gained extremely high popularity because of this, but the most popular ones were two recently hired junior staff members. Yes, they are Xiang and Nianian, the 2 little girls. Ever since the day they, along with Yue Qinghuan, saw everyone working hard for this war, they couldn't stay at home anymore. Under their strong demand, Enyan had to bring them to the hospital to help. At first, almost everyone thought it was just a temporary whim of the children, and they would naturally quit after a few days. But unexpectedly, Xiang and Nianian not only persevered, but also performed their duties properly, becoming to qualified little nurses. This kind of performance made everyone admire them, and they won the love of people all over the world. Although the 2 of them had very high popularity on the internet before, most of it was because of Zuan. This time, however, they gained everyone's recognition with their resilience and bravery. Uncle Z, what delicious food did you make for us today? The guard responsible for vigilance at the door greeted old Z with a smile. Eat, 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 all you know is eating. The food I made today is for the severely injured. You hungry cats don't qualify to taste. Old Z teased. Hey, we know, but if we can't eat, can't we even smell it? The guard joked. Phew. Old Z pretended to spit. Smell? I'm afraid the smell won't come out of your nose. Despite scolding in such a ferocious manner, old Z eventually took out a wrapped piece of meat from his pocket and threw it over. This is the only piece left, or I'll feed it to the dogs. Want? Of course we want. The guard hurriedly caught it and opened it, reluctantly taking a bite, then smiled and gave a thumbs up. Uncle Z, your cooking skills are amazing. Proudly humming, old Z walked into the hospital with a large bundle on his back. Uncle Z. Hello, Uncle Z. Uncle Z, what delicious food did you make today? Passers-by greeted old Z with smiles. Nodding in response, old Z walked through the corridor and arrived at the section for the wounded and sick. Before he could go in, he saw Xiang and Nianian, the 2 little girls walking out looking a bit tired. As soon as he saw the 2 little girls, old Z's face immediately lit up with a kind smile, waving at them. Xiang, Nianian. When Xiang and Nianian saw old Z, they excitedly ran over. Grandpa Z, what delicious food did you bring today? Nianian couldn't wait to ask as she clung to old Z's backpack. Old Z lovingly patted their heads and took out a delicate food box from his backpack. Here, you 2 hungry cats, are you satisfied? Upon seeing it, Xiang and Nianian shouted in excitement, wow, it's strawberry ice cream. And there are plenty of other delicious treats. They took the food box and began to eat eagerly. At that moment, Z Jingjing also came out. Dad, hum. Old Z took off the backpack behind him and solemnly handed it to his daughter. How is everyone doing today? Z Jingjing asked. Several situations are not looking good, but Mr. Juge said their lives should be okay. Old Z nodded. Go on. Remember the green food box is specially prepared for Mr. Juge. It can boost brain power. Okay, Z. Jingjing carried the backpack and turned to walk inside. This was just a trivial incident in the hospital. Things like this happened every day. Numerous people generously donated their most cherished belongings, hoping to do something for the frontline soldiers. These people may not have great powers or even be ordinary mortals, but in the face of this disaster, they still showed extraordinary unity. This was something Yue Qinghuan had always admired. For example, at this moment, she stood on the rooftop of a tall building nearest to the hospital, looking down at the scene below and letting out a soft sigh. Now even the 2 little girls are busy. There's no one left to chat with me, she said, boldly opening a water mirror, hoping to see the scene on the battlefield. However, the water mirror still showed nothing but mist. Because of the time difference, not only were live broadcasts from Earth interrupted, but even her water mirror technique was also rendered ineffective. It's been almost a day, so why not take a stroll on the battlefield? Yue Qinghuan mumbled. But then she furrowed her brows. But what if those evil beings see me? What should I do? However, she quickly convinced herself, what can they do even if they see me? Even with 100 times their courage, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Yes, that's the way. With that, she took a step forward to vanish into the void. But just at that moment, the usually obedient and cooperative void bounced her back unusually. What's going on? Did someone seal off Earth? Yue Qinghuan was slightly surprised and then immediately said something, looking up. At the same time, Juge Kang, who was busy treating the wounded at the field hospital, also raised his head, looking outside the window with a face full of astonishment. Mr. Juge, what's wrong? Enyan, who was assisting nearby, asked immediately. This breath. Juge Kang trembled as he uttered those words. Soon after, under the dark iron sky, faint glimmers appeared. These glimmers were like stars, but their appearance made everyone in the world feel a powerful pressure. And when these glimmers completely appeared in front of everyone, almost everyone was dumbfounded. Because it wasn't just any glimmer, but giant starships. At this moment, these starships hung silently in the sky, each with a grotesque and eerie design, emitting extremely terrifying power. When Yue Qinghuan, standing on top of a tall building, saw this scene, a light flashed in her eyes, and she coldly muttered, just a group of soul-selling traders, thinking they are someone important. But this scheme is indeed cunning. Zuan, let's see if you can arrive in time. With these words, Yue Qinghuan stepped back slightly and disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, as Juge Zhang looked at the well-arranged starships, he couldn't help but whisper, the Temple of the Human Emperor, the Abyssal Tomb, and the Mirror Moon Hall. All those who went missing before have returned. His voice wasn't loud, but Enyan, who was closest to him, heard it clearly. Upon hearing that those who suddenly disappeared before were from those sects, Enyan immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Without a doubt, their sudden appearance here wasn't for a friendly reunion. Besides, Zuan wasn't on Earth at the moment, so any misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. Just as she felt a sense of horror, a cold laughter came from the lead starship. This laughter was ethereal and yet powerful, like the sound of a heavenly emperor, causing countless powerful individuals to change their expressions simply by hearing it. Juge Zhang's face turned grim, and he spoke slowly, Peak Celestial Emperor. Hehen, indeed worthy of being the acclaimed #1 diviner in the realms, Master Juge Zhang. Your insight is truly sharp. With that, a figure slowly emerged in front of the starship. It was the solemn-looking master of the Abyssal Tomb, Do Yan'an. However, unlike his disheveled appearance during the battle at the Bronze Gate, he was now immaculately dressed, exuding an overwhelming aura. Not only that, beside Do Yan'an, a man in imperial robes also appeared. This man's aura was not inferior to Do Yan'an's, even surpassing it. Juge Zhang took a deep breath. Luo King. The figure that appeared behind was none other than the long-lost master, Luo King of the Temple of the Human Emperor. He gave Juge Zhang a cold glance and then disdainfully surveyed the surroundings, his mouth gradually curling into a grim smile. Just these lowly beings? TSK, it seems the Lord is too cautious. Dealing with these ants shouldn't take 3 days, at most half a day is sufficient. Heh, Sect Master Wo, you're being mistaken. Since the Lord gave us 3 days, there must be considerations from the old man. Let's take advantage of these 3 days to relax. Zuan's family and friends are also on this earth. Let's capture them, have some fun, and then kill them in front of Zuan. Isn't that wonderful? Do Yan'an's words were extremely cunning and ruthless, showing his deep hatred for Zuan. After all, his avatars were slain by Zuan on the Bronze Gate battlefield, and he was also slightly injured, causing him to fall short in the end. He remained half a step behind Luo King, which undoubtedly fueled his resentment. After hearing his words, Luo King burst into laughter. Good, that makes sense. Zuan is so arrogant, let's show him the consequences of offending the nobles today. They continued their conversation as if no one else was present, resonating throughout the hospital, the city, and even the world. Almost everyone was outraged. Because in the eyes of many, Zuan was an unquestionable deity, and Enyan, as a deity's relative, was a figure not to be trifled with. These two dared to insult Zuan's family so shamelessly, it was like a slap in the face to many. Many young and spirited individuals couldn't help but shout in anger. Where did these madmen come from, daring to speak like this? Exactly, what Emperor Master? Living so recklessly. Shouts filled the air. Do Yan'an watched with a smile before suddenly stomping his foot. Boom! The entire city shook under his foot, and even half of the country trembled. The crowd previously shouting now lay on the ground from the sheer force of his foot. Do Yan'an chuckled sinisterly. Ants are ants, they should have the wits of ants. This planet is now under our control. Kneel down, and I might spare your lives. With a smug expression, he waited for the people to kneel in submission, believing that anyone with a clear mind would know what to do in the face of his overwhelming power. However, to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, more voices of outrage arose. I only kneel to heaven and earth. What are you that I should kneel to you? Right, boasting about controlling the planet. Be careful, Mr. Zhu will return and turn you all into minced meat. These comments made Do Yan'an's eyes twitch uncontrollably, unable to contain his anger any longer. He waved his hand forcefully. Attack! I will make everyone on this planet taste endless pain before they die. Suddenly, the starships behind him flickered with light, and the elite forces of the Abyssal Tomb descended from the sky, heading straight towards the crowd. Seeing this, Luo King smirked. It seems we don't need to take action after all. But before he could finish his words, a black beam flashed across the sky at incredible speed, and half of the elite forces of the Abyssal Tomb disappeared into the darkness. Do Yan'an was shocked. Who are you? Dressed in a black gown, appearing like the Queen of Darkness, Fan Mingxiu slowly emerged from the darkness, her voice as cold as ice. Whoever you are, get out now. Power of Darkness. A follower of the Tian's sect? Interesting. With just a small immortal king like you, do you think you can stir up a storm? Do Yan'an chuckled, and the might of the peak celestial emperor surged towards Fan Mingxiu like a tidal wave. As he spoke, he headed straight towards Tang Zhuaner. Tang Zhuaner snorted coldly, and the power of the Jade Clear and Carefree True Scroll reached its peak, countless ice crystals instantly appearing in an attempt to block Do Yan'an, who was charging towards her. However, the disparity in strength was too great, so great that it couldn't be compensated for by any skill. In just a moment, Do Yan'an shattered the layers of ice crystal's barriers and arrived in front of Tang Zhuaner, then wickedly smiled. He reached out his hand, trying to control her. But before his palm could touch Tang Zhuaner's clothes, a sharp dragon roar suddenly rang out. Who dares to bully Sister Zhuaner? With that statement, a figure swiftly flew over and in an instant caught Do Yan'an's palm. It was Zisha. Bang! After a muffled sound, Do Yan'an remained motionless, but Zisha was forcibly shaken hundreds of feet away. Despite this, because of this momentary blockage, Tang Zhuaner managed to temporarily escape the danger. Do Yan'an was extremely irritated by the situation. A mere small fry dares to interfere with my plans? Saying this, he suddenly pointed his finger. Boom! The majestic might instantly shattered the space in front of him, then penetrated through, appearing in front of Zisha and pressing down. Although this poke seemed light and without any force at all, if it landed on Zisha, she would either die or be seriously injured. At this critical moment, a brilliant light suddenly streaked by at an extremely fast speed, and Zisha disappeared just in time, barely evading the attack. Do Yan'an couldn't help but be stunned, looking up. In the distant sky, the light stopped, and upon revealing her figure, it was surprisingly a Yan clad in alchemy armor. She gently placed Zisha on the ground, then stared at Do Yan'an with cold eyes. You dare to harm my lady? Have you asked me for permission? Do Yan'an's eyes narrowed slightly, then he sneered. So you are under Zuan's protection. TSK. Truly beautiful and enchanting. With a greedy and sinister gaze, he scanned across Yan. Zisha, who had just returned from the brink of death, was furious at the sight. Completely disregarding her own safety, she immediately roared, then revealed her true form to shield Yan. Lady Mother, you go quickly, I'll handle this. Even though Zisha was arrogant, she understood the vast difference in strength between herself and the people in front of her. But she had no hesitation or fear, because in her eyes, nothing was more important than the safety of Lady Mother. Do Yan'an didn't even have any interest in glancing at Zisha, just impatiently waving his hand. Thud! Zisha didn't even have time to react before being hit by an indescribable force and sent flying. But in that moment, Yan turned into a brilliant light and rushed towards Do Yan'an in a resolute manner. The speed was so fast that it plowed a deep trench in the space it passed through. However, faced with such power, Do Yan'an just coldly laughed. I haven't come for you yet, but you're eager to die. Fine. I'll grab you first and enjoy you." As he spoke, a violent dark aura suddenly surged around Do Yanan, instantly congealing into a web-like rope that directly trapped Yan, who was charging at him. In an instant, everyone around the world gasped in shock, some even crying out in surprise. Fan Mengshu and Tang Zhuaner also rushed up without regard for their own safety. Not only that, several bright lights in the middle of the city rushed towards Do Yanan at a rapid speed. Although one of them didn't make it, with a wave of his hand, Do Yanan's surroundings were suddenly filled with numerous strange insects. It wasn't Qing. But nothing could stop Do Yanan. He just wickedly smiled and slowly tightened the dark aura in his hands. The net shrank, making it increasingly difficult for Yan to struggle. She tried to squirm left and right desperately, but was like a butterfly trapped in a net, unable to break free. This scene caused many people to feel heartbroken. "Sister Yan!" A tender shout came. Then a foxtail suddenly appeared behind Do Yanan's neck, trying to strangle him. But Do Yanan just snorted coldly, shattering the tail with ease, and a figure hidden in the void collapsed and fell out. "Yinger!" Yan exclaimed from within the web. The one knocked out by Do Yanan's blow was Hu Yi's sister, the princess of Qing Qiu Fox Country, Hu Ying. Seeing her unconscious form falling to the ground, Yan felt a sharp pain in her heart. At that moment, a tentacle suddenly appeared, wrapping around Hu Ying and holding her in its embrace. "Little fish ... And Yan softly spoke. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyu was sweating profusely because she had already exhausted all her abilities. Just standing against Do Yanan's power as an immortal emperor was already incredibly difficult, let alone saving someone. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaoyu still looked anxiously at Zuan, and then shouted with all her might, "Sister Yan, go for it!" Blood vessels appeared in Yan's eyes as she tightly grasped the two ropes that had transformed into dark auras. "Break for me!" With a roar, Yan's alchemy armor began to tremble like flowing water, and in an instant surged to her arms. With a series of cracking sounds, Yan forcefully tore open a hole in the net, ready to break free. But at that moment, Do Yanan extended his hand with a wicked smile, saying, "Trying to run? Not so easy." His hand was just about to touch Yan's back. However, at that moment, a huge compass suddenly appeared in front of Yan's back. Instantly reversing countless natural forces, it flung Do Yanan's hand away. Seizing the opportunity, Yan shone with a brilliant light and escaped safely. Do Yanan's face darkened instantly as he dispersed the dark aura and gazed at the compass in front of him, saying lightly, "Juge Kang, are you meddling again?" With those words, Juge Kang sighed lightly and then appeared behind the compass. "Master Do, I hope you can look out for yourself and not act recklessly on this earth, as the consequences will be unbearable for you." As soon as these words were spoken, a slight, inscrutable smile crept across Lu Wuking's lips. "Oh, including me. I really want to know, what consequences are there that even I cannot bear?" Juge Zhang looked up at the sky, as dark as iron, and said lightly, "Although I don't know what method you use to block Earth, I believe Zuin will be back soon. By then, can you really handle him, as fellow immortal emperors? Have you ever considered that?" Hearing that Zuin had also ascended to immortal emperor, Do Yanan's momentum shrunk. Because he knew very well that as someone who had been an immortal venerable and reincarnated to cultivate again, Zuin was basically invincible at the same level. He would definitely not be his match. But just then, Lu Wuking suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Well said, I wouldn't have known Zuin had already ascended to immortal emperor. If that's the case, we indeed are not his match as fellow immortal emperors." Juge Zhang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief hearing this. In reality, he had been on edge the whole time, as he noticed that these people had somehow severed all communication between Earth and the outside world. In this situation, in order to buy time, he could only bring up Zuan to make these people wary. It seemed to have some effect now. But at this moment, Lu Wuking's face showed an infinite sense of pride. "But what if I'm not an immortal emperor, but a half-step immortal venerable? What do you think he could do then?" As soon as these words were spoken, both Juge Zhang and the powerful figures of the world were shocked. Not for any other reason, but because the realm of half-step immortal venerable was truly terrifying. It's worth noting that from ancient times to the present, there were few who achieved the status of immortal emperor, but at least there were some. However, achieving the final step and becoming an immortal venerable, other than Zuan, they had never heard of anyone else reaching that level. Yet here was Lu Wuking claiming to have achieved half-step immortal venerable. How could this not be terrifying? Although it was only half-step immortal venerable, at the level of immortal emperor, the difference in power was often vast. Seeing the infinite shock in everyone's eyes, Lu Wuking seemed incredibly happy and laughed heartily. With his laughter, the aura around Lu Wuking surged fiercely. The raging aura of the Emperor of Humanity spread like a tidal wave, directly enveloping the entire Earth. In moments, the Earth began to tremble slightly. Buildings closer to Lu Wuking were instantly flattened by his supreme power. Everyone's faces paled. Those with weaker strength were directly suppressed to the ground, unable to even lift their heads. The might of a half-step immortal venerable was truly terrifying. Even Do Yan'an could only reluctantly step back a bit, then look towards Lu Wuking with envy. In an instant, Lu Wuking seemed to be the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, with countless towering illusions behind him that reached tens of thousands of zhongs, overlooking Zhuge Zhang from above. Now, do you think I can bear the consequences? With this seemingly casual question, Zhuge Zhang was sent flying dozens of miles away, landing with a red flush on his face, clearly injured. Seeing this, many people's hearts sank even lower. Zhuge Zhang was at least at the level of an immortal king, but in front of Lu Wuking, he was like a chicken or a dog, without even a chance to struggle, directly injured. The gap in strength was so great it was despairing. Lu Wuking smirked triumphantly. Zhuge Zhang, now kneel and beg for mercy. Swear allegiance to me with your soul, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, the entire planet will be buried for you. But at that moment, Zhuge Zhang suddenly turned and flew off into the distance. Lu Wuking raised an eyebrow slightly. What? Trying to run away? Now the whole planet is in my hands. Where else can you escape? With that, he reached out a hand and gently struck downwards. Boom! The almost tangible pressure blanketed a space of several thousand li and descended upon Zhuge Zhang. But before the blow could land, Zhuge Zhang had already appeared on a high mountain near the capital. The mountain range extended from the dragon vessel of China, grand and majestic, forming a commanding presence and nurturing the heart of the capital. When Zhuge Zhang reached the summit, the entire mountain range trembled, revealing countless brilliant lights. Zhuge Zhang followed the paths energetically, swiftly drawing intricate and profound runes. He then half knelt on the ground, pressing down on the runes in his hand while shouting loudly, "Borrow the mountains and rivers of China." In moments, the entire Yanshan mountain range began to tremble violently. The earth energy that had been dormant for tens of thousands of years was stirred by Zhuge Zhang's runes, becoming active and extending rapidly with the undulating mountains and rivers. At the same time, atop the Kunlun Mountains, Zhuge Bangkang and Zhuge Zhuangking, siblings who had been waiting there for the signal, immediately activated the runes handed to them by Zhuge Zhang. Boom! The starting point of the dragon vessel of the Chinese lineage trembled along with the high-pitched dragon roar emerging from the depths of the earth, as if breaking free from millions of years of confinement, causing the entire Chinese mountains and rivers to begin shaking. Beneath the eastern sea, Wei Rulin also waited silently with the rune given to her by her master. As the dragon veins of China were activated, the dormant dragon under the sea that extended from the Chinese coast to the seabed began to stir. Sensing this, Wei Rulin immediately activated the rune. In a flash, the entire China was convulsed. The dragon energy that had been bound beneath the earth for countless years rushed out, covering the entire Chinese land in a faint purple light. This spectacle astonished everyone. This feng shui master, Song Yi, who had been receiving guidance from Zhu An and guarding Xiangjiang for many years, nearly knelt to the ground when he saw this, then looked at Zhuge Zhang with infinite admiration, muttering excitedly, activating the entire Chinese dragon vein. This is true feng shui mastery. However, Zhuge Zhang felt no relaxation. From the moment Do Yan'an and the others appeared, he had quietly instructed Zhuge Zhuangking and Wei Rulin to prepare with runes at various locations, because he knew this battle would not be easy. But to his amazement, Lu Wuking had already reached half-step immortal venerable. This invisible increase in difficulty was more than just twofold. As expected, Lu Wuking let out a cold sneer upon witnessing this scene. What? Trying to use this dragon vein's earth energy to restrict us? You are too naive. With those words, Lu Wuking stomped, and a colossal pressure instantly compressed the entire Yanshan mountain range, sinking it deep into the earth by 100 meters. In an instant, this seal character began to expand rapidly and extended countless threads, connecting with the entire vast sky. Soon after, the entire earth began to tremble slightly. With this tremor, the originally weakened laws of heaven that had been blocked by Luo Wuking and Do Yan'an became instantly fortified. At the same time, an indescribable immense force descended upon Luo Wuking and Do Yan'an. They felt their bodies suddenly sink, and their momentum, which had been boiling, began to decline. This was the result of the Earth's laws of heaven crazily suppressing them. However, faced with this scene, Luo Wuking just gave a cold laugh. "Zhuge Zhang, your feng shui technique is indeed well played, but you still don't understand what it means to be a quasi-immortal." With these words, Luo Wuking lightly shrugged his shoulders. Crackling sounds. With a series of intense explosions, the laws of heaven that had been suppressing Luo Wuking were instantly shattered. This counterattack also caused the already strained Hua mountain range to begin collapsing. Boom! The first to collapse was the main peak of Yan Mountain under Zhuge Zhang's feet. Amidst the rising dust and debris, the peak, depleted of its dragon vein's spiritual energy, was directly turned into flying yellow sand scattering with the wind. Not only that, but famous mountains and rivers throughout Hua were collapsing without stopping. The chief general of Zhenguo saw the situation and closed his eyes in despair, then spoke in a low voice, "Prepare to launch." Yes. The entire command center immediately became busy, and everyone's faces were determined, because they knew that this might be their final moments in the world. A few minutes later, tens of thousands of specially made nuclear warheads would rise into the sky. It was a complete and utter destructive force, causing even quasi-immortals to perish. It would be humanity's final gamble. Even if they couldn't all die together, they would make Luo Wuking and the others pay a painful price. However, just then, a burst of radiance suddenly shot out from the peak of Kunlun. Although this radiance was extremely dim, as if it had experienced endless ages and was about to dissipate, as soon as it appeared, the collapsing laws of heaven seemed to be injected with a stimulant and instantly fully restored and strengthened countless times. This radiance was now extremely weakened, almost transparent, but despite this, it still rapidly headed towards Luo Wuking and the others. Before Luo Wuking and the others could react, this radiance descended directly upon them. Luo Wuking and the others grunted in unison, and then their imposing manner began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were extremely shocked to find that their strength had been forcibly restricted by more than 30%. Even Luo Wuking, as powerful as a quasi-immortal, had a grim expression at this moment. Because, at this moment, although his realm was still that of a quasi-immortal, his strength was only equivalent to that of an ordinary immortal king. And no matter how he searched within himself, he found nothing unusual, as if some force had placed an invisible shackle on him. This couldn't help but make him feel terrified. And at that moment, Yue Qinghuan, who had been hidden in the darkness, couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. "Huh, this radiance!" Speaking, she silently appeared on the peak of Kunlun. After squatting down, feeling the soil in her hand, a strange look appeared on Yue Qinghuan's face. What kind of power can sustain a divine thought through endless years without extinguishing, and still possess such a powerful force? At the same time, including Zhuge Zhang, many strong individuals on Earth sensed the anomalies on Luo Wuking and the others. Zhuge Zhang was the first to react, then he sternly shouted, "Their strength has been forcefully restricted, and now we have the strength to fight." With this statement, the whole world immediately boiled. The chief general of Zhenguo, who was completely desperate, slowly stood up at this moment, then loudly exclaimed, "Issue the order. All forces immediately enter war readiness. Target all invaders." Yes. Hua nationality was in turmoil, and the strong individuals were excited. However, at this moment, Luo Wuking and Do Yan'an had already recovered from their shock. Do Yan'an sneered, "Don't be afraid. That force just now was obviously their last card. Otherwise, why didn't they just kill us directly? And even if our strength is restricted, dealing with these people will just take a bit more time." So, before he could finish, Luo Wuking had already rushed towards the numerous strong individuals coming at them. After a brief confrontation, he sent several people flying, then said coldly, "Enough talk, quickly take care of these people, or who will handle Zhu?" And 3 days later, with this statement, a hint of resentment and bitterness flashed in Do Yan'an's eyes, but he obediently closed his mouth and charged forward. In an instant, a great battle began. Unlike the one-sided situation before, the Earth now had at least some ability to defend itself, and even under the leadership of strong individuals like Zhu Zhang and Fan Mengshu, they could fight back against Luo Wuking and the others. But even so, many people's hearts were in their throats, and a big question mark appeared in their minds. Where is Mr. Zhu? Why hasn't he returned yet? Has something happened on the battlefield over there as well? Thinking and Nyan, these two little girls were forcibly taken to a secluded bunker by Lao Zi when the battle just began. The bunker was home to the elderly, weak, and sick, built with special methods to provide strong defense. However, under Luo Wuking's kick, a corner of the bunker collapsed. Now everyone was staring dumbfoundedly at the boiling battle in the sky. Lao Zi's face was grim as he said, thinking, and Nyan, don't run around here. With that, he also rose into the air, wielding a kitchen knife, joining the battle. Thinking and Nyan's little faces were full of worrying. Why hasn't Dad come back yet? Yeah, if Dad could come back, these bad guys would definitely lose. The two little girls whispered to each other. Just then, Yue King Huan's figure suddenly appeared next to the two of them. After hearing their conversation, she smiled slightly. Don't worry, even if your dad is strong, it will take him 3 days to appear on Earth. I believe my father is definitely different. That's right, Dad can do anything. He will definitely come back soon. Nyan waved her little fists. Yue King Huan shook her head with a light laugh, then said lightly, let's hope so. At the same moment, in the space just tens of thousands of miles away from Earth, countless people with serious expressions were looking at the pitch-black iron curtain in front of them. Bang! Chu Wuxiang exerted all his strength and punched several times, but the iron curtain did not even ripple. Helplessly, Chu Wuxiang shook his head. It's no use, I can't make even the slightest dent. Chu Wuxiang said with amazement as he looked at the iron curtain. I don't know what material this iron curtain is made of. How can it be so strong? Yi Hanshang returned with a dejected expression. I have circled the entire Earth dozens of times, but still haven't found any weaknesses. The whole Earth is like an eggshell. We can't get in without breaking this iron curtain. The crowd erupted into a commotion upon hearing this. What do we do? Just stand by and watch? Aro is inside. Foxy almost went crazy. However, he was stopped by Tiajina, who shook his head slightly and pointed to Zuan, who was standing silently nearby. Keep your voice down. Foxy suddenly realized something, then smiled wryly. I understand, my sister-in-law and my two nieces are inside the Earth. That's why I'm so anxious. At the same time, all eyes were focused on Zuan. People hoped that this man, who had created countless miracles before, could once again turn decay into magic, pierce through this mysterious iron curtain, and return to Earth. However, this time, people did not receive the response they were hoping for. Zuan silently stood there, his gaze fixed on the iron curtain in front of him. Gradually, the whole room fell silent. After a while, Zuan shook his head lightly. This iron curtain is formed by the accumulation of the power of rules. Any attack in front of it will be ineffective. That's why we can't move it. Tiajina exclaimed, is it similar to the bronze mirror controlled by the Abyss Lord before? Zhu nodded and continued, it's even stronger than that. The power of rules this time is almost flawless. As soon as he said that, everyone's faces turned grim. Although they didn't know what the power of rules was, they could sense from Zuan's tone that he didn't have a solution to open this iron curtain. What do we do? Will Earth be sealed off forever? Foxy anxiously asked. No, I can sense that this iron curtain has a time limit. It should be 3 days. 3 days. By then, it will be too late. Foxy lamented, completely ignoring Tiajina's warning looks. Zuan's expression turned serious. Yes? If we wait for 3 days, even if we break it, it will be meaningless. With that, Zuan took a step forward, reached the iron curtain, and gently placed his hand on it. It felt extremely cold to the touch, but Zuan's eyes suddenly lit up, as his powerful mind condensed into a sharp spike between his eyebrows, and then pierced down. However, as soon as this incredibly pure mental spike touched the iron curtain, it rapidly disintegrated like snow melting, disappearing into nothingness. It seems that it still doesn't work. Zuan seemed to have anticipated this outcome, calmly remarked before looking up at the arc-shaped iron curtain enveloping the Earth. Yana, hold on for a moment, I will come in later. With that, Zuan closed his eyes slowly, and countless strands of light as fine as hair extended from his palm to completely envelop the Iron Curtain. "What is old Zhu doing?" Foxy couldn't help asking. Tiagina watched solemnly and said solemnly, "I don't know, but I suspect he wants to penetrate this Iron Curtain with his incredibly powerful mind. How long will it take to succeed?" "I don't know." Foxy began to panic again. "You don't know? What about Earth? What about my sister-in-law, my two nieces, and Aro?" At this moment, Yi Henshang whispered behind Foxy, "Will being anxious help? The more you stress, the greater the pressure on old Zhu." "I know, but I'm still worried. After all, those are a group of top experts," Foxy said with tears in his eyes. Fox One suddenly appeared in front of everyone and said calmly, "Actually, there's no need to worrying so much. Earth is not as fragile as you think, and those experts won't give up easily." Foxy wanted to say something, but sighed lightly, closing his mouth and looking towards Earth with infinite hope. "Everyone must hold on." Little Shaw smashed the head of an elite from Zhuanming Palace with one palm. Almost at the same moment, attacks from experts from the Imperial Palace arrived. However, a tentacle suddenly appeared and dragged Little Shaw aside. The attack from the Imperial Palace missed, and in the next moment, this expert's head was twisted off by Little Shaw. The two seemed to coordinate seamlessly. Little Shaw then gave a thumbs up to Zhang Xiaoyu in the distance. Zhang Xiaoyu waved excitedly, "Yes." However, at that moment, someone shouted, "Watch out!" Bang! Behind Zhang Xiaoyu, a guard from the Imperial Palace was shocked to death by an ambush. Then Ouyang Xiaoman appeared and shouted loudly, "Hey, be more careful around you." Zhang Xiaoyu waved her tentacle awkwardly, "Thanks." Ouyang Xiaoman casually waved her hand and said, "You're welcome." Then she rushed towards the front again, shouting repeatedly, "To govern the family, the country, and bring peace to the world." With three shouts in unison, all the invaders in their path were killed. Zhang Xiaoyu shivered. "This woman is quite brutal. I really doubt whether she is from an academic background or rather from a family of butchers." But the partial victory did not change the overall situation on the battlefield. At this moment, Fan Mengshu, Juge Kang, An Yan, and others had already felt the increasing pressure. Earth was gradually losing ground. What's going on? Why are these people getting stronger and stronger? Fan Mengshu was blown far away and gasped as she asked Juge Kang. The seals on them are gradually weakening. They probably won't last much longer. Juge Kang's face was equally grim. What do we do? Mengzu, are you okay? An Yan asked anxiously. Fan Mengshu waved her hand, indicating that she was fine, but as she did so, a trace of fresh blood slowly seeped from the corner of her mouth, indicating that she had been seriously injured. Despite this, her eyes were still full of determination, as she coldly stared at Luo Wuking. "The game is over. You can use that term for yourselves." With that, Fan Mengshu's figure suddenly shook, transforming into black mist and charging towards Luo Wuking. Luo Wuking sneered, "You still don't know when to give up." He then waved his hand. With a loud bang, Fan Mengshu's black mist almost dissipated, and her figure fell. But at that moment, Fan Mengshu suddenly shouted, "Now is the time." She immediately turned her black mist into ropes that bound Luo Wuking's hands and feet. At the same time, behind Luo Wuking, Tang Zhuaner appeared, aiming a strike at the back of Luo Wuking's head. This strike, condensed with all of Tang Zhuaner's strength, came at Luo Wuking's head with lightning speed. Startled, Luo Wuking tried to counterattack, but Fan Mengshu had firmly bound his hands and feet. Caught off guard, Luo Wuking couldn't help but roar, "You insolent woman!" With those words, a huge imperial seal appeared above Luo Wuking's head, emitting a dazzling light that enveloped him. With a series of harsh noises, Fan Mengshu's black light immediately dissipated, pushing her back. Tang Zhuaner's strike, upon contact with the light, also dissipated instantly and was sent flying. The scene was broadcast worldwide, leaving countless people in shock. Among the crowd, one person shouted angrily, "You dare to harm someone Lord likes, I will fight with you today." With that, a brilliant sword light shot out, directly aiming at Luo Wuking. However, Luo Wuking effortlessly shattered the sword light with a wave of his hand, sending the attacker flying even faster. Soon after, several sword lights came to his aid and rescued him. "Lo Dao, how are you?" Yi Kongming asked. Dao Zhuhong wiped the blood from his mouth, saying, "Don't worry, I won't die." Ding Xiaochen couldn't help but praise, Lao Dao, you are really courageous. You attacked the emperor for a woman. Yi Kongming nodded in agreement. I didn't expect him to be so daring. Indeed, the person who had just attacked was Dao Zhuhang, the sect master of the bamboo sword sect. He was saved by Yi Kongming, the direct grandson of the sword-washing elder, and Ding Xiaochen, a direct disciple of the Morning Light Mountain. These young swordsmen had returned to Earth for healing after being injured in the Pure Land Buddha country battlefield. However, they found themselves involved in this situation shortly after returning. Despite the overwhelming odds, these young swordsmen showed no fear and confronted the powerful figures directly. Dao Zhuhang, who had always admired Fan Mengshu, was angered when he saw her injured, initiating an attack despite knowing the odds were against him. Although he lost as expected, his attack bought Fan Mengshu and Tang Zhuaner some time to regroup. Upon stabilizing her stance, Fan Mengshu nodded slightly towards Dao Zhuhang, expressing her gratitude. Seeing this, Dao Zhuhang smiled, feeling that his injury suddenly didn't hurt as much. He knew that his admiration for Fan Mengshu would never be reciprocated, given her feelings for Zuan witnessed previously. Nonetheless, he was willing to act as he did because, in his own words, he simply liked her, regardless of her feelings towards him. However, at that moment, the momentum of Luo Wuking, Do Yan'an, and others suddenly surged. Subsequently, Luo Wuking laughed loudly, saying, "The seal is about to completely disappear. Let's see how long you can hold on." As he spoke, a huge figure of an imperial law suddenly appeared behind Luo Wuking. Although not as majestic as before, the fact that he could summon the figure indicated his power was quickly recovering. Witnessing this, everyone trembled, with many showing despair. The power gap was so immense that it deterred any desire to act. However, a young voice suddenly called out from the crowd, "Seal." With that single word, an indescribable pressure instantly weighed upon Luo Wuking. He felt his blood and energy stiffen, making even breathing difficult. Irritated, he looked at the one responsible for the command. Meanwhile, all eyes turned to the source of the voice. They saw Nyan standing pale, her small body trembling under immense pressure. Despite this, she showed no signs of backing down, staring firmly at Luo Wuking. With another command, the figure of the imperial law behind Do Yan'an began collapsing and diminishing, signifying his declining power. Not only Luo Wuking, but even Do Yan'an and the others showed shock. They could sense that despite being a mere mortal with barely any spiritual power, this young girl, who carried Zuan's bloodline, could twice seal a half-step immortal emperor. Could it be? Luo Wuking was the first to realize something, his eyes glinting with greed. Haha, I never expected such a powerful talent among Zuan's lineage. If I present her to the master, he will surely reward me handsomely. With that, he reached out towards Nyan with a twisted smile. Despite the outcry from Yan and others trying to intervene, Do Yan'an and his group stopped them. While resentful of Luo Wuking, Do Yan'an understood that it wasn't time yet to turn against him. They had to unite and accomplish the task assigned by the master, or they would all perish. As Luo Wuking's hand neared Nyan, Yan let out a despairing scream. Following that, his entire body began to tremble wildly, sweat beads the size of beans appearing on his forehead. He felt the same aura from Yue King Huan as the master. This aura made him almost want to kneel down. However, Yue King Huan didn't even spare him a glance, instead turning around to address Xiong and Nyan with a slight smile. "Don't worry, with sister here, no one will dare to harm you. But you must not be reckless again, or it will be dangerous, understand?" Watching Yue King Huan's back, Luo Wuking took a deep breath and immediately turned and left. This scene shook the entire venue, and even the world. Who is this mysterious young lady? Why does it seem like Luo Wuking is afraid of her? She's so cool the way she just told Luo Wuking to leave. The internet was buzzing with excitement, as many people felt a sense of relief watching Yue King Huan stand beside Xiong and Nyan. After all, strong individuals like Luo Wuking had been putting immense pressure on the entire world from the beginning. Now, this mysterious young lady had directly confronted the formidable presence that had brought despair to so many powerful individuals, bringing hope and joy to everyone. People began to imagine whether Yue King Huan would completely drive away Luo Wuking and the others. However, at that moment, Xiong, who had been silent, suddenly raised her head. Her little face was filled with solemnity as she spoke. "The seals on them have disappeared." Indeed, As soon as she finished speaking, the last remnants of seals on Luo Wuking and the others vanished completely. Following that, an overwhelming power returned to them. The pressure of a half-step immortal venerable even caused huge cracks to appear in the earth. Yet this time, Luo Wuking didn't dare to be arrogant. Instead, he looked carefully at Yue Qinghuan, and upon seeing her indifference, he relaxed. Then, with a sly smile, he turned to Zhu Zhekang and said, "Zhu Zhe, old man, do you have any tricks left?" Zhu Zhekang shook his head with a bitter smile. "Nothing, only to fight to the death." "Hey, fight to the death. Do you think I will give you that chance?" Luo Wuking suddenly sneered, and the emperor's figure behind him surged again, occupying most of the sky in an instant. Then, Luo Wuking looked down at the whole world and declared in a commanding voice, "I rule the world, all of you should kneel before me. Why haven't you knelt down yet?" With a single command, a majestic force instantly broke through the world's celestial laws. Countless plants, animals, and even ordinary people fell to their knees. In a blink of an eye, only the strong individuals present remained standing. However, they were all struggling to support themselves. Many individuals with slightly lower strength were forced to kneel one by one. Watching the humiliation on their faces, Luo Wuking, Dou Yinan, and others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their laughter was full of arrogance and wildness. Just then, Xiang's little face suddenly lit up with a smile. "He's back." "Who's back?" Nyan asked. "Daddy. Daddy's back." As soon as the words fell, a faint cracking sound suddenly sounded in the sky, followed by the appearance of fine cracks in the black iron firmament. These cracks shimmered like lightning patterns, exuding a brilliant light. Everyone noticed the anomaly and looked up. Even Yue Qinghuan's eyes showed a hint of astonishment. How is this possible? You can actually break through the power of the rules. Regardless of whether she believed it or not, the scene before her was real. Luo Wuking realized it too, then shouted in anger, "Act immediately, kill them all." As the words fell, Dou Yinan and others were about to take action. But it was too late. With a crisp sound, the black iron firmament that covered the entire sky shattered in an instant, and the long-lost sunlight poured in. Faster than the sunlight, a faint figure appeared. He instantly stood in front of Luo Wuking and the others, delivering a punch. Although it was a simple punch, it contained supreme anger and destructive power, striking towards Luo Wuking and the others. Luo Wuking's complexion changed drastically, as even as a half-step immortal venerable, he felt a chilling danger. He had no doubt that if he was hit head-on by that punch, he would be seriously injured. This made him tremble all over, then he hesitated to dodge without any delay. Faster than him was Dou Yinan. In fact, as soon as he saw that figure, Dou Yinan had silently hidden behind the crowd. They dodged, but the elite members of the Emperor's Palace, Zhuan Mingtomb, and Mirror Moon Sect were unfortunate. There was a thunderous explosion, and the strong members, who had just occupied a large part of the sky, were ultimately shattered by this punch. Only then did the people on Earth react, and a huge cheer erupted. "Mr. Zhu! Mr. Zhu is invincible! Mr. Zhu is awesome!" People shouted hoarsely to express their joy. Yan took a deep breath, feeling extreme soreness in all her muscles. This was the stress reaction after a sudden release of immense pressure. It was evident just how much she had endured during this time. Zhu Zhekang smiled while stroking his beard. "Fortunately, I finally made it in time. Otherwise, I would have left my old bones here." The commotion and shouting of the crowd did not disturb Zuan. At that moment, he was staring at Luo Wuking, Dou Yinan, and a few others with ice-cold eyes. His gaze made even Luo Wuking tremble involuntarily. However, he quickly composed himself and coldly said, "Zuan, I never expected you to have such abilities to break even the lockdown decreed by the higher-ups. But do you think it's over yet?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zuan shook his head. "Of course not." With that, Zuan smiled grimly, "Because you all are not dead yet, how can this matter be considered finished?" With that, Zuan charged forward once again. "Arrogance, do you think we are afraid of you?" Luo Wuking roared angrily, then exchanged a glance with Dou Yinan beside him. Dou Yinan understood the signal and immediately moved aside, aiming to restrain Zuan. The surviving strong individuals also spread out, ready to surround Zuan. In their eyes, victory was almost certain. Even if Zuan was strong, he was only an immortal emperor. Now, with a half-step immortal venerable, an immortal emperor, and several immortal kings, it seemed like a certain victory. The sticky, fishy, and foul sensation made Do Yan's body hair stand on end. But what truly frightened him was not the death of this Xianwang, but the expression on Zuan's face. It was a kind of ultimate coldness that made Do Yan couldn't help but shiver. At the same time, Zuan, like a ghost, appeared behind another Xuanming elder in an instant, and then unleashed a punch. Bang! Before the elder could react, his head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Zuan's fist did not pause, instead piercing through the shattered head, heading towards a middle-aged man in a grand manner next to him. This man was so terrified by Zuan's ferocious act that he immediately retreated. However, he was quick, but Zuan was quicker. Zuan's footsteps did not stop, dragging the body of the elder straight towards the man. And no matter how the man dodged, Zuan's fist was getting closer bit by bit. The man couldn't help but hysterically scream, "Your Majesty, save me!" As soon as Luo Wuking heard this, he rushed over. But just as he reached halfway, a dazzling sword strike blocked his path. Then Zuan coldly said, "Li Xuanyi, it's no use calling for help. Today, all of you will die here." Indeed, this man was Li Xuanyi, the chief guard of the imperial palace who previously schemed against Zuan in the Xuanming tomb. However, he was only a clone that was eliminated back then, and his main body was unharmed. This time coming to Earth, he was also one of the masterminds, and because his strength ranked just below Luo Wuking and Do Yan, he had committed numerous crimes. That's why Zuan was determined to kill him. Li Xuanyi was overwhelmed by the unstoppable momentum emanating from Zuan. His only thought was to evade, not daring to confront directly. It must be said that Li Xuanyi's strength was quite formidable, as he managed to evade Zuan's pursuit for a while. Meanwhile, Luo Wuking shattered the sword strike, blocking his path, and charged towards them. Seeing the imminent pincer attack, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. Many of them looked worriedly at Zuan. At that moment, Li Xuanyi saw Luo Wuking coming, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. As soon as the two could set up the pincer attack, Zuan interfered with a loud explosion. The body of the elder he was holding burst into pieces, turning into countless blood droplets shooting in all directions. The speed and power were such that even the space was punctured with numerous tiny holes. This Xianwang elder was indeed unlucky. First his head exploded by Zuan's punch, then his body turned into a weapon, ultimately leaving nothing but bones. The blood droplets flew fast, with Li Xuanyi being the nearest target. He tried to dodge, but was ensnared by the countless filaments of light extending from Zuan's eyebrows. In an instant, the blood droplets pierced through Li Xuanyi's body, leaving him riddled with holes that not even an Xianwang could resist. A shriek echoed through the entire sky. "Ah, Zuan, you will meet a gruesome end." But the scream abruptly stopped, as Zuan appeared in front of Li Xuanyi at an unknown moment, and a poke penetrated his forehead and consciousness. Li Xuanyi's eyes instantly dimmed, and he fell silent. With that, all Xianwang, except Luo Wuking and Do Yan, had been killed by Zuan. The entire scene fell into deathly silence, as everyone was shocked by Zuan's relentless killing of Xianwang, as if slaughtering pigs and dogs. Even Luo Wuking, a pseudo-half-step Xianzun, involuntarily took a cold breath, then stepped back a bit. Zuan slowly withdrew his finger, turned around, and stared at Luo Wuking and Do Yan. "It's your turn next." His mad and murderous words made the two of them turn pale, but Luo Wuking soon erupted in anger. "Zhu, you think killing a few Xianwang makes you great, but I am." Before he could finish, Zuan suddenly appeared in front of Luo Wuking and delivered a slap. Slap! A crisp sound resounded as Luo Wuking was sent flying under the horrified gaze. Zuan casually tapped his ear. "I know, a pseudo-half-step Xianzun. Impressive, huh?" Luo Wuking finally steadied himself after flying hundreds of feet, his face swollen and blood dripping from his mouth. Although these symptoms were rapidly disappearing, the humiliation made Luo Wuking's eyes bloodshot, trembling all over. You, what about me?" Zuan smiled faintly, but suddenly turned chilling, facing Luo Wuking. "Don't worry about how you got that pseudo-half-step Xianzun. Even if you are a genuine one, so what? Today, you will still die." With these words, Zuan vanished and reappeared simultaneously in front of Luo Wuking and Do Yan. Many gasped in shock as Zun prepared to single-handedly confront an Emperor's Peak and a pseudo-half-step Xianzun, top-tier powerhouses. This behavior was too insane. Even Juge Kang, who had always had the most confidence in Zuan, couldn't help but sigh softly. "Zuan, you are being too arrogant." Before he finished speaking, the situation in the field suddenly changed. The three combatants abruptly separated, with Luo Wuking staring palely at Zuan, his voice hoarse. "What's up with your strength? Why are you suddenly so powerful?" A streak of blood flowed down his forehead. Do Yan'an remained silent, catching his breath crazily, having clearly endured tremendous pressure just now. "Zhu," unsneered, "you thought teaming up with those outsiders could elevate your strength further. You are wrong. They only see you as probing dogs. Since you are dogs, they naturally wouldn't let you have too much power. So," Zuan looked at the pale Do Yan'an and Luo Wuking. "Don't you understand your own strength now? Impossible. The Lord himself clearly enhanced our strength. My pseudo-half-step Xianzun realm is genuine. You are lying to us." Luo Wuking yelled hysterically. Zuan mockingly replied, "Enhanced your strength. Devouring your luck and opportunities is how they enhanced it." Although Luo Wuking and Do Yan'an struggled vigorously, as Zuan said, they had already lost the heart of a strong person and had their luck consumed. In front of Zuan, they had no power to fight back at all. After just a few encounters, the two were pushed back by Zuan. This scene was also witnessed by Huya Yihan and others who arrived later. "Damn, is Elder Zhu so powerful? Facing off against two great strong people alone," Huya Yi exclaimed. However, Huya Huan shrugged indifferently. "It's simple. These two are already disabled. How could they be opponents of Zuan, who has experienced a rebirth and has come so far with a step-by-step approach?" At the same time, the world was boiling with the arrival of the crowd. "Ha ha! Countless strong people have gathered. Let's see how these two can still be arrogant." "Exactly. Elder Zhu is truly invincible. These two are about to be finished." The voices of discussions echoed one after another. However, only a few people remained calm, feeling that something was amiss. Because these defectors from the Outer Realms had put in so much effort, even using extremely powerful abilities to block the earth, yet they were easily defeated. And they kept mentioning a master. So why hasn't the mastermind shown up yet? Just then, Zuan lightly shouted, shattering Do Yan'an's hands and feet with his fierce sword intent, followed by countless thin threads of light binding him. In the blink of an eye, only Luo Wuking remained on the battlefield. When Luo Wuking saw this scene, he was terrified and dared not linger in battle, but turned and fled. He knew that if he didn't run now, it would truly be too late. But as soon as he turned around, he felt a burst of light in front of him, and then his hands and feet were chopped off simultaneously, and he was securely bound. Now, the two of them were like two silkworm cocoons trapped in light, only showing their heads with faces full of terror. At that moment, Zuan, still dressed in white without a stain of blood, walked up to the two. As he approached, the faces of the two turned pale. "Sir Zhu, you are indeed powerful, but I'm not afraid of death. Let's fight." Do Yan'an knew that pleading was no use, so he gathered his courage and spoke angrily, "Jew." Unchuckled, then slowly raised his hand and gently touched his head instead of crushing it. "What does this mean? Could it be that he won't kill me?" Do Yan'an felt a moment of joy. But at that moment, Zuan's next words plunged his heart into despair. "Don't you think that killing you like this would be letting you off too easily?" Do Yan'an trembled all over, opened his eyes blankly, not understanding Zuan's words. At the same time, Zuan turned towards Yan in the distance and smiled slightly. "Yanner, cover the eyes of the little ones." Yan didn't ask why, simply hugged the children and covered their eyes. This action puzzled many, not understanding Zuan's intentions. Only Huya, seeing this, grinned. It looks like Elder Zhu is really angry this time. These two guys are in for it. After doing all this, Zuan slowly turned to Luo Wuking and Do Yan'an with a slight smile. "Next is playtime. Hope you enjoy." This seemingly gentle smile, however, appeared devilish in the eyes of Do Yan'an and Luo Wuking, making them scream in horror. Zuan frowned slightly and made a gesture for silence. "Shh, keep it down, or I can't guarantee the game won't be longer." When he mentioned the word game, Zuan emphasized it. This made Do Yan'an and Luo Wuking shiver and immediately closed their mouths. But soon, Luo Wuking, trying to stay calm, said, What do you want to do? Zuan, if you have the guts, just kill me. What's with the abuse of punishment, yes? You claim to be righteous, why treat the both of us like this? Do Yanon echoed, Zu, and laughed. Abuse of punishment, claim to be righteous. You're mistaken. I'm just collecting a tiny bit of interest from your actions. As he spoke, Zuan's eyes shimmered. Luo Wuking and Do Yanon then screamed as their entire bodies were lifted up by the light and arranged in a row in the air. With a wave of his hand, Zuan's sword aura swept across their heads. In an instant, all their hair was shaved off cleanly. In the sunlight, the two bald heads stood out glaringly in the air. Everyone stared wide-eyed, not understanding what Zuan intended to do. Only Yue Qinghuan seemed to realize something, smiling faintly and commenting, leaving aside everything else, the technique of shaving their heads is quite high. At that moment, Zuan slowly walked up to Luo Wuking and Do Yanon's heads, overlooking them from above. Zuan, what are you trying to do? If you have the ability, give me a quick death. Do Yanon was on the verge of breaking down. As a powerful immortal emperor, he was being toyed with like a puppet by Zuan. The fear of being controlled made him almost go insane. Zuan smiled faintly and then reached out his hand leisurely, the sword aura swirling in his hand, transforming into a baseball bat. Be good, close your eyes. With that, Zuan raised his hand and struck down with the bat. Bang! After a loud thud, Do Yanon began to scream in agony. The bat had smashed into his head, flattening half of his brain, with brain matter and bone fragments flowing out with blood. Due to not causing fundamental harm, under the powerful cultivation of an immortal emperor, this seemingly horrifying injury was swiftly healing. But Zuan's hand did not pause, as he struck again, shattering the just-healed skull once more. The extreme pain made Do Yanon nearly faint, and witnessing this, Luo Wuking was in utter terror. No, before he could finish his sentence, Zuan's bat struck him in the face. With a cracking sound, Luo Wuking's eyes burst, his nose was smashed into his brain, and then another strike from Zu and landed on his mouth, causing all his teeth to fall out. At this moment, his head had been completely smashed, yet under the support of that powerful life force, these injuries that would have been enough to kill an ordinary person 10 times over were swiftly healing. And this process had repeated at least hundreds of times. This feeling of being brought from life to death and then resurrected completely shattered Luo Wuking. As for Do Yanon, at this moment, he could no longer even speak, only screaming miserably on the side. This miserable scream was like the howling of a madman, devoid of any trace of rationality, sending chills down one's spine. Zuan stopped the baseball bat he was waving, then bent down, approaching Luo Wuking, and said lightly, "What did you say? Please kill me." A look of infinite pleading appeared in Luo Wuking's eyes. Upon hearing this, Zuan chuckled. In his laughter, he slowly stood up and said lightly, "Kill you. How so? This game has just begun, and you already can't bear it. Zuan, don't go too far. I may be a powerhouse at the half-step immortal emperor level. Just give me a swift death. Give you a quick death. Hey, do you think I'm being cruel to you?" Luo Wuking dared not speak, but the expression in his eyes spoke volumes. At this moment, Zuan suddenly turned to look at the people present. "Do you also think the same?" No one spoke. The whole place was unusually silent. Zuan continued slowly, "I know many of you must think this way, but have you ever thought about the purpose of those who descended upon Earth? If I had arrived one step later, the whole world would have been destroyed by them, and you would all have become lost souls. So, do you still think these people deserve pity?" With these words from Zuan, the entire crowd, and even people worldwide, were shocked. Indeed, many people had felt uncomfortable before, thinking that Zuan's actions were overly cruel. But, following his logic, they immediately understood. At the same time, with a casual swing of his hand, Zuan directly smashed the nearly healed head of Luo Wuking once again. Luo Wuking let out a hysterical roar. "Zuan, you will not have a good end. Our master will tear you and the entire heavens apart." Zuan coldly smiled upon hearing this, then spoke softly, "I won't kill you, because I'm waiting for your master to step in. After all, even when fighting a dog, you have to consider the owner. But it seems like your master doesn't care much about you all." Luo Wuking's pupils instantly contracted, finally understanding Zuan's intentions. But this was simply too insane. Did he really want to confront their master? At that moment, a barely perceptible sigh suddenly resounded from the distant void. Though the voice was faint, it echoed throughout the entire world in an instant. Countless powerhouses felt their hearts skip a beat upon hearing the sigh. Yue King Huan looked up with a solemn expression, whispering, "Have you finally shown yourself?" Fox Wan and Li Jingxing flashed their figures and appeared next to Zuan. Fox Wan then said with a serious expression, "Zuan, neither I nor Elder Li, who guards the Pure Land Buddha Kingdom, sensed anything unusual. How did this guy get here?" Previously, upon sensing the danger to Earth, Zuan had immediately led the way here, but for the safety of the Pure Land Buddha Kingdom, he had left Li Jingxing and Fox Wan to guard it. However, the two of them were also concerned about the situation here, so they split up to follow him. But at this moment, neither Fox Wan nor Li Jingxing noticed anything unusual, which made them feel infinite shock. Could it be that besides the Bronze Gate, there was another way to enter from the heavens? Zuan, however, with a calm expression, said lightly, "Of course, you wouldn't have sensed anything unusual, because the one arriving now should only be a projection." Indeed. Just as Zuan finished speaking, a light chuckle came from the voice. "Interesting. Actually being able to see through my disguise, truly deserving of the existence that we all respect." With these words, a faint silhouette appeared above the sky. This silhouette showed no features, not even whether it contained a person inside. Yet, upon seeing this silhouette, Luo Wuking and Do Yinan were ecstatic. "Master, save me! Master, please save me!" Upon hearing these words, the whole world was shaken. What? This silhouette was the master behind Luo Wuking and Do Yinan? Meaning, he was the true manipulator behind the scenes. Only a peculiar light flashed in Zuan's eyes, as he quietly watched without speaking. At that moment, the silhouette snorted. "Useless things, cannot even complete such a small task. Still have the face to ask for my help, go and die." As the words fell, the heads of Luo Wuking and Do Yinan burst open, turning into a mist of blood. Their souls were shattered along with them. This meant that the half-step immortal emperor Luo Wuking and the peak immortal emperor Do Yinan were directly wiped out. Throughout the process, no one else felt the slightest threat. Such inexplicable methods made this silhouette even more unfathomable. Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Who told you to kill them?" "I just killed the two dogs I raised myself. Is there a problem with that?" The silhouette chuckled. "But now they are in my grasp. If you killed them directly, are you helping them find release, Zhu?" Unquestioned coldly. The silhouette fell silent. Many people silently sweated for Zuan, as he was now questioning an unknown and mysterious entity. No one knew what the consequences might be. At that moment, a laughter that revealed no emotions or intentions came from the silhouette. "Zuan, leaving aside your strength, you truly have great courage. By questioning me like this, aren't you afraid of provoking me and having me crush you and this small planet directly?" Zhu unshook his head. "I'm not afraid, because you can't do it at all." With that said, Zuan's figure flashed and instantly appeared before the silhouette. He reached out, trying to grab any trace of the silhouette. But all his efforts were in vain. When Zuan's fingers touched the silhouette, it rapidly disintegrated, and a cold laugh echoed in the void. Zuan stood in place, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Slowly, he raised his hand and lightly sniffed at the tip of his nose. Although the illusion just now shattered extremely fast, his fingers still touched a hint of its edge. So at this moment, a faint trace of energy still lingered on his fingers. Yet, this trace suddenly reminded Zuan of something. His eyes lit up as he turned to look at Yue King Huan standing behind the crowd. Yue King Huan shrugged slightly, then gave a smile that was not quite a smile and nodded. Zhu gazed deeply at Yue King Huan, then turned to speak to the crowd approaching him. "Get ready." "Ready for what?" Fox Knight asked in surprise. "To welcome a real battle." At the same time, in front of the bronze door in the Pure Land Buddha realm, Yuexi gazed at Yingle, who was still unconscious. A hint of sadness appeared on Yuexi's increasingly pale face. At this moment, Maitreya walked to his side, glanced at the golden light surrounding Yingle, and sighed with emotion. "Senior Yuexi, I never expected this little benefactor to have such profound wisdom roots. In such a short time, she has broken through several major realms and is now about to advance to the formless realm. If successful, it will truly be a remarkable cultivation speed unseen in history." Yuexi nodded in response, saying slowly, "She will definitely succeed." "Then why do you still look worried?" "Because ... I'm afraid I won't live to see that day," Yuexi said softly. Maitreya instantly understood something, sighed deeply, then turned to leave. However, at that moment, the previously calm bronze door suddenly radiated light. In an instant, the entire battlefield trembled. Li Jingxing and Foxhuan, who were left to guard, suddenly appeared in front of the bronze door, their faces serious as they watched the scene unfold. "Set up the formation," Li Jingxing immediately commanded. The crowd moved swiftly, and in an instant, a formation was set up. The two major sects of Jingmi also rushed forward. At the same time, within this bronze door, giant figures began to appear one after another. When they completely emerged in front of everyone, everyone couldn't help but be shocked and alarmed. The evil creatures that appeared this time were obviously much stronger than before, with even more in number, seemingly endless. "Attack!" Foxhuan shouted, revealing his nine-tailed fox form, as his tails turned into several defensive barriers in the air, trying to block the advance of these evil creatures. This was a move that had never failed him before. However, this time, it failed. The evil creatures, blocked by the first barrier, immediately changed course to the side, moving with precision as if being directed, and in the blink of an eye, the army of evil creatures rushed forward with such speed that it stirred up a fierce wind. Li Jingxing snorted coldly and slashed a sword towards the creatures. However, the sword light was completely swallowed up after extending several miles. Even Li Jingxing himself was taken aback by this, because he knew the power of his sword, and in the past, it could have extended for hundreds of miles. But facing the army of evil creatures this time, the sword only reached a few miles. The disparity was beyond belief. Just as he was astonished, a sword intent rapidly condensed above the army of evil creatures, then thunderously struck towards the group. How is this possible? Li Jingxing could hardly believe his eyes. The sword light coming back at him at that moment was his own sword intent. Yet he immediately countered with his own sword, but due to the sudden attack, the collision caused him to groan and take a step back. Foxhuan suddenly realized something, and shouted in a deep voice, "Nine-headed snake." With these words, a sinister laugh came from within the army of evil creatures. "That's right, it's me, Nine-tailed Fox, long time no see." As the voice fell, a man in a black coronation outfit slowly emerged in the sky above the army of evil creatures. It was the nine-headed snake that had fought Zuin before, but was ultimately heavily injured and retreated by Foxhuan. Seeing him, Foxhuan's expression became more serious because he found that the strength of this nine-headed snake now was countless times stronger than before. Especially the aura emanating from him was vast like the ocean, almost despair-inducing. Coupled with his almost unimaginable abilities, Foxhuan's heart sank to the bottom. The nine-headed snake turned its head, gazed menacingly at Li Jingxing, and said with a sinister smile, "So you're the one who swung a sword at me just now?" Li Jingxing didn't respond, but took a step forward and slashed his sword again. "Lo Li, don't!" Foxhuan exclaimed in shock, trying to stop him. But it was too late. Boom! Like a river pouring upside down, Li Jingxing's sword came down toward the nine-headed snake. As it passed through, the space cracked subtly. However, the nine-headed snake remained still, laughing weirdly. "How foolish! Don't you know that after experiencing any technique once from you, I become immune to it?" As the words faded, the sword light was already nearing its target, but at the moment of contact with the nine-headed snake, the once powerful attack dissipated silently. Li Jingxing groaned, clearly slightly injured. It was at this moment that the nine-headed snake smirked and took a step forward, saying, "Since you like to use your sword so much, I'll let you die by your own hand." Boom! The vanished swordlight instantly condensed in the hands of the nine-headed snake and then slashed down towards Li Jingxing, even more powerful than the sword Li Jingxing had previously unleashed. Not only that, an extremely chilling aura suddenly descended on Li Jingxing, slowing his movements just slightly. In that moment, the sword light was already upon him. Even Foxhuan, who was closest, was too late to react. However, at that moment, an extremely bright sword light suddenly flew in from the side, shattering the sword light coming from the nine-headed snake. The violent sword aura even caused the nine-headed snake to retreat half a step. Li Jingxing also trembled, turning to look, and saw a white figure flying in. It was none other than Zuan. His appearance caused a stir in the entire field. As the nine-headed snake saw him, it grew even more furious. "Zuan, we meet again." Then they saw the nine-headed snake being shaken back 3 steps, looking at Zuan in shock. "How is this possible? You've already achieved the immortal emperor realm?" Zuan slowly lowered his fist and calmly said, surprised. A sinister look appeared in the eyes of the nine-headed snake. "So what if you're an immortal emperor? You still have to die today." With that, the snake lunged forward again. Same fist, same imposing manner. But Zuan did not respond with the same moves, because he knew very well that once a move was used, it would be ineffective against the nine-headed snake. So when faced with the snake's punch, Zuan directly struck with his sword. Boom! The radiant sword clashed with the nine-headed snake. The snake grunted, then was shaken back once again. 2 consecutive defeats made it furious. "Zuan, I want to see how many moves you have left." With that, he charged forward again in a fit of rage. Zuan shrugged slightly. "All right, let's see what you've got." Next, talismans flew, and golden light shimmered. Dozens of encounters later, Zuan never repeated the same response, instead continuously striking the snake, causing it to scream and retreat constantly. Finally, after Zuan's Buddha's handprint attack made the snake bleed from the mouth and nose, he roared, "Enough! How long do you plan to watch? Have you all forgotten the master's orders?" With his roar, a sinister laughter emanated from the bronze gate. "Nine-headed snake, don't falsely accuse us. We weren't just watching from the sidelines. After all, you promised to take care of them all by yourself, so we didn't dare interfere." "Indeed," a seductive female voice added. "How could we go against the great nine-headed snake's words? Otherwise, if we end up like that foolish centipede girl, killed by someone, it would be unjust, wouldn't it?" "Well said." Accompanied by these sarcastic remarks, the brilliance within the bronze gate intensified, and numerous grotesque figures emerged from within. These figures were all tall and eerie, exuding a terrifying aura. But the leaders were humanoid monsters, resembling humans in appearance, but exuding a malevolent air in their power and eyes. Their appearance made the atmosphere on the battlefield even more tense. Even the powerful beings who had originally guarded the earth couldn't ease this pressure. Zhuge Zhang's expression was extremely serious. "These are the true extraterrestrial monsters. Those before were just cannon fodder to deplete our strength. Yes. So the real battle is yet to come." Tiaji also spoke gravely. "What? Are you afraid, old Tiaji?" Yi Hanshang glanced at Tiaji. "Humph, when did I, Tiaji, ever show fear? Hey, good for you then." With that, Yi Hanshang turned to the evil creatures shrouded in the rising demonic aura, whispering in a voice only he could hear, "Sister, after this battle, I wonder if we'll have a chance to meet again." Before he arrived, he had entrusted all the affairs of the ghost realm and alchemical hell to his sister, Wei Qingxiao. Because at that time, he had a premonition that this battle might lead to great devastation, and even as an immortal king, he might not return. And he wasn't alone. At this moment, many people had already resolved to put life and death aside. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Zuan remained calm, staring coldly at the evil creatures before him. "Is this all you've got? Anyone else?" This question stirred the evil creatures. Among them, a seductive-looking woman gazed greedily at Zuan, then licked her lips. "What? Aren't we enough? Or are you just that confident in yourself?" Zuan gave a cold smile, drew his heaven's retribution sword, pointed it towards the ground, and said lightly, "Stop the nonsense, come at me together." This attitude instantly angered many of the evil creatures. Hey, do you think enduring the nine-headed snake makes you someone special? You're too arrogant." But the woman's eyes revealed a different look. TSK, truly worthy of the one who severely injured the nine-headed snake. Quite interesting. I bet you taste good too. Her voice was seductive, but conveyed a sense of inexplicable restlessness. Upon hearing this, the snake's expression turned extremely ugly. "Silent enchantress, don't flirt at a time like this. Finish him off, understand? Heh, done. How to deal is not up to you. Mind your own business." "You." Just as the snake was about to explode, the enchantress's figure flashed, silently appearing in front of Zuan. "Young man, come, put down your sword. Let sister take you to paradise, shall we?" Her seductiveness reached its peak, tempting many with weaker willpower into a boundless desire. But Zuan remained unmoved, sneering. "Paradise? Let me send you to paradise instead." With these words, he thrust his heaven's retribution sword. A plain and unremarkable strike, devoid of any brilliance, but filled with an overwhelming force. At least the enchantress didn't dare to easily catch its edge, dodging to Zuan's side and saying with a grievous tone, "Woo-woo, young man. Why are you so ruthless to this lady?" Without a word, Zuan flicked his wrist, thrusting the sword at her side. Bang! The heaven's retribution sword passed through the woman's body, but the next moment, she transformed into a cloud of smoke. A giggling voice followed from the smoke. "Young man, since you're so unappreciative and even ignore me, I'll make sure you won't see anything else again." With that, a finger emerged from the smoke and lightly tapped in a certain spot in the void. Vision stripped. In an instant, Zuan felt his vision darken, unable to see anything anymore. In the midst of the smoke, the furious voice of the lonely female demon could be heard. In fact, the Hydra and many other evil creatures had already started their move. Just as Zuan was entangled in a battle with this lonely female demon and had his vision taken away, everyone on the battlefield felt something was amiss, and the Foxy and Chu Wuxiong rushed over immediately. But just as they made a move, a creepy old man with a rat-like beard and a sinister face blocked their path. He showed a mouthful of large yellow teeth and chuckled. "Don't rush, your opponent is me. Get out of the way." Chu Wuxiong punched without hesitation. Bang! This punch was powerful enough to shatter a mountain peak, but it suddenly stopped in front of the old man. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in the old man's eyes, and Chu Wuxiong suddenly felt his entire arm go numb. He looked down and was shocked to see a strange gray color spreading rapidly from his fist, turning his skin and flesh into stone wherever it passed. This bizarre sight stunned him, but Chu Wuxiong's reaction was quick. He lifted up his other hand without hesitation and chopped at his shoulder. With a crack, the arm broke off completely. As the arm severed, the gray light had already spread to the base. With a clang, the arm fell to the ground, shattered into rubble. Many people couldn't help but gasp in shock because this ability was unbelievable. In just one encounter, Chu Wuxiong, who had the cultivation of an immortal king, had to sever his arm to save himself. The old man let out a strange laugh. "Your reaction is quite fast. I hope your next reaction will be just as quick." With that, he pounced towards Chu Wuxiong like a ghost. Chu Wuxiong, holding his severed arm, quickly retreated while Foxy rushed over. "Old man, see the skill of this fox lord." With that, he aimed his foxtail directly at the old man's back. But the old man didn't even turn his head. The hair on the back of his head suddenly split to the sides, revealing an extraordinary face, giving a slight smile to Foxy. The gray light immediately began to spread from the tip of the foxtail. Foxy was startled, and the hair at the end of his tail fell off instantly, barely avoiding the attack. And this was just the tip of the iceberg on the battlefield. Although most of the enemies they faced were just ordinary evil creatures without such unimaginable abilities, this battle still brought an extraordinary pressure to everyone. The reason was simple: the evil creatures this time were incredibly powerful. Combined with the fact that all the top-tier experts were being held back by the Hydra and other powerful evil creatures, the situation on the battlefield became extremely precarious. The most obvious sign was the sudden increase in casualties. While there had been casualties before, they were generally limited and controllable. But this time, people were finally experiencing what it meant for blood to rain like showers and for lives to be as insignificant as weeds. The evil creatures were harvesting the lives of many powerful individuals as if harvesting grass. Practitioners below the Great Luo level had become cannon fodder at this moment. Even Great Luo practitioners could only barely protect themselves. Even Zuan was trapped in the chaos. This brutal scene shocked all the spectators. On Earth, everyone put down what they were doing and stared blankly at the screen. Many were unknowingly in tears. "Mom, what are these uncles doing?" a naive and innocent child asked softly. "They are protecting us," a young mother choked up. Just then, after Li Jingxing shattered a giant evil creature, he shouted, "All experts below the Great Luo level, retreat immediately." But no one responded. People were still fighting to the death. "Did you hear me? This is an order," Li Jingxing shouted urgently. But still, no one responded. Not only that, Li Jingxing watched as a young sword practitioner ignited all his sword intent and resolutely rushed into the midst of the evil creatures, then detonated himself. Boom! After a muffled sound, several evil creatures fell, but the sword practitioner fell along with them. Why are you so foolish? Retreat now! Li Jingxing had never been so agitated, his voice trembling. Don't bother persuading, no one will retreat. A voice came from beside him. Li Jingxing turned to see that Yueisha had appeared next to him at some point. But this time, Yueisha had lost his former elegance, and his monk's robe was stained with blood. The golden wheel behind his head was completely shattered, with only a faint golden light remaining in his eyes. Master Yueisha, help me, take me to that corner over there. Li Jingxing understood, nodded deeply, then waved his hand, sending a sword light carrying Yueisha across most of the battlefield to a corner. At this moment, in that corner, a golden light was still shining. It was Yinger in meditation. The evil creatures seemed to be extremely afraid of this golden light, and all avoided this corner. When Yueisha landed, he could no longer stand. He struggled to crawl in front of Yinger and looked at her, who was surrounded by a radiant golden light, with a slight smile on his face. Yinger, I'm leaving. He reached out to touch Yinger's face, but stopped midway. Instead, he slowly folded his hands together and softly chanted, Namo Amitabha, Yinger, I send you on your final journey. With that, a dazzling golden light emerged from Yueisha's body and turned into a huge Buddha seal, imprinting on Yinger. Far away, as Yueji sensed something, he turned around abruptly and saw the scene, letting out a hoarse cry. In the endless golden light, Yueisha smiled in relief and nodded at Yueji. Then his body disintegrated and disappeared completely. Tears of blood flowed from Yueji's eyes. But at that moment, the golden light on Yinger became even brighter and more intense, and a golden lotus appeared beneath her, faintly echoing with a Buddhist chant. The Buddha cultivators were first stunned, but then rejoiced together, while no one noticed the large tear that slowly slid down Yinger's face as she was about to achieve enlightenment. Another bodhisattva is about to descend. Aoi sighed from afar and joined the battle once again. At that moment, she, with her dragon body covered in wounds, suddenly saw Foxy appear beside her and bluntly said, You go down and rest first, I'll take over. With that, she replaced him. Aoi was stunned and then smiled brightly. No need, your strength is not even close to mine. Nonsense, I am the Fox King. Despite his boasting, Foxy was knocked away by an evil creature the next second. How about that? Are you okay? Aoi shattered the evil creature with a single breath and asked with concern. Pa, I'm fine. Damn, why are these evil creatures getting stronger and stronger? I wonder how old Zhu is doing. Foxy grumbled dispiritedly. Do you ever feel despair? This is the situation Zuan is facing right now. Despite his eyes showing no abnormalities, he cannot see any images. Not only that, he can't see anything with his mind's eye either. It's as if the part of his brain responsible for processing images has completely disappeared, leaving only darkness. Faced with this situation, most people would collapse immediately. Because 90% of information that people receive comes from visual sources. Suddenly having vision taken away can be enough to break anyone. But Zuan remains terrifyingly calm. Even though he can't see anything, he does not panic at all. Instead, he holds the Tianju sword and silently listens to everything around him. Suddenly, the sword in his hand stabs out at an extremely bizarre angle. Thud! After a muffled sound, the silent female devil lets out a muffled groan, clearly wounded by the sword. But soon, those sounds disappear. Then, the voice of the silent female devil echoes in Zuan's ear. Zuan, you are indeed powerful, even able to injure me despite being deprived of sight, but do you think that's enough? But as soon as she finished speaking, Zuan's sword stabs out again. This time, he aims at his own throat. It looks like he is about to commit suicide, but in an instant, the sword edge grazes his throat and then pierces the silent female devil. This time, the silent female devil cannot help but become extremely angry. Zuan, this is what you asked for. Auditory sense deprived. Boom! With a very short muffled sound, a sudden silence fills Zuan's ears. This silence is different from just being quiet. It is a complete silence where even the slightest sound disappears, even the sound of blood flowing in his ears. Following along with the crowd to the battlefield, Yue King Huan, who had been lurking in a corner, could not help but raise her eyebrows slightly at the sight. Sight and hearing? Has this silent female devil actually developed dual senses? Of course, only she can see all this. Others only see Zhu standing silently in the battlefield, surrounded by emptiness within hundreds of feet, as if facing some existence. Although they cannot see, people are well aware that this battle is definitely extremely dangerous, or else Zhu would not be indifferent to everything happening around him. Mr. Zhu, you must do your best. Numerous people silently pray in their hearts. Just then, a mist suddenly appears in front of Zhu, revealing a seductive face on it. It's the silent female devil. At this moment, her face looks slightly pale. After all, she has been injured by Zhu several times. Although she dodged quickly, it depleted a lot of her energy. But upon seeing Zhu standing in the distance with his sword, the silent female devil's face shows a hint of a smirk. Then she loudly says, Zhu, you are so powerful, right? Now I have deprived you of your sight and hearing. Let's see how capable you still are. These words shocked the entire audience, even the world. What? Sight and hearing have been deprived. No wonder Mr. Zhu has been standing still all this time. Does this mean Mr. Zhu is at a disadvantage now? At this thought, many people's hearts race. Because at this critical moment, if sight and hearing are lost, how can this battle continue? Indeed, faced with the silent female devil's threats, Zhu remains motionless, as if he were a statue. Seeing this, the crowd tenses up instantly. But the nine-headed snake is overjoyed and immediately shouts, What are you standing there for? Quickly kill him while you can. The silent female devil turns her head coldly towards him, then says indifferently, Nine-headed snake, are you giving me orders? The nine-headed snake immediately shrinks back and dare not speak. After all, he and the silent female devil are equals, and in some aspects, the silent female devil's strength surpasses his. In this situation, naturally, he dare not be arrogant. Seeing this, the silent female devil sneers a few times, then turns to look at Zhu, sighing, Such a good-looking appearance, what a pity. With that, she turns back into mist and rushes towards Zhu. Dad, be careful. Xiang and Nian see this scene through the lens and can't help but shout in surprise. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Yan, Tang Zhuaner, and others rush towards them without hesitation. But with their strength, they can only stay on the outskirts of the battlefield. Breaking into the center is not easy. In an instant, dozens of evil creatures block their path. Brother An. Hu Ying screams in horror, then shouts at her brother, Hu Yi, say brother and quickly. Hu Yi can only smile bitterly, because at this moment, he, together with Chu Wuxiang and Tiejiana, are barely controlling these creatures that can turn people into stones. How can they go and save Zhu? Meanwhile, the mist has already reached Zhu. In a split second, everyone's hearts are in their throats. But before the silent female devil can do anything, Zhu suddenly raises his hand and extends it forward. At that moment, the silent female devil also reveals her figure and rushes forward. The two actions coincide, and she is like a gift, willingly entering Zhu's outstretched hand. In a moment of brilliance and perfection, Zhu grasps the silent female devil's neck and lifts her into the air. The whole place falls into dead silence, but a few breaths later, it erupts into enthusiastic cheers. Many are moved to tears. Mr. Zhu is amazing. Mr. Zhu is invincible. Even Yue Qinghuan shows a faint smile on her face. Indeed, he deserves to be the one I believed in, still so sharp even after losing his dual senses. Meanwhile, the silent female devil is firmly gripped in Zhu's hand, fear evident on her face. This, before she can finish her sentence, Zhu suddenly tightens his grip. Plunge! With a tremendous force, he crushes the silent female devil's neck, and along with it, the mist dissipates. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. In any case, this terrifying she-devil is finally dead. No matter how powerful the ability, once the spellcaster dies, it all vanishes. But at this moment, Yue Qinghuan suddenly senses something, and her eyes widen in shock. What's going on? Could it be? It seems as if to confirm her guess, even after killing the silent female devil, Zhu's dual senses still haven't returned. Not only that, a mist suddenly appears in the nearby void. Seeing this, the nine-headed snake glares with intense jealousy. But the glow fades quickly, and he returns to normal. After experiencing a rebirth, not only did she recover from her injuries, but her aura also advanced. And when her figure completely appeared in front of everyone, she pointed at Zhu with one finger. By my command, touch, peel off, smell, peel off. Taste, peel off. In an instant, Xuan's 5 senses were all peeled off, becoming an isolated island completely disconnected from the outside world. Yue King Huan's expression finally changed, whispering in shock, a sensory female demon. She actually cultivated her senses into a silent female demon. The entire scene was in an uproar after a brief silence. It's over now. Even if Mr. Zhu is powerful, he cannot fight after losing his 5 senses, right? Someone despairingly said. This female demon's ability is simply outrageous to the extreme. Not only can she strip people of their senses, but she can also infinitely regenerate. Is this the true power of evil beings? Just as the entire audience was restless and uneasy, Li Jingxing suddenly shouted, "Everyone, prepare for the final battle." With these words, the entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. Because everyone knew that at this point, the battle was no longer just about life and death. Once the defense line was breached, the earth behind them, the Sword Palace stellar region, and even the entire heavens would be overturned. By then, the blood of countless beings would dye the entire void red. So at this moment, everyone had no way back. Because behind them was their home. Resolute and radiant lights continued to shine among the crowd, as numerous cultivators unleashed their final powers. This tragic scene spread throughout the entire earth, infecting countless people. Some even burst into tears. However, the demons laughed mockingly at the scene. Interesting. Truly interesting. These ants hiding in their little puddles are actually trying to appear strong with their mental powers. This behavior is extremely childish and ridiculous. After all, what's the use of mental power if strength is needed? A demon with no facial features on its head, but instead tentacle-like appendages chuckled. My favorite thing is devouring these self-indulgent fellows alive. The look on their faces, although in extreme pain, they dare not scream out. It excites me to the point of ecstasy. Another demon covered in eerie eyes shuddered anxiously. Enough talk, kill them all, then dominate the entire heavens. The 9-headed snake roared, and the entire demonic army once again rolled forward thunderously. Li Jingxing calmly watched the approaching demonic army, then took a deep breath and slowly said, "Gentlemen, we have no way back now. The only plan we have is to fight to the death, showing our true sword cultivator nature. So let us handle this first battle." With that, Li Jingxing took a step forward. "All sword cultivators, follow my command." With these words, all the sword cultivators on the scene shouted in unison, "Yes," their voices echoing like thunder, spreading throughout the entire battlefield in an instant. Li Jingxing slowly drew out his long unused sword, pointing its tip straight ahead, his eyes cold as ice as he shouted, "Draw swords." Boom! With that command, a dazzling burst of sword light erupted from the crowd. Elder Shujian Knight Uncommon draws his sword. Knight Uncommon raised his head proudly and walked out of the crowd, coming to stand behind Li Jingxing. Wine swordsman Ling Huju draws his sword. Ling Huju downed the last sip of wine, then raised his head with a big smile and also stood behind Li Jingxing. Independent cultivator Qiu Yi draws her sword. Qiu Yi, with only 60% of her injuries healed, walked out of the crowd with a pale face. With each step she took, the sword energy behind her grew more intense, her eyes glowing fiercely. It was a glimmer of burning life. 3 swordsman Xingjian Zai draws his sword. Xingjian Zai, a senior disciple of the Sword Palace, had 3 swords floating above his head as he stepped forward boldly. In an instant, the sword light was like a dragon, and the shouts were continuous. Domlight Mountain Ding Xiao Chen draws his sword. 3 Gujan Pai Gu Bugu draws his sword. Elder Shujian's grandson, Knight Skyming, draws his sword. No one backed down. All the sword cultivators stood proud, bursting forth with their strongest sword intent of their lives. At the same time, in the crowd, Dao Zhuhong suddenly appeared beside Fan Mengshu. "Fan, Miss Fan." Fan Mengshu turned to him. Dao Zhuhong smiled shyly. "You don't call me Wang An, right?" Fan Mengshu nodded. "I am." But before she could finish her sentence, Dao Zhuhong interrupted. "There's no need to tell me, I understand." At this, he suddenly seemed a bit embarrassed and smiled. "Before I leave, can I ask you for one thing?" The 2 words before leaving shook Fan Mengshu to the core, and she nodded solemnly. "Please go ahead." "Can you call me Zhuhong?" This request left Fan Mengshu stunned, but she quickly realized and was about to speak. It was at that moment when Dao Juhong suddenly smirked self-deprecatingly. Just forget it. Then he looked at Fan Mengshu intently and whispered, "Goodbye." With that, he turned around and shouted, "Juhong Sword Sect's Junior Sect Master Dao Juhong draws his sword." With his words, there were a few laughs among the sword cultivators. "Old Dao, I thought you were afraid and backing down." "That's right. I thought you had peed yourself out of fear." Dao Juhong laughed heartily. "Get lost. Old Dao, as a sword cultivator, fear neither life nor death." With that, he unleashed all of his sword intent and flew towards the camp of sword cultivators. Watching his retreating figure, Fan Mengshu suddenly felt at a loss. It was like watching a good friend stepping towards death, powerless to intervene. And at that moment, the demonic army had already charged close. Li Jingxing roared, "Slash!" All the sword cultivators shouted in unison, "Slash!" Boom! Countless sword lights converged into a torrent, rushing forth in a resolute manner. Dong! The two clashed in an instant. The sound of demons being torn apart, accompanied by the falling sword light, mixed into a hellish war song. Whether present or absent, everyone was completely shaken by this immensely tragic scene. Sword cultivators, although knowing they were doomed, charged forward bravely. With just one sword strike, they were often reduced to dust by the demons. However, their sword intent remained as bright as a rainbow, their resolve fierce as fire. It was the brightest moment of their lives, a dazzling light thrusting into the darkness, truly moving. Watching these sword cultivators gallantly facing death, countless people found tears streaming down their faces. Fan Mengshu covered her mouth with her hand, tears flowing uncontrollably, because she finally understood what Dao Juhong meant by the last goodbye. Just then, Huan sighed lightly and said, "Since Elderly has taken action, it's our turn next." With that, the usually lazy Huan's face suddenly became extremely solemn, exuding the supreme power of an immortal emperor. "Where are the Chengku Fox clan and all the demons?" "Here." Fox Knight was the first to respond. "Dragon Clan Aoqing is here. Aoyi is here. Bluebird Arao is here. Fox Ying is here." In an instant, the resounding voices echoed like a thunderous roar throughout the sky. In a split second, the originally overwhelming swordsmen were left with barely half their numbers. Even the formidable Li Jingxing was now covered in multiple wounds, with the most severe one nearly shattering half of his body. Despite this, he showed no sign of retreat and instead roared, "Strike again!" Boom! The swordsmen ignited their remaining strength, gathering into a magnificent sword light that struck towards the evil creature ahead. However, at that moment, the figure of the nine-headed snake suddenly appeared in front of the evil creatures, chuckling strangely. "It's truly touching, but what use does it have?" With that, he actively stepped forward, blocking the path of the sword light. Following the rule of immunity to any second attack, wherever his body passed, the sword light quickly dissipated like snow. But just then, several large foxtails suddenly appeared around him, swiftly coiling around him. The nine-headed snake found himself trapped, yet he remained undaunted, sneering. "Huan, are you in such a hurry to die?" With a shake of his body, the immense force aimed to break free from the entwining foxtails. But at that moment, a stern shout rang out, "Reverse the cycle of life!" As the words fell, countless branches extended from the void, completely engulfing the nine-headed snake. The nine-headed snake let out a deafening roar, "The Tree of Three Lives! How can it be here?" Meanwhile, the vast army of demons surged forward and took over from the swordsmen. In front of Li Jingxing, the figure of Huan gradually emerged with a cold smile. "Of course, I dug it up beforehand." With a wave of his hand, a towering tree descended onto the battlefield. It was the sacred object of the Green Hill Fox Country, the Tree of Three Lives. The nine-headed snake was infuriated. He had been wounded by this tree before, and almost perished. Now, encountering it here again was unexpected. Due to the special nature of the Tree of Three Lives, he was unable to completely defend against its attacks. For a moment, he found himself trapped by the tree. Seeing this, Huan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been worried about how to deal with this nine-headed snake, and now, it seemed his efforts had not been in vain. As long as he could trap the nine-headed snake, the other evil creatures would be easier to handle. Li Jingxing was also astonished by the situation. "Huan, when did you dig up the Tree of Three Lives?" Huan smirked, "I had it ready long before I came." How about that? Impressive, right? Hu Wan boasted as usual, but this time Li Jingxing didn't retort. Instead, he nodded seriously. Impressive. Ha, getting you to admit that I'm impressive isn't easy. Old Li, you can step back now. Leave the rest to us. With these words, Hu Wan stepped forward and shouted, Demons, obey my command. Yes. Hu Wan proudly pointed ahead. Drive these damn evil creatures back to their grandmas. A deafening response echoed as countless diverse lights poured down like rain towards the army of evil beings. Unlike the disciplined and organized attacks of the swordsmen earlier, the demons led by Hu Wan came from various races and each used their unique methods. Hu Wan did not impose strict requirements on how the demons attacked, but allowed them to freely unleash their powers. Surprisingly, this method proved effective. With the light sweeping through, numerous evil creatures were swiftly eliminated before they could react. In an instant, after a wave of attacks, most of the evil army in front had been obliterated. Witnessing this scene, cheers erupted on the battlefield and across the entire land, as if glimpsing the dawn of victory. However, before the cheers could fade, a burst of light emanated from the bronze gate, and countless evil beings poured out from within. In an instant, their numbers were more than tenfold compared to before. Everyone was stunned by this sudden increase. Hu Wan, who was previously pleased with himself, exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this ever going to end?" It was at this moment that the Tree of Three Lives began to wither, followed by the shattering of its branches. The nine-headed snake emerged, roaring hysterically, "Kill! Kill them all! Leave none alive!" The army of evil creatures surged forward once again. Hu Wan's face turned serious, and Li Jingxing approached him. "What's the plan?" "Obviously, we fight." Li Jingxing fell silent for a moment, then said, "I will hold the line here. You can retreat now." Hu Wan glanced at Li Jingxing and chuckled, "You want me to be a deserter?" "No." Li Jingxing shook his head. "I just want to preserve some strength for the heavens." "All right, if this place falls, the entire heavens will be in jeopardy." "What's the use of preserving strength then?" Hu Wan shook his head and sighed. "Damn it, didn't expect that I, the nine-tailed fox, would meet my end here today." Li Jingxing smiled faintly, about to say something comforting, but Hu Wan's next words nearly made him spit blood. "The key is, at least others have a beloved by their side before death, but I'm stuck with a man, so regretful." Li Jingxing felt his eyelid twitch, sternly commanding, "Enough talk, let's fight." With that, he charged forward once more. Hu Wan watched his retreating figure, a rare touch of sadness crossing his usually nonchalant expression. "Old Li, if we meet again in the next life, it would be fate." This time, there was no distinction between swordsmen and demons because of the overwhelming number of evil entities, making it daunting. All the individuals stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a defensive line. Witnessing this, everyone fell silent. At that moment, the heavily wounded Zhuge Zhang, Yi Hanshang, Chu Wuxiang, and Tiaji Na exchanged glances, then smiled confidently. Zhuge Zhang softly said, "The swordsmen have gone up, the demons have followed suit. Now it's our turn. I don't care, everything at home has been settled, dying is just dying." Yi Hanshang chuckled. Chu Wuxiang grinned foolishly, scratching his head, paying no mind to the massive wound on his chest where his heart could be seen. Tiaji Na pondered for a moment, then said softly, "What about Miss Yan?" Zhuge Zhang looked towards Yan in the distance and calmly said, "Tiaji Na, have your disciple take Miss Yan and leave the battlefield immediately." "Will she agree to it?" Tiaji Na hesitated. Zhuge Zhang took a deep breath and said slowly, "If she doesn't agree, then take her away by force." Tiaji Na nodded and immediately contacted Fan Mengshu nearby. Fan Mengshu was taken aback, but quickly nodded and left. Moments later, a shout came from Yan's direction, only to see them silently gathered behind Zhuge Zhang and others. Zhuge Zhang said lightly, "Things have come to this. We have nothing more to say. If anyone wants to retreat, you can leave now. The rest, follow me." With that, he leapt up. The remaining people did not retreat, all flying into the sky one after another. It seemed that Zhuge Zhang noticed this scene, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his mouth. It seems that the human race is not cowardly. Boom! Their joining made the battle even more intense. But even ordinary people could see that the situation on the battlefield was inexorably heading towards failure, because these evil creatures were almost endless in number. Moreover, Many high-level evil creatures with strange abilities were mixed in. The atmosphere on Earth became extremely oppressive. Thinking and Nyan had already cried their eyes red, wanting to go to the battlefield to find their father and mother several times, but they were stopped by the tearful fat ant. At this moment, Fan Mengshu returned with Yan and placed her on a chair at Lao's restaurant. Mother! The two little girls rushed up, only to find that Yan could not move at all at this moment, unable to even speak. What did you do to our mother? Thinking angrily asked. Fan Mengshu whispered, Don't worry, I just temporarily restrained her. In 3 hours, the seal will automatically be lifted. With that, she smiled wryly at the fat ant. Auntie, please take Sister Yan and the two little girls and leave here quickly, the sooner the better. Then she took out a jade pendant. This thing can help you hide your aura. It should help you avoid the search of evil creatures when the time comes. After that, Fan Mengshu stood up and flew back to the battlefield. And after she left, Yan, who was sitting on the chair, shed a tear of blood from the corner of her eye. The fat ant held the jade pendant, originally sobbing, but now showing a determined look. Suddenly, she took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen, put it in a bag, then carried Yan on her back and led the two little girls. Let's go! Meanwhile, in the capital, the Grand Marshal Zhengyu pressed a button. Boom! In an instant, the Land of God's continent, as well as certain military bases and mountains and rivers, began to reveal the shapes of giant missiles. They were specially made nuclear missiles. If the defense line was breached and the evil creatures invaded, it would be Earth's final deterrent. After doing all this, the Grand Marshal suddenly aged a lot, almost stumbling to the ground. General! The staff beside him immediately rushed forward to assist. The Grand Marshal gently waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, then said softly, Open the arsenal, distribute weapons to the people, and notify all troops to prepare for the final battle. The staff's eyes turned red, then nodded, yes. As the entire Earth was preparing for the final battle, the most brutal scene since the start of the war appeared on the battlefield. Maitreya and Yueji led the Buddhist monks to sit at the forefront of the battlefield in a row. Each person had a brilliant halo behind their heads, connecting these golden lights together to form a golden wall. As the evil creatures attacked, these golden lights remained unmoved, giving everyone a rare breather. But everyone was somewhat silent because everyone knew what the actions of these monks at this moment meant. Are these monks crazy? Foxwan said with a pale face. You don't understand. This is their faith, Li Jinxing said calmly. Just then, the nine-headed snake that had already revealed its true form attacked the golden light. Boom! After a loud noise, the originally unmoving golden wall finally showed a crack. Quick, retreat! Foxwan couldn't help but shout. But the Buddhist monks, who were trembling from the impact, seemed as if they didn't hear, standing up one by one and charging forward. A Buddhist monk with a shimmering golden glow all over finally rushed to the front of the nine-headed snake. The nine-headed snake sneered, I hate bald asses the most, die for me. As he spoke, a snake tail struck out. But before his attack reached halfway, the golden light on the monk's body suddenly began to grow rapidly and exploded in an instant. Self-destructing golden body. Someone exclaimed. The power of this explosion was so great that it shattered half of the snake's head. The nine-headed snake couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Ah, how dare you hurt this master, all of you die. But at that moment, a shocking scene that shook everyone occurred. One by one, Buddhist monks rushed to the nine-headed snake and self-destructed one after another. Watching those bursts of golden light, exploding like fireworks, even the most stone-hearted person would be moved. Everyone felt their blood boil, and Foxwan even roared, Everyone, follow me for the final strike. Countless strong individuals gathered together, preparing for this final charge. Foxy whispered to Aruo beside him, Aruo, yes, stand behind me later. Even in death, I will pave the way for you first. Aruo's eyes showed all kinds of tenderness, yes. But just then, a seal suddenly appeared on Aruo and quickly carried her away from the battlefield. This unexpected scene startled Foxy. What's going on? Who did this? At that moment, Aoyi suddenly appeared in front of him with a face as cold as water. It was me. What do you mean? Foxy roared. But then, Aoyi suddenly grabbed his shirt and brought his face close, staring into Foxy's eyes. You bastard, don't you know that Aruo is carrying your child? What? Foxy was shaken to the core, disbelief showing in his eyes. Foxy, do you know that I hate you so much? I even wish for your death, but I don't want Aruo's child to grow up without a father. So, you get lost. With that, Aoyi suddenly opened her mouth and spit out a Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball shone brightly. It was her life Dragon Ball. As soon as the Dragon Ball came out, it flew directly into Foxy's mouth, sealing off any words he wanted to say. Then, like throwing merchandise, Aoyi lifted him up and threw him forcefully in the direction Aruo was flying. Foxy's heart screamed crazily as he tried to catch a glimpse of Aoyi. However, the Dragon Ball contained all of Aoyi's power, and he couldn't break free. Foxy had never hated his own weak strength so much. But it was too late. He turned into a stream of light and was thrown straight out of the battlefield. Aoyi stood still, watching Foxy go farther away, tears falling steadily from her eyes. However, she quickly wiped away the tears and said calmly, "Bay River." The lively and bustling streets are now eerily quiet. Many people watched the live battlefield images on the big screen in silence, with faint sobbing sounds heard. But on more faces, there is complete despair. It is as if a condemned prisoner is waiting for the moment of the end. At this moment, Aunt Pang carries in Yan, who cannot move, and leads the two little girls, Xiong and Nyan, quickly through the streets. Aunt Pang's talent is not outstanding, but after experiencing this long period of time, coupled with Uncle Z's dietary supplements, she now has the strength of a half-step true immortal. Of course, this level of strength is useless on Earth. But for her, it is already enough. At least she can still carry one person on her back and lead to children while moving at a fast pace. The pedestrians on the street have no reaction to this scene, because everyone understands that no matter where you escape to now, you cannot escape the final fate. In this situation, it is better to preserve strength and wait for the invasion of evil creatures to rise up for a final strike. Soon, Aunt Pang ran out of the downtown area of Bay River, and it seemed that turning the corner of a street would lead them to the outskirts. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front, blocking their way. "Aunt Yue!" The two little girls exclaimed. Aunt Pang hurriedly stopped and then placed the two little girls behind her, staring guardingly at Yue King Huan. "It's you. What do you want?" Aunt Pang naturally heard of this mysterious girl. But at this moment, she no longer trusts anyone, especially since she suddenly appeared. Who knows what she intends to do? Yue King Huan completely ignored Aunt Pang's questioning and first smiled at Xiong and Nyan behind her. Then she raised her eyes and said lightly, "Where do you want to escape to now?" "That's none of your business," Aunt Pang said sternly, while reaching into her bag and gripping the kitchen knife. "You want to hide with Yan and these two little girls to escape this disaster, but do you think that's possible?" Yue King Huan said lightly. Aunt Pang did not speak. "You don't understand these creatures. Even if you have the Dark Queen's jade pendant, you cannot escape their pursuit because they view these two as the prey of the descendants of Zuan," Yue King Huan said. Upon hearing this, Aunt Pang's face instantly turned pale. She is just an ordinary woman with little knowledge, and her greatest ability is running a small restaurant. Especially now that her husband and daughter are in unknown life or death situations on the battlefield, she has lost her backbone. So when she heard Yue King Huan's words, she couldn't help but panic. "Then, what should I do?" Aunt Pang stammered. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had caught a life-saving straw and stared at Yue King Huan intently. "Miss Yue, you are a capable person. You must have a way to protect these two little girls and Yan, right?" But soon, Aunt Pang's heart sank to the bottom, because Yue King Huan shook her head indifferently at the words. "It's useless. For now, there is only one person who can truly save them." Aunt Pang trembled all over. "Who?" "That man, of course." Yue King Huan looked up at the sky as red as blood and said lightly, "You mean Zian?" Aunt Pang's eyes widened instantly. "Isn't there anyone else?" "But he is trapped by the creatures. His fate is unknown, isn't it?" "Who said he is dead?" Yue King Huan smiled lightly. Aunt Pang was so excited that she trembled, because this news was too shocking for her. It is known that the whole world has already lost hope in Zuan. Some even believe that he has already fallen into the hands of the creatures. But this mysterious girl with an unknown background says that Zuan is not dead. This made Aunt Pang extremely excited. The two little girls also rushed out from behind Aunt Pang, their faces full of tears, and asked urgently, "Aunt Yue, are you telling the truth?" These two little girls are completely frightened now, as since Zuan had his 5 senses forcibly taken away, the blood connection between them has been cut off and has not been reconnected until now. This made them both in panic. Yue Qinghuan seemed to have a fondness for these two little girls. She knelt down and gently stroked their heads, wiping away the tears on their cheeks. "Of course it's true. When will he wake up? I miss him so much." Nyan burst into tears. Xiang tried to hold back her tears. Upon hearing this, Yue Qinghuan sighed softly. When he wakes up depends on himself. It could be the next second or a very long time later. It all depends on his fate. While saying this, a hint of worrying flickered in Yue Qinghuan's eyes. As an observer, this battle has far exceeded her expectations in terms of intensity and brutality. The number and strength of the invading evil creatures have reached a terrifying level. Yet in such a disparate power comparison and unfavorable situation, the people from various realms miraculously held on until now. The courage shown by the people in the face of such a dire situation deeply moved Yue Qinghuan. Unconsciously, she had already leaned towards the various realms. However, due to constraints, she could not interfere in this war. She could only comfort Xiang and Nyan. As for Zuan's situation, Yue Qinghuan only knows that he is not dead. As for when he will wake up, it is still unknown. After all, the silent witch who has cultivated the 5 senses and possesses infinite rebirth abilities is a force that she dares not provoke. Zuan, it's up to you now. If you can surpass yourself, then there is still a chance for the various realms. Otherwise, I can only guarantee the safety of your wife and daughter, but I am powerless to help others. Yue Qinghuan thought to herself. Hearing that their father is not dead, Xiang and Nyan look up at the sky with infinite piety, whispering, "Dad, please wake up. Many uncles and aunts are eagerly waiting for you to wake up. If you don't wake up soon, the whole world will be destroyed by bad people. You have to save the world." Their tearful prayers quickly dissipated in the air, but faintly, there was a mysterious and unusual aura that changed in the world. As soon as her words fell silent, whether on Earth, the battlefield, or even among all the people in the entire world, a sensation of shock rippled through their hearts. Immediately after, a deafening explosion sounded in everyone's ears. It was an indescribable feeling, as if some unpredictable, incomprehensible presence was breaking free from its shell. The entire world rejoiced, celebrating the arrival of their king. On the battlefield, amidst the scars and wounds, the fiercely Jinxing, who was battling the demonic creatures, paused for a moment before letting out a long breath. "Is it him?" Fox Wan limped over, his 9 foxtails now reduced to 6, but his face still showed deep joy and relief. "Yes, it's him, and it seems he must have taken that step. Indeed, only he, who can cause the whole world to tremble and make all beings bow down, can accomplish that by taking that step." Li Jinxing couldn't help but whisper. At that moment, the previously arrogant demon army also sensed something unusual. Many demons trembled as they retreated. The 9-headed serpent shuddered, then murmured in disbelief. How is this possible? Having the silent nymph with infinite regeneration is already a match for the Lord. How could he possibly be a match? Regardless of whether it believed it or not, the energy in the center of the battlefield was becoming more intense. Even the dullest person could sense something different. Countless eyes gathered in the center of the battlefield. Many people trembled with excitement. The expressions on the faces of the 9-headed serpent and many other high-level demons grew increasingly serious. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously launched attacks towards the center of the battlefield. Boom! Power exploded. Evil energy raged, clearly displaying their most powerful attacks. However, no matter how powerful these demonic attacks were, they could not mask the aura of the person in the center. Once in contact, these attacks dissipated like smoke. Not even a ripple was stirred. Moreover, within the hazy light, a figure was gradually appearing. The 9-headed serpent's expression changed drastically. "Oh no, retreat." Saying so, it turned around without hesitation, intending to escape. But at that moment, all of its movements were instantly frozen, and then it was forcibly pinned in place. Not only it, almost all the demons present were also immobilized, unable to struggle at all. Immediately after, a figure slowly emerged from the light. Clad in white as snow, eyes sharp as blades. Who else could it be but Zuan? Upon seeing his figure, the world fell silent for a moment, then exploded with an immense cheer. Mr. Zhu is back. I knew he wouldn't fail. Someone cried with joy. Zhu, the invincible overlord. Another person shouted loudly. Zhu, you must avenge the fallen heroes in battle. Someone was in tears. Yue King Huan raised an eyebrow slightly, muttering softly, Overlord. No, it's not quite that. So if he's not an overlord, does that mean he's a half-step overlord? As for the people on the battlefield, they were not as excited. On the contrary, many felt deep fatigue and sorrow at that moment. They had witnessed their close comrades die before their eyes, which extinguished any impulse they had to cheer. Only Fox Wan sighed lightly, and envy filled his voice. Indeed, it's destiny. He can successfully take that step twice. Why can't I do it? At the same time, Zuan stood before everyone, scanning the entire scene in an instant, finally fixing his gaze on the nine-headed serpent. The snake, previously immobilized by an unknown force, immediately began to struggle upon feeling Zuan's gaze, because only it could sense how terrifying that gaze was. Before it could make a move, Zuan appeared before it with no sound or movement. The whole process was effortless, like breathing, devoid of any hostility. The snake's pupils contracted to the size of a pinpoint, but as a demon, its hostility did not waver in the face of Zuan's imposing aura. Instead, it stared at him with endless resentment. Though unable to speak, its eyes said it all. But the next moment, it could no longer resist. Just then, as Zuan slowly reached out his hand and pressed it on top of the serpent's head, the snake felt the breath of death. Its previous ferocity vanished instantly. Extreme fear made it utter a few words. Spare me ... Before it could finish, Zuan pressed down further with no expressions. Without a sound, not even a hint of excess energy. Starting from the serpent's head, its entire body turned into nothingness at a rapid speed. Yes, utter nothingness. Not a single speck of dust remained, completely disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This terrifying scene made the remaining demons tremble in fear. Watching these trembling, seemingly doomed creatures, who had previously arrogantly reaped the lives of others, made many feel a sense of triumph. At that moment, Zuan snapped his fingers. An invisible force swept across the entire scene, instantly annihilating all the demons. In the blink of an eye, the demon army that had occupied most of the battlefield vanished, all eradicated by Zuan alone. Witnessing the cost of countless lives, yet seeing how effortlessly Zuan dealt with these demons, left everyone feeling a sense of extreme absurdity. My goodness, is this the power of an overlord? Fox Wan's face was full of astonishment as he whispered softly. However, Li Jingxing sensed something amiss and said solemnly, something's not right. What's wrong? Zuan's condition isn't right. Indeed. After annihilating countless demons with a snap of his fingers, Zuan did not show any sign of relief on his face. Instead, he looked up towards a distant bronze gate and said his first words, "You're not showing yourself yet." As the words fell, the bronze gate disintegrated in an instant, turning into nothingness. In its place, an immensely huge vortex appeared. From within the vortex came a calm voice, "Zuan, you have truly given me too many surprises." With that, a man suddenly appeared in the vortex. He walked slowly and instantly appeared before everyone when he arrived. The moment he appeared, the entire world shook. Hu Huan took a deep breath and then exchanged a glance with Li Jing, and both of them changed their expressions simultaneously. They felt an inexplicable power emanating from the man in front of them. When you look at him, it's as if you're staring at death itself, making you involuntarily want to sink into it. This feeling also quieted the entire battlefield, and even the entire realms fell silent. Yue King Huan's face grew solemn as she whispered softly, "How is this possible? How could such a being appear here? Is this to bring about the total destruction of these realms?" As she said this, she looked at Zuan with deep concern, losing all confidence in him. In such a situation, Zuan remained calm and said lightly, "After hiding for so long, are you finally willing to reveal your true form?" The man smiled slightly, and the void around him fluctuated with his smile. "Are you not afraid at all?" "Afraid? Why should I be afraid?" Zhu unraised his eyes slowly. "I have been prepared since I took the first step." "Well said." The man applauded lightly and praised, "Honestly, you are indeed talented. I almost feel reluctant to kill you." These words made everyone's hearts tighten. The terrifying power displayed by Zuin just now, which was so fearsome, was spoken of so casually by this man, as if he was speaking to an ant. This made many curious about the origins and strength of this man. However, Zuin paid no attention to the man's words. He simply said, "If I hadn't just broken through and reached the half-step immortal sovereign realm, would you even bother showing yourself? Of course, because only now can you barely qualify to speak with me like this. Otherwise, you would only see my projection once, or even if you hadn't broken through, my pets would completely drain this small pond." The man spoke indifferently, very relaxed. By now, many had recognized that this man was the silhouette that had appeared on Earth before. Zuin raised his eyebrows slightly, with a cold gleam in his eyes. "So, am I supposed to feel honored by this?" The man shrugged. "Up to you, because you are about to die." Zu unsneered and suddenly appeared in front of the man, then struck out with a punch. After experiencing sensory deprivation, Zuin had finally found his way again and reached the half-step immortal sovereign realm. His strength, unlike the opportunistic methods used by Luo Wuking before, was solidly built step by step on his own. Therefore, his current strength was unparalleled, almost restoring most of his former power. When his fist struck out, it was indescribable in words. It was as if countless stars shattered in Zuan's hands in an instant, unleashing powerful energy directly at the man's throat. But the man didn't flinch at all. Instead, he smiled as he watched Zuan. The crowd stirred, with many showing joy on their faces. In their eyes, no matter who this man was, under Zuan's divine punch, he should have been crushed into pieces. However, to everyone's surprise, in an instant, the situation changed dramatically. Just as Zuan's fist had almost touched the man's cheek, the man appeared beside Zuan, then said lightly, "Good punch, continue." Zuan's fist missed, but he didn't hesitate and immediately struck out with his other hand. But in the next moment, the man appeared behind Zuan like a ghost and shook his head. "Still too slow. Is this all your power?" Boom! Zuan's hair stood on end, and a red lotus appeared between his eyebrows, followed by majestic sword intent, mixed with celestial fire striking directly behind him. The man's eyes brightened. "That's more like it." But he didn't dodge, and didn't even bother to move his hands. He just gently exhaled. Whoosh! The boundless sword energy and the pervasive divine fire were completely extinguished by this casual breath. In just 3 encounters, Zuin was completely at a disadvantage. He hadn't even touched the man's clothes. The whole audience was shocked. Many were astonished, with faces showing disbelief and horror. Because since Zuin appeared, he had always been dominant, claiming to be invincible in the realms. But when facing this man, he seemed as weak as a child, indicating a power gap that was despairing. At least Yue Qinghuan shook her head helplessly. "Useless, Zuan, with your current state, you absolutely can't defeat him. After all ... he has surpassed the immortal sovereign, and is on the verge of reaching the realm of the sage." If there were others present and heard Yue Qinghuan's words, they would surely be shocked and horrified. Because to everyone's knowledge, the highest realm was just the immortal sovereign. That's why Zuin was once called the unparalleled immortal sovereign. This was because everyone believed that reaching the immortal sovereign realm was already the pinnacle, and there was no path beyond that. Especially after Zuin attempted to break through to the ultimate realm and failed, it became a common knowledge in all realms that there was nothing beyond the immortal sovereign realm. However, to hear from Yue Qinghuan that there was a realm beyond the immortal sovereign, namely the realm of the sage, was unimaginable. Even though this man had only stepped halfway into the realm of the sage, at that level, even a slight gap could be as insurmountable as a chasm. That's why Zuin was in such a passive position. At the same time, Li Jing and Hu Huan also woke up. Zuan is not a match for this man. Let's attack him together. Hu Huan charged forward immediately, and Li Jing didn't hesitate, striking directly at the man. If the man had been indifferent in the face of Zuan, he completely ignored Hu Huan and Li Jing's attacks. He didn't even look at the two attacking him, he just smiled faintly. "It seems you still don't understand what a true god is." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a deafening roar. Li Jing and Hu Huan, who had rushed at lightning speed, were sent flying as if their strings had been cut off. But they didn't fly far, because in mid-air, an invisible force suddenly bound them firmly and lifted them up. In an instant, the two great immortal emperors were completely defeated, unable to move at all. Size. The whole crowd gasped. At that moment, Xuan's eyes gleamed, and his surging divine consciousness condensed into a huge spike, which hurtled towards the man. Faced with this attack, the man finally showed a solemn expression on his face. But that was all. With a wave of his hand, an indescribable immense pressure descended, crushing the divine consciousness spike. Immediately after, Xuan's body plummeted, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard, clearly under immense pressure. Mr. Zhu. Divine Mr. Zhu. The man just smiled faintly. Don't worry. This is just the beginning. Let's see how long you can hold on. With that, the pressure suddenly increased dramatically. Xuan let out a muffled groan, his body falling once again, and his scapula and spine starting to crack piece by piece. Zian, brother! Hu Ying mourned, then rushed towards the man regardless, her eyes bloodshot as she shouted, I'll fight you. Behind Hu Ying, equally injured Fan Mengshu and Tong Zhuaner and others also gave everything they had and charged towards the man. The man's eyes lit up slightly. Oh, what a beautiful little fox. She would make a good maid. With that, he extended a finger and lightly tapped. Bang! An invisible wall instantly trapped Hu Ying, Fan Mengshu, and Tong Zhuaner. Fan Mengshu immediately spat out blood, her attempt to break through the wall rebounding and injuring her. As for Hu Ying, she looked at the man with eyes full of rage. But her appearance only piqued the man's interest, as he lightly beckoned and Hu Ying flew to him in an instant. He then raised her chin gently, exclaiming, What a beautiful little fox spirit! Boom! In extreme anger, a tail suddenly grew behind Hu Ying, successfully promoting her to a 6-tail fox at this moment. With the promotion, her momentum surged, but in the blink of an eye, she was suppressed again. This slight increase in strength was insignificant to the man. Instead, it excited him even more. What a fierce temperament! But the more spirited you are, the more interesting it is to train you. Hu Ying couldn't move at all, her eyes fixed on the man as she said word by word, Release Zian. You mean him? Oh, what touching friendship! So, you've taken a liking to him? The man sighed a few times, then turned to look at Xuan, whose body was already soaked in blood, and said nonchalantly, It's strange. This tender little fox likes you, and you didn't even touch her. Is it intentional, leaving her for me? The man wanted to say more, but at that moment, Xuan raised his blood-soaked eyes, staring coldly at him. This icy gaze shook the man to his core, but he soon laughed. Xuan, it seems you still refuse to accept. All right, I'll make you believe and understand what the consequences are for offending us. With that, the man stomped his foot. Boom! The entire battlefield, even the entire Pure Land Buddhist realm, trembled, and the space-time channel connecting Earth and the Pure Land suddenly expanded, eliminating all spatial barriers in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield merged with Earth, and so did the Sword Palace starfield. This almost miraculous scene astonished everyone. But to the man, it was just a routine occurrence. He looked down at the land of Huaxia, his eyes finally settling on the Kunlun Mountains that had fallen silent, a cold smile playing on his lips. At that moment, the town marshal in Jiangdu, despite enduring the terrifying pressure descending from above, decisively pressed the launch button. Boom! Flames erupted across the land of China as numerous nuclear warheads ascended, all aimed at the man. Before these warheads could reach close, the man waved his hand. In an instant, almost all the warheads disintegrated, turning into nothingness. Only one warhead approached, but the man effortlessly caught it in his hand, inspected it with interest, then casually remarked, A very interesting toy, but it ends here. With a sudden squeeze, the warhead disappeared. The audacity of this scene made everyone's eyelids jump. The town marshal turned pale, and at that moment, the man glanced in this direction. Bang! After a loud crash, the entire command building, where the town marshal was located, was flattened. Such noisy ants! Do you agree, Xuan? Xuan remained silent, enduring the immense pressure bearing down on him. You should know, with your talents, even if they were placed elsewhere, they are rarely seen. The power of a half-step immortal is enough to deeply understand the difference between immortal and mortal. So I really don't understand why you are speaking up for these ants. Xuan coldly stared at the man, eventually saying, I see you as the ant. This statement caught the man off guard, but he soon burst into laughter. Good. Courageous. For the first time in so many years, someone dared to speak to me like this. It seems the people of the Huazong clan are indeed stubborn. Well, I will fulfill you. With that, the man extended a finger and lightly tapped. The cherished ones, Xiong and Anyan, who had been hidden by the plump woman, floated up and arrived in front of Zuan in an instant. At the sight of this, everyone's pupils contracted. Anyan's eyes around the constraints were then loosened, and she cried out to Zuan, "Husband!" At this moment, Zuan, covered in blood, with his bones constantly cracking, seeming like he could be crushed by some immense force at any time. Seeing this, Anyan's heart was bleeding. The two little girls also exclaimed, "Big villain, release my daddy." Xiong pointed at the man, her face pale as she shouted, "Get out!" With this stern rebuke, the energies of heaven and earth shifted. Sensing all this, the man raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised, interesting, the words matched the action. "But too weak, if you grow strong enough, I might fear you. But right now," the man smiled, "you're just a joke in my eyes." With that, Anyan and Xiong were firmly restrained. The man then turned to Zuan, "Now your family is here. How do you think I should deal with them, Zu?" An remained silent, took a deep breath, then straightened his back, bearing the tremendous pressure with sheer willpower. The man's eyes sparkled with a cruel light, as if toying with his prey. "You want to fight me, don't you?" Perhaps due to the blood, Zuan's eyes had turned blood red. "Yes, that's right, but it's not enough." The man suddenly became excited. He then reached into the void. When he withdrew his hand, there stood Aro and Huyi, who had been thrown out by Alyi. At that moment, they were both immobilized. "These two are your friends, right? Who should I start killing first?" the man said with a hint of distress. Many people showed a look of astonishment, not knowing who this mysterious young girl was. And Yan's eyes, however, showed deep gratitude. The man was slightly taken aback, then squinted his eyes. "What? Is your clan going to interfere in this matter?" Yue King Huan's face was calm as water as he said, "I do not represent anyone. I only represent myself." "Only represent yourself? So, does that mean your current actions have not been authorized by your family?" The man sneered. Yue King Huan remained calm. "Whether or not it has been authorized by my family is my own affair, but I have guaranteed the safety of these two young girls." The man looked deeply at Yue King Huan, then smirked. "It's strange. As a member of the military family, shouldn't you understand the difference between mortals and immortals? Why are you so concerned about these two young girls? That is none of your concern, and..." Yue King Huan turned to look at Zuan not far away, with a hint of compassion in her eyes. "Forgive and forget. After your clan has already made a move against the Hua clan in the past, why not let it go now?" With this remark, the man burst into laughter. "Forgive and forget. Yue family lady, do you not find it ridiculous to say such words? As a dignified heir of the military family, do you not understand the principle of uprooting weeds? Or is it that you are intentionally challenging me?" As he spoke these words, a dangerous glint suddenly flashed in the man's eyes. Boom! The space around him instantly shattered under the overwhelming murderous intent. But Yue King Huan didn't even blink. Instead, she stood still and stared quietly at the man in front of her. "What? Are you thinking of attacking me?" The man sneered. "Yue family lady, I respect that your family leader is a remarkable person. So, if you retreat now, I will naturally not harm you. But if you do not know when to retreat, then don't blame me for being rude to you." Yue King Huan smiled. Her smile was as dazzling as 100 flowers in full bloom. "Rude to me? You can try it now." With those words, Yue King Huan suddenly appeared in front of the man and pointed directly at his forehead. The man sneered, "Sneaking up on me. And you're still a high-ranking heir of the military family. It seems your family is determined to meddle in this matter." With that, the man's eyes flashed, and a huge pressure erupted. Yue King Huan grunted and was pushed back tens of steps, her face turning slightly pale. The man's face twisted into a smirk. But the next moment, his face froze completely. Because at the critical moment, a hand carved from green jade appeared suddenly beside him, forming a fist and struck his temple directly. Thud! After a dull and heavy sound, the man was sent flying like a cannonball. Zuan then slowly lowered his fist and said to Yue King Huan, who looked astonished, "Thank you." The look of astonishment on Yue King Huan's face gradually faded, replaced by a bright smile. "You're welcome." And the whole world erupted with excitement because of Zuan's punch. Odd Zhu Shenzhen has finally made a move. Zhu Shenzhen, you must kill this despicable villain. But many also looked at Zuan with worried expressions. At this moment, Zuan was already covered in blood, his shoulders exposed with white bones, obviously seriously injured. Could he still be a match for this unbelievably powerful man? Just as many were silently worrying, the furious voice of the man came from the depths of the void. Well done, Zuan. You have successfully enraged me. Next, I will torture all your loved ones and friends in front of you. With these words, the man steps out of the void, each step enhancing his power exponentially. By the time he reached the center of the scene, his overwhelming aura had made the entire earth unable to bear it. The laws of heaven groaned under the burden, then shattered. In an instant, the earth trembled, the seas boiled. It was as if the whole earth was on the verge of collapse. This raging power made everyone's expressions change. It's over. It's completely over. Even the most optimistic Huans couldn't help but close their eyes in despair at that moment. As Zuan stood at the center of the storm, he was obviously under immense pressure. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as Zuan's body began to distort and crumble, flesh disintegrating. In the blink of an eye, most of Zuan's body turned into bone. The horrifying scene shattered countless hearts. Yan screamed as if her heart was bleeding. Husband! Ha ha ha, Zuan! Do you have any last words now? Kneel and beg for mercy, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will endure endless suffering before finding release. The man said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Zuan. Then someone spoke up. Mr. Zhu, admit defeat. We won't fight anymore. Yes, Zhu Shenzhen, we all know you have done your best. Admit defeat. We accept our fate. The whole scene erupted. Tears streamed down everyone's faces, with many lowering their heads, unable to bear to witness Zuan's current state. There was no resentment, for people understood that Zuan had indeed done his best. But destiny was such, beyond the power of men to change. Even Yue Qinghuan, at that moment, couldn't help but sigh softly, then murmured, admit defeat, Zuan. In this marshland, a half-step sage is an absolute indomitable presence. You cannot defeat him. With each step, large chunks of flesh would fall off his body. Such a horrifying scene made the whole audience gasp. The two little girls were already crying so much that they couldn't even speak. Daddy! They wanted to rush forward, but they were pulled back by Yue Qinghuan. Aunt Yue, my dad. Yue Qinghuan shook her head gently and sighed. Don't stop them. Your dad is a hero. Just then, Yan suddenly said softly on the side, Miss Yue, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead. I hope you can take care of Xiangxiang and Nianian for me. Yue Qinghuan was momentarily startled, then understood something and nodded, okay? Yan brushed her sideburns and smiled lightly, saying, thank you. You're welcome. Yan then squatted down, holding back tears as she touched the faces of the two little girls. You must listen to Aunt Yue from now on, understand? Nianian was crying so hard she was about to pass out. Mom, where are you going? Daddy is too lonely. Mommy is going to be with him. Nianian cried even louder, reaching out to grab Yan's wrist. Yan, however, turned away without hesitation. Mommy! Nianian cried even louder, wanting to rush forward, but was held back by Xiangxiang. At this moment, although Xiangxiang was also full of tears, she appeared calmer than Nianian. She softly said, Sister, don't cry, look ahead. Nianian gradually stopped crying at her words, looking ahead as Xiangxiang instructed. Xiangxiang calmly said, Remember this person's face. He is our enemy. We must engrave it in our hearts. A chilling look appeared in Nianian's eyes as well. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Yan bravely continued to move forward. The man sneered, What's this? Are you going to become a tragic pair of lovers? Then I'll fulfill your wish. With that, he slowly raised his hand, a supreme power forming in his hand, ready to strike. But at that moment, Zuan had already approached him. He was now completely devoid of flesh, only a white skeleton remaining, just like the image at the very beginning of the story. However, this image lasted less than a second, and then Zuan's skeleton completely shattered into powder. Husband! Mr. Zhu! An older brother! Cries rang out one after another. Yan's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, then she charged forward without hesitation. The man smirked slightly at the sight. He's dead, but you won't be as lucky." He pointed his finger, and Yan's body instantly floated up, then was bound layer by layer. Seeing Yan's beautiful face, a greedy look flashed in the man's eyes, then he reached out his hand, wanting to touch Yan's cheek. People everywhere closed their eyes in despair. Yue King Huan couldn't help but sigh lightly, then shielded the two little girls from the sight. It was the only thing she could do now. After all, keeping these two little girls safe was already her limit. Any further interference would definitely cause a bigger commotion. Yan's eyes had become almost vacant as she stared blankly at the hand approaching her. As it was about to make contact, a clear and cold shout resounded in everyone's ears. "Release her!" The man hesitated for a moment, about to turn his head. But the next moment, he felt an irresistible force rumbling towards him, striking right at his left temple. Bang! After a loud bang, the man was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Bang, bang, bang! As he flew, his body smashed dozens of mountains before finally crashing into the ground. The entire scene fell silent, as everyone was stunned by this shocking turn of events. At the same time, next to Yan, numerous virtual lines appeared in the space. These lines quickly outlined a figure. Then, this figure began to solidify and take on a tangible form at a visible speed. This almost mythical scene left everyone speechless with jaws dropped. Yan's eyes gradually regained their light because she felt a familiar aura. Indeed, after a few breaths, a young man in white appeared before everyone. It was none other than Zuan. At this moment, his temperament was ethereal and otherworldly. Though he stood there, he gave off a feeling that he could float away at any moment. The most striking feature was his eyes, shining like the brightest stars, too dazzling to look directly at. Foxhuan nearly whispered, "Goodness, has he already stabilized his cultivation at the half-step immortal level in such a short time and made progress again? Is this truly gaining life from the dead?" Li Jingxing remained silent, as all his focus was on the man who had been sent flying. Everyone knew that this man would not be easily defeated. Indeed, the earth suddenly began to shake violently, followed by a roar coming from deep underground. Crackling sounds. A huge rift tore open in the earth for miles around, then rose up at astonishing speed, homing in on Zuan in the sky. At the same time, a voice filled with infinite anger came from underground. "Zuan, I will crush you completely." Such a fierce power could move anyone. However, Zuan didn't even look, but turned to gaze at Yan, then smiled slightly. "Silly Yanner." Although it was just a simple two words, Yan burst into tears in an instant. Because just a moment ago, she truly thought she was about to lose him. Just then, Zuan suddenly bent down and kissed Yan deeply on the lips. Yan's body stiffened, the restraints dissipated, and then she completely softened, her hands gently embracing Zuan's neck. Even if she died, she now had no regrets. This wasn't Yan's only thought at this moment. But at this critical moment, others exclaimed in shock. Because at that moment, the huge chunk of land behind Zuan had already rushed towards him. After its flight, the land had been forcibly condensed to a size of only a few feet, with a density that was mind-boggling. If struck, the consequences would be unimaginable. But at that moment, just before impact, Zuan snapped his fingers backwards. Bang! With a loud bang, the land exploded, turning into a sky of powder behind Zuan. Many people cried out in alarm upon seeing the situation. "Mr. Zhu, be careful!" But at that moment, Mr. Zhu suddenly turned around, raising his fist and striking fiercely, directly colliding with the oncoming man. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening noise, Mr. Zhu's entire arm shattered instantaneously, the tremendous force knocking him back several steps. As for the man, his shoulder shook as he was unexpectedly blocked by Mr. Zhu's punch. This caused the man to feel a sense of astonishment. He had expected Mr. Zhu to either die or suffer severe injuries from his blow, but to his surprise, only one of Mr. Zhu's arms had shattered. A miraculous scene unfolded as countless spiritual energies gathered and automatically flowed into Mr. Zhu's body. With the influx of spiritual energy, the shattered arm of Mr. Zhu was restored in an instant. Witnessing this scene, many people widened their eyes in disbelief. Yue King Huan let out a slight exclamation of surprise, curiosity filling her eyes. Mr. Zhu had already surprised her too many times from the beginning, to the point where a thought arose in her mind, Could it be that he truly possesses the strength of a half-step immortal emperor to overcome a man who is a half-step saint? Simultaneously, Mr. Zhu raised his hand and beckoned to the man. Your earlier punches were enjoyable, but now, it's my turn. With these words, Mr. Zhu stomped heavily, causing the void to collapse instantly. He then charged towards the man like a cannonball. The man squinted his eyes, but quickly regained his composure, giving a cold smirk. Courting death. He raised his hand and punched once again. Boom! The two clashed once more, and this time the impact was even more powerful than before, sending shockwaves through the onlookers. When they looked again, Mr. Zhu stumbled back, flying hundreds of yards before finally standing unsteadily. At this point, half of his body's skeletal structure had been shattered, his broken ribs protruding through his skin. Despite the devastating injuries, the spectators suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Because just now, under everyone's gaze, the man also finally wavered slightly, stepping back half a pace. Though seemingly insignificant, this retreat brought joy and encouragement to the crowd, as it was the first time he had done so since his appearance. At this moment, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged at an even faster pace, pouring madly into Mr. Zhu's body. In the blink of an eye, his injuries miraculously healed once again. The man also noticed this terrifying recovery speed, and his complexion turned grim. Without speaking, he stepped forward. Boom! A violent force erupted, shattering the void for thousands of miles around. He raised his fist again, challenging Mr. Zhu to another clash. The impact was so deafening that it exceeded the range of human hearing. Where the two clashed, a white light appeared, rapidly expanding and tearing through space effortlessly. The released power shook the earth, forcing the spectators back. Free from their restraints, Foxhuan, Li Jingxing, and others immediately escorted Huxin, Hanite, Tang Zhuaner, and others to safety, then stared gravely at the scene. Simultaneously, the outcome of the battle was decided. Mr. Zhu and the man both retreated 3 steps simultaneously. Mr. Zhu coughed up blood, his arm weakly dropping down, clearly injured. And the man's arm produced a crisp sound, with a drop of blood trickling down. He was hurt. Although it was a minor injury, it brought tears to many people's eyes. The realization that he was not truly invincible. Astonished at his own injury, the man gazed at Mr. Zhu, whose surrounding spiritual energy had become nearly substantial. This made his injuries heal swiftly. He then casually remarked, surprised, "Aren't you?" The man's face darkened, his eyes gleaming dangerously. Good. Very good. Insulting a deity with mortal flesh, I will ensure you perish ignominiously. With these words, his aura surged to a terrifying level, hurtling towards Mr. Zhu. Unyielding and seemingly aided by divine power, countless spiritual energies gathered around Mr. Zhu as he engaged in intense combat with the man. Boom! 2 extremely intense flashes of light appeared in the sky, each collision creating earth-shattering thunderous noises. The might of their battle alarmed all onlookers. Foxhuan, while watching the scene, suddenly seemed to understand something. His eyes full of admiration, he exclaimed, "I understand." "What do you understand?" Li Jingxing asked. Foxhuan looked admiringly at the distant figure of Mr. Zhu, then said in a solemn tone, "I understand Mr. Zhu's strategy." After defeating the Silent Witch and achieving the half-step immortal emperor realm, Mr. Zhu was already prepared. However, at that time, his realm was still unstable, hence why he was suppressed by the man's aura. In doing so, he quickly stabilized his own realm. But if that were all, he would only be able to barely hold his own and not be the man's match. Li Jingxing nodded, having seen the same truth. Because this all sounds like a fantasy. How could a person become the embodiment of the will of the heavens? But his insights and cultivation are not inferior to Foxhuan at all, so he quickly understood. This matter is absolutely true. Because only for this reason can it explain how the spiritual energy that has been frantically converging around Zuan's body is happening. Although he believed it, Foxhuan and others on the side were confused. Ancestor, are you saying that Mr. Zhu is now bearing the heavenly way of the heavens? Foxhuan nodded. But this, is it really possible? Foxhuan still found it hard to believe. Of course possible. Little Foxing suddenly said decisively, then looked up at the sky and softly said, because he is the omnipotent Njij. Everyone fell silent. Only Foxhuan muttered to himself, the so-called heavenly Tao is just another manifestation of the will of the heavens. As the ruler of the entire heavenly rules, it may not have human emotions, but it will definitely weigh the pros and cons. That's right. Li Jingxing also whispered, the invasion of the evil army, attempting to subvert the heavens, such actions are absolutely not allowed by the original will of the heavens. And the appearance of this man, who is so powerful, threatens the entire heavens. Fox then continued, in this situation, to protect itself, it had to cooperate with Zuan. That's why it helped Zuan reshape his body. Li Jingxing suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, I can't help but pity this guy a bit, because now, he is fighting against the entire heavens. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden stop in the air, and then two rays of light fell to the ground at a rapid speed. Boom! The land within a radius of thousands of miles collapsed in an instant, but the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth supported the continually sinking ground. Looking back at the pit, Zuan was half squatting, pressing the man tightly to the ground with one hand, while the other hand kept striking with punches. Bang, bang, bang! Accompanied by the muffled sound of each punch, the man's head was deeply smashed into the ground. Even so, Zuan had no intention of stopping, but continued to strike with each fist. With each blow, the man's body would tremble violently. Soon, blood began to splash on the ground, some even splashing onto Zuan's face. Zuan, however, didn't even blink an eye, coldly like a killing machine. The whole scene fell silent, because this battle was too unpredictable. Just now, everyone thought the battle was lost, but in the blink of an eye, the situation took a major turn. Even Yue Qinghuan was somewhat astonished as she watched the scene. It wasn't until a long time later that she regained her composure and smiled faintly. The assessment is over. It seems that you ... She was about to say passed. But at that moment, a muffled roar came from underground, and a beam of light shot up, throwing Zuan away. Looking up, the man stood above the sky, his face covered in blood, his previous demeanor completely gone, replaced by endless fury boiling around him. Zuan, you're looking for death. The man nearly hysterically roared, and countless evil creatures began to appear from the shadows behind him. 9-headed snakes, silent succubus, petrified monsters, and other evil creatures filled the sky in an instant, chilling the hearts of everyone. Just as they had completely slain the evil creatures, how could so many appear again in the blink of an eye? But before the man could feel triumphant, the violent aura enveloped them, mixed with countless dazzling sword energy. Bang, bang, bang! In just a few breaths, those evil creatures were completely engulfed by the violent aura, then vanished without a trace. The man was dumbfounded. And at that moment, his brow suddenly tore apart, and Zuan's fist pierced through it. Blood and brain matter scattered, leaving everyone looking shocked. It wasn't until a long time later that someone cried tears of joy. Victory! We won! A huge cheer rose up, everyone venting their joy. Only a few looked serious in the scene, because no one knew if there would be any further twists in the story. After all, the man's strength was extremely formidable. If Zuan hadn't cooperated with the will of the heavens, it wouldn't have been possible to defeat him. Even though his head was shattered now, no one dared to say for sure whether he was dead or not. Indeed, just as many people harbored doubts, the man's body suddenly began to disintegrate, and in an instant, turned into nothingness. Then, a distant thunderous roar was heard. Zuan, do you think it's over? You're too naive. Since even this tiny will of the heavens is helping you, then you all have no reason to exist. All should be destroyed. These words echoed in everyone's ears, and just as they were stunned, there were successive explosions. The spiritual energy that had filled the entire sky was dissipating. This incredibly eerie scene moved Foxhuan and Li Jingxing. Zuan looked up, a hint of solemnity in his cold eyes. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Unlike the previous scene where the earth was sealed off, this time the darkness came quickly, as if something had directly sealed all the light rays. Then, from the deep darkness, a ray of light emerged, followed by the man's triumphant laughter from the void. The master is personally taking action. Zuan, let's see how you will die this time. With those words, the light rapidly expanded and appeared before everyone. Everyone trembled, unable to believe their eyes, because what appeared before them was an immensely giant finger. Yes, blocking the sun, and even sealing everything. It turned out it was just a finger. How can this be? Foxhuan said in a daze. Li Jingxing's eyes also dimmed. because even they, as powerful as immortals, felt endless despair when they saw this finger. Yue King Huan's expression changed drastically, then she forced a smile. Is this really going to exterminate everyone? Saying that, she shook her head, and before the two little girls could react, she completely silenced their words and actions, then hugged them and walked away. In her view, everything had ended. No one could survive in front of the being that intervened now. Not even she could. Just then, the giant finger slowly descended. With a loud thud, the sky trembled violently, as if some powerful will was being constantly destroyed. And no matter what was happening, nothing could stop the finger from slowly descending. In the blink of an eye, it reached the earth. Compared to it, the earth looked as frail as a small pebble. Zuan showed an extremely solemn expression for the first time, then exerted all his strength to fly towards it. But before the finger made any movement, an invisible pressure shattered all of Zuan's defenses in an instant, then pressed him to the ground. Even so, Zuan still tried to lift his head with all his strength, attempting to stand up. HMPH! A barely perceptible snort came, and Zuan's entire body was shattered by the direct impact, lying paralyzed on the ground, unable to move anymore. Then, the giant finger continued to descend, the immense pressure seeming to grind Zuan completely in an instant. Just then, Yan, who had been quietly waiting near Zuan, suddenly fainted. At first, no one paid any attention to this. But just as Yan fell, a breath suddenly rose from her body. It was such a breath, as if the whole world was about to end in the next moment, filled with a sense of destruction. And just as this breath appeared, the finger that had originally appeared as a sign of destruction became extremely weak. At the same time, a terrified roar faintly emanated from the depths of the void. Because of the terrifying power contained in this aura, it made her almost feel like worshipping and bowing down. Heaven, heaven above. Even my big brother wouldn't stand a chance against this aura. Yue King Huan murmured softly, her voice filled with deep reverence. As for the man hiding deep in the void, he was shaking all over at this moment. He had never imagined that anyone could so easily repel the almost omnipotent adult. But his reaction was not slow. He immediately tried to escape into the void. However, it was already too late, as this vague aura gently touched the void. Click! His figure instantly froze, and then he didn't even make a sound, and he disappeared into nothingness. After doing all this, the aura receded back into Yan, who had fainted on the ground like a tide. In an instant, everything returned to silence. All that was left were the people standing there dumbfounded, hardly believing their eyes. Who would have thought that this world-shaking battle would ultimately end in such a dramatic way? Whose giant finger did it come from? What was the aura rising from Yan? Countless questions filled everyone's minds. And it was at this moment that Zhu leapt from the ground and flew to Yan, holding her in his arms. But Yan, at this moment, kept her eyes tightly closed and didn't respond to Zuan's calling. At the same time, as the others regained consciousness, they rushed forward. Miss Yan! Big Sister Yan! The cries continued one after another, but without exception, Yan showed no response. Now, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Hu Huan and Li Jingxing immediately walked up, their faces solemn. How is she? Zuan took a deep breath and shook his head gently. It's strange. I don't sense anything unusual from her, but Yanner shows no sign of waking up. At this point, Yue King Huan appeared nearby, and the two little girls broke free and ran up. Mommy! Mommy, what's wrong? Wake up, Mom! The two little girls shook Yan's hands non-stop, but Yan remained asleep. The two little girls broke down, tears streaming down their faces. Daddy, what's wrong with Mommy? Why won't she open her eyes? Nini asked tearfully. Zuan's expression also became very grave. He continued to infuse his huge spiritual energy into Yan, but it was as if it had no effect. As the atmosphere grew extremely oppressive, Yue King Huan whispered, "May I take a look?" Zuan looked at her and finally nodded silently. Yue King Huan squatted down, looked at Yan with reverence, then gently placed her hand on Yan's shoulder and closed her eyes. No one said a word. Even the people on Earth watched silently. Many quietly clenched their fists and prayed silently, hoping for the safety of Yan. After a long time, Yue King Huan raised an eyebrow slightly, then opened her eyes, a hint of an unusual color flashing in them. How is she? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong, but I faintly sense that her current condition is not good. It's like, as if someone forcefully used an ability they shouldn't have, leading to exhaustion and fainting. Yue Qinghuan pondered for a moment and described. What should we do? Zisha, standing aside, immediately asked. At this moment, though she was also exhausted and covered in wounds, she was solely concerned about Yan. Yue Qinghuan did not respond to Zisha, but looked up at Zuan. What do you think, Zhu? Nodded. I have the same feeling, but I can't be sure because I've just infused almost all my spiritual power into Yanner, and it didn't produce any reaction. Yue Qinghuan lightly shook her head with a smile. That means even your strength is far from enough. After these words were spoken, the crowd shuddered. After all, Zuan was a half-step immortal, and his strength was undeniable. Was all his strength not enough? But thinking of the terrifying aura just now, people understood once again. Zuan was also slightly stunned, but then nodded. I understand. With that, he picked up Yan from the ground, then said solemnly, I'll take Yanner away for a while. You guys handle things here. Nini, come with me. With that, light enveloped Nini, and then they rose into the sky, disappearing in an instant. The crowd stood there somewhat dazed, watching the scene. Only Yue Qinghuan smiled faintly, whispering in a voice only she could hear, Is this considered passing the test or not? It's really puzzling. With that, her figure also dissipated like a wisp of smoke. The people stayed where they were, exchanging glances, and finally, all smiled bitterly. Undoubtedly, their side had won this battle. But it was a Pyrrhic victory. Not to mention the fallen, just the powerful warriors who died in battle were enough to seriously harm the vitality of the entire cosmos. And with Yan, who had saved the world at a critical moment, in an unknown condition, no one at this moment felt any joy of victory. Hu Huan spoke slowly. Everyone, rest here, wait for Zuan's return. No one spoke, and people sat down silently. As for the injured, there were people responsible for treating them. The whole world began to silently heal. And at this moment, in the extremely distant void, Zuan's figure suddenly appeared. This place was far from the major star areas. Even the nearest stars were hundreds of light years away. An absolutely barren land. But Zuan stopped here and let Yan float in the void. The two little girls stood obediently beside Zuan, not daring to say a word, just looking at Yan full of hope, hoping that their mom would wake up soon. Ju silently watched Yan as if she were just sleeping, in silence for a long time. It can be said that, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of the aura from Yan's body, even Zuan would have been defeated. And precisely because Zuan had witnessed the scene just now, right at this moment, he finally understood many things. Previously, he had some doubts about why the Lord of the Abyss had specifically sealed Yan in the first place. When he probed the Lord of the Abyss, he personally said that someone had ordered him to do so. At that time, Yan was just an ordinary mortal. This already revealed something suspicious. Most importantly, Zuan suddenly thought of Xiong and Nian's talents. Previously, Zuan had always believed that the extraordinary talents of Xiong and Nian were due to their bloodline, but now he no longer thought so. Even now, having already reached the level of half-step Immortal Lord, with only a short distance remaining to return to the peak power, he still couldn't find anything unusual from Yan, either in body or soul. There was no trace of that aura in her. If he hadn't witnessed the entire process with his own eyes, Zuan might have thought that the aura was just his own illusion. And this precisely indicates that Yan's origins are far more powerful and complex than he had imagined, even surpassing his own. This then provided a reasonable explanation for many things that had happened to Yan, such as her inexplicable seal, her almost jokingly fast cultivation speed, and the phenomenon of easily advancing as if eating and drinking. At this point, a wry smile appeared on Zuan's face. Yanner, it seems that what the Yin family said before was right, from beginning to end. I have always been trying to climb higher. And Yan, of course, did not respond to these words. She was still asleep. Zuan's eyes became slightly moist, but then he took a deep breath and waved his hand. Gather! Boom! Countless spiritual energies rushed here from all directions. Fortunately, this place was in a void. Otherwise, this imposing pressure alone would have been enough to shatter stars. However, no matter how fierce the spiritual energies were, they all became gentle in front of Zuan, and then he pointed his finger. The spiritual energy began to flow continuously into an Yan sea of consciousness through her forehead. How fast was this flow? To put it this way, in the blink of an eye, it could burst a powerful Great Luo expert directly. Yet, even with so much spiritual energy entering in Yan's body, it still did not cause any ripples. On the contrary, a tremendous suction force appeared in an Yan sea of consciousness. In an instant, the already surging infusion speed intensified, causing a huge vortex to appear above her head. The spiritual energy made a huge roaring sound as it poured in, quickly reaching an astronomical amount. This caused the surrounding spiritual energy to be sucked dry, creating a vacuum zone. Even the stars hundreds of light years away appeared dim due to the lack of spiritual energy. Zuin led his two little girls back a few steps, quietly watching. After a long while, Nyan couldn't help but speak. "Daddy, when will Mom wake up?" "Very soon," Zuin answered softly. "Will Mom become a superhero when she wakes up?" Nyan now understood what was happening, and once she was sure that her mother was safe, she became more relaxed. Zuin looked at her and smiled. "Why? Do you want Mom to become a superhero?" Nyan nodded vigorously. "Yes, because then, Daddy, you won't be tired like before." Zuin was taken aback. He never expected Nyan to say something like that. Then Nyan lowered her head, her tone becoming melancholic. "Daddy, you don't know how scared my sister and I were back then. Especially when we saw you turn into a skeleton and fight those bad guys, we were really scared." Xiang didn't speak, but the tears shimmering in her eyes revealed everything. Zuin took a deep breath and then tightened his grip on his daughter's hand. "Don't worry, Daddy won't be like that anymore in the future." At that moment, the speed of infusion of spiritual energy suddenly started to slow down. Zuin immediately rushed forward and whispered, "Yanner." Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Zuan and her two daughters, she was first surprised, then she said, Did we die?" Zuin smiled faintly and reached out to gently pinch Yan's cheek. "Of course not, on the contrary. We have won, Hun." Yan suddenly remembered something at this moment, immediately jumped up, and nervously grabbed Zuan's arm, scrutinizing him closely. Ju remained silent, waiting quietly. After a moment, Yan raised her head. We really won." "Of course. Then, why do you have no injuries at all?" Yan asked in confusion. In her memory, the last image was of a gigantic finger extending from an unknown place. That finger was so terrifying that even Zuin was powerless against it. After that, she remembered nothing. Seeing Yan's confusion, Zuin smiled slightly. "I have no injuries because this time, it was you who repelled the enemy." A moment later, Yan stared at Zuin in amazement. "What you said is all true. Am I that powerful, Nzu?" Nodded earnestly. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe it, ask Xiang and Nyan." The two little girls were extremely excited at this point, chattering and talking. "Yes, Mom, you were so amazing back then. You defeated all those bad guys in one go. But why do I not feel anything at all?" Yan still found it hard to believe. In her perception, it was like she had just slept, without any awareness. "Has your strength not changed at all, Ozu?" An inquired. Seeing this scene, Zuin couldn't help but laugh as he reached out his hand to pinch Yan's nose. "All right, silly Yanner, don't worry about where they've gone for now. Just know that you're not an ordinary person." Yan winced as her nose was pinched, giving Zuin a side glance. "Since you know I'm not an ordinary person, why are you still pinching my nose? Aren't you afraid I'll hit you?" With that, Yan even made a threatening gesture with her fist. Zuin laughed heartily and pulled her into his arms. "Okay, then go ahead and hit me." Yan grumbled, then whispered, "Don't be like this. Think about our parents over there." She glanced shyly at the two little girls. The two little girls coughed discreetly, then turned their heads to start chatting amongst themselves. "Big sister, look at the stars over there. They're so beautiful." Yes, they are indeed beautiful. In reality, there was just a deep emptiness in front of them. Where were the stars? But the more they acted this way, the more embarrassed Yan felt. Zuin watched with a mischievous smile until Yan's face turned red, then he let go of her hand. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go." Yan's expression suddenly turned serious. "Are we going back to Earth?" "Of course. Although this great battle has temporarily ended, I have a feeling that everything is far from over." As Zuan spoke, his eyes took on a distant and profound look. Yan shivered, but she didn't say anything. She just walked silently to Zuan's side and held his hand. "Then let's go." Earth. People were still waiting quietly on the battlefield. At this moment, many wounded had been properly taken care of. But apart from that, the bodies of the fallen soldiers were not touched, but were discreetly placed to the side, awaiting Zuan's return. Looking at the desolate battlefield, even the most optimistic person would become silent. Like Fox Knight, he, who used to be carefree, now stood silently in front of a huge corpse. It was the body of a giant dragon, covered in wounds large and small, with scales barely remaining. One could imagine the brutal battle it had gone through in its lifetime. Watching this scene, Fox Knight felt his heart suddenly empty, all other sounds fading away, leaving only one sentence echoing in his mind. "Fox Knight, do you know how much I despise you? Even wish for your death, but I don't want Aru's child to grow up fatherless, so get out of my sight." This sentence kept swirling in his mind like a sharp knife, mercilessly grinding Fox Knight's heart. Aru had long been crying uncontrollably, but it was a silent weeping, tears flowing ceaselessly, dropping onto the ground and moistening the dried blood. Just then, a figure staggered over to Fox Knight. It was Princess Ching of the Dragon Clan. But at this moment, the Dragon Princess had lost her former grace. One arm was severed at the root, her feet were drenched in blood, clearly bearing serious injuries. But all these wounds together still couldn't compare to the grief in her eyes. As if sensing her arrival, Fox Knight spoke softly. Did she have any last words before she left? Ching shook her head. She didn't say anything. Everything happened too quickly. The moment that half-step saint appeared, her already severe injuries were shattered by his immense power. Fox Knight fell silent, as he didn't know what else to say. At this moment, all words seemed pale and powerless. He could only silently take out the Dragon Ball from his chest and handed it to Ching. "This is the only thing she left for me." Feeling the familiar aura on the Dragon Ball, tears filled Ching's eyes, but she didn't accept it, only choked out, "Since she left it to you, then you keep it." Saying that, Ching turned to leave. It was then that Fox Knight suddenly asked softly, "Can I still marry her?" Ching was shocked and turned to look at Fox Knight, full of confusion. "What are you saying?" Fox Knight looked at the huge corpse in front of him and whispered, "She loved lively things. I don't want her to be lonely after death, so I want her to be my wife." Although Ching didn't say anything, her puzzled expression was evident. She seemed to be saying Aoi is already dead. How can you marry her? Fox Knight, seemingly oblivious to King's doubt, took a step forward and gently caressed Aoi's body. "Does it hurt?" With those words, tears flowed from Fox Knight's eyes. Seeing this scene, Yi Hanshang and others in the distance couldn't help but sigh. "This is the first time I've seen Fox Knight so heartbroken," Yi Hanshang said. Zhu Zhang shook his head lightly. "It's a pity that lovers couldn't be together." Just then, Fox Knight lifted his hand to cut his brow. A drop of pale golden blood seeped out and flew into Aoi's body. In an instant, Aoi's body began to shrink rapidly and flew into Fox Knight's hand in the blink of an eye. He placed it alongside the Dragon Ball and carefully put them away. "Elder sister." Fox Knight looked at Ching with a serious expression. "I, Fox Knight, vow here that during my lifetime, I will find a way to resurrect Aoi. She never let me down in this life, and I won't let her down either." Ching looked at Fox Knight's earnest face, and after a long moment, she nodded solemnly. "Good, I believe in you." Just then, a voice of admiration came from the void. "Fox Knight, although you are usually so unruly, this time I have to admit that you are quite the man." With those words, Zuan, Yan, and their family appeared silently in the midst. Seeing Yan safe and sound, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because at this moment, the people were already unable to bear any more loss. In the past, Fox Knight would have argued with Zuan for half the day because of that sentence. But now, he had lost interest in such things, just let out a bitter smile, then turned around and left silently. Yan felt a bit sorry for him and said, "Husband, Ziyi." Zuan waved his hand, "Let him be. This matter can only be borne by him alone, and he can only walk out of it on his own." With that, Zuan turned to look at everyone, his eyes finally settling on the corpses scattered around, a solemn expression in his eyes. He was seen soaring up into the sky, standing above the firmament, raising his hand and pointing downward repeatedly. Where his fingertips passed, the damaged earth began to rapidly heal, collapsed mountains rose up, and even many collapsed buildings were instantly restored. However, this ability could only be used to restore the environment, as he was powerless to bring back the lives that had already passed. In an instant, the mountains, rivers, and land of the divine continent returned to their original state. However, although the mountains now had form, they lacked any spiritual energy, appearing merely superficial. This was because the fierce battle had completely destroyed the dragon veins of Hua country. It would take at least 1,000 years to restore them. However, with Zuin present, everything became simple. With a snap of his fingers, an immense amount of spiritual energy was infused into the mountains and rivers of Hua country in an instant. In that moment, the condensed spiritual energy formed into dragon veins underground, connecting with each other. Boom! A dense energy burst forth from the ground, firmly protecting the entire Hua country. Feng Shui Master Songyi almost had his eyes popped out in shock, murmuring to himself, reconnecting thousands of dragon veins with a snap of the fingers. This is true Feng Shui. Master is truly powerful. In his mind, Zuin had long been regarded as his master, so his words were filled with utmost respect. Even Juge Zhang was slightly stunned, then revealed an astonished expression. He had previously used the dragon veins of Hua country to deal with the invading enemies, such as Luo Wuking, but the difficulty of using the existing veins was incomparable to re-establishing them. What was more, Zuin had accomplished all this with just a snap of his fingers. He naturally understood the significance behind this. After completing all this, Zuin descended to the ground, gazing at the corpses that covered the entire battlefield, gently saying, "Brothers, I will send you home." With that, he waved his hand. Countless strands of spiritual energy gently wrapped around the corpses, which, because of the spiritual energy, were instantaneously restored to their original states, exuding a divine aura and shimmering brightly, resembling spirits. Then, Zuin took a step forward, kneeling down on the ground. This scene shook the world. In an instant, everyone, whether present or not, knelt in unison before the fallen warriors. The atmosphere of the entire world became heavy. Zuin slowly spoke, "You fought and died to protect the people, and after death, you shall become gods. In the future, all beings in the heavens and the earth shall offer incense to you." As he finished speaking, the corpses began to glow with radiant light one by one, merging in the air into towering columns that soared into the sky. In an instant, the entire area was occupied by countless towering columns as far as the eye could see. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes in that moment because they knew these fallen warriors had transformed into divine spirits guarding the heavens and earth. With this, the grand battle came to an end in this form. Smiles finally appeared on everyone's faces. After all, the departed had gone, and the living had to carry on. In any case, the heavens had emerged victorious in this battle. Hence, there was no need for formal arrangements. Soon, the entire world transformed into a joyful sea, and those who participated in the battle became the most dazzling stars. Wherever they went, they were revered by the masses. Naturally, Zuan and Hu Huan were no exception. As the most esteemed guests, they received even higher honors. No one paid attention to anything else. People just wanted to revel in joy, as if this could release the despair they had felt for some time. Zuin did not intervene, as he knew that this battle had been too heavy. Countless lives had been changed by it. Now that victory had been achieved, allowing them to let off some steam was beneficial. However, when the banquet was halfway through, Zuin quietly left the celebration and made his way to a certain location. The rooftop of Tianzino, one villa in Beijing. At this moment, bathed in moonlight, Yue Qinghuan was sitting on the rooftop sofa with closed eyes. When Zuan's figure appeared, it seemed as though she had anticipated his arrival, not even opening her eyes, just faintly smiling. "Why aren't you attending the feast, Zhu?" Un shook his head and asked, "And why aren't you going?" "Me." Yue Qinghuan opened her eyes. "I don't belong here, so why should I go, Zhu?" Un gazed deeply into Yue Qinghuan's eyes. She met his gaze without flinching. After a while, Zuin turned his eyes towards the distant glittering metropolis. "I really want to know, what is your purpose in coming here? If I said I came here just to see you, would you believe me?" Zuin smiled, but didn't turn his head, walking straight to the railing of the balcony and slowly saying, "I remember that when you took me to various places in Hua country for sightseeing, I was somewhat suspicious as to why you were so interested in the ancient military strategists of HUA country. It was only in this battle that I finally understood. With that, Zuin slowly turned around, staring intently at Yue King Huan. Tell me, why did that man call you a practitioner of military strategy? What does it mean? Yue King Huan shrugged. What meaning could there be? Just the one you understand. Hearing this, a gleam appeared in Zuan's eyes. If you are a practitioner of military strategy, what connection do you have with the ancient military strategists of HUA country? Or is it? Before Zuin could finish, Yue King Huan waved her hand. No need to guess. The military strategy I practice is not the same as what you refer to as military strategy, at least not as simple as you imagine. Then why do you go to pay respects at the tombs of those ancient military strategists? I'm just curious. Curious. Exactly. Curious about certain events of the past. Yue King Huan casually stated. Zhu remained silent, simply watching Yue King Huan quietly. Don't understand me, do you, or Zhu? And nodded. Yue King Huan sighed lightly, then appeared somewhat troubled as she said, Actually, I don't understand it very well either, because there are many things that even I don't know the truth behind. Perhaps my brother knows more than I do, but he refuses to tell me. Then can you tell me what you know now? Zuan said solemnly. Yue King Huan chuckled, but did not directly answer Zuan's question, only saying lightly, Before answering your question, I'd like to ask you a question. Speak. Do you think this battle has ended? Do you know which aspect of you I like the most? The breathtakingly beautiful girl said the word like to the man, which was enough to make one's heart race. But Zuin was completely unmoved, simply saying, You should know that I'm immune to these little tricks of yours, so, please get to the point. Yue King Huan was infuriated by Zuan's attitude, but soon she calmed down. What I like the most about you is this rare calmness and clarity that you possess. With that, Yue King Huan lifted her incredibly long legs, burying her entire body into the thick backrest of the sofa, looking up at the dazzling starry sky and saying softly, In this battle, you may seem to have won, but it's all based on a very small probability of a sudden event. If it weren't for the breath from an yen at the end, even you would have failed. Can you admit this? Zuin was silent for a moment, then nodded. Although I don't want to admit it, the probability of losing is indeed around 80%, and even if we win, it will be a narrow victory. Hearing this, Yue King Huan sat up straight, looking at Zuin in astonishment. So you mean, at that moment when you were facing that finger, you still had a 20% chance of winning? What? Surprised. Zuin responded calmly. This time it was Yue King Huan who looked steadily at Zuan, until after a long while, she shook her head with a bitter smile. Of course it's surprising, because you have no idea how terrifying the existence is that can crush the heavens with a finger. Compared to him, you are almost the same as an ordinary person now, so I'm really curious. How did you manage to have that 20% chance of winning? What do you think, Zhu? And asked. Yue King Huan was momentarily surprised, then understood something. After deeply gazing at Zuan, she reclined back on the sofa. I take back what I said earlier. Sometimes you are not calm at all, but frighteningly crazy. However, I seem to like you even more now. With that, Yue King Huan chuckled to herself. Zhu remained silent, only watching Yue King Huan quietly. It wasn't until a moment later that Yue King Huan restrained her smile and regained her composure. Even if you have a 20% chance of winning, after this battle, they will definitely be better prepared. So next time, you won't have such a good opportunity. I believe you should understand this logic. Of course, Zuan nodded. So back to our previous topic, since you are very curious about the connection between my family and the ancient HUA nation's military arts, I can only tell you that the secrets lie within my family. You will only understand when you witness it with your own eyes. I have to say, it's hard to explain. Zuan stopped talking, only gazing calmly at Yue King Huan. After a while, he said softly, Is this your way of inviting me to your place? Yue King Huan smiled brightly. You could interpret it that way. But as I mentioned, this battle is far from over. To completely solve the problem, you should know better than me what to do. With that, Yue King Huan looked at Zuan with a smile. Suddenly, Zuan said, I've noticed that there seems to be some kind of rule constraining you, making it difficult for you to tell me things directly. You can only invite me in this roundabout way, right? Yue King Huan let out a light sigh without saying anything. But silence often means agreement in many cases. Zhu nodded. Even without your reminder, I will definitely go beyond the heavens, because that's where the root of all problems lies, the key point. And the best defense is offense. This time, I will demand retribution from the masterminds behind this invasion of evil. At the end, a cold glint flashed in Zuan's eyes. Yue King Huan chuckled lightly, hinting, then, I wish you good luck. With that, she relaxed back on the sofa and lazily said, after being away for so long, I really miss home. It's advisable to leave in 10 days, so let's set off at that time. After giving one last glance at Yue King Huan, Zhu turned and walked away briskly. When Zhuan reappeared at the banquet, the grand event was drawing to a close. The main reason being that most people were already drunk. Hence, Zuan's presence did not attract the attention of others. Only Yan occasionally sensed something, turning to him and whispering, back already, yes. Want to have something to eat. Yan didn't inquire about where Zuan went or what he did, but Zuan took the initiative to say, I just went to see Yue King Huan. Oh. Yan simply replied casually, then focused on dealing with the fruitcake on the plate. 10 days later, we will leave the heavens with her. Yan shivered slightly, then raised her head to look at Zuan. Is there a need to be so hasty? Yes, very urgent. Oh. Yan replied softly again. At that moment, Zuan suddenly grabbed Yan's hand, then lowered his voice, come with me. Yan was still a bit puzzled as Zuan led her away from the venue. In a blink of an eye, the two of them arrived at a certain location. As Yan looked at the familiar signboard, her eyes widened, Old Z's restaurant. Honey, why did you bring me here? Naturally, to eat, Zuan said with a smile, then pushed open the door and walked into the restaurant. Unlike the lively atmosphere outside, the Old Z's restaurant was a bit deserted at this moment. After all, most people were busy celebrating the hard-won victory. Who would bother to come here to eat? Nevertheless, Old Z and Aunt Pang were still holding down the fort at this small restaurant. With their contributions, they could have a place at the celebratory feast. However, as Old Z put it, he was getting old, and the bustling banquet was better left to the younger crowd. So the two of them were leisurely watching television at this moment. The TV was broadcasting celebrations from around the world. Hey, no matter how many times I say it, that was the most glorious moment of my life as your husband. HMPH. Why aren't you more proud of yourself? Even though she said that, Aunt Pang still considerately opened another bottle of wine for Old Z. Just then, the door of the restaurant was pushed open from the outside, followed by a calm and smiling voice. Stir fry to signature dishes, remember to add more chili and less scallions. This familiar voice made Aunt Pang and Uncles E both startled, and they turned to look towards the door. Zuan smiled as he looked at them. Uncle Z, Aunt Pang, why? Not welcoming me? The two almost jumped up from their seats. Zian. Old Z stammered. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he regretted them a little. Indeed, Aunt Pang pinched him hard on the side and then hesitantly said, Mr. Zhu, why did you come here? Her tone was polite and restrained. The reason was simple. Zuan's current reputation was too lofty. Proving himself to be a half-step immortal, defeating evil forces, and saving lives in times of danger, all of these astonishing events had made Zhu an untouchable figure in many people's minds. Faced with this reputation, Aunt Pang naturally dared not be as casual as before. However, upon hearing her words, Zuan was slightly taken aback and then shook his head with a wry smile. Aunt Pang, are you trying to push me away? Calling me Mr. Zhu, are you trying to make me leave? With that, Zuan was about to leave with some disappointment. Seeing this, Old Z became anxious and stepped forward. Zian, don't listen to Aunt Pang's nonsense, she's always like this, he said sternly, glaring at Aunt Pang. Do you hear me? Zian is not like that at all. No matter what kind of important figure he has become, he is still the same old Zian. Faced with Old Z's reprimand, Aunt Pang didn't throw a tantrum as she used to, but instead looked embarrassed and lowered her head. This scene made Zuan chuckle helplessly. All right, Uncle Z, stop showing off your hosting skills and hurry up and cook some dishes. I'm starving. All right, just wait a moment, I'll go and prepare it right away. Old Z went to the kitchen energetically. Aunt Pang, who had gradually cheered up, said, Zian, You and Yan can sit here. I'll go get some wine for you. Old Z had hidden a few good bottles of wine before, and I've kept them. With that, she left, smiling happily. Soon, the stove in the kitchen crackled, accompanied by the clattering of spatulas, filling the small restaurant with a strong atmosphere of human presence. At this moment, Yan felt completely relaxed, as if time had suddenly gone back to the past. Back then, she would occasionally follow Zhu in here after he received his salary. The so-called meal was just a few ordinary dishes, but for Yan, who came from a prestigious family in the capital, it was a bit uncouth, yet she enjoyed it. Blinking back to the present, her status and mindset had changed drastically. However, the joy of waiting for the dishes to arrive remained unchanged. Shortly, several plates of dishes were served. Old Z wiped his hands on his apron proudly and said, "How does it taste?" Zhuan didn't hesitate and picked up a piece to taste. There was no exquisite ingredients, just ordinary ones, but in Old Z's hands, they emitted a unique fragrance. Without saying a word, Zhuan gave a thumbs up. A brilliant smile appeared on Old Z's face instantly. Aunt Pang came over with wine at this moment. Old Z sat down as Zhuan opened the bottle and he poured a glass of wine for Old Z himself. "Uncle Z, here, a toast to you first to Zhu." And finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. Old Z's hands began to tremble. His eyes even turned slightly red. Although he acted normal just now, Zhuan's status was there for all to see now. He dared not be the slightest bit rude. Unexpectedly, Zhuan took the initiative to toast him. This naturally excited him, and he also raised his cup and finished the wine. With a drink down, the atmosphere became even more lively. It was only at this moment that Aunt Pang and Old Z were truly convinced that Zhuan had not changed. He was still the same polite and refined young man as before. After 3 rounds of wine, Old Z asked in wonder, "Zian, why didn't you go to the banquet, but came here instead?" Or Zhu smiled, "Because I have a problem. The bigger the banquet, the less satisfied I am. Besides, I've been back for so long and haven't tasted your cooking yet, so I naturally had to come and satisfy my cravings first." Old Z felt proud as he raised his glass. "In that case, let's have another one." "Good." In no time, another bottle of wine was emptied. Old Z's face now showed signs of intoxication. Despite undergoing a modification where half of his body had already become mechanical, his tolerance for alcohol had not improved. With the help of alcohol, Old Z also became more outspoken. "Zian, there's something I'm not sure if I should ask." "Go ahead, Uncle Z." "Now that this battle is over, what are your plans next?" Or Zhu put down his glass and smiled at Old Z. "Uncle Z, are you suggesting?" Paying no attention to Aunt Pang signaling to him from the side, he said seriously, "I think this matter can't simply end here. Who knows if those damn bastards will come back, so we must be prepared in advance." Zhuan agreed with a smile. "Well said, let's have another drink." After another glass of wine, Old Z's tongue became a bit heavy. "Damn, those bastards have nothing better to do than come bother us out of nowhere. If they dare to come back, I'll be the first one to charge at them." Aunt Pang finally couldn't hold back, lightly coughed, and then whispered, "Old Z, can you please watch your language? Yan is here too." Old Z didn't pay attention to anything else, but when he heard that, he immediately understood and quickly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Zhuan smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Z, yes?" After seeing them, Zhuangyi couldn't help but smile slightly. "You talk as if you haven't smelled the scent." Yi Hanshang sat down next to Zhuangyi. "Stop talking nonsense. First get me some food. I'm starving." "What? Weren't you fed at the banquet?" "Don't mention the banquet. The whole time at the banquet the few of us just accompanied Huya to drink. No time to eat." "Then why didn't Huya come with you guys?" And Yan asked. "Do I even need to ask?" "Of course, he got drunk." With that, Yi Hanshang sighed. "Sister-in-law, you didn't see. Huya now acts like a woman, drinks a bit, and then hugs that bead. Wiping tears, so annoying." Chu Wuxiong and Tianzana nodded in agreement. Alas, he's troubled by love. After all, Ao Yi sacrificed himself for him. An Yan sighed sympathetically, then asked, "Didn't you try to advise him?" "Of course we did. But it had no effect at all. I even wanted to give him a beating. You think crying can solve the problem? He really acts like a woman." Yi Hanshang was filled with frustration. Just then, a voice from outside the restaurant said softly, "Yi Hanshang, who are you calling a woman?" Following the voice, Huya walked in, followed by Aru, Hying, and Fan Mengshu Tangzuner, and others. Their arrival immediately livened up the restaurant. Aunt Pang was so happy she didn't know what to say, quickly inviting everyone to sit down. Sister-in-law. Huya greeted An Yan first. An Yan looked at the pale Huya, wanting to say something, but eventually just nodded. "I'll go over there. You guys talk." After saying that, she got up and left. After she left, Huya sat down opposite Zueyangi by himself. A strong smell of alcohol hit them, and his eyes were bloodshot, looking extremely exhausted. Even so, he stared firmly at Yi Hanshang next to him. "Yi, did you just call me a woman?" Yi Hanshang grinned. "Of course I did. What's wrong with that?" Huya suddenly became angry. Trying to lower his voice, he roared, "Yi Hanshang, do you have the guts to have a fight outside with me?" Yi Hanshang raised an eyebrow slightly. "I would be happy to." With that, the two of them were about to get up. Chu Wuxiong and Tianzana were about to intervene, but at that moment, Zueyangi slammed the table. Bang! The loud sound instantly quieted the restaurant, with everyone looking surprised at Zueyangi. Yi Hanshang and Huya were both stunned. Zueyangi then slowly picked up a glass from the table and said, "So you want to fight? Fine, I'll be a witness for you too. How about a life and death duel?" This made both of them lower their heads and remain silent. Zueyangi picked up the glass of wine, sneering at the two of them. The atmosphere became tense. Just then, Lao Zi came out from the kitchen with a plate of food. "Here, piping hot dishes, quickly eat ... His voice abruptly stopped as he felt the tension in the air. Aunt Pang kept signaling him with her eyes, leaving him standing still. Zueyangi waved his hand. "Uncle Z, hurry up and bring the dishes over for drinking." Okay. Lao Zi quickly placed the dishes on the table, looking somewhat uneasy as he glanced at Yi Hanshang and the others. Zueyangi remained silent and filled everyone's glasses with wine himself. "Drink." With that, Zueyangi drank first. Everyone looked at each other and followed suit. Just as the glasses were placed back on the table, Zueyangi suddenly said, "Huya." Huya trembled. "Yes. Do you think if the second princess saw you like this, she would be happy?" Huya didn't speak, tears glistening in his eyes. "I know you find it hard to face the second princess's departure, feeling you owe her, but is this the right way to repay her? Always ready to fight with brothers who once fought side by side with you, if you are so capable, why didn't you defeat the invading evil spirits?" Haya's face blushed, almost burying his head in the table. Seeing this, Zueyangi softened his tone and sighed lightly. "Since it has happened, let it go, especially now that you are about to be a father. Can't you realize even this?" After a moment of silence, Huya nodded vigorously. "I understand." Zueyangi smiled faintly, then turned to Yi Hanshang beside him. "What's so funny? Don't you think I didn't mention you?" Yi Hanshang's smile froze. "What's wrong with me? I know your intentions are good, thinking your brother shouldn't sink like this, but couldn't you be a bit more subtle? Do you even need to point out the obvious that Huya is acting like a woman?" This remark sent everyone into laughter. Haya's pale face even more quickly disappeared. "Hey, Lao Zu, so after all this time, am I the one being scolded?" "This isn't scolding, I'm helping you. Otherwise, with your obstinate personality, if I don't provoke you a bit, who knows how long you'll be stuck in this." Zueyangi patted his shoulder with a smile and raised his glass. "Come on, let's drink." This drinking session was much more enjoyable than the one at the banquet. Whether it was due to increased alcohol tolerance or some other reason, Huya remained sober even after 3 rounds of drinking, while Zhuang's eyes seemed to shine brighter with each drink. At the peak of the atmosphere, Juge Kang walked in wearily. "Hey, Lao Dao, why did you come so late? Hurry up and sit down and have a few drinks." Yi Hanshang quickly invited him. Juge Kang smiled and shook his head. "Wait a moment." Then, he looked at Zueyangi with a serious expression. "Were the messages you gave me earlier true?" Zueyangi put down his glass and nodded, "Of course. Can you joke about such things?" Upon hearing this, Juge Kang took a deep breath, looking excited. "Good. Since that's the case, I fully agree." However, their conversation left Yi Hanshang and the others confused. "What are you two talking about? What do you mean by agreeing to something?" Huya asked curiously. Because this matter is really too big. Lao Zhu, is everything that Zhuge Lao Dao said true? Fox Knight asked in surprise. Zuan smiled and nodded. Although this battle has ended, the test has just begun. If we want to defend our homeland or even journey beyond the heavens, we must take practical actions. Therefore, I have decided to gather everyone together while all the strong ones from the heavens are gathered here to create a sect together. The name of the sect is Red Lotus Immortal Sect. Red Lotus Immortal Sect. The crowd whispered softly. Suddenly, Yi Hanchang slammed the table, his face full of excitement, and said, "Good, good for journeying beyond the heavens. This heroic spirit truly befits Lao Zhu. I, Yi Hanchang, represent the Ghost Realm as the first to join. Even though the Paradise Lost has fallen, I am willing to do my part." Tianzi said immediately after. The Dragon Elephant Gate is no exception. Add my Chinku Fox Nation. Fox Knight shouted. Everyone looked at him, and Yi Hanchang smiled. Our sect is of human origin. What's wrong with a human sect? Can't our Chinku Fox Nation join? Since we fought side by side, we should be treated equally in this matter. Lao Zhu, am I right? Zhu smiled and nodded. You're right. This time, in creating the Red Lotus Immortal Sect, regardless of race, as long as you have fought alongside each other, you can join. So, can I join too? Zhang Xiaoyu asked excitedly. Of course. And I can even make you a chief protector by that time. Really? Zhang Xiaoyu was almost jumping with joy. Of course, as a chief protector in charge of guarding the entrance. How does that sound? Zuan said with a smile. Everyone burst into laughter. And this news spread at an extremely fast pace after the banquet ended. Did you hear? Lord Zhu intends to create the Red Lotus Immortal Sect. They say anyone who has been on the battlefield and killed enemies can sign up. Someone exclaimed excitedly. I heard it a long time ago, but unfortunately, I was too weak back then and couldn't even get on the battlefield. Someone said enviously. Upon hearing this news, many powerful beings from various realms took a sharp breath. Mr. Zhu really has grand plans here. By doing this, he has attracted all the strong ones from the heavens. Indeed, it is conceivable that with the emergence of the Red Lotus Immortal Sect, it will become the #1 sect in the heavens, and perhaps the only sect. What about our sects? Are they all now pointless? Someone lamented. Whether lamenting or sighing, the establishment of the Red Lotus Immortal Sect rolled on like the unstoppable tide of time. Soon, another piece of news came. 3 days later, the inaugural ceremony of the Red Lotus Immortal Sect will be held on the former main battlefield. The news caused the entire world to boil with excitement. Countless youths rushed to the location of the ceremony eagerly, hoping to secure a good spot as soon as possible. The strong ones were rubbing their hands in anticipation, wanting to join the Red Lotus Immortal Sect and secure a promising future. After all, even a fool could see that Zuan had unquestionably become the #1 figure in the heavens. And his wife possessed supreme authority, saving the heavens from chaos. With the support of Zuan's friends, the future of the Red Lotus Immortal Sect seemed limitless. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that the earlier one joined the sect, the greater the benefits in the future. This kind of thinking was human nature, and therefore understandable. Just as the whole world was buzzing with excitement over this matter, Zuan appeared in a secluded area of the battlefield. At this moment, in this closed space, golden light shimmered, mantras echoed, creating a magnificent scene of Buddhism. However, there were only a few Buddhist monks who could appear in this space now. Masters like Yuashan Uag Maitreya had all died in battle. Now, there were only a few tantric masters remaining in this space, including Guanzizai Jin Gang, while in the Pure Land sect, apart from the surviving white-eyebrowed Arhat, only a few generations of Buddhist monks from Dingchen Temple remained. For example, the little monk Hutong, who was now kneeling on the ground with a sad expression, was the one who had appeared before. However, this little monk now had lost his past innocence and liveliness, because his senior brother Yuan Tong had also died in battle. This seemed like a catalyst, causing Hutong to grow up overnight. Master! Leader! The Buddhist monks all bowed when they saw Zuan. Zuan sighed lightly. The most significant losses in this battle were the sword cultivators and Buddhist monks, because these two major sects shared many similarities in many aspects. For example, once they set their target, they would charge forward without hesitation, and they excelled in fierce combat techniques. These traits led to heavy losses among the Buddhist monks. Please rise. Everyone stood up, and Zuin walked inside, arriving in front of a radiant figure seated in the center of the space. Within the flickering golden light sat a young woman. It was Ying Luo, who had advanced in cultivation long ago, but had yet to emerge from seclusion. At this moment, her breath seemed to be stuck at an invisible threshold, neither increasing nor decreasing, as if she was silently waiting for something. Zuin silently gazed at Ying Luo in the golden light, as scenes of when he first met Yue Shan seemed to flash before his eyes. At that time, they had a misunderstanding and a fight, which led to them becoming close friends. Zuin still remembered the smile on Shan Yu's face when he thanked him with clasped palms. But he never expected that he would fall so quickly. Lost in his thoughts, Zuin was suddenly interrupted by Guanzizai, who whispered, "Master, she has been stuck at this invisible threshold for days, seemingly reluctant to advance. It seems like she is holding on to something, which is why she refuses to progress." Zuin sighed lightly. Yes, she does indeed seem to be holding on to something, which is why she hasn't been able to take that step forward. Yue Shan once lent her his final cultivation strength, which resulted in his essence lingering within Ying Luo's body. If she were to cross that threshold, Shan Yu's essence would completely disappear. So, in order to preserve that last trace of Shan Yu's essence, she chose to remain in deep meditation and refused to awaken. These words shook Guanzizai and Hu Tong, and others. So that's the reason. Hu Tong gazed at the golden light, his eyes filled with complex emotions. If you forcefully awaken it, you will bear great risks, and the slightest carelessness could damage its consciousness. So when they heard that Zuin wanted to awaken Ying Luo, Guanzizai and others couldn't help but feel nervous. How does the leader plan to do it? Hui Tong asked softly. Guanzizai shook his head gently. I don't know either. At this moment, Zuin took a few steps forward, came to the front of the golden light, and then gently placed his hand on the golden light. Immediately, a gentle spiritual thought penetrated inside. Seeing this scene, Guanzizai and Hui Tong's eyes widened in an instant. Heavens, isn't this the breath of senior brother Yuexi? Hui Tong said in confusion. Guanzizai seemed to understand something, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. The master has put so much effort into this. Just then, Zuin whispered, Ying Luo, aren't you awake yet? Her voice was identical to that of Yuexi. Feeling the breath and hearing the voice, the golden light on Ying Luo suddenly burst forth, crossing the threshold in an instant and entering an intangible realm. In an instant, the sky was filled with falling flowers, and the ground surged with golden lotus. Guanzizai and others couldn't help but clasp their palms together in joy and admiration. Meanwhile, Ying Luo slowly opened her eyes, looking towards the direction of the voice with infinite surprise. Yuexi, I knew you. Her words abruptly stopped as she stared blankly at Zuan, her face filled with disbelief. Zuan nodded apologetically. You're awake. Where is Yuexi? Ying Luo asked in confusion. Why are you here? Where did Yuexi go or Zu? Un remained silent, wearing a remorseful expression on his face. He was just here. I understand. He must be deliberately hiding to surprise me, right? I knew it would be like this. Ha ha ha. Yuexi, you scoundrel, come out and see me. Ying Luo stood up and looked around with a cheerful smile. Everyone couldn't help but show a look of pity. Finally, Zuin sighed softly. Ying Luo, stop searching. You felt the breath just now was all pretended by me. As for Yuexi, you should know in your heart if he is still around. With these words, Ying Luo instantly froze in place, then lowered her head, her shoulders trembling, accompanied by a sound of sobbing. Zuin quietly watched without stopping her, because he knew Ying Luo would have to pass through this ordeal sooner or later. Why did you lie to me? Ying Luo murmured softly, head bowed. Guanzizai sighed lightly and took a step forward to try to persuade her. But at that moment, Ying Luo suddenly looked up, tears streaming down her face. Why did you deceive me into waking up? Don't you know that this way, even the last trace of his breath will dissipate? With her questioning, a dazzling golden light erupted from Ying Luo, directly pushing back Guanzizai and others who wanted to approach. Only Zuin stood still, like a rock in the midst of the golden light. Why did you lie to me? Ying Luo suddenly roared, and an immeasurable golden light condensed into a Buddhist seal. Its power made DRIZZLE and others visibly tense. How is this possible? Is this the strength one should have just after achieving the invisible Tao? The esoteric Vira hand couldn't believe his eyes, because Ying Luo's Buddhist seal was much more powerful than his own. Although the Vira hand had achieved the invisible Tao for hundreds of years, Ying Luo, as a newcomer, surpassed him. This astonished him. DRIZZLE sighed lightly. This is entirely possible because this girl possesses senior brother Uxe's entire cultivation and experience. At this moment, Ying Luo nearly hysterically demanded, "Give me back his breath." Boom! The golden light Buddhist seal surged towards Xuan. But Xuan didn't even move, just looked at her with a face full of remorse. After the golden light Buddhist seal reached Xuan, it dissipated like smoke in a breeze. Then Xuan calmly said, "Even if I returned his breath to you, what can you do with it? Can you bring him back to life? I don't care, I just want his breath." Ah! At this moment, Ying Luo was almost going insane, with violent golden light overwhelming the surroundings, determined to strangle Xuan on the spot. But in the next moment, the golden light dispersed, and Xuan swiftly approached Ying Luo, raising his hand. Ying Luo was bound by an invisible force and suspended in midair. "Let me go!" Ying Luo struggled vigorously, her eyes fierce, and a dark light appeared behind her head, showing signs of falling into the demonic path. "Master!" DRIZZLE couldn't help but exclaim, trying to warn Xuan of the changes in Ying Luo. Xuan, however, maintained a calm demeanor and suddenly slapped Ying Luo across the face. Smack! The slap was resounding, sending Ying Luo flying and freezing her in place. Xuan gazed at her with raised eyebrows. "How long do you wish to persist with this turmoil? For my sake, Uxe was willing to endure suffering, even cut off the chance of reincarnation, just for you to live well. But what about you? For a fleeting breath, you prefer to remain in a trance, even though you know this will eventually lead to mental death and a descent into a death meditation, persisting in delusion. Is this how you repay him? Look at yourself now, the demon entering your body, about to fall from an unseen bodhisattva to a demon. Do you think Uxe would be pleased with this? Even if you don't cherish your own body, don't you realize that Uxe has already fused with you?" Xuan's words were like thunder, wiping away the ferocity on Ying Luo's face, leaving her with a bewildered look. Tears welled up in her eyes. He has fused with me. Where do you think your current strength came from?" Xuan said coldly. Tears flowed down Ying Luo's cheeks. "I knew he wouldn't leave me. I knew." Seeing this, Xuan softened his tone, letting out a sigh. "Since you know, then do well, don't disappoint him." "Understood." Ying Luo nodded vigorously, and the darkness on the golden wheel behind her head vanished rapidly. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Uncle, I know you can hear me. I won't be noisy anymore. I will be good, but I miss you so much." Her voice sounded as if blood and tears were mixed, deeply moving. Tears also welled up in Huitong's eyes. Xuan let out another sigh. Ying Luo watched Xuan's departing figure, slowly wiped away her tears, then stood up from the ground and looked towards DRIZZLE and the others. "Senior brothers, let's go." DRIZZLE was somewhat surprised, as he didn't expect Ying Luo to recover so quickly. "Do we not need to wait a bit longer?" Ying Luo shook her head. "No need. Because he was right. The path that Yuecha didn't finish, I will finish for him. Namo the benevolent master. In that case, we, the practitioners of Buddhism, will leave this small paradise with the master to establish the Scarlet Lotus Immortal Sect together." DRIZZLE said solemnly. "Well said, well said." The Buddhist practitioners clapped their hands together in approval and admiration. The 3-day deadline passed in the blink of an eye. On the day when the Scarlet Lotus Immortal Sect officially established its sect, the venue was crowded with people. Practitioners from various realms and young aspirants filled the area, discussing in hushed tones. "I really don't know if I can join Senior Zhu's sect," a young practitioner from HUA country said anxiously. "Don't worry. Senior Zhu is one of us in HUA country. He will definitely take care of our clan," someone said confidently. "Even with care, one must have strength. Like me, a useless person, it's better not to have such hopes. It's already great to witness such a grand event," someone said enviously. These were mostly Earth practitioners discussing. Practitioners from various realms were also nervous because they didn't know how Zuin would arrange their presence, especially since many practitioners had their own sects, but most were small sects. If they were marginalized after joining the Scarlet Lotus Immortal sect, it would be disastrous. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings and anxiety. Time passed in this tense atmosphere. Finally, just as the sun rose to its zenith, a bright light emerged from the sky and appeared above the heads of the crowd. When it settled, it was the top-level experts, led by Zhu Zhang, Yi Han, Hu Yi, etc. Their appearance caused a stir in the whole venue. Many people showed expressions of shock. My God, almost all the immortal kings from all realms are here. This is truly unprecedented. Someone murmured, almost in a lamenting tone. After Zhu Zhang and others appeared, they did not disperse but stood in the center, as if waiting for someone. At the same time, a thunderous sound came from the horizon, and then a figure strode towards them. With each step, countless radiant lights akin to veins shimmered beneath his feet. The earth also rumbled, and towering mountains rose into being. This scene astounded everyone. Along Zuan's path, numerous mountains grew out of thin air wherever he passed. These mountains were not barren. Once formed, countless spiritual energy rained down, nurturing the entire mountainside. In an instant, myriad lingi and immortal herbs sprouted on these peaks, and vast spiritual energy condensed into rivers flowing through the mountains. In a blink of an eye, the land turned green. Spiritual energy soared, forming a vast and extraordinary feng shui landscape. Song Yi trembled with excitement. Establishing feng shui, Master intends to create an extraordinary cave residence. Indeed, when Zuin reached the battlefield, the previously empty space began to transform dramatically. Towering mountain peaks rose, with the tallest forming 5 lotus-like peaks arching protectively around a central platform. All this happened instantly, and then Zuin casually pointed his finger. The dragon comes! With that command, an immeasurable amount of spiritual energy poured into the sky from the vast void above. These energies quickly converged and condensed into a gigantic dragon stretching hundreds of miles long. This spiritual dragon circled Zhu, and once roared deafeningly, then plunged downwards, directly crashing into the central platform. With a series of faint cracking sounds, these mountain peaks began to sway slightly. As they swayed, colorful lotuses started to blossom on the platform in the center. This was a scene that appeared only when the Earth's energy reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, an extraordinary cave residence appeared before everyone. But it wasn't over yet. Zuan's wrist turned, and the heaven-slaying sword appeared in his hand. After slaughtering countless evil beings, the entire sword now shone red as blood, exuding indescribable power. Zuan's gaze flickered, then suddenly he thrust the sword down. In the middle of its descent, the sword expanded furiously, and by the time it hit the ground, it had become a towering pillar reaching the sky. Instead of piercing the ground, the sword hovered above it and began to rotate slowly. Zuin walked up to the heaven-slaying sword and, with a sweeping motion, wrote 4 large characters in the air. Scarlet Lotus Immortal Sect. As the 4 characters completed, they engraved themselves onto the sword with 4 ancient seal characters. After completing all this, Zuin clapped his hands and examined everything carefully before nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, 2 more figures flashed by, and then Li Jingxing and Hu Huan appeared beside Zuan. Hu Huan assessed the 4 characters with crossed arms and nodded in approval. I have to admit, your calligraphy is indeed impressive. Li Jingxing, however, stared fixedly at the heavenly sword floating and rotating slowly, his eyes full of wonder. Zuin smiled faintly and said, "Shall we begin?" Hu Huan nodded. "Let's begin." Zuin walked towards the sky again. With each step, a red lotus bloomed beneath his feet, gradually growing in size. When he reached the summit, the lotus flowers under his feet had formed a platform, lifting him completely up. Zuin turned slowly, gazing at the people below, and said softly, "From today, the Scarlet Lotus Immortal Sect is established. Anyone with objections may speak now." The whole venue fell into an unusual silence, with not a single person speaking. Zuin surveyed the entire venue, and then nodded. "Very well, it seems everyone concurs. Then, Li Jingxing, Hu Huan, step forward to receive your position." Li Jingxing and Hu Huan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "We are here. From today, you two shall be the supreme deacons of the Scarlet Lotus Immortal Sect. In my absence, you will have the authority over life and death." Any objections? None. Very well. I appoint you as the Grand Servants, each in charge of the Red Lotus Immortal Sect's peak forces, to tightly control and guard against evil invasion. Any objections? We obey the sect leader's command. Very well. Receive the seals, Zhu. Unwaved his hand, and 5 different colored lights flew into the hands of Juge Zhang and the other 5 people. White Brow Luo Han, Guanzi Zai, Vira Hand, Ying Luo, obey orders. Disciples are here. Several Buddhist cultivators emitted thousands of rays of light from their heads, walking forward. I appoint you as the Grand Protectors of the Red Lotus Immortal Sect, in charge of all Buddhist practitioners in the world, spreading the Dharma and benefiting society. Are you willing? The group joyfully joined their hands and exclaimed, "We are willing." In that case, receive the staff. White Brow, Guanzi Zai, and others were different from the others, obtaining the staff symbolizing the majesty of Buddhism. In an instant, golden light filled the sky, and golden lotuses surged from the ground, everyone showing respect because the Buddhist practitioners had earned everyone's respect with their actions. After all, in terms of casualties, besides sword cultivators, Buddhist practitioners suffered the most. So, when they were appointed as protectors, there were no objections. Dragon Clan, listen to the appointment. Princess Al Qing stepped forward and respectfully said, "Subordinates are here. I appoint the Dragon Clan as the mountain guardians of the Red Lotus Immortal Sect, in charge of all demon races alongside the Green Fox country. Any objections?" When these words were spoken, Al Qing showed excitement and immediately bowed down, expressing her gratitude and promising to devote all efforts. Very well, receive the rewards. Zuan sent out a beam of light, imprinting directly into Ao Qing's forehead. With a flood of celestial laws poured into her, Ao Qing's body quickly expanded, and her aura continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, she broke through a small realm and stepped into the realm of Half-Step Immortal Emperor. This scene made many envious because countless people had been stuck at the level below Immortal Emperor their whole lives. But now, Ao Qing took this critical step with ease, as if Zuan had opened a door to a stronger path for her. Ao Qing was deeply grateful, bowed again, and then stepped back. Zuan did not speak immediately, but paused before smiling at the next 2 individuals in front of the crowd, Fan Mengshu and Tang Zhuanyer. Mengshu, Zhuanyer, come forward for the appointment. The 2 women trembled slightly and then walked forward, bowing respectfully. Their appearances caught many people's attention because they exuded contrasting qualities. Mengshu had a dark and dangerous aura, akin to a red rose growing in the darkness. Tang Zhuanyer, on the other hand, exuded a gentle and kind aura, resembling a gentle orchid. In the whispers of the crowd, Zuan said, "You 2 are appointed as the Black and White Stewards of the Red Lotus Immortal Sect, in charge of rewarding good deeds and punishing evil. Do you accept?" Zuan's tone softened when speaking to them, almost like a discussion rather than a command. They both nodded without hesitation, "Yes, Zhu." A nodded and threw out 2 beams of light, imprinting them on Fan Mengshu and Tang Zhuanyer's foreheads. The auras of the 2 women suddenly surged. Especially Tang Zhuanyer, who had been slightly inferior to Mengshu, instantly stepped into the realm of Immortal King. With Zuan's help, Tang Zhuanyer smoothly crossed this threshold she had been on the verge of, but unable to break through due to her non-competitive nature. When their auras stabilized, the differences in their qualities became more apparent. Mengshu emitted a faint black glow, commanding punishments, while Tang Zhuanyer exuded purity like a celestial spirit. After the 2 women stepped back, Zuan's smile faded, and he spoke sternly. "Fire Phoenix, step forward for the appointment." In an instant, all members of the Fire Phoenix, led by Cheng Hao, gathered before Zuan. "Instructor!" they all called out. The whole scene stirred up a commotion because the Fire Phoenix had become a legendary force in the realms. After their remarkable battle, where not a single member was lost, despite the assistance of battle tokens and armor, everyone was in awe of them. Seeing his trained warriors, Zuan's face showed satisfaction. "I appoint you as the elite guardians of the Red Lotus Immortal Sect. If anyone dares to offend the Red Lotus's authority, how will you deal with them?" Cheng Hao stepped forward and declared, "Instructor, if anyone dares to offend the Red Lotus's authority, we will kill." "Kill!" All Fire Phoenix members echoed. "Good, Zhu." A nodded, and a beam of light flashed between his eyebrows. Countless evil troops appeared in the air, with numerous zombie masters leading them. Zhuan had intended to use them as auxiliaries during the big battle, but they didn't need to be deployed. When the crowd saw these evil troops and zombie lords, shock and fear spread. Zhuan said, "Cheng Hao, what are your orders, instructor? These evil troops are now under the command of our sect. As for these zombie lords, they have pledged their loyalty. I reward them to you as the second-line forces of the Fire Phoenix." Cheng Hao was excited and promised to follow orders. Earlier, Cheng Hao had been worried about the limited numbers of the Fire Phoenix. Now with the addition of these forces, his concerns eased. Qu Yi, Ye Kongming, come forward for the appointment. Due to Jiangxiu's remarkable performance in this battle, which could be said to be seen by all, he even bravely confronted the invading evil creatures with his own life, winning a precious respite for everyone. However, this resulted in heavy casualties for Jiangxiu, with only himself remaining among many sword cultivators who once enjoyed extravagance like Ye Kongming. Qu Yi, besides Li Jingxing, was ranked high on the list as the only surviving figure. Therefore, Qu Yi and Ye Kongming can be considered as heroic figures. Zhongzhu. Both of them bowed in respect. Zhuan also showed his respect, then returned the gesture. Both of you have achieved great feats and should serve as role models for the heavens. From now on, you will be the chief elders of the Honglian Immortal Sect, enjoying worship and offerings. Is that acceptable? Facing this, Qu Yi remained calm. Ye Kongming, however, shed tears on the spot. Because after this battle, he, who had been young and frivolous, had already understood much. Especially with the departure of his grandfather Yebufan and the deaths of many companions in battle, he had deeply realized the difficulty of victory. So upon hearing Zhuan's words, he finally couldn't control himself and burst into tears. But no one mocked him in the slightest. Instead, they all looked at him with respect on their faces. Because everyone understood what those tears truly meant. Zhuan sighed lightly, then personally imparted to Sword Intense. After the two of them stepped back, Zhuan continued to bestow rewards. In an instant, Zi Jingjing, Zi Rui, Aunt Pang, Uncle Zi, An Ying, Yang Bin, Qiao Lejiao Zuhui, Zhu Laning King School, Qingyang Pavilion, and even the Spirit Ball of Fueling Building each received rewards. Until the end, when everyone thought there were no more rewards to give, Zhuan suddenly smiled. Zhang Tianyu, step forward to receive your reward. Who is Zhang Tianyu? Upon hearing this name, many people exchanged glances, showing puzzled expressions on their faces. Even Zhang Tianyu himself never expected that Zhuan still remembered him. But he didn't react immediately. As an artificial intelligence, Xinghuan quickly pushed him forward. Zhu, Mr. Zhu. Zhang Tianyu bowed and said. Zhuan smiled slightly. Zhang Tianyu, you possess strong mechanical creation power. I appoint you as the chief architect of the Honglian Immortal Sect. You must create a miraculous building. Can you do it? Zhang Tianyu never thought Zhuan would entrust such an important task to him. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly with great excitement. Zhongzhu, rest assured. As the President of Science and Technology Changes Development, I take on this heavy responsibility gladly. I will do my best to create a miraculous building. Zhang Tianyu was so excited that his speech became somewhat incoherent. Zhuan nodded approvingly and then looked at Xinghuan, who had brought Zhang Tianyu forward. Xinghuan, I'm here. As the top artificial intelligence, your expertise should be in data organization. Now, I entrust you with all the data processing tasks of the entire Honglian Immortal Sect. Are you up for it? Of course, no problem. Xinghuan casually replied. Very well. I will now assign the first task. With that, Zhuan's gaze scanned the faces of everyone present, finally settling on the eager young people, and smiled faintly. The foundation of the Honglian Immortal Sect has been established. To truly make it an extraordinary immortal sect, disciples are the foundation of everything. Therefore, I declare that starting today, the Honglian Immortal Sect's gates are open to all who wish to join, regardless of background or race. The specific assessment criteria and admissions will be handled by Xinghuan. This statement caused an uproar. Countless young people were overjoyed by the news. But many who wanted to use connections and backdoor methods immediately gave up. Because an artificial intelligence was in charge of assessments. How could they use connections now? You can't just go to Xinghuan and say, I'll give you something nice, and you accept me, right? Isn't that asking for trouble? After handling each matter, Zuan nodded slightly to everyone. The ceremony is over. Let the celebration begin. As soon as his words fell, numerous prearranged fireworks shot up into the sky, exploding in the firmament. Bang! With a series of bangs, brilliant fireworks filled the sky, and the atmosphere reached its climax. It was unclear who started it, but many people began shouting with raised arms. Hongli an immortal sect! Hongli an immortal sect! The cheers rose one after another. But Zuan quietly disappeared from the sight of the crowd after achieving success. When he reappeared, he was already on the rooftop of the Tianzino, one villa in Beijing. At that moment, Yue Qinghuan was sitting on the sofa, watching the live broadcast on TV with great interest. When Zuan arrived, she raised her eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Zuan, you really surprised me." Zuan said nothing, but walked to the opposite side of her and slowly sat down. When he sat down, a hint of cunning flashed in Yue Qinghuan's eyes, and she boldly propped her long legs on the coffee table. She was wearing a short skirt. As her legs rose, the hem of the skirt fell, outlining a breathtaking curve. Such a sight was enough to make an ordinary person's breath pause. But Zuan seemed not to notice at all. He didn't even blink, just said calmly, "Oh, what's so surprising?" "Many things, such as the fact that you have such great courage to integrate the power of the heavens to create a sect. So ... Yue Qinghuan suddenly sat up, then leaned on the table with both hands and leaned towards Zuan, licking her lips. "I'm becoming more and more interested in you, Zhu," and gazed into Yue Qinghuan's purple eyes, his smile growing. "By doing this, aren't you afraid of playing with fire and burning yourself?" A hint of satisfaction gleamed in Yue Qinghuan's eyes, but then she put on a sincere expression and said, "I may be playing with fire, but it seems like you're the one who might get burned." With that, she reached out a slender jade hand, intending to touch Zuan's cheek. But as her hand reached halfway, it was blocked by an invisible force. Subsequently, Zuan, who was sitting in front of her, vanished without a trace. Yue Qinghuan was slightly perplexed, and at that moment, she heard Zuan's calm voice beside her. "Don't try these tricks in front of me. Your schemes have no effect on me." A hint of annoyance flashed in Yue Qinghuan's eyes, but quickly changed to a piteous look. "How do you know that I'm scheming? What if I'm really sincere? You ... Before she could finish her words, a rush of heat suddenly swept past her ears. What does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to? Just as Yue Qinghuan was lost in thought and prepared, Zuan's voice had already drifted away, as if everything that had just happened was all but an illusion. K. Why is your face turning red? Yue Qinghuan was slightly startled, then her eyes filled with deep anger. Speaking in a stiff tone, I suddenly changed my mind. I will leave tomorrow, whether you choose to come or not. With that, Yue Qinghuan turned around and walked away in big strides. Zhu and watched her back and suddenly said, Don't worry. I just whispered in your ear a moment ago. I didn't do anything else, so you don't need to be too concerned. Hearing this, Yue Qinghuan, who had been walking away briskly, stumbled for a moment, nearly falling to the ground, then hurried away. Zuan's lips curved slightly with a faint smile, then turned around and said lightly, Have you seen enough? In the void, Foxhuan showed himself embarrassed. Can I say I just happened to pass by? Would you believe me? Zuan said nothing, just quietly watched him. After a moment, Foxhuan's face showed embarrassment. It seems a bit unbelievable, right? But it's just that I was afraid you would lose your principles when faced with temptation, so I came to keep an eye on you. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. What's the result? Foxhuan scratched his head, chuckling. As it turns out, I was overly cautious. Then he raised his thumb, admiring. Truly worthy of being the unparalleled Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, able to remain unmoved even in the face of such temptation. Admirable. Zuan still didn't speak, just quietly watched Foxhuan. Foxhuan finally conceded. Okay. I admit I came to peek out of curiosity. That's okay, right? Foxhuan's expression suddenly turned serious. Listening to your conversation just now. Are you leaving tomorrow? Zhu nodded. Asterisk asterisk exactly. Asterisk asterisk Foxhuan took a deep breath. Asterisk asterisk aren't you reconsidering? No one knows what it's like outside the multiverse, and this Yue King Huan's background is mysterious. This journey can be described as unpredictable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is there to reconsider? Should I stay inside the multiverse and wait for death? Asterisk asterisk? Zhuan said lightly. Foxhuan fell silent, and after a while, sighed. Asterisk asterisk I regret not being strong enough, otherwise, I would join you on this journey. Asterisk 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 forget it. Only you and Li Jingxing guarding the multiverse can I leave with peace of mind. Otherwise, if something goes wrong behind, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Asterisk. Asterisk Zhuan smiled slightly. Asterisk asterisk moreover, the uncertainty is not just for me. Perhaps compared to those evils outside the multiverse, my appearance is the real unpredictable good and bad. Asterisk asterisk Foxhuan gave Zhu on a deep look. Asterisk asterisk then, I wish you a safe journey. Asterisk 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 thank you. Asterisk asterisk Foxhuan turned to leave. Asterisk asterisk wait a minute. Asterisk asterisk. Zhuan called out to him. Asterisk asterisk, what is it? Asterisk asterisk Foxhuan turned around and asked. Zhuan smiled coldly. Asterisk asterisk you've been peeking for so long, are you just going to leave it at that? Asterisk asterisk Foxhuan. Ultimately, Foxhuan, who had lost half of his fortune through gambling, fled in great dismay. For a long time afterwards, whenever he heard Zhuan's name, Foxhuan would feel a pang of regret. After Foxhuan had disappeared into the horizon, Zhuan finally turned and walked down the steps to the living room of the villa. At this moment, two little maids were playing in the Red Lotus Immortal Sect with Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu. Only Yan was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. When Yan saw Zhuan coming down, a smile appeared on her face. Asterisk asterisk, are you done talking? Asterisk asterisk. Zhuan nodded, then walked over and sat down beside Yan, putting his arm around her shoulder. Yan leaned back into Zhuan's embrace. Zhuan gently stroked Yan, who was as gentle as a cat, and the two of them silently cherished this rare moment of tranquility. After a long time, Yan suddenly chuckled. Zhuan was puzzled. Asterisk asterisk, what are you laughing about? Asterisk 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 asterisk, I'm laughing at how cute you looked when you were blackmailing Foxhuan just now. Poor nine-tailed fox patriarch was so tightly controlled by you. Asterisk asterisk. Zhuan also chuckled at the remark, then lightly pinched Yan's cheek. Asterisk asterisk nonsense. How can it be called blackmailing? That was a reasonable punishment for him. Go ask him now. He will definitely have no objections. Asterisk asterisk. Yan's eyes curved into crescent moons as she laughed, then she suddenly kissed Zhuan on the cheek. Asterisk asterisk husband. Asterisk 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 yes. Asterisk 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 asterisk, did you know that when you talk nonsense with your eyes open, you look so adorable? Asterisk 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 go. How dare you say that, wife? How can I let that pass? That's a reasonable punishment for you. Asterisk asterisk. Zhuan reached out to tickle Yan's waist. The two of them laughed and played around. It wasn't until a long time later, when Yan was panting for mercy, that this battle finally ended. Asterisk asterisk husband. Asterisk 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 asterisk, are we really leaving tomorrow? Asterisk 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 yes. Asterisk 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 asterisk, will we bring Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu? I'm afraid if we don't bring them, it will feel lonely. Asterisk 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 asterisk, of course we will bring them. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I wonder what the scene is like outside the multiverse. Asterisk asterisk. Yan said curiously. Zhuan smiled slightly. Asterisk asterisk, don't worry. You'll find out when the time comes. Asterisk asterisk. Meanwhile, as Zhuan conversed with Yan in a secluded valley on Earth, Yue King Huan was angrily destroying rocks. Asterisk asterisk bastard. How dare you play with me like this? When I return home, I will definitely let you know how powerful I am. Asterisk asterisk, with a final roar, the entire valley collapsed into silence, reduced to rubble. Coincidentally, a group of cultivators happened to pass by, and upon sensing the atmosphere of the valley, they couldn't help but shudder. Asterisk asterisk, what's going on? Why did this valley collapse without a sound? Asterisk asterisk. Someone exclaimed. Asterisk asterisk, could it be that a great power passed through here? Asterisk asterisk. Just then, the stunning Yue Qinghuan suddenly appeared, glanced lightly at the group of cultivators, then lightly tapped the void with her bare feet. Ripples spread in the void, and then Yue Qinghuan disappeared without a trace, leaving the group of cultivators dumbfounded in place. It wasn't until a long time later that someone murmured in shock. Time passed in a flash, and quickly it was the second day. While everyone was still immersed in the joy of victory and the awe brought by the establishment of the Red Lotus Immortal Sect, Zuan quietly took Yan, along with 2 little girls and others, away from Earth to the far side of the moon. At this moment, Yue Qinghuan stood in this empty space, calmly waiting for Zuan. When she saw him leading a group of people rushing over, Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but snort coldly and said, "Not kindly, do you really think bringing so many people is for a vacation in outer space? What does it have to do with you, Zhu?" Raised an eyebrow slightly and said lightly, "It's up to you, but don't blame me if something goes wrong later." Yue Qinghuan was obviously still resentful about what happened yesterday. Her tone was very unfriendly. Zhu ignored her completely and directly said to Yan, "Yan, take the people back to the Fubao Pavilion first." "Okay." Yan obediently nodded, then opened the passage to the Fubao Pavilion and led everyone inside. Seeing this scene, Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. She originally intended to stop them, but then came up with a plan. She put on a smile and said in a sweet voice, "That's great, Zhu brother, we will have plenty of time to be together now." As she spoke, she cast a challenging glance at Zuan. The implication was, "I will flirt with you in front of your wife. Let's see how you handle it." However, to her surprise, in response to her provocation, Zuan didn't even react, and Yan next to him directly delivered a crushing blow. "Miss Yue, in that case, I hope you will take good care of my husband while we are together." This statement widened Yue Qinghuan's eyes in disbelief as she looked at Yan, who appeared sincere and not pretending at all. Finally, Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but ask, "Are you not afraid that something might happen when the 2 of us are together?" "What could happen?" Yue Qinghuan. At this moment, Yan turned to Zuan and said, "Husband, I will take them inside to think about them. The journey to outer space is long, so remember to take good care of Miss Yue during this time." Yan waved her hand towards Yue Qinghuan. "Goodbye, Aunt Yue." With that, Yan led everyone into the Fubao Pavilion. The actual Fubao Pavilion was hidden in Zuan's spiritual sea, ensuring absolute safety. In the blink of an eye, only Zuan and Yue Qinghuan remained. Yue Qinghuan stared at Zuan in a daze until she sighed softly. "Zuan, I envy you for having such a woman who unconditionally trusts you. Does she really have no worries at all?" Zuan smiled faintly. "What is there to worrying about? In Yan's eyes, you are not even worthy of attention." This statement left Yue Qinghuan stunned. After understanding its meaning, she couldn't help but become angry, ready to speak up. However, Zuan coldly said, "If you don't want to hurry up and leave, feel free to keep acting out. I will accompany you." This statement left Yue Qinghuan speechless, and with deep resentment, she then turned away and said lightly, "I will not wait for you on the journey ahead. I hope you can keep up." With that, Yue Qinghuan disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared in the next moment, she had already left the solar system and arrived in the distant deep space. "Humph, let's see how you can catch up now. If I go all out on the journey, how can you possibly ... Yue Qinghuan spoke with a smug expression. But before she could finish her sentence, she heard Zuan's voice next to her. "Why are you not leaving?" Yue Qinghuan trembled all over, only to see Zuan standing not far away in the empty space, looking at her with an indifferent expression. This sudden and mysterious appearance made Yue Qinghuan's eyes tighten instantly. She then teleported again, this time directly to the neighboring star several light years away. Such a long-distance leap was extremely strenuous for Yue Qinghuan. Therefore, when she reappeared, she was already sweating on her forehead. "Phew, there is no way I can catch up now, right?" But like a nightmare, Zuan's voice resounded once again, "Too slow, can you move any faster?" Turning her body with great difficulty, Yue Qinghuan saw Zuan still standing not far behind her, unchanged except for his position. Finally, Yue Qinghuan gave up. She finally understood how terrifying Zuan's strength had become in his ascension to half-immortal venerable. No wonder he had said that even facing the master of that finger, he still had a 20% chance of winning. It turned out to be no empty boast. Next, Yue Qinghuan obediently followed in the front, while Zuan casually followed behind. Even in the vastness of the heavens, thanks to Yue Qinghuan's full speed, it took little more than a day to completely traverse. In the front, there was no flickering starlight in the void anymore, only a heavy darkness like iron. Yue Qinghuan finally stopped and said in a deep voice, "This is the edge of the heavens. As long as we cross this deathly black domain, we will reach beyond the heavens. I believe you should know about this when you became an immortal venerable, Zhu." Nodded, of course. With that, he took a step forward, approached the edge, and gently extended his hand into the darkness. Chirp! With an almost imperceptible crisp sound, the light at the boundary of light and darkness instantly turned into an irresistible death ray, grazing Zuan's wrist. Bang! Zuan's mighty spiritual power was instantly ignited and directly blocked the death ray. However, a faint white mark appeared on Zuan's wrist. With boundless darkness as the boundary, anything with form or substance that enters will be completely crushed. When I became the immortal venerable of the Red Lotus, I once tried to cross this deathly black domain and failed. Zuan looked towards Yue Qinghuan with a shining gaze. So how did you cross this deathly black domain? Yue Qinghuan looked at Zuan with a smile. Though she didn't speak, her expression was clear. It seemed like she was implying, "You better ask me nicely." But Zuan completely ignored it and slightly raised his eyebrows. "I'll give you 3 seconds. After that, if you still don't speak, I'll turn around and find a way out on my own. Understand?" With that, Zuan extended a finger. 1. Yue Qinghuan had never expected Zuan to be so straightforward, not giving her any time to hesitate. Zhu unfurrowed his brows slightly because he didn't notice any differences in this realm of death compared to before. Yue Qinghuan also remained silent, only smiling slyly as he looked at Zuan, as if wanting to see if Zuan could discover any clues without any hints. Just then, Zuan suddenly made a soft exclamation. Through his careful exploration with divine senses, he suddenly sensed a slight abnormal fluctuation in the realm of death here. This feeling was like a giant beast lurking in the shadows, observing you, giving people goosebumps. Yet, Zuan did not retreat, but instead advanced a few steps to the boundary between light and darkness, then lifted his eyes to silently gaze at the darkness in front of him. Witnessing this scene, a smirk of success appeared on Yue Qinghuan's lips, as if waiting for something. In an instant, the previously calm darkness surged with huge waves, followed by a roar emanating from it. Immediately after, a giant and ferocious head burst out of the darkness, heading straight for Zuan. Everything happened so quickly that it had already reached near Zuan in the blink of an eye. It was only then that they could see clearly that this was actually a huge monster covered in black scales all over its body. At first glance, the monster looked like a giant turtle, but much larger in size, with the shell-like structure in the middle resembling a small city. Its limbs were astonishingly long, as if 5 monstrous snakes were bound within this shell. Despite its immense size, the monster's speed was astonishing, almost arriving in front of Zuan in an instant, then opening its large mouth to devour him fiercely. Zuan's eyes narrowed slightly, because just from the aura emanating from the monster, he could tell that this was at least a demon beast with the cultivation level of an immortal king. Even Zuan had to be impressed by its swallowing force. Hey, Zuan, how's this for a surprise? Yue Qinghuan sneered, anticipating how Zuan would cope with this sudden attack. Whether Zuan would be injured or devoured by this monster was not even a consideration for Yue Qinghuan. Because if he couldn't handle this monster, there would be no need to go beyond the realms. However, just as Yue Qinghuan was gloating, Zuan suddenly reached out and pressed his hand on the forehead of the monster. With a dull sound, the monster, which was originally about to swallow Zuan with great force, was abruptly halted. Throughout the entire process, Zuan had only used one hand. Compared to the monster, Zuan's figure seemed minuscule, let alone just one hand. When the two confronted each other, the strong contrast was enough to amaze anyone, at least causing Yue Qinghuan to show a hint of astonishment. The monster seemed to be provoked, and its black scale armor suddenly expanded, exerting its full strength in an attempt to break through Zuan's hand barrier. However, all its efforts were in vain. Despite its furious roaring, it failed to move Zuan even slightly. On the contrary, Zuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his arm suddenly thrust forward. There was a loud bang, followed by the monster screaming as it was thrown back and tumbling through the air before finally stopping. Looking at the blooded head with glimpses of bones exposed beneath, it was clear that the monster had suffered a serious injury. This only further enraged the monster, causing it to roar furiously, shaking the entire void. Yet Zuen didn't even blink, calmly pulling back his hand, back to his side, and then looked at the monster indifferently. With just one look, the monster, which was previously roaring furiously, faltered in its momentum, and then hesitantly retreated a few steps, seemingly afraid. Even Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. She never expected the monster to show fear. Just then, a furious low growl echoed from the void. Upon hearing this growl, the retreating monster immediately perked up and responded with a roar. Yue Qinghuan's expression changed drastically as she immediately shouted, "Zuen, retreat!" But it was already too late, as darkness suddenly surged, revealing countless interlocking squares within it. Soon, these squares revealed their true form. Yue Qinghuan shivered all over, her complexion turning pale. Those were not squares at all, they were clearly enormous turtle shells. The sheer size of these shells exceeded ordinary imagination, filling the entire visible space as if they were squares. "God, it's the Shadow Turtle Emperor!" Yue Qinghuan whispered softly. Meanwhile, two gigantic lamps suddenly lit up in the darkness, followed by an immensely large head slowly emerging. The two giant lamps were the eyes of this Shadow Turtle Emperor. Even so, most of its body remained hidden in darkness, with only a small part visible. This indicated just how terrifyingly huge the monster's body had become, to the extent of being the absolute ruler of the realm of death. Zuen's expression darkened, then he uttered two words softly, "Immortal Master-level monster." That's right. This immensely huge Shadow Turtle Emperor turned out to be an immortal master-level monster. This level of power could easily be deemed as the king of monsters. In comparison, the previous monster Zuen faced was insignificant. Due to the environmental influences and the inherent characteristics of monsters, it was highly probable that it would be even more terrifying than the half-step Saint Zuen had encountered before. The colossal turtle stared coldly at Zuen, its massive eyes showing no emotional fluctuations. Merely through this icy gaze, it could already kill a Grand Luo-level powerhouse instantly. In the end, it let out a low roar. Yue Qinghuan was slightly taken aback, then she looked anxious as if she wanted to say something more. But at that moment, an invisible force gently pushed her aside. Immediately after, this dark Shadow Turtle Emperor, after gazing at Zuen for a moment, finally opened its mouth and spoke in human language. "I never thought that after all this time, I would still be able to see a strong member of the Hua clan." Zuen's eyes narrowed slightly. "Have you seen a member of the Hua clan?" "Of course. In fact, not long ago, a young god of the Hua clan borrowed the power of our clan to pass through this realm of death and went beyond the heavens." "A deity of the Hua clan?" Zuen was slightly surprised, then immediately recalled. "Could it be Erlang Shen? I do not know his name, but indeed he was a deity who embodied the path in canine form." Zuen finally understood why he hadn't found any trace of Erlang Shen in the heavens after all this time. It turns out he had already left the heavens and gone beyond them. Could it be that he had discovered the reincarnation of a Yang Shen Yang Jian? These thoughts rushed through Zuen's mind, and it was at this moment that the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor spoke again. "Since you are of the Hua clan, I will give you some leeway. The incident of harming my clan members can be forgiven, but if you want to cross this realm of death, you must agree to a condition from me. Otherwise, you will never get through." Yue Qinghuan was anxious upon hearing this and tried to step forward to speak. "Daughter of the military family, you don't need to speak. The debt owed to your military family by our Dark Shadow Turtle clan has been mostly repaid, and these matters are not for you to meddle in." Hearing this, Yue Qinghuan stood still in place. Zuen's gaze narrowed slightly, then nodded. "All right, please go on. Some time ago, several members of my Dark Shadow Turtle clan suddenly disappeared, and their whereabouts are still unknown. However, I can sense that they have not died, but their aura has been sealed by someone of high power. I hope you can investigate the reasons behind this and find out who dared to lay hands on my Dark Shadow Turtle clan." In the end, the words of the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor carried an infinite anger, causing the entire realm of death to begin boiling. As creatures born of this dark realm, this Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor was undoubtedly the ruler of the entire realm. Although its cultivation was that of an immortal, even the presence of a saintly figure did not dare to look down upon it within this realm. Therefore, the entire Dark Shadow Turtle clan had been living peacefully under its protection. However, the sudden disappearance of several Dark Shadow Turtles under its watch had greatly angered it. At the same time, it also felt that a great conspiracy was brewing, as if the ability to abduct its clan members unnoticed suggested a threat to itself as well. This was the greatest concern of the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor, yet due to the limitations of its environment, it could not leave the realm of death. It also did not want to rely on the powers from outside, as all external forces were currently under suspicion. Therefore, Zuin became the best candidate at this moment. After listening to the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor, Zuin nodded without hesitation. "All right, I agree to your request. HUA Clan Warrior, I hope you will think carefully before answering me, and do not think of deceiving me with lies, as you will not be able to bear the consequences." The Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor's words carried a veiled threat. Zuin smiled faintly. "Rest assured, since I have agreed, I will definitely do my best for you. Can you not trust the reputation of the HUA clan?" This statement made the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor pause for a moment, then nodded. "In that case, I will trust you this once. I hope you won't disappoint me." With that, its body gradually shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its normal size. Then, it turned towards Zuan and Yue King Huan and said, "Come up, I will carry you across this realm of death." Yue King Huan looked shocked. Previously, when she had crossed this realm of death, it was carried by an ordinary Dark Shadow Turtle. Because within this realm, only the Dark Shadow Turtle clan could be immune to all harm and safely transport you across. Otherwise, even if you were a saintly figure, you could not take a step in the Thunder Pool. This showed the absolute authority of the Dark Shadow Turtle clan in this dark realm. Moreover, the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor was the ruler of the entire Turtle clan. It was unimaginable that it personally carried them across, a gesture that had never been thought possible before. Therefore, when they stepped onto the body of the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor, Yue King Huan was still a bit dazed, while Zuin remained composed. After they both stood firmly, the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor let out a low growl, "Stay still." With that, its figure silently disappeared into the realm of darkness. When they entered, Zuin felt his vision go black, unable to see anything. At the same time, a terrifying pressure came from all directions. However, this feeling only lasted a moment before the pressure instantly disappeared. The eyes of the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor also emitted a faint glow, illuminating the darkness ahead. "Phew, finally safe. Zuan, don't be too afraid. You will get used to it after a few more rides," Yue King Huan said. Zuin raised an eyebrow slightly. "I am not afraid at all. But can you please release your grip on my arm?" Yue King Huan looked down and saw that she was indeed holding onto Zuan's arm tightly. She then let out a surprise sound, quickly letting go, her face turning red. I just didn't stand steady. That's why I held onto you. Don't think I was scared." Zuin chuckled at her words, then nodded. "All right, say as you wish, I trust you." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? Can't I trust you?" "No. You are clearly mocking me." Zuin raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Which ear heard me mocking you? You?" Yue King Huan pouted and fell silent. Zuin just smiled faintly, found a place to sit, and began to meditate, leaving Yue King Huan standing there sulking. Boom! Despite its strength, under the turbulent waves, its body was trembling slightly. But what shocked Yue King Huan even more was the faint blue lights floating in the distance in the darkness. These lights were like stars falling from the sky, emitting dazzling colors, standing out in this black domain. Yue King Huan stared dumbly, her eyes showing a deep fascination. Just then, Zuin suddenly appeared beside her, also gazing at the distant lights, then sighed lightly. "Ghostly blue pearls, I never expected this place to nurture such treasures." Yue King Huan did not respond, her attention completely captivated by these ghostly blue pearls. The deep infatuation in her eyes almost made her want to capture all the ghostly blue pearls. Indeed, no woman could resist the temptation of jewels, especially such rare and alluring pearls, their allure multiplying. The Shadow Turtle Emperor chuckled. "Huaju strong man, I never thought you would recognize the ghostly blue pearls. Isn't this thing completely non-existent in the various heavens?" Zuin smiled slightly. "I happened to see it once under very rare circumstances, so I was lucky to recognize it." Zuin certainly would not tell the Shadow Turtle Emperor that he had seen a ghostly blue pearl during the year he plundered the Dragon Clan storeroom. Who knows where those dragons, who view wealth as their lives and have a strong hoarding tendency, got hold of this gem. Haha, Huaju strongman. It seems your knowledge is indeed impressive, but do you think this is the end of it? I'll tell you the truth. This is just the beginning. Next, I'll show you the real world. The Shadow Turtle Emperor proudly said, then carried the two people forward. Indeed, after traveling a distance further, the surrounding lights became even more brilliant, with colorful pearls everywhere. Zuan couldn't help but be shocked by this scene. Blazing fire pearls, extreme frost ice pearls, earth emperor pearls. Looking at this variety of countless jewels, Yue Qinghuan was close to going crazy. She had never been here when she traveled through the various heavens, because this place was the absolute core of the Death Black Domain, extremely dangerous and terrifying. This time, it was because the Shadow Turtle Emperor personally carried the two people that they were qualified to pass through here. Regular Shadow Turtle clan members simply couldn't enter this place. The Shadow Turtle Emperor said with satisfaction, to others, this Death Black Domain is an absolute forbidden place, but to us Shadow Turtle clan, it is a treasure trove with countless treasures. Yue Qinghuan finally came to her senses, and after taking a breath, she smiled bitterly and said, no wonder the neighboring Pearl City near the Black Domain is so prosperous. It's all because of this reason. The Shadow Turtle Emperor chuckled. Of course, after all, many things for you cultivators are very useful to us Shadow Turtle clan, and you are especially covetous of these pearls, so it's a mutual need. Yue Qinghuan fell silent. It was Zuan who laughed softly because he found that this Shadow Turtle Emperor often acted silly, but would become extremely shrewd when it came to interests. Zuan didn't find this contrasting behavior strange at all. After flying forward for a while, the two humans and a demon finally left that area. A hazy white light appeared in the distance, and the darkness gradually thinned out. Hold on tight, we are about to leave the Death Black Domain, the Shadow Turtle Emperor said solemnly. Yue Qinghuan immediately sat down nervously. Ju stood with his hands behind him on the tortoise shell, his eyes sparkling with a brilliant light. He finally left the various heavens, but what exactly lay beyond the various heavens? At this moment, the Shadow Turtle Emperor suddenly accelerated. Boom! Zuan suddenly felt a dazzling white light in front of him, followed by a powerful pressure engulfing him. This pressure not only affected his body, but also directly impacted his cultivation level. Zuan felt his cultivation stagnate, and there were signs that his realm might drop. Although this momentum quickly stopped, Zuan's momentum dropped significantly, and his strength instantly shrunk by at least 1/3. In stark contrast, Yue Qinghuan beside him began to soar in power, causing cracks to appear in the space as her aura surged, especially her pair of light purple eyes, dazzling like flawless amethyst, deep and mysterious. It was as if some kind of restraint that had been suppressed on her had vanished in an instant. Yue Qinghuan's mouth lifted a dangerous smile, then leaned close to Zuan's ear and whispered, now we have arrived in my territory. The suppression of the celestial laws has disappeared. With the change in strength, I can kill you at any time. How about it? Are you afraid? She looked at Zuan with a smile, hoping to see a hint of fear on his face. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled unconcernedly, and said calmly, you can try. Let's see who can kill whom in the end. You? Yue Qinghuan was infuriated. How could there be such an unromantic man in the world? Was it so difficult for him to say he was afraid? Just as Yue Qinghuan was filled with anger, an invisible force swept them aside. The Shadow Turtle Emperor's figure then suddenly shrank and turned into an unremarkable middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. All right, Huaju strongman, I have fulfilled my promise to you. I hope you won't disappoint me. The Shadow Turtle Emperor said solemnly. Ju nodded. Don't worry. Since I promised you, I will definitely fulfill it. The Shadow Turtle Emperor turned to Yue Qinghuan beside him. Woman from the military family, I have now fully repaid the debt our Shadow Turtle clan owes your military family. I hope you will take care of yourself in the future. Yue Qinghuan bowed respectfully. Thank you very much, Lord Turtle Emperor. I will always remember this. The Shadow Turtle Emperor nodded, then turned to return to the Death Black Domain. Just then, Zuan suddenly called out to him, wait a minute. Zuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. So, does this mean this also counts as your territory, Lord Turtle Emperor? Of course. Lord Turtle Emperor, would you be interested in accompanying me to take a look around this city? The Shadow Turtle Emperor was slightly taken aback, not understanding what Zuan meant. Even Yue King Huan looked puzzled. Zuan looked resolutely at the city in the distance and said lightly, "I have a hunch that what the Lord Turtle Emperor asked me to investigate must have intricate ties to this city." With these words, both the Shadow Turtle Emperor and Yue King Huan were shocked. Especially the Shadow Turtle Emperor. He could hardly believe his ears. "Are you suggesting that someone from the Pearl City betrayed me?" The Shadow Turtle Emperor roared. "I can't be certain now. I can only say there is a possibility," Zuan replied calmly. Nonetheless, the Shadow Turtle Emperor was furious. "I entrusted countless power and wealth to the ruler of this city, yet they dared to betray me. Unforgivable." With that, the pressure around the Shadow Turtle Emperor escalated instantly, giving off the semblance of a half-step saint. It was evident how terrifying the strength of this beast, who had survived for thousands of years, was. Yet he did not lose his composure. After a few roars of anger, he stared fiercely at Zuan with blood-red eyes. "HUA clan expert, you better have concrete evidence. If I find out you are falsely accusing me, even if you are from the HUA clan, I will tear you to pieces bit by bit." Faced with the threat from the Shadow Turtle Emperor, Zuan simply smiled faintly. "Rest assured, if there is no basis, I would not speak like this." HMPH. "I hope so," the Shadow Turtle Emperor snorted coldly, and then turned and left. Zuan and Yue King Huan followed behind. However, midway, Yue King Huan couldn't help but ask with a worried expression on her face, "Zuan, do you have any evidence? Is the disappearance of the Shadow Turtle clan really related to this Pearl City?" "Evidence? I don't have any." "What?" Yue King Huan's eyes widened instantly, and she glanced at the imposing Shadow Turtle Emperor in front of them. Lowering her voice, she said, "If you have no evidence, then aren't you just causing trouble?" Hearing this, Yue King Huan couldn't help shaking her head in irritation. "I'm really silly. You just arrived from outside the realms. How could you possibly have evidence?" Zhu. And glanced at Yue King Huan, and then smirked. "Well, I may not have evidence. I do have insight, because many things only require a little thinking to uncover the anomalies." "What do you mean?" Yue King Huan was perplexed. "It's simple. Just now the Shadow Turtle Emperor mentioned that he was completely unaware when his clan members went missing. But in the realm of Death Abyss, there is nothing that can escape his eyes, so there are only two possibilities. One is that the one who struck is far superior in strength, thus able to do it unnoticed. But if you think about it, if the strength of the perpetrator is truly that formidable, why not directly target the Shadow Turtle Emperor? So this possibility is almost negligible. The other is that someone very familiar with the Shadow Turtle clan acted behind the scenes, only in this way, and they lower the Shadow Turtle clan's guard and deceive the Shadow Turtle Emperor. This is the most suitable condition, at the same time, the most suspicious, so naturally it points to the Pearl City." After listening to Zuan's analysis, Yue King Huan was stunned for a moment, then she deeply looked at Zuan. "You thought of all this in such a short time? Is that a problem?" Yue King Huan fell silent. She suddenly felt powerless. In fact, she had heard rumors about this matter before, but she had never thought in that direction. It was Zuan who analyzed the pros and cons of the situation in just a few words. Yet Yue King Huan couldn't help but say, "I still don't understand. As a city that thrives on the offerings from the Shadow Turtle clan, what benefit would they have to turn against their own support?" Zuan looked ahead and said lightly, "Human nature is often hard to predict. Things that seem unprofitable to you may entice others. But when summarizing the motives behind it, there are two words, fame and profit." Yue King Huan stared at Zuan's serious expression and couldn't help but look admiringly at him. Zhu unnoticed her gaze and raised an eyebrow. "What? Have I enchanted you so quickly?" Yue King Huan blushed instantly, then spat. "Ha! Speaking shamelessly, how could I possibly be interested in you? I just think that what you said just now is very similar to what someone else said." "Oh. And who might that be?" Yue King Huan's face showed admiration. Taking a deep breath, she said, "My brother, Yue Shifeng. Pearl City, a city that owes its prosperity to the pearls provided by the Shadow Turtle clan. These pearls, bred in the Death Abyss, not only have a wide variety, but also of extremely high quality. Whether for personal cultivation or crafting treasures, they are rare and refined goods. Therefore, this city was named Pearl City. The ruler of Pearl City is named Zhang Pengshan. By merely levying taxes from the trade of pearls, Zhang Pengchen has already amassed a great fortune. Countless people covet his position, but Zhang Pengchen's rule is as solid as a rock. This is because his direct backing is the Shadow Turtle Emperor. Hence, when he heard that someone from Pearl City may have betrayed him, the Shadow Turtle Emperor displayed such anger. However, he was not foolish and would not easily believe the one-sided words of Zuan. To thoroughly investigate the matter, he disguised himself as a common pearl merchant and entered Pearl City. The whole process did not attract any attention. However, Zuan and Yue Qinghuan had a completely opposite experience. Especially Yue Qinghuan, upon entering the city, immediately attracted the attention of many. Wow, what a stunning young lady! Shh, keep your voice down. Judging by her demeanor, she seems to come from a martial background. I recognize her. She was here a few months ago. For a moment, many people were whispering and discussing in the distance. Yue Qinghuan clearly enjoyed the feeling of being noticed by others. Zuan, on the other hand, had his attention entirely focused within the city. He observed that even the weakest among the people on the streets had strength equivalent to true immortals in the realms. As for the great Luo experts, they were everywhere. The teenager, though handsome in appearance, had a hint of sinister color in his features. Especially when he saw Yue Qinghuan, there was a strong desire in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour her. Although it was just a fleeting expression that quickly returned to normal, Zuan noticed it. However, Zuan didn't say anything. He just smirked and silently watched from the side. As the crowd surrounding them saw the young man, there was a commotion. Young City Lord! It's the young City Lord! Many people whispered in shock. And many others looked at Yue Qinghuan with sympathy and pity, as if they had already anticipated some tragic future for her. Because in the entire Pearl City, who didn't know about the peculiarities of this young City Lord? At this moment, the young man's face was filled with a warm smile. He walked briskly towards her, then bowed politely. No wonder why I've been able to faintly smell the unique fragrance of Miss Yue since morning. Turns out it was a sign of your return today. The man joyously exclaimed to a girl, I smell your unique scent. That sentence just didn't sound right. It felt like intentional teasing. At least Yue Qinghuan's eyes flashed a cold light at the words, but she quickly composed herself, and with a charming smile said, Oh, so the young City Lord misses me? Indeed. This young man was the son of the City Lord of the Pearl City, named Zhang Jinju. He was indulgent by nature, fond of women, and extremely cruel. Women he played with often ended up either dead or mutilated. That's why the onlookers looked at Yue Qinghuan with sympathy. In their eyes, Yue Qinghuan had clearly become the prey of this playboy young City Lord. At this moment, after seeing Yue Qinghuan smile, Zhang Jinju couldn't help but be slightly distracted. Even though he had seen all kinds of beauties, at this moment Zhang Jinju realized that compared to the girl in front of him, with light purple eyes and bare feet, all the so-called beautiful women he had seen before were simply superficial and not worth mentioning. So quickly, his greed and desire intensified. Although it was instantly suppressed, Yue Qinghuan still sensed it, and her smile gradually turned cold. Because when she was heading to the heavenly realms before, she had passed by the Pearl City, and this Zhang Jinju had immediately shown interest in her and started pursuing her relentlessly. With Yue Qinghuan's wit, how could she not see through his intentions? But at that time, Yue Qinghuan was in a hurry to get to the heavenly realms, and the only way to get there was through the Pearl City by contacting the Shadow Turtle clan. So Yue Qinghuan had to reluctantly tolerate and flirt with Zhang Jinju. Unexpectedly, a few simple teasing remarks had made the already infatuated Zhang Jinju delighted, thinking that he had once again captured her heart, and that after Yue Qinghuan finished her business and came back, he could enjoy her favor. So since Yue Qinghuan left, Zhang Jinju had almost come to the city gate to look around every day. Time proved fruitful as today he finally saw Yue Qinghuan return. If there weren't so many people around, Zhang Jinju would have wanted to deal with Yue Qinghuan on the spot. At this moment, he suppressed his desire and politely said, thinking he could impress, Miss Yue is too kind, in the future just call me Jinju. As he spoke, he took a step forward affectionately and asked, how about I call you Qinghuan in the future? Yue Qinghuan almost choked on his words. No one had dared to be so rude to her from childhood to adulthood. So her eyebrows furrowed, ready to explode. Now that she had no need for the Pearl City, she didn't need to endure anymore. But at that moment, she heard Zhu An's indifferent voice in her ear. "Don't get angry yet. Just play along with him for a while." Yue Qinghuan was stunned. What does that mean? Do I have to continue to pretend with this LSP? Countless thoughts rushed into Yue Qinghuan's mind, full of anger as she looked at Zhu An, questioning him with her eyes. Why? Zhu An smiled faintly. His lips didn't move, but his voice rang in Yue Qinghuan's ear again. "Just do as you're told. No need for so much talk." Yue Qinghuan's anger grew. Who did this guy think she was? Was she someone who could be treated with such disrespect? At that moment, Zhang Jinju also noticed Yue Qinghuan's unusual reaction, following her gaze to Zhu An standing aside. When he saw the young man in white, with sharp eyebrows and extremely handsome features, a strong sense of rejection arose in Zhang Jinju's heart. Especially when he noticed Yue Qinghuan looking at Zhu An, this rejection became even stronger. But he disguised it well, quickly smiling and asking, "Qinghuan, who is this?" He intentionally called out so endearingly, with a hint of showing off to Zhu An. Before Yue Qinghuan could speak, Zhu An smiled and said, "I am Miss Yu's friend. Just happened to bump into her and pass by here together." Then Zhu An's voice rang in Yue Qinghuan's ear again. "Don't speak. If you want to find out the whereabouts of the missing Shadow Turtle clan and maintain your relationship with the Shadow Turtle clan leader, then do as I say." Yue Qinghuan immediately kept her mouth shut. If she could maintain the alliance between the military and the Shadow Turtle clan through this incident, it would be ideal. So she remained silent. At this point, Zhang Jinju arrogantly nodded. "Oh, so you're a friend." Zhang Jinju then realized that this young man in white was only at the half-step immortal venerable realm. And judging from his aura, he had recently advanced. This made him relax a lot because in his eyes, a mere half-step immortal venerable, although still powerful, was just an insignificant character in this Pearl City. Thinking this, he deliberately ignored Zhu An, then slightly smiled at Yue Qinghuan. Zhang Jinju let out a loud shout, causing Zhang Jinju's entire body to feel light, and he immediately expressed infinite joy, saying, "Please." With that, he gestured forward. Yue Qinghuan smiled and nodded, taking steps forward. Zhang Jinju followed along, not even looking at Zhu An once during the entire process, as if Zhu An was invisible. Zhu An was unconcerned, instead turning to glance at the crowd in the distance with a smile before leisurely following along. The City Lord's mansion was located in the center of Baozhou City. When Zhang Jinju led Yue Qinghuan to the front gate, the guards immediately welcomed them, "Young master." At that moment, Zhang Jinju was engaged in conversation with Yue Qinghuan, so he didn't even turn his head, simply waving his hand. The guards immediately understood and shouted, "Open the central gate to welcome the esteemed guests." In an instant, the whole City Lord's mansion started buzzing. Boom! The huge gate slowly opened, and Zhang Jinju smiled, saying, "Qinghuan, please follow me." Stepping into the City Lord's mansion, one could see intricately carved beams and painted rafters, magnificent buildings, and luxurious furnishings. Leading Yue Qinghuan through the corridor, Zhang Jinju arrived at a hall. Standing at the door, a smug smile appeared on Zhang Jinju's face. "Qinghuan, get ready, don't be surprised." With that, he raised his hand and pressed it against the door. Click! Accompanied by a flash of light, the heavy door slowly opened. It was sealed with a spell. After the door completely opened, Zhang Jinju walked in first. Yue Qinghuan glanced at Zhu An next to her. Seeing Zhu An's calm expression without any emotion, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and followed in. As she crossed the threshold, the scene before Yue Qinghuan suddenly changed, and she was shocked to see it. It wasn't a hall, but a treasure trove. Countless pearls floated in the air, radiating a dazzling light, illuminating the entire space. Sensing Yue Qinghuan's astonishment, Zhang Jinju said with satisfaction, "This is where our Baozhou city stores its pearls. Most people never get to see such a sight." With a glance at Zhu An, Zhang Jinju was surprised to see no hint of surprise on Zhu An's face, not even a blink of an eye. Is this guy already stunned? Zhang Jinju silently joked to himself before casually waving his hand. Amidst a commotion of heaps of pearls, dozens of even more brilliant ones flew out and landed in front of Zhang Jinju. It was obvious that these pearls were much brighter and more dazzling than the others. Yue Qinghuan's eye showed a trace of enchantment. It was undeniable that the allure of these pearls was overwhelming, and few women could resist it. Seeing this, Zhang Jinju was secretly pleased, as this was the effect he desired. He cleared his throat. King Huan, feel free to choose any pearl you like. Just take whatever you fancy. Consider it a gift from me. Yue King Huan was indeed tempted, not by Zhang Jinju, but by her deep fondness for the pearls. However, unsure of what to do next, she stole a glance at Zuan. At that moment, Zuan's face remained calm, with only a glint of light flashing in his eyes, seemingly pondering something. Yue King Huan hesitated. Just then, Zuan suddenly smiled and softly said, "What a brilliant treasure trove! It truly lives up to the city, Lord of Baozhu City, with such grandeur." This statement momentarily surprised Zhang Jinju, who then relaxed somewhat. This guy seems to be quite astute. He probably realizes he can't compete with me, so he is taking the initiative to withdraw. With this thought, Zhang Jinju smiled lightly. "You're too kind, but I won't say much. In terms of pearls, my Zhang family ranks second. No one dares claim the first spot yet." Zuan also smiled. "Oh? In that case, why do the pearls gifted to Miss Yue appear to be of inferior quality?" Zhang Jinju was stunned. Inferior quality? If these pearls were of inferior quality, then what constituted good quality? Is this guy intentionally causing trouble? With that thought in mind, Zhang Jinju's face suddenly darkened. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying I have been withholding information from King Huan?" "No implications. Just stating facts." Zhang Jinju's anger in his eyes intensified, glaring at Zuan. "Kid, I allowed you in out of respect for King Huan's face. Otherwise, with your minimal power, you wouldn't even qualify to set foot in my home. So don't push your luck. If you don't explain what you meant just now, don't blame me for being impolite." With each question, Zhang Jinju's aura suddenly surged to a peak, revealing him as a quasi-transcendent level strong man. Under this boiling intent, the atmosphere became tense. Zuan's smile didn't waver, as if the fierce momentum was but a gentle breeze to him. "You want an explanation? Fine. Let me give you one." With that, Zuan gestured, and the pearls in front of them dispersed to the sides. Then the entire hall began to shake. Zhang Jinju's expression turned. "You." Before he could finish, Zuan reached into the void, then calmly said, "Open." Crack! Along with the sound of shattering, the space in the hall forcibly split open, emanating a bloody light. Subsequently, a bright red blood pearl flew out, landing in Zuan's palm. "Now, explain this," Zuan said calmly. Zhang Jinju's face went pale, then flushed, his eyes fixed on Zuan. Through gritted teeth, he uttered, "Who are you?" Zuan smiled faintly. "Who I am doesn't matter. Right now, I just want to know why there's a blood pearl, condensed from the body of a Shadow Turtle clan member, in your treasure trove." With those words, Yue King Huan was shaken. She finally understood the origin of the aura on the blood pearl. It was actually a pearl condensed from the body of a member of the Shadow Turtle clan. This meant that the Shadow Turtle member had met a tragic end. With this realization, Zhang Jinju and the entire City Lord's mansion were now under suspicion, unable to wash away the taint. After the brilliance faded, a middle-aged man with a dignified face appeared inside. Zhang Jinju immediately took a step back respectfully and bowed. "Father." That's right. This man, who bore an 8-point resemblance to Zhang Jinju, was none other than the master of the Baizhu city, Zhang Pengshan. At this moment, he nodded solemnly, then turned his gaze to Yue King Huan and Zuan. "Miss Yue, Baizhu City has a good relationship with your military family, so I hope you don't intervene in this matter. What do you think?" Zhang Pengshan said lightly. Yue King Huan remained calm at his words, gently brushing her temple locks, and said in a soft voice, "I'm just here to see if there are any beautiful pearls. I don't know anything else." Zhang Pengshan's smile brightened upon hearing this. "That's easy. After this matter is done, you're welcome to pick any pearls you want from my treasure trove." Yue King Huan nodded with a smile that was hard to read. "Let's talk about that when the time comes." After saying these words with deep meaning, she glanced slightly at Zuan before stepping aside. Zhang Pengshan and Zhang Jinju, father and son, both breathed a sigh of relief. They were worried that the military family would get involved, but seeing Yue King Huan's stance eased their minds. As for Zuan, neither Zhang Jinju nor Zhang Pengshan paid him any attention. In their eyes, this young man in white was merely a cultivator at the half-step immortal venerable level. As long as Yue King Huan didn't interfere, he was not a concern at all. But neither of them noticed the smug smile that appeared on Yue King Huan's face at that moment. "Young man, I don't care where you come from or what your purpose is here. How about we make a deal?" Zhang Pengtian said lightly. "Oh, what kind of deal, Zhu?" Unraised an eyebrow slightly. "You give me the blood bead in your hand, and I will erase the memory of this incident from your divine consciousness. I can then let you leave without causing you any trouble. What do you think?" Zhang Pengtian said. Upon hearing this proposal, Zhang Jinju was taken aback and couldn't help but whisper, "Father, this." Zhang Pengtian waved his hand to silence his son and gazed deeply at Zuan, waiting for his answer. Zuan's lips curled up gradually, revealing a cold smile. "This proposal sounds like I should be grateful to you." Zhang Jinju couldn't contain his anger any longer and sneered, "Isn't that right? My father is willing to spare your life. Shouldn't you be grateful, Zhu?" An ignored him and lowered his head to examine the blood bead in his hand. "I was curious before. What was the reason that made you betray the background that you relied on for survival? Now I understand a bit more." Zuan suddenly looked up, his eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhang Pengtian. "Having full control over everything is better than receiving charity, don't you agree?" Zhang Pengtian's expression darkened gradually, his gaze turning icy. "Exactly. So is this your answer? What if it is? Then you can go to hell," Zhang Pengtian said casually. At his command, the entire treasure trove transformed into a slaughterous scene, the gentle light of the pearls turning into a violent force that headed straight for Zuan. Faced with such a powerful attack, Zuan didn't even flinch, his smile unchanged. He simply said, "Now that you see clearly, do I need to tell you what to do next?" What does he mean? Who is he talking to? Zhang Pengtian was momentarily stunned, then a low, furious roar came from a distance. Click! Along with this roar, all the pearls suddenly stopped in mid-air, then quickly shed their brilliance and rushed towards a certain direction. Zhang Pengtian's face turned pale, trembling as he said, This is impossible. Why is it impossible?" With a supremely cold question, a figure began to materialize where the pearls gathered. When Zhang Pengtian saw this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, his face instantly turned ashen, full of guilt. The newcomer was the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor. At that moment, he was still disguised as an ordinary human, but his eyes contained infinite anger and murderous intent. "Zhang Pengtian, do you know your crime?" A question shook Zhang Pengtian to the core, causing him to take several steps back. I stuttered, unable to complete a full sentence. Zhang Jinju couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to face the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor, speaking in a deep voice, "Who are you to question my father?" The Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor laughed mockingly in anger. "Who am I? When your father was destitute and on the brink, it was because of me that he didn't die at the hands of his enemies. Now you dare ask me who I am?" Zhang Jinju was shocked and suddenly thought of a possibility, his face changing. But unlike his father, Zhang Jinju grew up pampered, cultivating a sense of arrogance. Even now, knowing the identity of the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor, he remained full of disdain. "Don't speak like that. We simply had a mutually beneficial arrangement. Without us, your Dark Shadow Turtle clan wouldn't have developed so quickly." "Good. Well said." The Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor sneered, then stared at Zhang Jinju coldly. "If it was a mutual benefit, why did you and your father secretly target my Dark Shadow Turtle clan?" Zhang Jinju was speechless at the question. Yes, whatever the reason, there was no way to justify this matter. But soon, a vicious look appeared in his eyes, followed by a sinister smile. "Blame your Dark Shadow Turtle clan for being so stubborn, and you, a mere immortal venerable level beast, dared to occupy the dead domain for so long. It's your fault." Zhang Jinju glanced at his father discreetly. At this point, Zhang Pengtian had calmed down, gritting his teeth. His son was right. With things having come to this, the only way out was to kill the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor, and then seize control of the dead domain that belonged to the Dark Shadow Turtle clan. As the voice fell, the atmosphere of the entire treasure trove became more and more solemn. At the same time, countless extremely strong auras began to appear one by one in the darkness. The momentum on Zhang Pengtian's body was soaring, and in the blink of an eye, it reached a terrifying level. Yue King Huan, who had been silently watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh softly, peak immortal, just a tiny step away from becoming a saint. This is going to be interesting. Indeed. When Zhang Pengtian's momentum reached its peak, It overwhelmed the menacing aura on the Shadow Turtle Emperor. Zhang Pengshan sneered, "Shadow Turtle Emperor, in the realm of Death's dark domain, I may not be your match, but here in the Jewel City, you are nothing but a mere turtle in a jar." With these words, Zhang Pengshan extended his hand and slapped towards the Shadow Turtle Emperor. The Shadow Turtle Emperor roared in anger, its human form instantly collapsing and revealing its true form, trying to break free from the constraints coming from Zhang Pengshan. However, at their level, even a tiny gap in cultivation was like an insurmountable barrier. All the struggles of the Shadow Turtle Emperor were in vain. Following this, the palm pressed down on him. Bang! With the shattering of its shell, the Shadow Turtle Emperor grunted, a trace of blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. As the blood hit the ground, it turned into sparkling blood droplets. Seeing this scene, a greedy look appeared in Zhang Jinju's eyes. "Father, don't kill him so easily. If we could condense all his blood into jewels and absorb it, we father and son would definitely be able to grasp the method to enter the Death's dark domain." Zhang Pengshan chuckled, "Juzi, rest assured, your father knows what to do." With that, he pointed a finger. This finger headed straight for the Shadow Turtle Emperor's forehead. The Shadow Turtle Emperor let out a roar full of unwillingness. He never expected to die at the hands of such insignificant beings. Just as his finger was about to touch the Shadow Turtle Emperor, a light chuckle suddenly rang in everyone's ears. A splendid scene. It seems that greed should never be underestimated no matter the circumstance. Along with this sigh, Zhang Pengshan suddenly felt a chill between his brows, causing a sharp pain in his head. Horrified, he could not help but retreat backward. It was only after dozens of steps that this feeling gradually dissipated, and he looked back with lingering fear. Beside the Shadow Turtle Emperor, a young man in white, as pure as snow, had appeared. Who else could it be but Zuan? At the sight of him, both Zhang Pengshan and Zhang Jinju, the father and son, were completely surprised. Even the trapped Shadow Turtle Emperor was somewhat at a loss. It never expected this member of the Hua clan to come to its rescue. He was just a half-step immortal emperor. There was a vast difference compared to Zhang Pengshan, who was at the peak of immortal emperor level. How could Zhang Pengshan be so terrified of him? These doubts puzzled even this immortal emperor-level demon beast. At the same time, Zuan turned his head and gave him a slight smile. "Do you know where you made the biggest mistake? Where? From the very beginning, you should not have put all your chips in one place. If you had supported two jewel cities from the start and made them restrain each other, none of this would have happened." These words resonated with the Shadow Turtle Emperor. Although it had lived for countless ages, it had limited interactions with humans and hence had a rather simple mind. Now, under Zuan's words, it suddenly realized how wrong it had been. But what's the use of saying this now? I have already created my own troubles, and it is impossible to turn back. The Shadow Turtle Emperor said bitterly. Zuan smiled faintly, who said it was impossible to turn back. Huh? The Shadow Turtle Emperor was puzzled. At this moment, Zuan raised his head, gazing into the distance at Zhang Pengshan and his son. He said calmly, "If I kill these two for you, how will you repay me?" With this statement, Zhang Pengshan and the numerous hidden experts lurking in the darkness were all stunned. Some even sneered with disdain. After all, Zuan's current strength seemed rather ordinary. Not to mention comparing him to Zhang Pengshan, even compared to the Shadow Turtle Emperor, there was a huge gap. Trying to counterattack with such power was akin to a fool's dream. However, the Shadow Turtle Emperor inexplicably felt a tremor and, as if acting on impulse, said, "If you can really do it, I am willing to form an alliance with you, never to violate each other for eternity." "Good," Zuan responded decisively. He then took a step forward, facing Zhang Pengshan in the distance, and smiled faintly. "You've heard it too, so are you going to commit suicide, or let me handle it for you?" As Zhang Pengshan looked at the smile on Zuan's face, he felt an inexplicable bone-chilling cold. He couldn't forget the icy feeling on his forehead from earlier. However, no matter how he looked at it, the cultivation level of this white-clad youth seemed only ordinary. Could it be his own illusion? Or did he possess some kind of divine weapon? These thoughts raced through Zhang Pengshan's mind. Nevertheless, a cold smile appeared on his face. "Young man, your cultivation is quite good for your age, but it's best not to be too arrogant, or you might stumble easily." Zuan chuckled. "I've heard this before, so I just want to tell you one thing now." "What thing?" Before Zhang Pengshan could finish his words, Zuan had disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zhang Pengshan and threw out a punch. Caught off guard, Zhang Pengshan had to bear the blow with his back. Boom! After a loud bang, Zhang Pengshan was knocked back and flew in an arc towards the distance. Zuan lightly blew on his fist and said calmly, "If you're not arrogant, can you still be considered a young man?" This punch was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. Even those who knew Zuan would likely win against Yue Qinghuan were astonished by his swift and decisive action. After all, that was an expert at the peak of Immortal Emperor level. How could Zhang Pengshan, who seemed invincible, be so defenseless in Zuan's hands? Zhang Jinju could not believe his eyes and stammered in astonishment, "Father." Now, everyone couldn't help gasping in shock. Especially the guards of the Pearl City, who had surrounded the entire warehouse, were shaken. It was at this moment that Zhang Pengshan almost hysterically shouted, "Charge up! I want to see this guy have nowhere to bury his dead." Zhang Pengshan was almost about to explode with anger. He never expected that, as a peak expert in the realm of Immortal Sovereign, he would be blasted away by an unknown young man in front of so many subordinates. If he didn't handle this properly, how could he continue to lead the Pearl City in the future? So at this moment, he truly harbored murderous intent. With a command, all his subordinates sprang into action. Although these subordinates were not particularly strong individually, their overwhelming numerical advantage was significant. Moreover, they were adept at combining their attacks, significantly increasing their strength when fighting together. Therefore, these guards became another ace in Zhang Pengshan's hand. Facing the group of guards approaching with murderous intent, Zuan remained calm and took a step forward. Boom! With a step, sword energy surged, directly cutting down the guard charging at the forefront. The splattering blood hit the faces of the guards, following closely behind, making them all wary and hesitant, wanting to stop. However, as the guards behind them continued to charge forward, they had no choice but to steel themselves and continue towards Zuan. Zuan's eyes flashed with cold light, then he raised his hand and struck again with his sword. With a sword energy like a raging river, a large number of guards fell to the ground. The remaining guards were also frightened and retreated. Everything happened quickly. From the guards charging up to Zuan striking twice, it only took a few moments. Then the ground was littered with bodies neatly arranged. Even the angles of their fall were almost identical, indicating that they all died at the same moment. This scene made Zhang Jinju, who had been about to speak arrogantly, immediately swallow his words back. As for Zhang Pengshan, his pupils contracted to the size of needles in an instant, and then he asked in a heavy tone, "Sword cultivator, who are you exactly?" Zhu chuckled softly, but did not directly respond to him. Instead, he turned to look at the stunned Shadow Turtle Emperor. "Lord Turtle, remember your promise just now." The Shadow Turtle Emperor was shaken, took a deep breath, and slowly nodded. "You can rest assured about that. My Shadow Turtle clan has always been true to our word." "That's good." With that, Zuan turned to Zhang Pengshan and his son, smiling faintly. "As you can see, I'm just an ordinary young man at the half-step Immortal Sovereign level." Even a fool would not believe Zuan's words at this moment. Zhang Pengshan was certainly not a fool. On the contrary, he was always clever, so a glint appeared in his eyes, and he asked in a deep voice, "Friend, it seems there is some misunderstanding between us. Fighting and killing won't solve anything. Why don't we sit down and talk things out?" His tone was completely different from before. At least, there was no longer that domineering arrogance in his speech. It was evident that he also understood that this young man in white was no ordinary person. Otherwise, how could he have been blasted away by him? In the face of Zhang Pengshan's display of weakness, Zuan laughed. "Sit down and talk? Talk about what? How to delay time, and then take the opportunity to deal with me." This statement struck a nerve, hitting upon exactly what was on Zhang Pengshan's mind. Zhang Pengshan's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly covered it up. "Friend, it seems you have misunderstood. You and Miss Yue are friends, and my son and Miss Yue are close friends. How could we possibly want to harm you?" Just now was just some angry words. As he spoke these words that he didn't even believe himself, Zhang Pengshan didn't even blink, appearing exceptionally sincere. Just based on this attitude, he could deceive many inexperienced young people. And in Zhang Pengshan's mind, the young man in white was undoubtedly one of them. Perhaps he was a descendant from some major sword cultivation sect or aristocratic family. As long as he found a way to deceive him, things would be easier in the future. He pondered silently. However, what he never expected was that at this moment, Yue Qinghuan giggled and then said in a soft voice, "Master Zhang seems to have misunderstood. I am not really good friends with your son." Huh? Her sudden words caught Zhang Pengtian and his son off guard. Zhang Jinju shivered and immediately exclaimed, "Qinghuan, what do you mean by that? First of all, please don't call me Qinghuan, because you are not qualified to do so. Secondly, I didn't mean anything. I was just stating an obvious fact. Any problem with that?" Yue Qinghuan said indifferently. Zhang Jinju felt his hands and feet turning cold, looking bewildered at Yue Qinghuan. This is impossible. In his eyes, Yue Qinghuan's sudden betrayal was like watching a roasted duck that had been suddenly taken away. This feeling was maddening. At the same time, to see Yue Qinghuan smiling mischievously and asking Zuan, "Do you need my help later?" Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "What do you think? Then it's not necessary." This inexplicable conversation between the two only added to the irony in Zhang Jinju's eyes. It turns out that the fool all along was me. Zhang Jinju's face kept alternating between green and white, filled with endless resentment. It had always been him manipulating others' minds, and now it was his turn to taste this feeling, which he couldn't accept at the moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Pengtian's face gradually darkened. He never expected Yue Qinghuan to openly disrespect him, and it seemed that she had aligned herself with this young man in white. This sent a chill of unease through him. Could there be other forces behind this incident? Impossible. If the military were truly investigating this matter, they wouldn't have just sent a young girl. With their domineering personalities, they would have already overwhelmed the area with troops and not wasted time talking. But even if it wasn't the military behind the scenes, now that the truth was out, if they wanted to completely cover it up, they would have to eliminate all loose ends. With a final fierce roar, Zhang Pengtian's eyes instantly turned blood red, and the momentum on his body exploded like a bomb. The majestic and powerful force charged straight towards Zuan, even stronger than before by more than twice. The Shadow Turtle Emperor couldn't help but exclaim, "Be careful," because he could clearly sense that at this moment, Zhang Pengtian had clearly surpassed the peak of the immortal venerable state and had already stepped into the realm of a saint. This kind of power was enough to kill him in seconds, so he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Zuan. But faced with such a violent strike, Zuan just sneered, "Looks quite intimidating, but borrowed things are never truly yours." With that, Zuan stood tall like a sword, slowly raised his fist, then faced Zhang Pengtian charging towards him head-on, and launched a direct blow. Bam! After a deafening sound, Zuan stepped back 7 or 8 steps. But Zhang Pengtian on the other side was once again sent flying, even farther than before. Before he could land, Zuan's figure had already shifted to in front of him, reached out a hand, and grasped his neck. When Zuan's hand touched Zhang Pengtian's neck, it seemed like a switch was pressed, and the momentum on Zhang Pengtian's body receded like a tide. In the blink of an eye, he had regressed from a high-level immortal venerable master to an ordinary person with only the peak strength of an immortal emperor. The whole change was so fast that even Zhang Jinju was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did the strength of his father, whom he was so proud of, degrade so much? What did this guy do to my father? Just as these thoughts surfaced in his mind, a calm yet supremely authoritative voice sounded in his ears, "Kneel." This word caused Zhang Jinju to feel an overwhelming surge of force pressing down on his shoulders. Crack, crack, his knees shattered, and he crumpled to the ground. From then on, Zhang Pengtian and Zhang Jinju, the father and son, were completely under Zuan's control. Even in Yue Qinghuan's eyes, a hint of surprise appeared, then she lightly tapped the ground barefoot and instantly arrived near Zuan, casting a curious glance at Zhang Pengtian, who was being held by Zuan. It wasn't until a moment later that she somewhat understood and said, "So that's it, I thought there was something strange about his aura." She blinked her pale purple eyes, looking quite astonished at Zuan. "Did you already know Azu?" And nodded. "No wonder. You're quite a clever one." Yue Qinghuan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, appearing very pleased. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinju kneeling not far away felt his body gradually growing colder as Yue Qinghuan's laughter continued. He had held on to a last glimmer of hope, hoping that Yue Qinghuan would help him at this moment. But he had not only received no assistance from her, but she hadn't even glanced at him from start to finish. This left him in utter despair. At this moment, the Shadow Turtle Emperor had already approached and respectfully nodded to Xuan. "Strong one of the Hua clan, I owe you a great debt. Can I take this treacherous person off your hands now?" Looking at Zhang Pengshan, whose face had turned almost purple with rage, the Shadow Turtle Emperor's eyes seemed ready to shoot flames. Xuan smiled lightly and shook his head. "Lord Turtle, calm down. I will naturally hand over them father and son to you, but don't you want to know why they betrayed you and whether your missing clan members are alive or dead?" The Shadow Turtle Emperor was taken aback. "Right. Why did they betray me? What about the lives of those clan members?" These thoughts churned in the Shadow Turtle Emperor's mind in the past few years, instantly calming him down, and he nodded. "Of course, I want to know. Since you want to know, then let me interrogate them first for you." Saying that, Xuan slightly loosened the restraint on Zhang Pengshan. Zhang Pengshan immediately began to breathe rapidly, because just now, not only his neck, but his sense, cultivation, and even his entire body's energy and blood had been completely sealed off by Xuan. Now he couldn't even manage the most basic breathing, relying only on the remaining bit of air to keep his consciousness. But if it had been a moment later, he probably wouldn't even have had that bit of air, and by that time, he might have become the first immortal emperor to be suffocated alive, since the path of cultivation was established by the ancient beings. Though he wasn't suffocated, his condition was still very grim. It wasn't until a long time of breathing that the suffocating feeling slowly faded away, and then he looked at Xuan with a face full of fear. Xuan smiled slightly. "Don't look at me like that. From now on, just answer my question seriously. I promise not to make it difficult for you. What do you say?" At this point, he had no bargaining chips left to negotiate. For the sake of staying alive, he could risk everything. So upon hearing Xuan's words, he nodded as if pounding garlic. "Very good. Let me ask you, where did you borrow your immortal venerable cultivation from?" This. Zhang Pengshan hesitated. Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly, then said lightly, "What? Don't want to say?" No, of course not." Then Zhang Pengshan gritted his teeth and said ruefully, "To be honest, my immortal venerable cultivation was borrowed from the Linglong City." Linglong City. Upon hearing these three words, both Yue King Huan and the Shadow Turtle Emperor looked slightly stunned. The Shadow Turtle Emperor even blurted out, "Zhang Pengshan, you actually colluded with the people from Linglong City." Naturally, Xuan didn't know where Linglong City was, so upon hearing this, he looked at Yue King Huan with inquiring eyes. Yue King Huan sighed softly. The name Linglong City is derived from the first two words of a classic saying, "Linglong's dice and red bean's peace," and what are dice used for? I'm sure you're well aware. Xuan's eyes flickered slightly. "Are you saying ... that Linglong City is a gambling city?" Yue King Huan nodded. "Exactly, and it's an extremely large gambling city. Anything you can think of, whether wealth, cultivation realm, or even life, you can put it on the gambling table there." "What are you saying? You lost the Jewel City. Is this Jewel City yours that you lost it to me?" he said, as he prepared to rush forward to kill Zhang Pengshan. All right, let him finish first." Xuan stopped the Shadow Turtle Emperor and then asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Zhang Pengshan sighed lightly. "Blame it all on me for not being able to resist temptation. Originally, there was a jewelry dealer who came to the Jewel City. Because of his lavish spending, I personally received him. During the banquet, he described in detail the luxury of the Lore City to me, and mysteriously told me that the reason he had such a huge amount of wealth was accumulated in the Lore City, all because of his gambling technique that always wins. His words stirred my heart, but I did not show any interest at the time. It wasn't until the next day when he bid farewell to me, mentioning that when he sells the jewels he brought to the Lore City, the profit would at least triple. After hearing those words, I couldn't help but feel tempted. But to be safe, I only sent a clone to follow him. Upon arriving at the Lore City, everything was as he described, extravagant. I saw with my own eyes how he effortlessly sold the purchased jewels for at least 3 times the price, and then he took me to various major gambling houses. What a scene it was! Zhang Pengshan's eyes showed a wistful look. Each gambling house, whether grandiose or bizarre, lined up one after the other. Upon entering, you could find every luxury imaginable. Even a simple server was an exquisite beauty. In such an environment, I involuntarily joined him in gambling. At first, everything went smoothly. In just 3 days, I won nearly half of the Jewel City's wealth. Everyone came to congratulate me. Even the landlady of the gambling house personally came to toast me. That feeling of being admired by thousands, once you experience it, it's hard to forget. As I immerse myself in it, my friend who brought me there advised me to stop at this point and leave the Lore City. He warned me that long gambling sessions lead to losses, and if I continued, I wouldn't be able to control myself. To be honest, at that time I was skeptical, but he was clearly looking out for me. I was touched, thinking I had found a true friend. Since my clone had been away for a long time, I was getting impatient, so I took the wealth I won back to the Jewel City. Hearing this, the Shadow Turtle Emperor couldn't help but say, "Isn't that good? If you stopped there, you would have gained a lot of wealth." Zhang Pengxian sighed lightly. It sounds easy, but you can't understand that feeling. Looking back now, this whole thing was a trap from the beginning. Because once you win once, you want to keep winning, especially in the atmosphere of the Lore City. Once you experience that, everything else seems tasteless. So you went back, Zhu? An asked calmly. Yes, and this time, I went in person. Zhang Pengxian said with a bitter smile. After arriving, I found that friend. He was still in the Lore City. But he didn't seem surprised by my arrival, just took me to various gambling houses as before. But this time, I wasn't as lucky as last time. Fear was evident in Zhang Pengxian's eyes, clearly tormenting him. He recalled this experience. At first, I was winning, and winning more. In that situation, countless people began to flatter me. Normally, at my cultivation level, I should have been immune to these things, but somehow, I was like I was under a spell, quickly losing myself. Then I began to lose, and it was a rapid and massive loss. It felt as if something was targeting me. No matter if I wagered a large or small amount, I couldn't escape the fate of losing. Soon, the gambling fund I brought was depleted. But at that time, my friend comforted me, saying it was normal, and even lent me money. In that situation, I had lost my rationality and saw him lending me money as a true friend's gesture. But soon, I was completely consumed by losses, and I kept raising the stakes. He paused here. So you lost the entire Jewel City in just one night? The Shadow Turtle Emperor couldn't help but ask. Zhang Pengxian gave a bitter smile. Not in one night. To be precise, it only took an hour. The Shadow Turtle Emperor's expression changed in anger. For such a large city, an immense amount of wealth, you lost it all in just an hour. Are you insane? Yes? Looking back, I also feel that I must have been insane at that time. How else could I have lost my mind so quickly? Even now, I remember the feeling of placing my last wager and losing everything. It was an indescribable emptiness. I sat there motionless for at least half an incense stick's worth of time, until the man who brought me there patted my shoulder and told me that I had lost the entire Jewel City. Did you not doubt or resist then? Continued the Shadow Turtle Emperor. Of course, I did. Actually, I was scared at that moment. I wanted to react, but the man just lightly patted my shoulder, and all my resistance was broken. He then said, if I wanted to live, I should follow him obediently. I followed him dazedly to a hidden chamber, where there were many people. Even the landlady who toasted me was there. It was then that I realized I was just a pig trapped in someone's scheme. What did these people say to you then? Asked the Shadow Turtle Emperor. They said there were only 2 options for me now. The first was to give the Jewel City to them, but that was not an option as the city wasn't mine to give away. They seemed to have anticipated my reaction, as they grinned and told me about the second option. Did they ask you to cooperate with them and secretly deal with the Shadow Turtle clan? Zhuan suddenly spoke. I couldn't possibly know so clearly, could I? Zhu unchuckled. In fact, from the beginning, they weren't targeting you, or even the Shadow Turtle clan, but rather the realm of death. Upon hearing this, Yue King Huan trembled all over, then suddenly understood. You mean ... That's right. This matter itself is connected to the affairs of the heavens. It seems that those guys are still not giving up after the Copper Gate was destroyed, trying to invade the heavens through the realm of death again. Zhuan said softly. Yue King Huan's face turned extremely ugly. If that's the case, why don't they just make a direct move instead of taking such a big detour? I'm not sure about that, but there must be a reason, like not wanting to attract attention. Yue King Huan looked thoughtful. As for the Shadow Turtle Emperor and Zhang Pengshan, they didn't understand what Zuan and Yue King Huan were talking about. What invasion of the heavens, destruction of the Copper Gate, and so on. Zhang Pengshan was utterly confused. The Shadow Turtle Emperor vaguely thought of something, but his expression became even more grim. Because the realm of death has always been the territory of the Shadow Turtle clan, no matter how powerful others are, they have never encroached on it, not because they couldn't, but because it wasn't worth it. After all, a realm of nothingness, besides nurturing some treasures, didn't hold much value for those powerhouses to intervene. But if things were as Zuan said, the situation would change. Even the entire Shadow Turtle clan might face a catastrophe. How could he not feel anxious about it? At that moment, Zuan looked up at Zhang Pengshan and said coldly, "In that case, where did the Shadow Turtle clan members you captured in secret go?" Zhang Pengshan trembled, his face instantly turning pale. Most of what he just said was true, but he deliberately added many of his own perspectives when recounting it, hoping to show that he was also being framed in order to win sympathy from others and thereby survive. However, when asked about it by Zuan, all his previous efforts went in vain. "Yes, where did all my clan members go?" the Shadow Turtle Emperor roared. At that time, I captured 7 Shadow Turtles, but one of them was too fierce and was accidentally killed in a struggle, condensed into a blood bead. As for the others, they have all been taken away by the people of Linglong City. With these words, the Shadow Turtle Emperor was furious. "You actually sold my clan members to Linglong City. I will tear you to pieces." With that, he moved to charge forward. Terrified, Zhang Pengshan immediately begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, I was also framed by others. Please spare my life." But with the Shadow Turtle Emperor already enraged, it was impossible for him to listen to such pleas. Left with no choice, Zhang Pengshan pinned his last hope on Zuan, pleading with a trembling voice, "Please, speak a few good words for me, and I will forever remember your kindness." In his view, this young man in white, though powerful, should be more accommodating. But this time he had miscalculated, as Zuan's face showed a cold smile. "I believe some of what you said, but the one thing you definitely concealed is that you are not as innocent as you claim to be. So ... With a flick of his hand, as if disposing of trash, Zuan threw Zhang Pengshan straight towards the Shadow Turtle Emperor. Zhang Pengshan screamed as he fell through the air, and when he landed in the hands of the Shadow Turtle Emperor, the Emperor squeezed. Crunch! Accompanied by the sound of bone shattering, Zhang Pengshan's joints were instantly crushed. It was obvious that the Shadow Turtle Emperor harbored great hatred towards this ungrateful man, striking him down with a ruthless blow. In excruciating pain, Zhang Pengshan knew that he was doomed, so he began to roar, "Don't worry. By offending Linglong City, all of you will surely die. I'll wait ahead of you ... He had intended to say that he would be waiting ahead for them, but his head was smashed by the furious Shadow Turtle Emperor before he could complete the sentence, his soul and brain completely devoured. Witnessing such a bloody scene made Yue King Huan furrow his brow. Then he turned away. At the same time, the blood-soaked Shadow Turtle Emperor walked towards Zhang Jinju, who was kneeling on the ground. By now, Zhang Jinju was almost driven to madness. He never expected things to spiral down such a path. What was once a promising situation, with his seduction of a beautiful girl from Linglong City about to be successful, suddenly took a turn for the worse. Now even his father was dead. How could he not feel fear and despair? So when he saw the approaching Shadow Turtle Emperor, Zhang Jinju let out a chicken-like scream. "Spare me, I don't know anything." Thud. The scream abruptly ended as the Shadow Turtle Emperor, impatient, slammed him into a pulp with a single palm strike. With that, the former ruler of Baozhou City, Zhang Pengshan, and his son met their demise. The remaining guards were now trembling, prostrating themselves on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. If it were up to Zuan, he might have let these people go. Unfortunately, they encountered the Shadow Turtle Emperor, who was already filled with killing intent. Thus, cries of agony filled the air as the guards were quickly slaughtered. After completing this, the Shadow Turtle Emperor, drenched in blood, then strode towards Zuan and Yue King Huan. Yue King Huan took a slight step back, feeling nervous. But just then, the Shadow Turtle Emperor suddenly knelt down, saying with sincerity, "Shadow Turtle Clan thanks the mighty warriors of the Hua Clan and the Linglong City for their grace this time." With that, he solemnly kowtowed 3 times. Yue King Huan felt uneasy, while Zuan calmly accepted it, as it was rightfully deserved. After the kowtow, Zuan said calmly, "Rise. This matter is not over yet." The Shadow Turtle Emperor got up. The clan members taken by Linglong City should still be alive. Therefore, our top priority is to go to Linglong City and rescue them. The Shadow Turtle Emperor immediately agreed. Good, let's set off now. Weak Zhu unsmiled and shook his head. You're mistaken. This time, it's just the two of us going. As for you, you need to stay in Baozhu City to guard it. Why? The Shadow Turtle Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. It's simple. Baozhu City is now empty, and if you leave, what if some scoundrels take advantage of the situation? How would that be? But ... The Shadow Turtle Emperor was still reluctant. Why? Have you forgotten your earlier promise, Zhu? Unstated calmly. The Shadow Turtle Emperor shivered. Of course, I dare not. Good. Guarding Baozhu City is the most important task for you now. Otherwise, if something were to happen here, all previous efforts would be wasted. As he spoke, a radiant light flashed in Zuan's eyes, dazzling like stars and diamonds, captivating those who beheld it. However, it took them a full 2 days to enter the area of Linglong City. The reason was simple. There were too many people heading towards Linglong City along the way. There was so much traffic that it was literal gridlock. Countless starships densely filled the road, flying one after another towards the city. Among them were many extremely large giant flying ships, resembling whales flying through the sky, slowly moving forward. Just the presence of these flying ships alone congested the already spacious road. Not to mention the many people who came by foot, making the journey extremely lively. Even Zuan and Yue King Huan had to patiently follow the crowd. Finally, the outline of a city appeared faintly ahead. Although it was still a blurry silhouette, one could still feel the grandeur and magnificence emanating from it. The crowd began to get excited. Is that the famous Linglong City in the distance? Truly living up to its reputation, exclaimed one person excitedly. Indeed, truly worthy of being the #1 gambling city in the world. Even the city itself looks like a dice, remarked another person. Indeed. At first glance, this Linglong City looked like a nearly perfect tetrahedron, with a city gate opening on each of the 4 walls. Above each gate was a plaque symbolizing a number, in order, 2, 3, 4, 5. If one were to fly up and look down, they would discover that the ground buildings of the entire Linglong City were arranged according to a certain pattern, ultimately forming a huge character resembling the number 6. As for the one, upon entering the gate and looking up, one would see a sun-like device standing atop the highest building, emitting a warm light. That was the one. So it was said that this Linglong City was built to resemble a dice. Zuan and Yue King Huan followed the crowd into the city gate, standing on the bustling street, observing the rows of gambling houses one after another. Yue King Huan couldn't help but marvel. It's really bustling here. But is gambling really that interesting? Is that why so many powerful individuals flock here? Watching a prominent peak-level expert descend from a huge flying ship in the distance, Yue King Huan found it hard to understand. Zuan withdrew his gaze, smiling faintly. It's not the gambling that's interesting, but the excitement it brings. Is this your first time here? Yue King Huan nodded. Yes, my family never allowed me to come to a place like this before. You can leave now if you want. One person should be enough for this matter. Zuan said calmly. No. Yue King Huan responded decisively. You can't shake me off. Since I've encountered this matter, I must see it through to the end. As descendants of a military family, how can we give up halfway? Zuan didn't respond immediately, but looked quietly at Yue King Huan until she felt uncomfortable and asked, Why are you staring at me? He chuckled lightly and said, You're right about the rationale, but why do I feel that you're so excited? Am I excited? No way, that must be your misconception. How could I be excited? Yue King Huan quickly averted her gaze. All right, regardless of whether you're excited or not, since you don't want to leave, then come with me. Zuan said calmly, then turned and walked towards the depths of the street. Yue King Huan breathed a sigh of relief and glanced around discreetly, curiosity and excitement evident in her eyes, murmuring softly, Is this the gambling city that my brother repeatedly warned me not to enter? I want to see what special charm you possess to captivate so many people. With that, she eagerly followed him. Drunken Life Tower. one of the top gambling houses in Linglong City, located in the prime position in the city center, where Zhang Pengtian had lost the entire Baizhu city before. Now, Zhu An and Yue Qinghuan stood not far away, gazing at this magnificent golden palace. Although they were at a distance, the laughter, dice clattering, exclamations, cursing, and flirtatious voices of women could still be faintly heard from inside. Zhu An stood still, and Yue Qinghuan could only accompany him. The two of them stood by the roadside, attracting many curious glances. Especially after seeing the unparalleled beauty of Yue Qinghuan, many people's eyes lit up. Some even wanted to come forward and strike up a conversation, but were deterred by the coldness on Yue Qinghuan's face. However, this situation couldn't continue. Yue Qinghuan couldn't help asking in a low voice, "Why are we standing here? Why not go in?" Zhu An turned to her, glanced at her, and then said lightly, "Are you in such a hurry? Of course, can't you see? I've been standing here for so long, and the way people look at me isn't right, as if I'm some kind of promiscuous woman." Yue Qinghuan said irritably. Zhu An chuckled, "All right then, let's go in now." With that, Zhu An took a step forward and headed towards the building. At this moment, it was the busiest time in the Drunken Life Tower. Gamblers from all directions crowded the entrance of the tower, making passage difficult. There were guards specifically responsible for maintaining order at the entrance. Despite this, progress was slow. But not far from the main entrance, there was a small door. Compared to the bustling grand entrance, this small door appeared deserted and peaceful. Only occasionally would gorgeously dressed, imposing figures appear in front of the small door. Then after being inspected by the guard, they were allowed entry. It was clear that the small door was only accessible to individuals of certain status and stature. Zhu An made a beeline for this small door. "Please wait." Just as he approached, two guards blocked his path. "May I ask if you have an invitation or a pass?" one of the guards asked politely. However, this politeness was tinged with a hint of haughty indifference, making it uncomfortable to hear. Zhu An looked at her with a smile, but did not speak. "Forget it. Let's enter through the main gate. It's fine to wait a bit." Yue Qinghuan saw this and pulled Zhu An's clothes. She was afraid that Zhu An would start a fight with the guards before entering the casino. But at that moment, when the guard saw Yue Qinghuan's face clearly, his eyes lit up, and he stepped aside, warmly saying, "Beautiful lady, you can enter Zuosheng Tower through this door." "Oh, but I don't have a pass," Yue Qinghuan said. Just then, an elegant baritone voice came from behind the door. "Your face is the best pass. I don't think anyone in Linglong City would have a problem with such a beautiful lady like you." With these words, the door was slowly pushed open, and a well-dressed middle-aged man with a bald head stepped out smiling. The man was dressed in a neatly tailored suit, but had a bald head, which gave him a dignified appearance. He first elegantly nodded to Yue Qinghuan, and then said with a smile, "This beautiful lady, it would be the greatest waste for you to stand here for another second. So to make up for my apologies, you can indulge in fine food and wine without limit at Zuosheng Tower." At first, Yue Qinghuan was slightly surprised but quickly reacted, smiling back and saying, "Thank you, but I think I'm good." "Are you worried about your male companion? Rest assured, since he is your friend, he will also receive equal treatment. So ... The man stepped aside, gesturing with his hand and slightly bowing. "Please come in, you two." This kind of treatment was something even the big shots and powerful figures before had not enjoyed. Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but sneak a glance at Zhu An, wanting to see his reaction. In her eyes, Zhu An should be feeling somewhat embarrassed at the moment. After all, he had initially wanted to enter through that small door, but was blocked. Now, their entry was possible because of her. For a man to need a woman's face as a pass to enter should be a great irony and shame. Yue Qinghuan thought silently, already preparing for Zhu An to leave in frustration. But the next moment, all her thoughts froze. Zhu An, unperturbed, didn't even change his smile, confidently striding inside without hesitation. The whole process was smooth and natural. Yue Qinghuan stared at Zhu An's back in astonishment, then bit her lip in frustration. This jerk had played me again. Thinking this, she didn't delay any further and hurried to catch up. Soon, their figures disappeared behind the door. The smile on the bald man's face gradually faded. At this moment, the guard who had blocked Zhu An before approached and asked somewhat strangely, Head supervisor, I can understand why you let that woman in, but why did you also let the young man in? You guys still have a lot to learn. The bald man sneered, then continued, it's obviously the first time for these two to come to Linglong City. If only the young girl was allowed in, she would definitely be cautious and hesitant, but if they both go in, it dispels all her doubts. As for that young man, the disdain on the bald man's face was evident. Just a little half-step immortal sovereign kid, hardly worth mentioning. Ah, supervisor, indeed your insight is extraordinary. The two guards flattered. The bald man smiled smugly, learn slowly. There's still a lot you need to learn. But if you can run into top-tier goods like today every day, you'll be on the path to promotion and wealth. Thank you, supervisor. We rely on you for everything. As the three were chatting outside, Zuan and Yue Qinghuan had already appeared in the lobby on the first floor. At this moment, Zuisheng Tower was bustling. However, the lobby was spacious, and there were many purification spirit arrays engraved on the ceiling. So despite the large number of people, it didn't feel stuffy. Since entering the lobby, Yue Qinghuan's eyes were wide with curiosity, taking in the various gambling tools and gamblers concentrated around the tables. Occasional bursts of cheers left her puzzled. Is it really that fun, Zhu? Remained silent, his attention focused on the decorations of the hall. The intricate spiritual arrays, the magnificent decorative paintings. Though seemingly normal, when combined, they subtly formed a naturally integrated scene. Anyone entering this hall would be influenced by this atmosphere, consciously or unconsciously, regardless of their cultivation level. Hey, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Seeing Zuan's lack of response, Yue Qinghuan raised her voice. Zuan shifted his gaze from the surroundings to the enthusiastic gamblers and said quietly, whether it's fun or not, you'll find out when you try it yourself. That's true. Since we're here, let's play a few rounds before leaving. With this thought, Yue Qinghuan became excited again and started exploring. She wasn't interested in the overly complicated games, but was drawn to a simple gambling table with just a bull and two dice. Despite its simplicity, this table had the most people around it, occasionally erupting in cheers. I'll try this one, it looks the simplest. Zuan didn't object, following Yue Qinghuan to the table and squeezing in. Gamblers focused on the game don't like being crowded from behind, and soon someone turned around ready to scold, only to stop abruptly as they saw Yue Qinghuan's face. Especially the one who was going to curse became utterly enchanted. Yue Qinghuan frowned slightly in disgust, but didn't speak, squeezing through to the table. Can we place baits here? The whole scene was in an uproar. It's worth knowing that the art of war comes from one of the 100 schools of thought that succeeded from ancient times, and it's one of the most prominent ones. Their greatest expertise lies in the art of army formation and combat, with a strength so formidable that it can be described as unpredictable. This has led to very few disciples of this school appearing alone in front of others. Now, not only has a disciple of the art of war appeared, but she is also a stunning young woman. How could this not be shocking? There was a strange glint in the eyes of the female dealer, then she turned and said something to the person behind her. After a moment, an old man in gray robes quickly walked forward, and the female dealer and the people in the gambling house all stepped back a step, bowed their heads in respect. The old man, without looking around, walked directly to the table, picked up the military token and carefully examined it. After a long time, the old man nodded. It can be confirmed as genuine. With that, he raised his head and looked squarely at Yue Qinghuan, asking directly through telepathy, "May I ask, is Yue Shifang your brother?" Yue Qinghuan lowered her eyes and replied in the same telepathic manner, "He is my brother." The old man trembled all over, with a look of shock in his eyes, then cupped the military token in both hands and handed it back. However, Yue Qinghuan did not accept it, but raised her eyebrows slightly. "What do you mean by this?" The old man smiled. "Yue miss, there is no need to doubt. I am just returning this military token to you." "What? No need to pledge?" Yue Qinghuan said lightly. "Of course not. With misuse status alone, she already has the highest overdraft privileges in the Drunken Life Pavilion. Why would she need to pledge anything?" With that, the old man turned and signaled to the people behind him. Immediately, several strong men struggled to push a small cart forward. The cart was filled with golden chips. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavens, so many golden chips! How much wealth is that?" Truly worthy of being one of the ancient 100 schools to be able to have such a high amount of chips based solely on one's ancestral status. However, some still harbored doubts listening to the old man's address just now. It seems that this young lady with the surname Yue from the Yue clan in the art of war. In recent years. What exactly happened in recent years? This person didn't say, but the expression on his face spoke volumes. Amidst these discussions, Yue King Huan also looked surprisingly at the old man, then spoke through telepathy. Do you know my brother? I have had the honor of meeting him once. The old man bowed and retreated, smiling. I wish you a pleasant time. With that, the old man disappeared. In an instant, all eyes in the room were on Yue King Huan. Yue King Huan raised her eyebrows slightly, then said to the female dealer, "Can we start now?" The female dealer nodded, approached, and picked up the dice cup from the table. She lifted the lid of the dice cup, then pushed it in front of Yue King Huan. "Please inspect it." Yue King Huan frowned slightly. She hadn't even touched the dice before. How could she inspect them? At this moment, Zuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly reached for the dice cup on the table. Inside the pure white dice cup were 3 very delicate dice. Ju ungrabbed them in his hand and slowly rotated them. This action made many people furrow their brows slightly. That's because the rule at the gambling table was that only the biggest gamblers were qualified to inspect the gambling tools, and the female dealer had clearly been speaking to Yue King Huan earlier. So why did an unknown white-clad youth suddenly appear to inspect the dice? Many people already had admiration for the outstanding Yue King Huan and wanted to get close to her but couldn't. So when they saw this scene, they immediately felt indignant and wanted to say something. However, the next moment, all their words were stuck in their throats. They saw Yue King Huan approach Zuan with curiosity and ask, "What do you see? Did you notice any problems?" Zu unshook his head, then put the dice back into the cup and said lightly, "Let's begin." The female dealer nodded, took the dice cup, and started arranging. During this lull, Yue King Huan whispered, "If you can't see any problems either, does that mean the Drunken Life Pavilion isn't cheating? Just because something is not flawed, doesn't mean they won't cheat." Zuan said lightly. "Right." Yue King Huan suddenly remembered something and said mysteriously to Zuan, "Since we can't see any problems, can you control these dice with your mind?" Zu unsmiled. "Do you think this Langlong city, renowned for gambling in a world where the strong are rampant, wouldn't have considered this aspect? The dice may be flawless, but the dice cup was made using some secret technique. I have already tested it. Whether it's the power of telekinesis or spiritual cultivation, none can penetrate it even a bit." I see." Yue King Huan felt somewhat dejected. She had thought she had found a way to make a fortune. Zu glanced at her strangely. He noticed that this girl, who had initially exuded mystery and aloofness, was now becoming more and more childish. It was as if a girl next door had taken off her mature facade. Just then, the female dealer finished arranging everything and shook the dice cup in her hand. In an instant, the whole room fell silent. Everyone listened intently to the clattering sound of the dice. After a moment, the female dealer placed the dice cup on the table and said solemnly, "Please place your baits." The people around the gambling table became excited. Discussions started among them. "I definitely didn't mishear that sound. This time it's surely a big roll." "Nonsense, the sound of the dice cup is random. Even you, not to mention you, even a sage couldn't discern it. You're sure it's big, but I think it's definitely small." Amidst the arguments, people placed their chips on their chosen spots. Soon, the areas for big and small on the table were filled with chips. In a flash, only Yue King Huan had not placed her bet. People began to look at her strangely. Yue King Huan also started to feel anxious and secretly asked the silent Zuan standing there, "What's wrong? Why haven't you placed a bet yet? Everyone's waiting for us. Are you in such a hurry?" Upon seeing this betting position, the onlookers were first stunned, then burst into laughter. "I entered cultivation at the age of 3, became a true immortal at 100, reached the top 500 at the Grand Luo stage, lived for over 1,000 years, passed through countless card games in this exquisite city, and never have I seen anyone bet like this." An old man laughed heartily. "Indeed, betting on 2, 3, for in the circle dice, isn't that just giving away money? It seems that since the establishment of the Drunken Bliss Tower, no one has ever won while betting on the circle dice. Not to mention, There are very few people who even bet on it. The crowd chattered, mostly mocking unanimously. Yue King Huan couldn't help but blush, feeling awkward as she stood there, a bit at a loss. What did she know about circle dice? She was just randomly throwing them. The female dealer seemed to notice her confusion and smiled, saying, "Betting on the circle dice means matching the 3 dice in the dice cup with the numbers you bet on. Once you hit it, you can get a payout of 105 to 1. Although this sounded like reassurance, it sounded more like mockery because a payout of 105 to 1 already proved how slim the probability was. Yue King Huan felt embarrassed. But at that moment, Zuan suddenly chuckled, then casually said, "Since the odds are so high, let's bet everything." Hearing this, not only Yue King Huan looked bewildered, but others also seemed a bit dumbfounded. What was he trying to do? At the same time, Zuan waved his hand, and the chips on the table flew up automatically, stacking precisely on the position of the 2, 3, 4 circle dice. Each chip fit together perfectly. Just based on this move alone, it was enough to amaze onlookers as it demonstrated Zuan's terrifying control of mental power. However, at that moment, people were too preoccupied to care about that. Everyone was staring dumbfoundedly at the 2 stacks of chips on the table, almost popping their eyeballs out. Yue King Huan was also startled, couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What are you doing?" "Betting." "What else?" "But who bets like you did?" "Are you crazy? Wasn't it you who bet first?" "I just scaled up the wager a bit. After all, you have to play big sometimes." Zuan smiled. Yue King Huan. Finally, she sighed and covered her eyes in frustration. "Fine, bet however you want." At that moment, the female dealer also snapped out of her stupor, looking at Zuan with a smile and asked, "Have you placed your bet?" "Placed it. Let's get started." Zuan replied casually. "In that case, place your baits and roll." The female dealer's heart was practically blooming with joy at this moment, as she knew her income was closely tied to the performance of each table. However, since it was in the main hall, her income had never been particularly high. Unexpectedly, a sucker arrived today and bet on the very rare circle dice. Wasn't this just handing her money? Although she couldn't control the dice in the cup, her years of experience made her confident in the slim chances of rolling a 2, 3, 4 and getting circled at the same time. So, with confidence, she removed the cover of the dice cup, saying, "Let's see." Strangely, this time when she opened the cup, there was no cheering or cursing, unlike the past. Instead, an unusual silence fell over everyone. Many were dumbstruck, staring at the dice cup. The female dealer's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? She immediately looked down and was struck dumbfounded. Inside the pure white dice cup, 3 dice lay quietly, and the numbers on them were exactly 2, 3, 4. The female dealer felt darkness creeping in before her eyes, almost fainting, whispering in a near despair, "How is this possible? At the same time, the whole room erupted with waves of astonishment and exclamation. "Damn, I take back what I said earlier. I must have wasted my life over the past 1,000 years. Heavens, it really is the numbers 2, 3, 4. What are the odds? Blessed, so many chips, and a payoff of 105. How much is that? Why didn't I place a bet with them?" Voices filled the air, and even the other gamblers at different tables stopped what they were doing, gathering to witness the spectacle. Yue King Huan, equally incredulous, stared blankly at the numbers in the dice cup. After a long while, she suddenly turned her head and asked, "Did you already know?" "Know what?" Zuan replied calmly. "The numbers inside. I've said it before, this dice cup can block any attempt to peek inside." "How could I have known?" "Then how did you guess so accurately?" Yue King Huan asked. Zuan smiled. "How could you call it a guess by me? Wasn't it you who first placed the bet?" Yue King Huan was stunned. Yes, what he said was true. She was the one who placed the bet first. But why did she feel like this guy was hiding something from her? Just as she was bewildered, the old man in the gray robe appeared again. "Mr. Accountant, the female dealer hurriedly explained, but the old man in the gray robe just waved his hand, glanced at the chips on the table, and then smiled at Yue King Huan. "Congratulations to Miss Yue on winning such a big prize on the first bet. Truly deserving of a military family." Yue King Huan felt embarrassed. It was just luck. The man in the gray robe chuckled, glanced meaningfully at Zuan, then beckoned. A strong man strode forward, carrying a square box. After opening the box, it revealed a stack of crystal-clear chips that shimmered like lingstones. Lingstone chips! Heavens, to see such precious chips today is truly a worthwhile trip. The crowd gasped in awe. It's not that they haven't seen much of the world. It's just that the chips in the hands of the chief accountant were exceptionally precious. One chip was worth a whole cart of gold chips they saw earlier. Miss Yue, these are your chips, and I invite you to the VIP lounge on the second floor. With the chips you currently possess, it's no longer suitable for you to stay on the first floor hall. The man in the gray robe said with a smile. Yue King Huan accepted the box somewhat dazedly and nodded. The crowd stirred again with envy. With their status, they only heard about the VIP lounge on the second floor, but had never seen it. They never expected this young lady to be invited as soon as she arrived. Please follow me, both of you. A beautiful woman took over from the bewildered dealer and led the way with a smile. Yue King Huan stole a glance at Zuan, who remained composed with no discernible expression. She could only force a reply, okay? Then the two followed the woman to the second floor. The second floor of Zuisheng building can truly be called luxurious. Let's not talk about anything else. The entire second floor is made of flawless high-quality spirit stone flooring. Stepping on it, the pure spiritual energy will automatically enter the body. With such terrifying effects, it can already rival some immortal lands. As for other delicacies and fine wines, stunning beauties, and so on, they are all readily available. In short, any luxury enjoyment you can think of can be found here. The name of the Zuisheng building is truly lived up to here. At this moment, Yue King Huan followed behind the beautiful guide, with a look of curiosity as he gazed around the surroundings. Unlike the first floor, there were no various gambling tables here. Many well-dressed and powerful individuals were holding wine glasses, engaging in quiet conversations in small groups, resembling a grand banquet. The arrival of Yue King Huan and Zuan naturally attracted attention. Martial aura. This woman is actually from a martial clan, but isn't it forbidden for martial clansmen to engage in gambling? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Yes. And she's a woman. It's really strange. Someone expressed doubt. The crowd began to discuss. However, most of them chose to ignore Zuan selectively and focused all their attention on Yue King Huan. In their eyes, this white-clad youth with barely half a step into the ranks of immortality was just a follower and not worth their attention. Many people showed a strong interest in Yue King Huan, especially some young men who unknowingly straightened their backs, appearing eager to try their luck. However, all their efforts were in vain because after a big win, Yue King Huan was now full of interest in gambling and eagerly scanning around, impatient to find a gambling table to satisfy her curiosity. Sensing her eagerness, the beautiful guide led the two of them directly through the hall. Ahead, a huge screen appeared, and after passing it, they saw an immensely large table. The material of this table was unknown, with a dark and deep golden color and extremely spacious. Despite this, the table was fully occupied. These people were all formidable individuals, some even at the peak of the immortal venerable level. At this moment, these rarely seen masters were all fully focused on the ongoing gambling at the table. Only a few people noticed the arrival of Yue King Huan and Zuan, but they merely glanced up before quickly looking away. Ladies, this is the gambling area on the second floor. You can take a seat wherever you like. Just call me if you need anything. With that, the beautiful guide drifted away. Yue King Huan made her way to the table in 3 steps, choosing a vacant spot and observing the gambling on the table. Unlike the dice game downstairs, this gambling table prominently featured an immensely large roulette wheel. The roulette wheel was made of an unknown secret material, extremely intricate and robust, capable of isolating all external interferences. The wheel was divided into 38 squares, with 36 squares numbered from 1 to 36, divided into red and black halves. Additionally, there were 2 green zones, labeled 0 and 00. A small ball made of precious metal was placed inside the track area, rolling along the track as the wheel spun. The final number where the ball landed determined the result. This method of gambling was ancient and exciting, captivating all those participating. Some players had accumulated mountains of chips in front of them, while others sat dejectedly with few chips left. Observing this scene, Yue King Huan couldn't resist the excitement building up within her. After winning a bet, it was difficult for anyone to resist the temptation of the game. Yue Qinghuan was no exception, but this time she was more rational than before, at least checking the odds and how the others were betting. Due to the uncertainty of roulette gambling, people placed their baits on various numbers. Generally, people would choose to bet on 3 to 4 numbers together, as well as red or black, odd or even, and even range options. However, very few would bet on the green zones representing 0 and 00. These areas were positioned at the beginning of the wheel and had very low chances of winning, resulting in the highest odds of 1 to 35. After observing for a while, Yue Qinghuan couldn't contain her excitement and whispered, "Hey, where do you think I should place my better, Zhu?" And gazed at the rapidly spinning wheel without turning his head and calmly responded, "That's up to you." Yue Qinghuan pouted, "What kind of answer is that? Don't you have any suggestions? You don't need to ask me. You can bet wherever you want. Because you just had a big win earlier, your luck should be on a high." "True." Yue Qinghuan became excited at the words and fixed her gaze on the slowing roulette wheel. "Which option should I choose?" Just then, an affected voice came from the side. "Miss, is this your first time here?" Yue Qinghuan turned to see a man dressed in light blue, with handsome features and a distinguished air, smiling at her. However, for some reason, when Yue Qinghuan met the man's gaze, her heart trembled slightly, and she subtly furrowed her brows without being noticed. Yue Qinghuan's instinct was usually accurate, and she could tell that beneath the man's seemingly elegant smile, there was definitely a deep malice. However, her reaction was quick, and the man didn't notice anything strange. Instead, he became even more excited after seeing Yue Qinghuan's face. "I noticed you were observing and looked somewhat unfamiliar. I've been here quite a lot, so if you have any questions, I can help you out." Yue Qinghuan raised her brows slightly. "Oh, protect me from losing money." "Of course," the man said confidently. Zuan, on the side, suddenly burst into laughter at this moment. "What are you laughing at?" The man only noticed Zuan then, and upon realizing he was just a half-step immortal young man, his attitude instantly became arrogant, as he coldly asked. Zuan suppressed his laughter. "Nothing, I just think, since you are so amazing, do you know what number will come up in the next round?" "I naturally do not know what number will come up, and not only do I not know, I estimate that no one in the whole Linglong city will know, but since I said I can help this lady win money, then I can definitely do it. Don't you believe me?" The man said with a cold smile. Ju shook his head. "I don't believe you." Immediately, the man's expression darkened, his eyes fixed on Zuan coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife. At this moment, the round of roulette gambling happened to have ended, with winners celebrating and losers downcast. The dispute here naturally attracted the attention of many people. "Wow, who is this kid? He dares to challenge Cheng, the gambling god. TSK, I guess Cheng, the gambling god, has taken a liking to this young lady. This will be interesting to watch." Many people gloated as they watched Zuan, because they were all very familiar with this man's temper. This man was named Cheng Lixuan, a powerful immortal level figure. But his most famous trait was not his cultivation, but his fanaticism and expertise in round-robin gambling. It could be said that anyone who came to the second floor to play knew him. His gambling skills were indeed formidable, rarely making errors in roulette gambling. At this moment, this young man dared to challenge Cheng, the gambling god. It was estimated that the outcome would be very tragic. Indeed. Upon hearing Zuan's answer, Cheng Lixuan was furious, then he sneered. "Good. Good for a fledgling kid to be so arrogant." "Thank you," Zuan said lightly. "Since you are so bold, do you dare to bet with me?" "All right. What are we betting on?" "We're betting on the next round of roulette. If you win, I will apologize to you. But if you lose..." Cheng Lixuan's eyes showed a hint of ruthlessness. "You will kneel down and beg for mercy in front of me." There was a low murmur among the crowd. Yue Qinghuan also became nervous. However, Zuan remained nonchalant and smiled. "All right, then how do we wager?" "It's simple. We each pick a number for the next round of roulette. We cannot choose the same number as the other, and the one whose number comes up wins. What do you say, Zhu?" Nodded. Agreed. At this point, a sly look appeared in Cheng Lixuan's eyes. "Who goes first, you or me?" "It doesn't matter. I can go first," Zuan said calmly. "All right. Since you're so confident, I'll bet first." With that, Cheng Lixuan stood up, smiling slightly at Yue Qinghuan. "This girl, Sometimes these ignorant young people are the most likely to cause trouble, so I advise you to stay away from them." Yue King Huan remained silent. Chang Lixuan snorted, then picked up the chips in front of him and threw them into the betting area in front. The chips flew out like flower petals, landing accurately in their designated spots. In the blink of an eye, almost all the numbers on the betting area were covered by his chips. The crowd erupted into clamor. All right. He bet on all numbers from 1 to 36. How will this young man handle it now? Exactly. No wonder this Cheng, the gambling god, said not to bet on the same number in advance. Isn't he clearly setting a trap for this young man? TSK. If it weren't for the rules limiting the maximum baits, this Cheng, the gambling god, would have covered all numbers. What's the difference between covering all and not covering them all? The 0 and 00 areas are basically just decoration. Have you seen anyone bet there? Amidst the discussions, the so-called gambling god Cheng Lixuan became even more self-satisfied. He glanced at Zuan with arrogance and said, "So, are you going to surrender now? I can consider making it less embarrassing for you." Yue King Huan was also stunned, but quickly reacted and angrily shouted, "You're just playing dirty." Playing dirty? How am I playing dirty? It's just a matter of accepting defeat. Who asked you to agree without thinking it through first? Chang Lixuan said coldly. Yue King Huan's face turned white with anger. At that moment, Zuan suddenly laughed. Smiling, he whispered, "Using all your cunning in such matters, I really don't know whether to find it pitiable or laughable. Stop babbling, either bet or admit defeat. Choose one for yourself." Chang Lixuan sneered. Zuan turned to Yue King Huan and said calmly, "I just said, your luck is good right now, so where do you think? Between 0 and 00, which number should you bet on?" Yue King Huan was dumbfounded. What does he mean? Do I have to choose one from the remaining 2 numbers? Isn't this nuffing out the already very unlikely hope a bit more? Chang Lixuan couldn't help but chuckle, then he crossed his arms and watched quietly. He was absolutely confident that the young man in white would lose, and would lose miserably. So he was just stalling for time with his current actions. Huh? What do you think? Seeing that Yue King Huan was silent, Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked softly, Just choose whichever you want. Here, take the chips, Zhu." And handed over the box of chips. Yue King Huan, somewhat dazed, picked up a chip, hesitated for a moment, and finally placed it on the number 00. Chang Lixuan almost laughed at the sight. The crowd stirred even more, because compared to 0, the probability of 00 appearing was even more slim. It would only happen once every 10,000 rounds. Zuan smiled faintly. "All right, let's leave it at that." With that, he tipped the box, spilling all the chips onto the 00 area, then nodded to the dealer behind the roulette wheel. "Let's begin." The roulette wheel spun rapidly once again. This time, no one else placed baits, all were focused on watching this gambling round. Chang Lixuan stood there calmly, feeling no pressure at all. After all, this time he had covered all 36 numbers with his baits, while the opponent had only chosen one number, the rare 00. Without mentioning anything else, just based on probability, he believed he had already crushed his opponent. So no matter how you looked at it, Chang Lixuan felt confident he would win this time. The thought of this young man kneeling in front of him begging for mercy, and this stunning girl potentially being in his possession, made Chang Lixuan tremble with excitement. But at that moment, the speed of the roulette wheel began to slow down, and the small ball slowly rolled towards the green area representing 00. When it finally landed on 00, the whole scene fell into complete silence. He never expected that he would actually lose. But the fact was right in front of him, and he couldn't deny it. However, he was extremely unwilling to just bow down and admit defeat, let alone kowtow and apologize to the young man in white. So at that moment, he hesitated. Seeing this, Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. What are you standing around for? Didn't we agree earlier that the loser should kneel down and admit defeat? So let's get started now. Such a daunting statement made many people secretly sweat for Zuan, because everyone knew that Chang Lixuan, known as the gambling god, would never admit defeat so easily. Indeed, Chang Lixuan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, followed by a cold smile. Admit defeat? Why should I admit defeat to you? On the contrary, I strongly suspect you of cheating. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, a low murmur swept through the entire room. because everyone knew what cheating in the Drunken Life Pavilion meant. Zuin remained calm. Oh, cheating. Why do you suspect me of cheating? It's simple, because I've spent at least 10 years in front of this gambling table, experienced no less than 100,000 games, and have never seen it land on OO. Just because you haven't experienced it, does that mean it doesn't exist? Heh, things in this world don't happen by coincidence. Why would it land on OO just because you bet on it this time? So you are definitely cheating. Changlixuan spoke viciously. Ju unsmiled and suddenly said, they used to call you the gambling god, but now it seems that you can't even be considered a gambler. Gambling is always unpredictable. You say there are no coincidences, but it happened. Are you unwilling to accept it because of this? Don't talk to me about unpredictability. I don't believe such a coincidence could happen. You are definitely cheating. Changlixuan shouted hysterically. Just then, a stern voice came from behind the screen. Who dares to cheat in the Drunken Life Pavilion? With those words, a tall bald man with an imposing demeanor strode in. This bald man was at least 2 meters tall, as strong as an ox, with a bare upper body revealing muscles like chiseled stone. On his head was a tattoo of a bizarre two-headed snake, with one snake head extending to the corner of his mouth. When he smiled, he looked extremely sinister and vicious. Behind him were several other bald, muscular men, each with a terrifying demonic monster tattooed on their heads, enhancing their intimidating aura. Upon seeing the leader of the bald men, everyone at the gambling table felt a chill run down their spine, and they all stood up and bowed their heads in respect. Greetings, Captain Liu. Greetings, Leader Liu. The shouts were continuous. Even Changlixuan, a supreme expert, turned slightly pale at the sight of the bald man before stepping back and respectfully saying, Captain Liu. Yes. This bald man was Liu Yushi, the captain who led all the enforcers in the first and second floors. He was rumored to have already reached the level of a semi-saint. But what was even more terrifying was his extreme brutality, earning him the nickname Liu Yanwang for his ruthless methods. It could be said that in the Drunken Life Pavilion, whether gamblers or staff, all trembled before him. Seeing him appear now, many people felt uneasy. This situation was unlikely to end well. Who would it be? Turns out to be Cheng the gambling god. Liu Yushi said lazily. I dare not. I dare not. Changlixuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, making humble gestures. Heh. Liu Yushi sneered, shifting his gaze from Changlixuan to Zuan and Yue King Huan beside him. In that moment, Yue King Huan felt as if she was being stared at by an ancient dragon lurking in the depths of the abyss, causing her hair to stand on end. The imposing aura was overpowering, the murderous intent terrifying. Yue King Huan's alarm bells were ringing loudly. However, Zuin seemed unaffected by the stare, not even changing his smile. Liu Yushi narrowed his eyes slightly, then turned and said, Changlixuan, I heard you shouting earlier about someone cheating in the Drunken Life Pavilion. What's the matter? Changlixuan's eyes lit up, stepping forward and saying, Captain Liu, this is what happened. I was gambling with this young man just now. He bet on OO, while I bet on all 36 numbers, and you should know what that means for roulette. And then, you lost. Liu Yushi withdrew his gaze, looking meaningfully at Changlixuan. Exactly. The ball actually landed on OO, but such a coincidence is unheard of. That's why I suspect him of cheating. Changlixuan spoke proudly as he looked at Zuan, thinking to himself, now I'll see what you do. Even Captain Liu is here now. You are surely doomed. After listening to Changlixuan's words, Liu Yushi looked at Zuan and asked, Young man, is what he said true, Xu? And nodded. Yue King Huan felt her blood rush to her head. How could she admit it at this point? Liu Yushi was also taken aback and was about to speak. At that moment, Zuan calmly said, the gambling game he mentioned is real, but the cheating is not. Phew. Yue King Huan sighed with relief, feeling her palm sweating. Liu Yushi then realized the situation and smirked. You say it's not cheating, but do you have evidence? Zhu unshook his head. No. But I want to know, since the Drunken Life Pavilion is famous for gambling, shouldn't you understand that gambling is always unpredictable? So why would he accuse me of cheating just because he lost? You're talking nonsense. The result has never been seen before. Why did it appear as soon as you placed your bet? Changlixuan roared. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Doesn't that prove I'm lucky? Is there a problem with that? And you keep accusing me of cheating. Do you have evidence, you? Chang Lixuan was left speechless. Zuan looked at Lu Yushi and said casually, Drunk Life Pavilion is renowned, and I believe they should understand the importance of fair play. He lost but refuses to acknowledge it. What do you think should be done? Yue Qinghuan was once again amazed, because she realized that, in just a few words, Zuan had completely turned the situation around. Now, even the reputation of the Drunken Life Pavilion was being mentioned. Sure. Here is the translation of the text from Mandarin to English. Sure enough, Lu Yushi immediately turned his head fiercely towards Chang Lixuan after listening to Zuan's words. Do you have anything else to say? Chang Lixuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, trembling as he said, Captain Lu, there is indeed something fishy about this matter. This guy must have been up to something. Stop talking nonsense. Since you entered the Drunken Life Tower, you must be willing to admit defeat. Now that you've lost, kneel down and apologize. Lu Yushi said coldly. Chang Lixuan couldn't believe the huge turnaround in the situation. But before he could react, Lu Yushi raised his hand. Two henchmen immediately rushed up from behind him, came to Chang Lixuan's back, and pressed his shoulders. Kneel. Chang Lixuan did not even groan, and immediately knelt down on the ground. It's not because these two henchmen were stronger than Chang Lixuan. It was all because of the token they held. This token symbolized the aura of the Drunken Life Tower. When the token appeared, it meant that they were representing the Drunken Life Tower, naturally possessing formidable power. Helpless, Chang Lixuan bowed deeply to Zuan in shame. I was wrong. Please spare me, Zhu. Smiled faintly, then waved his hand. Get lost. Chang Lixuan shuddered, then slowly stood up, glanced deeply at Zuan, turned around, and left the building. Although it was not explicitly stated, everyone understood the meaning behind Chang Lixuan's last look. At this moment, Lu Yushi also glanced meaningfully at Zuan, then chuckled. Let's continue. With that, he led his men away. The storm finally subsided, but the people present had lost interest in gambling. Many were looking at Zuan with astonished eyes, as if seeing this white-clad youth, who was just half a step away from becoming an immortal, in a new light. Not only them, even Yue Qinghuan looked at Zuan in astonishment. She suddenly realized that Zuan's methods and sharp words were reminiscent of a group of people she had seen before, a group capable of stirring up storms with just their eloquence. In her brother's words, these were the ancestors of bloodless killings. As the saying goes, one's anger makes the princes fearful, staying at peace calms the world, roaming through the world with clever tactics. Just then, Zuan looked down at her, then smiled. What's with that look? Yue Qinghuan blushed and shifted her gaze elsewhere. What look? I just found your way of speaking earlier quite interesting. Don't overthink it. Before she could finish explaining, Zuan had already turned and walked towards the table, saying lightly, okay, well your luck is good, come quickly and win some money. Watching Zuan's back, Yue Qinghuan suddenly felt disappointed and stomped her foot in frustration. Such a jerk. Saying that, she angrily walked up, grabbed a handful of chips from her winnings, and casually threw them in the betting area. Spin. A moment later, the ball landed on the number she bet on, as expected. Now, many people were looking at Yue Qinghuan with strange eyes. How could she win twice in a row with a single bet? Even Yue Qinghuan herself was startled. When did her luck become this good, Zhu? Unchuckled, no need to doubt. Keep betting. Show them with your actions what real luck is. Indeed. Following that, with seemingly divine assistance, Yue Qinghuan would win regardless of the number she bet on. Soon, an extraordinary scene unfolded at the gambling table. Everyone was waiting for Yue Qinghuan to place baits, and once she did, they would blindly follow to reap rich rewards. In no time, the roulette croupier's face turned as white as paper, with a hint of despair in his eyes. He had never seen such a mysterious game. He kept glancing at a symbol in the corner of the room, a water mirror emblem that functioned like a surveillance monitor. The croupier knew that the situation had been relayed through this water mirror emblem to the inspection hall below. However, why hadn't anyone come forward to resolve the situation yet? Just as the croupier was puzzled, the atmosphere in the inspection hall at the bottom of the Drunken Life Tower was equally tense. Almost everyone had gathered in front of the screen, showing the roulette gambling scene on the second floor. Watching Yue Qinghuan winning big, the chief accountant narrowed his eyes slightly. Standing beside him, Lu Yushi couldn't help but touch his bald head. Damn, it's really strange today. How can someone keep winning? He mumbled to himself as he grabbed a staff member of the inspection hall, his face full of aggression. Are you sure these two didn't cheat? Facing the notorious Liu Yushi, the staff member turned pale, his voice trembling. According to the video evidence we currently have, we haven't found anything unusual. Damn it, a bunch of useless people. Can't even see through a little girl. What use are you? Liu Yushi glared at him and was about to twist the person's neck. At this moment, the chief accountant gently interjected, "That's enough. If they haven't found anything, let it be." The words of the chief accountant seemed to have an impact. At least, upon hearing him, Liu Yushi released the staff member. "Get out. If the chief accountant hadn't spoken for you, I would have torn you apart bit by bit today." The relieved staff member hurriedly left. Liu Yushi then turned to the chief accountant. "Chief accountant, what do we do now? Do we just watch this girl keep winning?" The chief accountant shook his head. "You're mistaken. We should focus not on this militaristic woman, but on the white-clad young man next to her." Are you saying he's behind this? Damn it, I felt something was off about this kid when I confronted Chang Lixuan just now. I guessed right. I'll go and bring him back now. Liu Yushi said angrily. Hold on. What is it now? Do you have any evidence to arrest him? A mere half-step from becoming an immortal, and you still need worthless evidence? Bring him back for questioning. Let me know if you need any more help. I know her brother from the military family. Just by observing her behavior, it's clear that she must be visiting this place for the first time and experiencing gambling for the first time as well. Only this young man is a bit strange. I can be sure that he is also a first-time visitor here, but his composure is truly too calm. Even though they have won so much money, from start to finish, no matter the size of the baits, he didn't even blink an eye, as if those chips were mere stones and gravel. This extreme calmness indicates that he is either an extremely skilled gambler or a master with extraordinary skills. The head accountant explained quietly, his gaze fixed on Zuin in the image. Since that's the case, we should definitely bring them back. Liu Yushi explained. No, as I've said before, even if we know something is not right, without evidence, we cannot arrest anyone. Just then, someone hurried in and came to the head accountant. It was the person who was previously sent to investigate Zuan's background. The head accountant's eyes lit up. Do you have any results? The person shook his head with a bitter smile. We used all our connections, but we still haven't found any background information on this young man. We only know that his first appearance was in the Baoju city, where he was with this lady from the Yue family. Baoju city. The head accountant shuddered, then said in a deep voice, continue. As for this lady from the Yue family, we did find some information. Her name is Yue Qinghuan, the younger sister of the military family's talented individual, Yue Shifeng. After leaving the Yue family some time ago, she disappeared for a while, and when she reappeared, she was with this young man in white, and their relationship seemed very intimate. Apart from this, we found nothing else. After hearing these reports, the head accountant fell into deep thought. Suddenly, it seemed like he guessed something, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. All right, I understand. You can leave. Remember, do not mention these matters to anyone, yes? After his subordinate left, Liu Yushi asked in confusion, what's going on? Is this boy like popping out of a crack in the stone? How is it possible that even we can't find a clue? The head accountant did not respond to his words, but stared at Zuin in the image with a somber expression. After a long while, he spoke in a deep voice, you there, yes? Send someone over, take them both, to the third floor. With this command, many people present were shaken, but an order was an order, and these people did not dare to disobey, so they immediately responded, yes. The person hurried off. Liu Yushi's face also became serious. Mr. Accountant, has the situation become this serious? I don't know either, but at this point, keeping them on the second floor is obviously not appropriate anymore. And no matter how skilled he is, when they reach the third floor, all those tricks will be useless. After all, that is a place where strength speaks. Upon hearing the head accountant's words, Liu Yushi nodded in admiration. Indeed, Mr. Accountant, you have considered everything thoroughly. Let's see how arrogant this boy can still be now. All right, you go to the third floor as well. Be careful not to reveal yourself, just hide and observe the young man. if there are any anomalies. A hint of killing intent flashed in the head accountant's eyes. You should know what to do. Understood. Lu Yushi left to carry out the orders. The head accountant gazed at the image, murmuring softly, the Baoju City military family. Could it be that you are also involved in this matter? If that's the case, it's going to be troublesome. At the same time, the beautiful woman who had led the way before walked up to Yue Qinghuan, who was immersed in gambling. Miss Yue, the head accountant has ordered, so let me lead the two of you to the third floor. Please follow me now. Yue Qinghuan was taken aback. Why were they suddenly going to the third floor? Others were also puzzled. It had been a long time since anyone had been invited to the third floor. However, at this moment, Zuan nodded directly, all right? Then he followed the beautiful woman towards the third floor. Wait a moment. Yue Qinghuan called out, then attempted to pick up the stack of chips on the table. The woman smiled slightly. Miss Yue, there's no need for you to exert yourself like this. With that, she signaled to someone nearby. Immediately, someone came forward to count the chips on the table, then handed a jade chip to Yue Qinghuan. This jade chip records all the amounts of your chips. It's much more convenient to carry around like this. Yue Qinghuan was somewhat dissatisfied, inspecting the jade chip over and over, feeling that it was much lighter compared to the heavy chips. But at this point, she had no choice but to follow along to the third floor. In fact, Yue Qinghuan had been somewhat puzzled before, because from the outside, the Drunken Life Tower looked extremely tall. However, after entering, it seemed that only the first and second floors were accessible. Although the height of these two levels was considerable, it was not enough to justify such a tall building. It was only after reaching the third floor that all these questions were answered. If the first and second floors of the Drunken Life Tower still had some elegance, the third floor completely discarded all superficiality, retaining only the essence of things. For example, the rough stone floor underfoot, the dazzling lamps emitting a piercing light. All of this proved that those who could reach this third floor no longer cared about external things. What they wanted was simply to find the greatest excitement here. Yue Qinghuan furrowed her brow slightly, as she caught a hint of a faint bloody scent in the air. And as they ventured further in, the scent became increasingly intense. After turning a corner, what appeared in front of her caused her pupils to shrink to the size of needles. Because right in front of them was an immensely huge arena. And on the arena, an extremely brutal battle was taking place. Splat! As one person's head was smashed, the battle finally ended. With the fall of the corpse, a huge cheer erupted throughout the arena. Well done! Ah, so thrilling! Amidst these cheers, the victor raised both hands, smirked as he scanned the crowd, then walked off the arena. As for the body of the loser, it was thrown directly into a deep pit next to the arena. Inside, numerous ferocious beasts lurked, and as soon as the body fell, it was torn to shreds by these beasts. The bloody scent in the air had become so thick to an unimaginable extent. However, the wilder the sensation, the more frenzied the audience became. At this moment, the large grandstand was already densely packed with people. The recent cheers came from here. Everyone was driven into a frenzy by the extremely bloody scene just now. Amidst this fervor, in a private box located at the top of the grandstand, a youth with delicate features was laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha! What a thrill! He truly deserves to be the god of death I have my eye on. Truly powerful. Spread my orders. Reward this victor. Yes. A subordinate acknowledged before leaving. Across from the youth on the sofa sat a woman who chuckled. Young Master Long, your eyes are truly sharp. In just a few days, you've won more than 100 games, haven't you? Heh, it's actually 107 games. The youth known as Young Master Long proudly replied. Oh my, then you must have won quite a bit of money. Heh, it's not bad, my initial capital has more than multiplied tenfold. Young Master Long said with a grin. Well, then I must congratulate you, Young Master Long. After this incident, I'm sure your family will value you even more. Ha ha ha, I love hearing that. Weren't people always saying I'm just a hedonistic playboy? This time, I'll show them the power of Long Zhan. With these words, Long Zhan's expression had become so excited it was almost contorted, and his fierce aura was rampant in the private box. The woman retreated slightly in fear, but at that moment, Long Zhan suddenly pulled her into his arms and spoke coldly. What? Are you afraid of me? The woman's eyes showed a hint of fear, but she forced a smile and said, "Of course not." "Then why are you avoiding me?" I can't handle your presence of power." Long Zhan locked eyes with the woman, who was strikingly beautiful, and his smile grew wider. "You're quite good. So if you serve me well, I can redeem you from the brothel. But if you dare to hide the slightest thing from me ... Long Zhan's gaze suddenly turned extremely malicious. "I will torture you bit by bit until you die. Understand?" The woman's face turned paper white in response, nodding repeatedly, yes. She tried her best to display her alluring figure, rubbing against Long Zhan in his arms. "Young Master Long, don't be angry, But at that moment, Long Zhan abruptly pushed her onto the sofa, as if tossing away trash, then strode to the window of the private box. The window was specially designed to only allow viewing from the inside out, not the other way around. At this moment, Long Zhan's face was pressed against the window, his eyes fixed on to people in the distance on the grandstand, and from between his teeth came 3 words, "Yue King Huan." Saying this name, Long Zhan's face turned deathly pale, and his whole body trembled slightly. He saw Zhu An sitting beside Yue King Huan. When Yue King Huan turned to speak with Zhu An, wearing a radiant smile, Long Zhan's hands clenched the hard jade window sill so tightly that it shattered. He had never seen such a brilliant smile on Yue King Huan's face before. Yes, Long Zhan knew Yue King Huan. Not only did he know her, but he had been relentlessly pursuing her. Let me pause here to briefly introduce Long Zhan. He was from the Long family, one of the military families. Due to their close relationship, Long Zhan had known Yue King Huan since he was very young. As they grew older, Yue King Huan showed exceptional talent and possessed a rare beauty, making her one of the many objects of admiration among the young warriors. Long Zhan was no exception, and he was different because the Long family had grown increasingly powerful in recent years, while the Yue family had been in decline. Nonetheless, the Yue family remained a vital faction among the 12 warrior families. The only regret was the lack of heirs. In this situation, the elders of the Long family tacitly approved and even encouraged Long Zhan to pursue Yue King Huan. By winning this young lady's hand, it would be like controlling half of the Yue family, indirectly strengthening the Long family. Long Zhan had been doing this all along. But despite his extreme self-confidence, he repeatedly faced failures in front of Yue King Huan. Whether through deliberate flattery or approach, all his efforts were in vain. Throughout, Yue King Huan never showed him the slightest smile, and this left Long Zhan deeply frustrated. Yet he still believed it was inevitable to win Yue King Huan's favor and considered her his forbidden fruit. Never did he imagine that today, in this brothel, he would see Yue King Huan, who had been missing for some time. More surprisingly, there was a white-clad youth beside her whom Long Zhan had never seen before. How could he not be shaken by this? Long Zhan watched Yue King Huan's brilliant smile, trembling uncontrollably. Wretched, they are all wretched. They dare to have secret meetings with other men. At this point, the woman timidly stood up from the sofa, cautiously approaching the fierce Long Zhan. "Young Master Long, what's wrong with you?" As she spoke, Long Zhan didn't even look back and delivered a resounding slap. With a loud crack, this woman was thrown off the ground, somersaulting several times in the air before barely landing. When she fell, her once lovely face swelled into a pig's head instantly, even losing one eye that flew away from the slap, leaving a bloody hole. She lay on the ground, trembling in pain. Long Zhan growled, "Wretched, all wretched." At that moment, the door to the private box opened, and a well-dressed, dignified man walked in. Upon entering, the first thing he saw was the woman lying on the ground with blood everywhere. This made him furrow his brows slightly, then sigh lightly. "Young Master Long, what's gotten into you? Why such anger?" As he said this, he waved behind him, and his men immediately came forward to carry away the now unconscious woman from the ground. "Isn't that Miss Yue from the Bing family? I can't believe she's here today. Oh, who is that young man sitting next to her? They look very intimate." With those words, Long Zhan was almost going crazy. He turned around and looked at the man with a murderous gaze. "Gu Yushan, what do you mean by that? Are you purposely trying to provoke me?" Gu Yushan smiled, then reached out and gently patted his shoulder, saying lightly, "Young Master Long, you've misunderstood. How could I deliberately provoke you? I'm simply stating an obvious fact." Long Zhan's eyes turned red, his breathing heavy, as if he was about to explode at any moment. "Say it again if you dare." Long Zhan said each word firmly, while a violent aura surged towards Gu Yushan. However, Gu Yushan just shrugged slightly, then chuckled. Young Master Long, don't be so angry. I have no ill will. In fact, I came here to provide you with some information. Don't you want to know where this young man comes from? Long Zhan paused, then said coldly, of course, I want to know. That's right. Gu Yushan's smile widened, and then he recounted the events of Zuan and Yue King Huan's arrival at the Drunken Life Tower. After listening, Long Zhan squinted his eyes. Baozhou City. Exactly. Despite using all our connections, we still couldn't trace the origin of this young man, except that he first appeared in Baozhou City. With a deeper smile, Gu Yushan continued, and from what I know, this Miss Yue, whom you have always regarded with suspicion, seemed to have disappeared for a while before reappearing in Baozhou City. What does that indicate? Long Zhan was close to losing his last bit of reason due to anger. I will kill him. No, I will tear him apart bit by bit, never to be reincarnated. Gu Yushan seemed pleased with the effect, saying calmly, it's not just you. Our entire Drunken Life Tower is interested in this young man. But no matter how much you want to kill him, please refrain from acting within the Drunken Life Tower. Hearing this, Long Zhan raised his head abruptly, staring at Gu Yushan intensely. What do you mean by that? After telling me so much, now you tell me I can't kill him. It's not that you can't kill him, but you can't kill him here. Otherwise, what will happen to the reputation of the Drunken Life Tower? Moreover, the reason we invited him to this killing gambling arena is to see how he performs in a place where strength speaks volumes. With a hint of coldness in his tone, Gu Yushan explained his intentions. Astonished, Long Zhan reluctantly asked, so, what am I supposed to do? Just watch. Of course not. Gu Yushan grinned mischievously. Are you not interested in competing with them in the upcoming gambling games? By now, Long Zhan had regained his composure. While he was arrogant and reckless, he understood that the Drunken Life Tower was not a place where he could act recklessly. Harming a companion was one thing, but disobeying Gu Yushan's instructions would have severe consequences. He nodded. I see. You want to set a trap for this kid, right? Gu Yushan laughed brightly. Why say it that way? I just want to test what he's capable of. At most, we'll profit a bit from the chips he's won, he added nonchalantly. As they conversed in their private room, Yue King Huan's brows furrowed slightly, and she glanced back occasionally. What's wrong? It's strange. I feel like someone is spying on us, but I can't figure out from where. Zuan chuckled. Isn't that normal? With your looks, you're bound to attract attention. Yue King Huan smiled. Are you complimenting me on my beauty? Why bother? You're already beautiful. Zuan replied casually. HMPH, so you've finally shown your true colors. I thought you were a tough nut to crack. While she said this, Yue King Huan's expression clearly showed her delight. Beauty is beauty. I don't need to lie about that. For example, that bald guy earlier had a very round head, and I think that's beautiful too. What's the problem with that? Despite Zuan's comparison, Yue King Huan's joy instantly faded. She gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath, You're such a jerk. Zuan remained unfazed, with a mere smile. At that moment, Yue King Huan's expression turned serious. Hey, I truly felt a different kind of scrutiny just now. It felt familiar, with a subtle undertone of malice. Zuan chuckled. Malice is no surprise. After winning so much from the Drunken Life Tower, do you think they'll be pleased? Are you suggesting the Drunken Life Tower is targeting us? That's a certainty. Yue King Huan tensed up instantly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's leave quickly. Zuan calmly looked ahead and said, Do you believe that the moment we step out of the Drunken Life Tower, we'll be surrounded by assassins? He glanced back at the private booths, a sly smile on his face. So, for now, the safest place in the entire Linglong City is the Drunken Life Tower. At least they wouldn't dare to harm us here. But do we just stay holed up here and not go out? Yue King Huan asked anxiously. Ju unchuckled and leaned in close to Yue King Huan's ear, whispering, Have you forgotten our purpose for coming here? Yue King Huan froze, not really hearing what Zuan said. It was the first time he had come so close to her, and her mind was filled with thoughts of what he might do and whether she should resist. Meanwhile, Zuan returned to his seat and said casually, Once we find out the whereabouts of those Shadow Turtle clan members and uncover the truth behind the scenes, we'll be able to leave. Yue King Huan nodded vaguely. not fully understanding. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the booth behind them, accompanied by faint roars. Many onlookers were puzzled by the commotion on the platform. One of them was the boxer, who had previously shattered his opponent's head alive. He had a smug look on his face, bare-chested, waving to the audience below. With each wave, he received even bigger cheers. Ah, the invincible god of death. This time, the god of death must twist off his opponent's head. Exactly. This boxer's nickname is the god of death. Since becoming a fighter at the slaughter gambling den, he has gone through hundreds of fights, big and small, never losing once. All his opponents had their heads shattered, hence he earned this nickname. Seemingly satisfied with the audience's reaction below, the god of death looked smugly at his opponent in this match. In contrast to his arrogance, the opponent appeared much more humble. Not only was he slender, but even his fair face bore no marks of bloodshed. Instead, he looked more like an ordinary youth standing there, completely dominated by the aura of this boxer nicknamed the God of Death. This stark contrast made everyone underestimate him. As for this God of Death, he looked at the youth with a sneer, then reached out and made a threatening gesture at his throat. The threat was evident. The youth's response was just a faint smile, then he took a step back, leaned against the railing, closed his eyes, and rested. This reaction drew a chorus of boos from the crowd. Even if the opponent was considered unworthy, even if they knew they would undoubtedly lose, they would still confront their opponent before the match officially started. This was a part of the spectacle that many spectators enjoyed. Never did they expect the youth to show no reaction at all, frozen in a state as if he had been petrified. It was disappointing. Even the women in the audience showed disdain for the youth, because in this arena, losing or dying was not terrifying, but cowardice and timidity were. And that was precisely how this youth appeared. Even Long Zhan in the private room frowned slightly upon witnessing this scene. What's going on? Why match the God of Death with such an unworthy opponent? Isn't this just sending him to die? What? Do you think this youth is unworthy? Gu Yushin said lightly from the side. Isn't it obvious? Even an average person can see the huge gap between this youth and the God of Death, right? Not to mention anything else, just in terms of momentum, he's already way behind. So, I really don't understand the point of this match. Isn't it just a blatant way of giving everyone money? Gu Yushin chuckled. If even young Master Long thinks so, then this match is already a success. What do you mean? Long Zhan was puzzled. Gu Yushin walked to the window, looked at the youth who was resting with closed eyes on the edge of the ring, and said lightly, "This youth is far more terrifying than what you see. And this is one of the trump cards I've been holding back. If it weren't to vent for young Master Long, I wouldn't have used it." Long Zhan finally understood. His eyes lit up. You mean? This is the scheme you have set up for Yue King Huan, and that kid? Gu Yushin smiled slightly. Exactly. But will it really work? Long Zhan still had some doubts. Don't worry. It's hard for those who have experienced gambling and want to resist this kind of temptation that comes next. So when I decided to send out this youth, their fate was already sealed. Long Zhan's eyes became lively, and his expression became excited. So you're saying, I can also make a profit in this match? Haha, that's for young Master Long to decide. Long Zhan immediately went to place his bet, unaware that as he turned away, Gu Yushin's lips curled slightly, and his eyes showed a hint of ridicule and disdain, revealing emotions for minor gain. With such lack of composure, it's no wonder you haven't been valued by the family and can only find some meager value in this gambling den. With that, Gu Yushin turned back to look at Zuan with interest. But you have always been a mystery to me. While Gu Yushin showed great interest in Zuan, Yue King Huan in the audience was also looking at Zuan with confusion. Are you sure you want to bet on this youth? Of course. Can I know why? Is it necessary? Of course, it is necessary, because even a blind person can see the huge gap between these two. Zuan smiled. So that's the reason. Yue King Huan was still puzzled. I still don't understand. As you just said, even a blind person can see the huge difference between these two. How do you think people will bet? Naturally, they will bet on the boxer with the nickname God of Death. So if the result turns out as everyone expects, doesn't that mean Zuisheng Tower will have to pay everyone from their own pockets? And think about it, will Zuisheng Tower do such losing business? Yue King Huan finally realized, indeed, Zuan smiled and no longer paid attention to the bewildered Yue Qinghuan, but instead gazed at the youth, who was silent with his head down on the ring, then murmured softly, "A very strange aura, and very familiar. Let me think. Could it be the aura of the true martial arts of Wudang?" When Zuan mentioned those four words, it seemed a mysterious palpitation in his heart. The youth suddenly raised his eyes and looked in Zuan's direction. Boom! The god of killers, who just rushed to the young man with extreme speed in front of him, had no time to react before being knocked back at an even faster pace. Not only that, as he was in the air, he opened his mouth and spurted out blood in great gulps. By the time he landed, he collapsed directly on the ground, his bones shattered all over, looking like a complete wreck. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Even Long Zhan did not expect the battle to end so quickly, so his mouth gaped wide, staring blankly at the young man on the stage for a moment before finally taking a breath and saying, "This power. Are you sure he is a boxer you can control?" Gu Yushin's smile on his face became even more radiant, of course, because no matter how powerful a person is, they will have desires. And once a person has desires, they will have weaknesses, and weaknesses can be controlled. Long Zhan looked deeply at Gu Yushin and suddenly said, "Indeed, worthy of being one of the ancient masters, calculating human nature so clearly. Isn't the art of war the same? It's just that you calculate the battlefield situation, while we care about human desires." Gu Yushin said with a smile. Long Zhan nodded, then excitedly said, "Let's see the outcome of the bet. I really want to know what this kid will look like after losing all his chips." Of course. At the same time, the whole place erupted in a deafening cheer. Countless people shouted excitedly, "Such amazing power! He's a great killer. I never liked that god of killers, so even if he loses this round, I'm willing to." Although almost everyone bet on the young man to lose, when the situation took a major turn, nobody cared about their chips anymore. Because many of those who could be here on the third floor didn't really care about winning or losing once, they cared more about the excitement. And the shocking blow just now made everyone feel the excitement. Only those who were too greedy and had put all their wealth on the line began to wail. But their voices were soon drowned out by the cheers. Yue Qinghuan clapped happily and then excitedly said, "Wow, we won again this time, and because of the odds, we at least have tripled our return." Zuan smiled and said nothing. "Seriously, I'm starting to admire you more and more. How do you guess so accurately?" Yue Qinghuan said to Zuan. "Simple, because I use my brain." Zuan replied nonchalantly. Yue Qinghuan was stunned, then got angry. "What do you mean? Are you trying to say I don't use my brain? That's what you think. I didn't say that." Yue Qinghuan was burning with anger, and any goodwill she had towards Zuan disappeared instantly. Zhu ignored her and instead looked calmly at the stage in the distance, his gaze distant and profound. Just at that moment, only he truly saw the power of the youth in that one palm. In fact, when he took that step back, the young man's muscles had already tensed, and when he unleashed that blow, all his strength had been tightly compressed, like a true martial arts move, which allowed him to shatter the entire body of that god of killers with one palm. But this palm was far from being as easy as it seemed to others, at least Zhu. Unnoticed that the young man's feet had already formed a small puddle of sweat. This indicated the tremendous energy consumption of that blow. Nevertheless, the young man remained ice-cold, even standing there, his posture as upright as a sword. This further piqued Zuan's interest in him. Now he could confirm that the young man did indeed use the power of true martial arts. Although there were many differences from Wudang's lineage, he could still confirm they shared the same origin. But why would the true martial arts lineage be found here at Tianhuai Heaven? And why would this young man appear in Zuosheng Tower? Just as Zuan was feeling puzzled, in that private room, Long Zhan had already smashed several exquisite jade objects in a fit of rage. How is this possible? He also bet on the young man's victory, and won even more than me. Is this your so-called next move? Long Zhan roared in anger. Gu Yushin was completely indifferent to Long Zhan's rage, even watching with cold eyes. It wasn't until Long Zhan had vented all his anger that Gu Yushin said calmly, "Are you done?" Long Zhan sat down panting. "I just want to hear your explanation now." "Explanation for what?" "I can't control his betting, so I have nothing to do with his winnings." "So what? Is that it?" Long Zhan's voice rose again. Gu Yushin smirked, I've said before that this young man is likely a master of deception, so it's not surprising that he saw through our setup just now. As for the past, do you think after tasting the sweetness, someone can just give up like that? Long Zhan paused. What do you mean? Gu Yushin's gaze turned back to the young man on the stage. Since he's my trump card, it won't be that simple. The brief profits now are just fleeting. In a while, I will make them vomit it all back with interest. Another gong sounded, and the third round of gambling was about to begin. As for the god of killers, who had been defeated in the previous round, although he wasn't killed by the young man, he had been abandoned because of his shattered bones and was discarded without a second glance. When he was thrown into the bottomless pit, no one even spared him a glance. Everything was just that cruel. The newcomer this time was also a strong, tall powerhouse. And when he stepped onto the stage, he was still bound by chains until they were removed upon his arrival. It's the Strangler. He's been released. Today's gambling round is getting more and more exciting. The crowd stirred once again. And this boxer called the Strangler, after stepping onto the stage, looked at the young man with eyes that were so cold and devoid of any human emotions. Did you take out the god of killers? The young man did not speak. The Strangler bared his teeth in a huge grin, showing his mouthful of sharp teeth, and said menacingly, "Good, you are enough to be my opponent. I will slowly strangle you, and then turn you into the perfect specimen." At the same time, people started betting frantically once again. This time, nearly half of the people bet on the young man winning. The other half firmly believed that the Strangler would defend his authority on the stage. Yue King Huan couldn't help but ask, "Who should we bet on this time?" The speed is so fast, like a ghostly shadow. Even the many strong individuals present only see a blur in front of them, completely unable to see clearly what is happening. The Strangler has already rushed to the front of the teenager. The teenager is also shocked because the distance between him and the Strangler is too close at this moment, so close that he can even smell the fishy odor from the Strangler's mouth. This makes his hair stand on end, and he quickly steps back. But just then, the Strangler smiles slyly. "Now you want to run. It's too late." With that, he reaches out and grabs towards the teenager's neck. The teenager leans to the side just in time to dodge the attack. But this is just the beginning. After dodging that strike, the Strangler's hands suddenly turn in a strange angle towards the teenager, and then his entire arm stretches out like rubber, swiftly wrapping around the teenager again. The teenager's face changes, but his reaction is quick. In the blink of an eye, he steps back with a certain rhythm under his feet, narrowly evading the next wave of attacks from the Strangler. No one else notices anything unusual, except for Zuan, who, after seeing the teenager's footwork, slightly narrows his eyes and then chuckles, "Xuantiagang step. It's getting more interesting." In this moment, the teenager breathes heavily as he retreats half a step back, clearly exhausted from the previous dodges. But the Strangler now chuckles strangely. "You have some skills. No wonder the idiot Shinigami died at your hands, but now, it's all over." With these words, the Strangler suddenly opens his mouth, and his tongue extends out, transforming into a sticky tentacle, wrapping towards the teenager. This time, the teenager has no way to retreat, as behind him is the edge of the arena. If he steps back again, he might fall into the bottomless pit, resulting in certain death. Faced with the Strangler's attack, the teenager takes a deep breath, steps back once again, and then suddenly strikes forward. With a loud bang, the tentacle is pushed back, and the Strangler also retreats a few steps. But the teenager gains no significant advantage. He steps back 3 times, leaving deep footprints on the hard floor. After stabilizing himself, the teenager's face shows signs of injury. Witnessing this, the crowd murmurs in excitement. Those who bet on the Strangler's victory are overjoyed and start cheering madly. Indeed, the Great Strangler is powerful. Yes, even if someone wins a game occasionally, they cannot be the Great Strangler's match. Among these shouts, those who bet on the teenager start to look uneasy. Is this match really going to end in defeat? At this moment, Yue King Huan nervously asks, "What should we do?" "It looks like the teenager is going to lose." Zhu unsmiles lightly. "Let's not make conclusions so early, just watch for now." Amidst the noisy atmosphere on the arena, the teenager looks solemnly at the Strangler in front of him. At this moment, the Strangler's hands and tongue have transformed into long tentacles, twisting in front of him like strange snakes, all aiming directly at the teenager. "Kid, You can withstand a face-off with me. That strength is worthy of pride. But I advise you to surrender obediently next, after all. Only by doing so can you reduce the pain of your death." These words sound like a curse that enters the teenager's ears. For most people, their minds would waver if not steadfast enough. However, the teenager remains indifferent, staring coldly at him. Sensing the deep contempt in the teenager's eyes, even the renowned and ruthless Strangler feels a chill in his heart. But then he roars, "Playing tricks, go to hell!" He lashes out with 3 tentacles towards the teenager, their speed so swift that their forms become indistinguishable, only accompanied by piercing whistling sounds. It's unimaginable what consequences it would bring if they hit. Many people watching silently sweat for the teenager, knowing of the fearsome reputation of the Strangler. It is said that he possesses a bloodline of evil, capable of transforming body parts into tentacles with inexplicable power. He enjoys strangling his prey alive, then preserving them as specimens. Hence he is named the Strangler. Compared to the infamous Strangler, the teenager appears insignificant. Although he had defeated the Divine Slayer moments ago, it doesn't prove much. In this brutal arena, strength and cruelty speak louder than anything else. Even Yue King Huan can't help but clench his fists quietly, cheering for the teenager. But at this moment, the teenager suddenly closes his eyes. This surprises everyone. What's happening? Could it be that the teenager knows he's outmatched and has given up resisting? Before people could comprehend, the teenager suddenly takes a deep breath. This breath is so vast and profound, as if a giant python lay dormant inside his slender body, sucking the air out of the entire arena in an instant. Some people nearby feel a gust of wind passing by their ears. Witnessing this, Zuan's eyes light up, whispering, "The wrath of Zhenwu." Just as people marveled at the situation, a symbol resembling a shackle suddenly appears between the teenager's brows. As the symbol emerges, the teenager's previously violent aura diminishes by at least a third. Despite this, the teenager slowly opens his eyes, filled with endless coldness and killing intent. When faced with this gaze, even the Strangler, known for his ferocity, feels a chill down his spine. But soon, he roars, "Playing tricks, go to hell!" He lashes out with 3 tentacles towards the teenager. Their speed is so fast that their forms are indiscernible. Only the sound of their sharp howling can be heard. It's easy to imagine the consequences if they were to hit. Yet just as the tentacles almost reach the teenager, he suddenly reaches out and grabs one. The tentacle is caught in his hand, and then he grabs another tentacle that lashes towards him. The whole process happens effortlessly, as if it were a natural part of breathing. The Strangler is astonished. How is this possible? He can hardly believe his eyes. He never expected in any way that one day someone would be able to control him in reverse through his tentacles. And it was at this moment that the young man raised his head, his face solemn, and uttered a single word, "Kill." The word was like a mountain, and the screams of the Strangler stopped instantaneously. Because in that instant, an immensely powerful and chilling force descended directly upon the Strangler. The Strangler didn't even have time to react before being shattered into a mist of blood. Thud, thud. Those were the sounds of the last remaining 2 tentacles falling onto the arena. In addition to that, the entire Strangler had already disappeared. Everyone stared in disbelief. Some people closer to the arena felt a wetness on their faces, and when they touched it, they were shocked to find that it was the dispersed blood mist. In this battle, the young man emerged victorious once again. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence at first, followed by an explosive roar resembling the raging sea and mountains. How is this possible? That was the Strangler, yet he was shattered into blood mist so directly. My heavens, how strong must this young man be? Haha, well done on the kill. Fortunately, I bet on this young man. For a moment, the whole place was ablaze with excitement, with joyous, astonished, and dejected onlookers. But regardless of who they were, everyone showed deep respect for the young man standing on the stage. In a private room, Long Zhan couldn't help but take in a sharp breath, so strong, and if I'm not mistaken, this young man should be using techniques from the Taoist tradition, right? Long Zhan has good insight, indeed a master of the true martial lineage of Taoism. Gu Yushin chuckled. Hearing this, Long Zhan turned his head with a peculiar look in his eyes as he gazed at Gu Yushin. Why are you looking at me like that, Long Zhan? Gu Yushin, you've always been shrewd, even known as a pillar of support for the Drunken Life Tower. How could you make such a foolish move this time? I still don't understand what you're getting at, Longzon. Gu Yushin said with a smile. Longzon snorted. Stop pretending to be clueless. As another inheritor of the ancient 100 schools, you must surely know the terror of Taoism. Now you've imprisoned a Taoist expert here. If those Tao fanatics find out, regardless of how strong your support for the Drunken Life Tower might be, you'll have to think about the consequences. Gu Yushin smiled. Well said, but Longzon, do you think that since I allowed him to come out, I wouldn't have considered this? Are you suggesting? From beginning to end, I never imprisoned him. Everything was of his own volition. And all I paid was a negligible price. Gu Yushin looked very pleased. Longzon was taken aback, because he truly couldn't imagine what conditions could make such a powerful Taoist expert willingly become a boxer on the stage. But he quickly pushed these thoughts aside and stared at Gu Yushin intently. So now that this battle is over, that boy has won a large amount of chips. What do you plan to do next? Don't be in a rush. One must eat a meal one bite at a time, right? Gu Yushin said with a mischievous smile. HMPH. I just hope you don't end up tying yourself down. After all, that kid now holds an astronomical number of chips, and if he wins again, even your Drunken Life Tower would suffer. Longzon sneered. Gu Yushin's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. You don't have to worry about it, Longzon. Since I've made this move, I naturally have my confidence. Longzon sneered in silence. At the same time, on the viewing platform, Yue Qinghuan was already so excited that she was about to jump up. Wow, he's won again. Now we have an astronomical number of chips. Compared to Yue Qinghuan's excitement, Zuan remained much calmer. He didn't even glance at the chips, instead focusing all his attention on the young man on the stage. Despite the distance, Zuan could still sense that the young man was trembling all over at this moment. Not only that, but his aura had also drastically weakened. It was obvious that the previous blow had put immense pressure on him as well. In fact, not just Zuan, but many people had already noticed something unusual. Everyone knew that after 2 consecutive major battles, this young man was clearly at the end of his strength. According to the usual rules, he should have been able to take a break now. However, it was strange this time. No one had stepped up to deal with the aftermath yet, leaving the young man alone in the arena, seemingly waiting for something. Could it be? Many people began to feel a sense of unease. At that moment, another gong sounded. And then, to the astonishment of everyone, a figure floated onto the stage. It was a woman, and a very beautiful woman at that. She was dressed in a pink dress, her pretty face filled with a faint smile, moving lightly and gracefully. It felt as if she was out for a leisurely stroll in the countryside. However, her appearance on the stage seemed out of place with her surroundings. Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. There had been women on the stage before, but they were usually fierce and cunning experts, completely incomparable to the delicate woman standing before them now. Longzon in the private room was taken aback. Are you sure she's your trump card? As he said this, Longzon had a look of disbelief on his face. This time Gu Yushin didn't respond to him, just gave him a faint glance, and then turned his gaze to the stage. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Yue Qinghuan was also puzzled. What's going on? Aren't they going to fight? Why did they suddenly send a little girl up there? Only Zuan watched the woman with a face as calm as water, because only he could faintly sense just how terrifying this seemingly charming young woman truly was. At that moment, the woman's eyes swept over the stage and finally rested on the young man across from her. This young man, in the next battle, it will be me against you. I hope you will show mercy then. The woman's tone was soft and gentle, evoking a desire to protect her upon hearing it. Many people in the audience showed signs of being infatuated besides those of strong will. But the young man remained unmoved, even frowned slightly, and took a half step back. It was as if he was avoiding a snake or scorpion. The woman's smile couldn't be sustained any longer, and her eyelids began to flutter wildly. Because this time, it was unexpectedly the youth who took the lead in launching an attack. He stepped forward with continuous strides, his figure swaying unpredictably, making it difficult to grasp his movements. At the same time, his attacks were extremely fierce, forcing the woman to retreat repeatedly after just a few exchanges. Seeing this scene, the crowd below couldn't help but cheer and shout in approval. "Ah, kill her! I hate beautiful women the most. Please torture her a little bit," someone yelled frantically. As for others, they too were excited. Because of this battle, almost everyone had put their money on the youth winning. So, when they saw the overwhelmingly one-sided situation, everyone naturally wore a pleased expression. But there were a very few people whose faces became very solemn, because only they could see what was really going on. The fact that the youth had taken the initiative to attack so unusually indicated that there was a reason behind it. It was highly likely that he was unable to maintain his current state, hence he was eager to end this battle. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Indeed, the woman also seemed to have noticed the youth's urgency. Her way of dealing with it was simple: to stall. You're in a hurry to end this, right? Then I'll do the opposite of your wish, dodging and maneuvering to exhaust your energy. Furthermore, even while evading, she didn't stop talking, speaking in a coquettish tone. "Oh young man, why are you so ruthless in your attacks? You're scaring me." The youth remained silent, because at that moment, he was barely holding on by sheer willpower. If he were to speak, that last bit of strength would dissipate, and it would be all over. But having held on until now, he was already at his limit. In order to end the fight quickly, he finally unleashed his last burst of strength. Boom! After a barrage of attacks like a storm, the woman kept retreating, ultimately forced into a corner of the arena. With one more step backward, she would have fallen into the abyss below. The spectators in the stands became excited. Keep going, just one more step, and she be done for. Put more effort into it. However, at that moment, the woman's smile gradually turned cold, and then a flash of light shone in her eyes. "Specters from all directions, obey my command, attack." With that command, a strong gust of wind swept across the arena, dark energy filled the air, and numerous ghostly figures appeared around the youth, launching a frenzied attack on him. Although the individual power of these specters was not exceptional, their sheer numbers overwhelmed him. In just a moment, the youth's momentum was devoured, and he could only barely sustain himself through his own cultivation. Even so, in the face of this boundless army of specters, the youth's figure still swayed like a candle in the wind. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering turn of events. It's the long-lost descendants of the Ghost Clan. It's said that these descendants of the Ghost Clan have been companions with specters since childhood, already becoming half-human, half-ghost monsters. This young man is really in deep trouble now. Remarks and discussions filled the air for a moment, and everyone couldn't help but feel nervous for the youth. Yue Qinghuan was no exception either, and she exclaimed, "Oh no, we're going to lose. Zuan, what should we do? What should we do? Just play it cool." Zuan gave a faint smile. Besides, it's still too early to determine the outcome now. It's just the beginning. You mean, there's still a chance to turn the tables? Before Yue Qinghuan could finish her sentence, the situation in the arena changed once again. Surrounded by the endless specters, the youth suddenly shouted coldly, "5 stars, illuminate the depths." As soon as the words were spoken, a brilliant light shot up from above the youth's head. Wherever it passed, the specters emitted extremely dreadful cries and turned into ashes. Now, even the least knowledgeable person could see the youth's true identity. My goodness, he's actually from the Taoist sect. Is the drunken tower crazy? How dare they provoke even Taoist practitioners? Amidst the cries of shock, the woman was also severely affected by this move. After retreating again and again, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes filled with horror. The Taoist true words. How is that possible? She was a ghostly maiden from the Ghost Clan, naturally enemies with the Taoist sect. If she had known that the opponent she was facing was a Taoist practitioner, even if she had a bit of courage, she wouldn't dare to fight back. And just as she was feeling horrified, the almost translucent youth suddenly touched the ground and flew up, rushing towards the woman. Startled and frightened, the woman tried to dodge the youth's attack with all her strength. But then, she despairingly realized that no matter how she dodged, she couldn't escape the Chen enveloping the youth. Was she going to die like this? The woman screamed in her heart. In the private box, Longzhan also witnessed this scene and sneered, "Elder Gu, it looks like your plan is about to fail again." Elder Gu Yushin let out a cold snort, and a glimmer of light appeared between his brows. As this light emerged, the youth who was leaping into the air on the arena also had a flash of light on his brow, followed by a rune in the shape of a shackle appearing. With this rune, the youth's momentum plummeted instantly, grunting and falling from the sky. This sudden turn of events left the whole audience in a gasp, as no one knew what had happened. Only Zu-An's eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled. Then, with a thud, the youth knelt on the arena, then knelt down on one knee, evidently struggling to withstand. Seeing this scene, the woman, who had originally thought the youth was at his end, was overjoyed, and then turned around to flee. Yes, even though she knew the youth was already weakened, due to the suppression of all demonic beings by the Taoist sect, she didn't even dare to resist, only thinking of escaping as soon as possible. But then, she heard a faint voice from Gu Yushin in her ear. "If you don't want to die, step forward and defeat this young man. Otherwise, if you take one more step, I promise you will die a miserable death." The woman was immediately stunned, then she looked at the youth in the distance with hesitation in her eyes. "Don't be afraid, boldly step forward and attack, he has already been sealed by me. He's a useless person now." Gu Yushin's voice rang out again. The woman mustered up the courage to move forward. The whole audience held their breath, watching silently. The youth knelt on the ground, head bowed, and eyes obscured. But the more he was like this, the more frightened the woman felt. Finally, shivering, she approached the youth. "Strike!" Gu Yushin's voice sounded in her ear. The woman bit her lip, then slowly raised her hand. At the same time, Gu Yushin, who was remotely controlling the command in the box, suddenly stood up and coldly said, "Li Yangyan, if you still want your sister to live, obediently lose this battle." His voice turned into divine thoughts that directly echoed in the heart of the young man on the ring. Upon hearing the word sister, the bright light in Li Yangyan's eyes dimmed instantly. "Go ahead!" Gu Yushin shouted again at the woman. Finally making up her mind, the woman unleashed a palm strike accompanied by a chilling misty wind. If the palm had struck Li Yangyan's head, he would have been severely injured, if not killed. However, at this moment, a light sigh sounded in Li Yangyan's ear. As a righteous disciple of the Zhenwu martial arts family, if you lose to an out-of-the-ordinary ghost girl, won't it bring dishonor to your ancestral master? With these words, Li Yangyan's expression changed abruptly, and his eyes shone brightly. Because those words hit a nerve. He was willing to sacrifice everything for his sister, including his own dignity, which is why he found himself in the midst of this killing gambling arena, working for Gu Yushin and others. But if he were to be defeated by a ghost girl, it would truly bring shame to his martial arts lineage. In that moment, he finally made a decision. Just then, the ghost girl's palm also struck. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ghost girl, who had been confident of winning, was thrown out without even a chance to groan. If Li Yangyan had not hurriedly reacted, that strike alone could have cost her life. Even so, she almost fell into the deep beast trench. This unexpected turn was completely beyond Gu Yushin's expectations. He was unaware of the words that had been spoken in Li Yangyan's ear earlier. But this last-minute reversal made him furious. "Li Yangyan, have you gone mad? Do you no longer care about your sister's life?" Li Yangyan's gaze shifted and he finally spoke slowly. "I do care, but I cannot allow myself, as a disciple of true martial arts, to be defeated by a ghost girl." Gu Yushin was almost driven to madness. "Okay, Li Yangyan, you force my hand." With this roar, the radiance on Gu Yushin's forehead intensified. Meanwhile, on the ring, the seals and restraints on Li Yangyan's forehead became fully visible, locking away all his power. In an instant, Li Yangyan was reduced to an ordinary person. The ghost girl knew that, if she didn't act now, she would be the one dead. So, seizing the opportunity, she rushed forward. This series of events had already stirred up a commotion in the entire arena. When they saw this scene, the excitement reached a new high. However, just as Gu Yushin and everyone else thought Li Yangyan was bound to lose, Zu-An, who had been sitting in the stands, suddenly picked up a teacup, flicked his finger, and the teacup disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was right in front of Li Yangyan, hitting him directly on the forehead. Click! The white porcelain cup cracked into countless pieces and shattered. Along with its destruction, the sealing rune on Li Yangyan's forehead began to rapidly disintegrate after a rapid flicker. In that moment, Li Yangyan's lost power rapidly resurfaced and increased exponentially. The halfway rushing ghost girl sensed the change in Li Yangyan's power, let out a sharp scream, and immediately turned back to flee. But it was too late. In an instant, Li Yangyan's power reached an extreme level and quickly condensed. Suddenly, a huge tortoise virtual image appeared above Li Yangyan's head. The giant tortoise's eyes were closed, exuding a majestic aura. The ghost girl's screams grew even sharper, as if she had encountered an extremely terrifying enemy, and she frantically tried to escape. But just then, the giant tortoise's closed eyes suddenly opened. With a glance, the ghost girl's figure melted away like snow under the sun, turning into nothing in the blink of an eye. After completing all this, the virtual image of the giant tortoise remained in place, slowly scanning all the people present in the arena. When its gaze touched them, no matter how strong they were, they felt a chilling sensation deep in their bones. Finally, the tortoise's gaze stopped at Zuan, and it nodded slightly towards him. Zu smiled faintly. The virtual tortoise let out a thunderous roar, and with Li Yangyan seemingly transfixed, it flew up and disappeared. After the light dissipated completely, the empty ring fell into a deathly silence. Especially in the box, Gu Yushin was coughing up blood, his gaze fixed on the ring, his whole body petrified. What's going on? Why did things take such a drastic turn from his well-thought-out plan? Who broke the seal on Li Yangyan's forehead? These questions flooded his mind. But these were all secondary concerns. What truly shook Gu Yushin to the core was the stakes of this earth-shattering gamble. The outcome of this final bet had almost everyone betting on the young man to win. Only Gu Yushin, Long Zhan, and a few others had wagered on the ghost girl. They had hoped to make a fortune on this big gamble by squeezing out everyone's chips. But they hadn't expected such a huge change. Now Gu Yushin found himself losing, and losing badly. The dreadful consequences made his heart tremble. Just then, Long Zhan, with a grim expression, looked at him and said, "Gu manager, didn't you swear that this time would definitely be a success? Now please explain what happened." Gu Yushin was speechless, incapable of delivering a coherent sentence for the first time. "What? Can't speak? Do you think my Long family's chips are easy to fool? Or do you intend to give no explanation at all?" Long Zhan's voice was filled with gritted teeth. Beneath the gambling arena just moments ago, he had not only lost all the chips he had won in recent days, but also the capital he had brought in. This left him furious. At that moment, the entire arena erupted with cheers as numerous people celebrated their victory. Yue Qinghuan was so thrilled that she jumped up high and exclaimed, "Zuan, we've won again. This time the money we've won is even enough for a year's pay for the troops in our Yue family." One can imagine how staggering that figure was. Zuan smiled without a word, as he truly felt nothing about that money. He simply turned his head and looked towards the box where Gu Yushin and Long Zhan were. Because he knew. At this moment, the person hiding behind, trying to manipulate the gambling match, must be having a headache. Especially at the chip exchange, there was a burst of commotion. "Why won't you exchange my winnings? That's right, I won. Why won't you exchange my chips? Are you trying to cheat us, Zuisheng Pavilion?" The shouts continued, causing confusion in the casino. The staff at the exchange desk looked pale because they were the most aware of the current situation. If they were to exchange based on the results of the recent game, there wouldn't be enough chips. And if they requested a transfer from above, it would be a big problem. They were at a loss, and the person in charge of the exchange kept urging Gu Yushin through communication symbols, almost pleadingly, "Steward, please think of a solution. If this continues, it will cause a big mess. You were the one who ordered the game to continue. Otherwise, even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare to do it. Now that something has happened, you can't just stand by." Gu Yushin's face turned as white as paper. Indeed, it was under his command that the game continued, but faced with the almost riotous situation now, even he, who was usually eloquent and good at stirring hearts, was at a loss. Unless enough chips were paid out, the situation would not be resolved properly, and even the reputation of Zuisheng Pavilion would be ruined. And then it would be all over for him. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Gu Yushin's lips began to tremble, his eyes filled with infinite regret. Then, he clenched his teeth and, from between them, a few words burst out. "Issue the order to drive out the most unruly ones." "What? Steward, this action might." His subordinates were also shocked. Gu Yushin had made up his mind. He just wanted to get through the current turmoil. Thus, he said almost crazily, "Didn't you hear what I said? Drive out the most unruly and noisy people." His subordinates remained motionless. By the sideline, Long Zhan watched coldly, his face filled with a mocking smile. "What are you all trying to do? Has no one been listening to me? Gu Yushin was on the verge of losing control. At this critical moment, there was suddenly a burst of exclamations from outside, and the previously tense atmosphere calmed down significantly. This sudden change made Gu Yushin turn around to look. He saw a woman walking out of the chip exchange area, a well-dressed, elegant woman. When this woman appeared, even the most unruly ones who were causing a disturbance before couldn't help but close their mouths and show respect, because the woman was one of the key figures behind Zuisheng Pavilion, known as the proprietress He Youngsi. At that moment, the person responsible for the chip exchange stood sweating profusely next to He Youngsi, explaining what had just happened. He Youngsi gestured for him not to say more, then smiled and looked around the entire room. As her gaze passed, the whole room quietened down. Then He Youngsi said with a light smile, "I already know what happened just now. There's no need to be so agitated. Zuisheng Pavilion always accepts defeat gracefully and will never cheat. You will receive all the chips you deserve, without a single one missing." With that, she turned to the responsible person and said, "Did you hear me? Now start exchanging them one by one for everyone. No mistakes allowed, understand?" The responsible person wiped the sweat off his forehead and nodded repeatedly, "Understood, understood." Then he immediately turned to the staff behind him and shouted, "The proprietress has spoken. Start exchanging chips for everyone." The crowd erupted into cheers. Great! It's no wonder she can manage Zuisheng Pavilion. She is so generous. Not to mention anything else, just her demeanor alone is admirable. Amidst the flurry of praises, He Youngsi smiled lightly. "You are all too kind. This is just what I should be doing." Then, she personally started exchanging chips at the counter and chatted with some regular customers. The tension that was building up earlier dissipated instantly, and the atmosphere became lively. Some even felt a sense of shame in their hearts for not trusting Zuisheng Pavilion earlier. Could such a big gambling establishment actually afford to lose a few of their chips? Any lingering doubts were washed away. Watching this scene from the sidelines, Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but sigh softly. This woman is so astute. Zuin smiled faintly. A woman who can stand her ground in such a place must not be underestimated. Having said that, he walked forward. "Let's go. It's time to exchange our chips." When Zhu An and Yue Qinghuan appeared at the counter, He Youngsi, who was smiling initially, was taken aback. She then composed herself and said calmly, "I suppose you are the Miss Yue from the military, right?" Yue Qinghuan nodded. "Yes." "Very good. I've been waiting for you. Since you're here, please follow me," He Youngsi said lightly, and then turned and walked towards the platform. Yue Qinghuan was slightly surprised and couldn't understand what He Youngsi intended to do, so she asked quietly, "What does she want? Is she planning to cheat us?" Zuin just smiled. "Whether she cheats or not, we'll find out soon enough." With that, he followed He Youngsi. Reluctantly, Yue Qinghuan followed behind. After the three of them left, the onlookers immediately began to discuss, "What's going on? Who are those two people? Why is the proprietress receiving them personally? That woman seems to be from the military. As for that young man, I don't know him. Ah, look at the chips those two want to exchange." Suddenly someone exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw a row of big characters on the screen above the chip exchange area. Military family, Yue Qinghuan, followed by an almost astronomical number of chips. Many people turned pale at this sight. So that's why the proprietress is personally receiving them. These chips could even cripple Zuisheng Pavilion. Someone said with a bitter smile. "Yes. With that many chips, I wonder how Zuisheng Pavilion will handle it." There were many who looked in the direction where the three had gone, exchanged glances, and then gently shook their heads. In their eyes, it was probably unlikely that Yue Qinghuan and the young man would return after this. Long Zhan's expression was also extremely unpleasant because he witnessed with his own eyes the woman he regarded as forbidden walking in very intimately with another man, shoulder to shoulder. This filled his heart with jealousy. However, he was not just a frivolous young man, so after taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calmly nod. "That's right, it's me. Qinghuan, I never expected to see you here. What have you been up to during this time? I've been looking for you for a long time, but couldn't find you." When Long Zhan heard the name Qinghuan, Yue Qinghuan's face showed a look of disgust, and then she coldly replied, "What does what I've been doing have to do with you? And why are you looking for me?" This coldness in front of everyone, showing no mercy, finally made Long Zhan unable to suppress his anger. King Huan, what you've been doing is related to me, because both I and the elders in my family have intentions towards you, and you should be well aware of that. So I hope you can give me at least some respect. What a joke, as if I have to be grateful to your long family. Too bad this lady does not care at all, and will not give you any so-called respect. Yue King Huan said coldly. Gu Yushin and He Yangxi were both watching the two of them. Long Zhan felt even more embarrassed with his face hard to maintain, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Then he suddenly pointed at Zuan. Yue King Huan, tell me honestly, are you treating me like this because of this man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere? As soon as these words were spoken, Yue King Huan's pale purple eyes instantly turned into ice. Long Zhan, do you have the guts to say that again? Hey? Long Zhan suddenly laughed, his face becoming fierce. Yue King Huan, don't think I don't know. Have you been secretly meeting this man during this time you've been missing? And deliberately pretending to be so proud and pure in front of everyone? In my eyes, you're just a shameless slut. Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud slap shook Long Zhan up. Yue King Huan had appeared in front of him at some point, her hands still in the air, and her gaze coldly fixed on him. Long Zhan's half of the face visibly swollen at an alarming rate, but he was oblivious, just staring blankly at Yue King Huan, not even caring about the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. You dare to hit me? Yue King Huan raised her eyebrows slightly. What? You're saying you can't be hit? Let me tell you, Long surname, I've long been displeased with you, but due to being fellow martial practitioners, I've been reluctant to confront you. But this time you dared to talk nonsense about me and my friends, so of course, I have to teach you a lesson. With that, Yue King Huan took a step forward, coming face to face with Long Zhan, staring him down. I'm telling you, if I hear any more nonsense from you, I'll kick your head like a ball. Don't think I'm bluffing. You should know my character. Do you understand? Long Zhan shuddered, panic flashing in his eyes. As Yue King Huan had said, her temper was well known among the younger generation of martial practitioners. But in front of so many people, Long Zhan couldn't appear too weak. So he said coldly, fine. King Huan, I'll remember this slap. I don't believe the elders of your Yue family will let you act recklessly, even bringing back a useless person who isn't even a saint. Let's wait and see. With those words, Long Zhan gave Zuan a resentful look and then walked away with his subordinates. In an instant, Long Zhan and his men left cleanly. In the room, there were only Gu Yushin, He Yangxi, Zuan, and Yue King Huan left. It was only at this moment that He Yangxi, who had been watching the scene, clapped lightly. Well, truly worthy of being martial practitioners, acting decisively, even daring to hit Dragon Young Master. Truly a hero in among women. Yue King Huan remained silent, but it was Zuan who suddenly chuckled on the side. Not bad, but can we talk about the matter of bargaining first? Saying this, Zuan casually walked over to a chair, sat down by him, and even said to Yue King Huan, who was standing still, What are you doing standing there? Come sit down. After hesitating a bit, Yue King Huan walked over to Zuan and sat down beside him. Seeing this scene, He Yangxi's eyes couldn't help showing a hint of curiosity, because Zuan's composure was remarkable, and his demeanor seemed as if he were the master of the room. This naturally surprised He Yangxi, who had always thought that Yue King Huan was the real mastermind. In fact, when she received the report, He Yangxi's initial reaction was that the Yue family was going to take action against the Drunken Life Tower. But now it seemed that the situation was somewhat different. But the more interested she became in Zuan. So she smiled faintly, swayed her waist, walked elegantly to the opposite side of Zuan, and sat down with grace. This young man really knows how to speak interestingly. Since you want to talk about bargaining, all right, let's talk, she said, looking at Zuan with flirtatious eyes. First, how do you think this account should be settled? Very simple. Let's make a bet, Zuan said casually. Gu Yushin, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak up at this moment and said, Miss Yun, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He's clearly cheating. How can he say it's a bet? Just as Gu Yushin finished speaking, He Yangxi motioned to him, come here. Perplexed, Gu Yushin walked up. Miss Yun, bow down. Gu Yushin had to bend over. Then there was a crisp sound. With a slap, He Yangxi sent Gu Yushin flying through the air, spinning 3 times before crashing heavily to the ground. He Yangxi didn't even spare him a glance. She picked up a towel from the table and lightly wiped her hands. In the Drunken Life Tower, words need to be backed with evidence. You accuse others of cheating. Where is your proof? Gu Yushin, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, turned pale, but couldn't help but mutter, "But, shut up, you useless thing. If it weren't for you recklessly changing the rules, the Drunken Life Tower wouldn't have lost so much." Gu Yushin immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to make a sound, knowing that it was indeed his fault. After scolding Gu Yushin, Hyungsee's smile returned to her face, and she nodded slightly at Zuan. Incompetent underling, sorry for the trouble caused. Zuan remained non-committal because he knew that this woman with exceptional skill obviously had another move up her sleeve. As expected, Hyungsee casually said, "Betting and adhering to the outcome are the fundamental principles of the Drunken Life Tower. Naturally, I won't deny it. But before that, I have something to inquire about. Where did the initial capital for the gambling from Miss Yue come from?" Yue Qinghuan was stunned. Hyungsee nodded, pointing to Yue Qinghuan and Zuan. "Do you recognize them?" "I do. According to them, the chips they originally used were given by you." "Yes." The head accountant nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yushin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to stand up and say, "Ah, so the root of the whole matter lies with you." The head accountant just glanced at him indifferently. Why is the old steward saying this? Don't pretend to be confused. If you didn't give them the chips, would they have the capital to bet? Without the capital to bet, how could they have won so much? So, ultimately, the real culprit is you. Gu Yushin's eloquence and ability to manipulate the situation were demonstrated vividly at this moment. However, the head accountant just laughed lightly, his smile full of disdain and mockery. If that's the case, then our Drunken Life Tower shouldn't have lent money to customers after all. After all, in that case, customers might also win huge fortunes. Gu Yushin was left speechless by the response. Hyushi waved her hand. "All right, stop arguing." Then, she looked at Zuan. "Since your chips were given by our head accountant, do you have anything to say?" "What's there to say? No matter how the chips were acquired, even if I picked them up on the street, it doesn't conflict with my current winnings, right?" Zuan smiled ambiguously at Hyungsee. Hyungsee also smiled. "Well said. I just wanted to confirm how you obtained the chips, nothing more." Though she said so, as Hyungsee smiled, a deep shadow was cast below her long eyelashes, giving her a sinister and enigmatic appearance. Zuan's smile, on the other hand, remained unchanged. "In that case, can we exchange the chips we won now?" "Sure, of course, but before that, we need to wait for one more person to arrive. In the meantime, how about we have a few drinks?" Hyungsee smiled. Yue Qinghuan became nervous because she didn't know what this woman really wanted to do. However, she could feel a vague sense of malice lingering around her, so she discreetly reached out to tug at Zuan's sleeve, trying to prevent him from agreeing. But before her hand could touch Zuan, he either intentionally or unintentionally moved aside, avoiding her hand, and then chuckled, "Oh, that sounds good. I happen to want to taste the wine of the Drunken Life Tower." As he spoke, Zuan had a warm and pleasant smile on his face, filled with joy. Just like an ordinary young man when hearing there's good wine to drink. The more he acted like this, the more uneasy Hyungsee felt. She unexpectedly found herself unable to see through this young man before her. In the past, no matter how powerful the strong individuals were, they couldn't hold a candle before her and would reveal themselves with just a few words. But facing this young man, all her attempts at probing were in vain. This made her taken aback and anxious. However, being the proprietress of such a grand gambling establishment, her craftiness was deep, so these thoughts didn't show on the surface. Instead, she smiled and said, "All right, let the young master taste what our wine tastes like." She lightly tapped the table and ordered, "Prepare." A crisp response came from outside the door. Then, Hyungsee smiled at Zuan, lightly tapping the table with her finger. The entire private room was very quiet, only the sound of her finger tapping the table could be heard. Bang, bang, bang. When she had just tapped 20 times, footsteps could be heard in the corridor outside. These footsteps were orderly, as if belonging to one person. Following that, the door to the private room was opened, and a group of brightly dressed maids entered in a line. These maids were almost identical in height and build, and even their makeup was almost the same. In their hands, they all carried a large tray, and after uncovering them, inside were exquisite dishes. These dishes were brought in like flowing water, and soon filled the entire table. Finally, two maids laboriously carried a wine jar to the table and placed it carefully. After completing all this, the maids retreated like a tide. The whole process took less than half the time of burning an incense stick, and a sumptuous feast was presented in front of Xuan. Yue Qinghuan's eyes showed a touch of shock, because the dishes on the table were piping hot, fragrant, and delicious. They were clearly freshly cooked, not prepared in advance. This was truly astonishing. From the order given by He Youngsi to the presentation of the dishes, it hadn't taken more than the time of burning an incense stick. Yet, in this scenario, the Drunken Life Tower could prepare such a sumptuous feast. What did this signify? It showed that the Drunken Life Tower deserved its reputation as the most prominent gambling establishment in Linglong City. At least in terms of extravagance and indulgence, it had reached an amazing level. However, Xuan didn't show any reaction to this, disappointing He Youngsi, who hoped to read a hint of surprise from him. Seeing him treat such scenes as nothing remarkable, she was puzzled about the young man's background. Holding up her cup, she smiled lightly. Time was short and preparation was insufficient, so I could only set up a modest banquet. Fortunately, the wine is good. I hope the young master will forgive me. With that, a wine jar on the table suddenly emitted two rays of light. One entered the cup He Youngsi held, the other landed in the cup in front of Xuan, transforming into wine simultaneously. In an instant, a strangely rich and mellow aroma of wine filled the air. Not only that, layers of illusions appeared on the two wine cups. Yue Qinghuan was already shocked. Xuan's eyes flickered with a touch of surprise, and he exclaimed, "I heard that old wine has spirituality and can conjure various illusions. I used to think it was just a legend, but today, it seems to be true. You are quite knowledgeable, young sir. Please, enjoy." He Youngsi raised her cup and toasted Xuan from a distance. Xuan also smiled, then raised his cup to drink. But just then, a cold shout came from outside the room. "Wait a minute." With that command, Lu Yushi burst in with a domineering aura. "Ha ha! Do you really think you can deceive everyone with what you've done? You're mistaken. Do you know what I just did? What did you do? I just inspected all the teacups in the slaughterhouse casino, and I found that apart from some accidentally broken ones, only your teacup went missing. Do you know what that means?" Lu Yushi sneered. "What does it mean, Azu?" An remained calm without any panic. "Still pretending? Fine, I'll make it clear to you. When the seal on Lu Yanyan suddenly broke during the battle, I felt something was fishy. Later, I discovered that the seal shattered on him was actually a teacup, and it was the teacup from the slaughterhouse casino. And now, your teacup is the only one missing in the entire casino. How are you going to explain that?" Lu Yushi's words made Gu Yushin extremely delighted. "So that's how it is. I was wondering how the seal on Lu Yanyan disappeared at that time. It turns out you were scheming behind the scenes. Now let's see what else you have to say." Hiyu Ixi looked quietly at Xuan. Though she did not speak, the coldness in her eyes was gradually increasing. Xuan sighed lightly. "Every lock has a key. I really didn't expect this, yes? I did break the seal on that young man. Ha ha ha, you finally admit it." Gu Yushin's excited features twisted. "Get someone here. Capture this cheater who is playing tricks behind the scenes, and then interrogate them rigorously to find out who their accomplices are." In just a few sentences, Xuan was framed as having accomplices plotting against Zuisheng Building. It's evident how adept Gu Yushin is at trapping people. As soon as the words fell, numerous stern-faced and ferocious bouncers emerged in the corridor outside the room. These bouncers surrounded the room, casting wary glances at Xuan inside. Await Hiyu Easy's command, and they would all rush in and apprehend Xuan. The atmosphere froze to the point of being icy. Yue Qinghuan's face also turned somewhat pale. "Xuan, Zhu," chuckled softly, shook his head slightly at her in a gesture urging her not to panic, and then looked towards Hiyu Ixi. "What? Are you planning to back out and resort to violence?" Gu Yushin sneered. "Kid, it seems like you've gone crazy with a fever. Even at this point, you can't see the situation clearly. You cheated first, yet you accuse us of reneging on the deal. You." Before he could finish, Hiyu Ixi suddenly shouted coldly, "Shut up." Gu Yushin was taken aback. "I haven't uttered a word, so you have no right to speak here." Gu Yushin could only awkwardly close his mouth. Then Hiyu Ixi looked coldly at Xuan. Given the circumstances, what more do you have to say? Zuan smiled faintly. Nothing much. Just want to make a deal with you. Oh, what deal? I don't need all the chips I won from gambling, but you have to hand over the sister of Liu Yangyan, who is under your control. Yu Easy's face darkened, using a silent gaze to signal the people around her to prepare. Then, she coldly said, "Go on. I'm sure you've already discovered that I came from the city of Pearl. Before coming, the Shadow Turtle Emperor of the Shadow Turtle tribe entrusted me with a task." Mentioning the Shadow Turtle Emperor, Yu Easy's expression changed slightly. "So you're affiliated with the Shadow Turtle Emperor?" Zhu unshook his head with a smile. "No, but as I was entrusted by the Shadow Turtle Emperor, I naturally had to work for him. I know that several members of the Shadow Turtle tribe are in your Zuisheng building, so I hope you can hand them over as well." Yu Easy's face became more vivid. "Is that all? Of course, I believe Zuisheng building wouldn't target the Shadow Turtle tribe for no reason, so I want to know who is behind the scenes, manipulating you. If all these three conditions are met, we can settle our previous accounts. What do you think?" Zuan said indifferently. Yu Easy furiously smiled. "You're a clever person, so you should be aware if your demands are even possible." Zuan sighed lightly. "So, there's no room for redemption, is that it?" Yu Easy gave a silent order to the people around her to be prepared, and then coldly said, "What room do you want?" "It's a shame. I was thinking of letting you off the hook." Zuan sighed softly. "Take action." Yu Easy no longer wanted to entangle with Zuan, commanding decisively. Boom! Lu Yushi behind him, Gu Yushin, and many bouncers outside the room all rushed towards Zuan. In an instant, Zuan became the center of everyone's attack. A violent momentum attacked from all sides. But in this situation, Zuan sighed softly. "What a waste of a good meal at this table." Then he sternly shouted, "What are you waiting for? When will you take action?" The moment his voice fell, the entire Zuisheng building started shaking. The tremor was so intense that it knocked down all those who were attacking Zuan. Yu Easy's complexion changed drastically. "What's happening?" This Zuisheng building was built with secret techniques, known for its solidity. Such a situation had never occurred before. Before she could understand what was happening, there was a thunderous roar from the top of the building. At the same time, someone hoarsely shouted, "Give me back my sister!" Crack! With the final roar, the upper half of the entire Zuisheng building was torn apart by an unimaginable force. The light from the sky poured in, causing everyone to shudder. Under the starlight, there stood a gigantic image of a tortoise. And under that image stood a young man, Liu Yangyan, who had disappeared from the stage earlier. When everyone saw him, there was a commotion. It was at this moment that Yu Easy's nearly hysterical scream resounded through the crowd. "Kill him! Kill them all!" She looked horrifyingly mad now. The once fine Zuisheng building had its upper half torn away. It was evident that if this matter was not handled properly, the prestige of Zuisheng building would be ruined. With a command, the entire Zuisheng building rumbled, and many experts flew towards Liu Yangyan. Many others launched indiscriminate attacks on Zuan. In this chaotic situation, Zuan suddenly smirked. "Why are you all so agitated? Are you afraid because this suppression device was destroyed?" This remark made Yu Easy and the head accountant suddenly change their expressions. At that moment, Zuan, accompanied by Yue Qinghuan, calmly walked out from the encirclement of people, showing no signs of tension, and ascended into the sky. Boom! The entire Drunken Life Tower started shaking violently. Yangxi screamed, "Quick, quick, kill him!" Lu Yushi and many enforcers and guards leapt into the air, heading straight towards Zuan. But just then, Liu Yangyan stood in front of Zuan, blocking their way. Boom! The two sides clashed head-on. Liu Yangyan, with his formidable Zhuantazhenwu abilities, faced the numerous and powerful opponents, including Liu Yushi, without giving ground. In the fierce battle, he held his own and even gained an upper hand for a moment. At that moment, Yangxi felt the ground beneath the Drunken Life Tower shaking violently. There was a rumbling sound coming from deep underground, as if something was fracturing. Then, the entire Drunken Life Tower began to rise little by little. Sensing this, Yangxi's face turned pale, and he screamed hoarsely. "How is this possible? How can a mere half-step immortal sovereign shake the Drunken Life Tower?" But reality refused to yield to anyone's will. In the blink of an eye, Zuan forcibly pulled the Drunken Life Tower out. The patrons inside were all thrown into panic. In his rage and shock, Hyungsi disregarded any semblance of decorum and leapt past the fierce fighting Liu Yushi and others, rushing towards Zuan. "Kid, you've destroyed my drunken life tower. Today I will shred you to pieces." Just then, Zuan swung his arms and threw the drunken life tower away as if it were trash. Simultaneously, the commotion reached the entire Linglong city. Countless people poured out onto the streets, gaping in awe at the scene. In a place half the city away from the drunken life tower, there was an intricately decorated and luxurious mansion. At that moment, the owner of the mansion sensed the commotion outside, soared into the air, wanting to see what was happening. But as he flew halfway, the drunken life tower, now only half intact, came hurtling towards him. What the hell is going on? Seeing this, the mansion owner was terrified and turned to run. His quick reflexes and agile movements saved him as the tower nearly brushed past him, crashing heavily into his mansion. With a loud crash, the once exquisite and luxurious courtyard was left with a gaping hole. The shaken mansion owner stood in midair, staring at the scene in disbelief. What on earth is going on? Who did I provoke? Why are they treating me like this? Under these three questions of fate, the mansion owner turned around, flew back towards his mansion. Well, it's not that big of a deal. Just some buildings after all. I can rebuild it. The mansion owner thought quietly. The faces of everyone around the huge pit changed, especially Hyungsi and the chief accountant. Their faces were beyond ugly, almost as if they had seen a ghost. The ongoing battle between Liu Yushi and Liu Yangyan paused, with both parties looking gravely towards the massive pit. The entire scene was deathly silent. Yue Qinghuan's face turned pale as she whispered, "Zuan, what is in there?" Zhu unchuckled softly, "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." As he finished speaking, a beam of light shot out from the pit, followed by a monstrous creature appearing in midair. It was a grotesque creature with a sheep's body, a human face, eyes growing under its armpits, and tiger's teeth for hands. When it was seen, the venue fell into dead silence, then erupted into a frenzy. "Taudi, heavens! It's the ancient ferocious beast Taudi!" someone exclaimed in despair. Upon hearing the name Taudi, the entire Linglong city trembled. It was simply because the name was too shocking and sensational. Taudi, one of the four ancient ferocious beasts, a creature that had only existed in legends for a long time. The sight of Taudi instilled fear and dread in countless people. However, some exceptionally powerful individuals noticed something unusual about this Taudi. Unlike the descriptions in legends or records, this Taudi was significantly smaller in size, with numerous runes faintly engraved all over its body. These runes penetrated deep into its bone marrow, some even oozing blood incessantly. These signs indicated that this Taudi was not a fully grown adult and had sustained severe injuries. But this did not alleviate anyone's fears. When Taudi surveyed the crowd, with its eyes under its armpits, the imposing and mysterious aura struck fear into everyone. It was only then that Yue Qinghuan regained her senses and murmured softly, "Heavens, Zuan, did you already know that a Taudi was sealed underneath the drunken life tower?" "Of course not. I only discovered it when I ascended to the slaughter gambling arena," Zuan replied calmly. "Then why did those people seal the Taudi?" "It's simple. They want to harness Taudi's abilities to construct a special geomantic formation to absorb vast wealth, but that's just one of their insignificant purposes. Their main goal is to subdue this Taudi by using the power of bloodshed and slaughter, making it their own." "Subdue this Taudi?" "Exactly." A cold gleam flashed in Zuan's eyes. "They are attempting to subjugate this Taudi through bloodshed and violence to make it serve them." Yue Qinghuan was stunned by Zuan's words. If that's really the case, then the plan behind the Drunken Life Tower is too grand. Because from ancient times till now, no one has ever been able to tame such an ancient ferocious beast. Then who are they? Yue Qinghuan whispered softly. Just relying on Hyungsi or the Drunken Life Tower is not enough to support such a huge scheme. In an instant, a deafening roar came from within the gluttonous creature, followed by it transforming into a beam of light and charging straight into the crowd at the Drunken Life Tower. "Ah! Help me!" Screams of terror erupted from the crowd, causing the once tight formation to collapse. People scattered in all directions, but they were no match for the speed of the gluttonous creature. The creature opened its big blood-stained mouth, crazily devouring the guards of the Drunken Life Tower one by one. In the blink of an eye, At least 7 or 8 guards were swallowed whole. As it devoured, the seals and runes on the creature's body emitted a faint light, hinting at a subtle transformation in its aura. Witnessing this scene, Hyungsi, already trembling in fear, screamed hysterically, "Quick! Stop it! Otherwise, we will all die!" The head accountant nearby roared angrily and, using a strange and mysterious technique, drew a seal in the air. "Seal!" He pushed it forward. The floating black seal flew directly towards the creature and landed squarely on its head. The creature let out a painful roar to the sky, and the seals and runes on its body lit up simultaneously, forcing its recently soaring aura to plummet rapidly. Seeing this, Hyungsi couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Quick, put more effort into it! Seal this beast back!" Although the head accountant's face was as pale as paper, he knew that this was a matter of life and death. Without hesitation, he drew another seal, and with swift steps, he headed straight towards the creature. Just as he was about to reach the creature, the struggling creature suddenly flashed a cold light in its eyes and then lunged towards the head accountant. The head accountant, terrified, tried to dodge, but he couldn't escape the attack of the ancient beast. With a muffled sound, the head accountant was bitten in half by the creature, leaving only his lower body still standing in midair. This shocking scene stunned everyone. Meanwhile, the creature once again opened its mouth, swallowed the remaining body of the head accountant, and let out a roar to the sky. As it roared, the runes on its body faded significantly, and its aura instantly rose to a new level. Seeing this, Hyungsi turned cold all over and turned to run. But as soon as she turned, the creature charged towards her. Sensing the imminent danger, Hyungsi shouted hoarsely, "Stop it!" But everyone was too afraid to come near, ignoring her plea. Hyungsi's eyes showed panic and despair, but at that moment, Lu Yushi appeared not far in front of her. The once arrogant captain of the Drunken Life Tower was now fleeing in panic, unaware of Hyungsi behind him. Seeing this, Hyungsi's eyes flashed with determination. She rushed forward, grabbing Lu Yushi's shoulder and pulling him back. As a result, Lu Yushi stumbled, causing a delay that allowed the creature to reach them. Lu Yushi let out a thunderous roar, but soon his voice was silenced as he was swallowed whole by the creature. Hyungsi and Gu Yushin had already run far away, almost disappearing into the horizon. The creature let out a cold snort and leapt forward, then, like an arrow, shot towards Hyungsi and Gu Yushin. After devouring several experts, the creature had grown even larger. Yet, when it flew out, it was agile and swift. In no time, it caught up to Hyungsi and Gu Yushin and pounced, pinning them both in midair. Gu Yushin cried out frantically, disassociating himself from the situation, but the creature swiftly closed its jaws and swallowed him, leaving only his body trembling softly in midair. Being swallowed by the creature meant total annihilation, and even the traces of existence would be erased. Therefore, although Gu Yushin's body still stood, he was as good as dead. The creature coldly declared, "Noisy." Its speech had become much more fluent and forceful. It stared at Hyungsi intensely. "Where is the one who injured and sealed me initially, Nai?" "I don't know," Hyungsi replied shakily. "Don't know." Angry, the creature was about to devour Hyungsi when suddenly its seals shone brightly, tightening like ropes on its body. Racked with pain, the creature howled and rolled in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Hyungsi crawled away. At that moment, a voice filled with arrogance and pride echoed from the distance. "A mere undeveloped creature dares to cause chaos here." Several figures materialized, all of exceptional demeanor, led by a young man in flowing robes. Relieved to see these newcomers, Hyungsi immediately knelt in gratitude. "Exactly." Yue King Huan took a deep breath and slowly said, "No wonder Zuisheng Building dares to be so arrogant, even daring to suppress ancient fierce beasts for their own use. It turns out their backing is from the Yin-Yang clan. This is troublesome." Zuan said lightly, "What's troublesome about it? I think it's quite good. Dealing with the children along with the adults, solving them together." Yue King Huan smiled bitterly, "You don't understand. The Yin-Yang clan is an extremely powerful presence even among the ancient clans. No one dares to provoke them, not even you or your military family." Zuan looked at her and said softly, "Not even you or your military family dare." Yue King Huan fell silent for a moment and sighed lightly, "You don't understand. Although our military family is strong, we've been divided in recent years, and our strength is not as good as before. As for me, of course, I'm not afraid of them, it's just... Yue King Huan didn't finish her sentence, but judging by her desolate expression, it was clear that there was some unspoken difficulty. Just then, the ferocious monster stopped thrashing and lay breathless in the void, covered in wounds that revealed its bones, looking exhausted. Seeing that it had no more resistance, the man let out a satisfied chuckle. Animals are just animals, even ancient fierce beasts. What can they do? In front of me, they still have to surrender, right? With that, he turned around and looked coldly at Yue King Huan. Oh, who do we have here? It turns out, it's Miss Yue King Huan from the military family. It's been a while, Miss Yue, you've become even more beautiful. Although his words were praising, they were filled with arrogance and disdain. Yue King Huan's face turned ugly, but she couldn't erupt in anger, so she had to contain her anger and said coldly, Senior brother Songke is too kind. As a high-ranking member of the Yin Yang clan, how could I, a mere woman, be worthy of your attention? Heh. Songke sneered, then turned to Zhu and on the side. When he realized that this white-clad youth was just an ordinary half-step immortal, Songke was slightly surprised, and a hint of mockery and disdain appeared in his eyes. You're the one who destroyed our Zuosheng building, right? Songke said coldly. Zhu unshrug. That's right. Any problem? If you want to thank me, it's just a small matter, nothing worth mentioning. How audacious! Dare to speak to senior brother Song like that, should get a slap. Zuan's disrespectful attitude instantly infuriated those who followed Songke, and they angrily rebuked him. Songke's expression gradually grew darker as his aura surged, pointing directly at Zuan. He stared at Zuan, trying to discern something from the unbelievably handsome young man. But in the end, he was disappointed, because he couldn't read the smile on the young man's face. And those eyes of his were as deep as the sea, almost entrapping him. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly chuckled. Quite interesting. If we met elsewhere, I might have taken you as a disciple of the Yin Yang clan. Unfortunately, you did something you shouldn't have done, so you must pay the price. With that, he lowered his eyes and sternly commanded, Kneel now and surrender. Let me take you back to the main altar, then you may have a chance to live. Otherwise, today will be your last day. That's right. Kneel now. Senior brother Song is merciful outside the law. Better kneel and beg for mercy. The followers who came with Songke also clamored. Yangshi stood in the crowd, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Kid, weren't you arrogant before? Let's see how cocky you can be now. Just then, Zuan suddenly smiled, then turned to Yue King Huan. Listen to this. They actually want me to kneel and show gratitude to them. What kind of logic is that? Yue King Huan's face was equally grim at this moment. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and said, Senior brother Song, please calm down. There are reasons for this matter. We did not intend to cause trouble and... Before Yue King Huan could finish, Song Ke cut her off. What? Is the military family going to intervene in this matter? Yue King Huan was speechless. Song Ke continued coldly, Yue King Huan, I've already given you face. I've only focused on this kid, not implicating you. So I hope you will recognize your place. King Huan's face changed from red to purple, her violet eyes filled with infinite rage, clearly provoked by Song Ke's attitude. But Song Ke didn't care, and let me tell you the truth, even if you want to interfere, it's useless. When the Yin Yang clan acts, it's none of your business, Yue family. Those who know what's good for them better step aside now. Otherwise, Song Ke sneered, his smile filled with a threatening tone. Yue King Huan clenched her fists tightly, her eyes almost spitting fire. Then she looked at Song Ke and said in a slow and deliberate manner, But what if I insist on getting involved? Song Ke was also taken aback by Yue King Huan's determination. But he soon smirked, If you insist on getting involved, then I'm sorry, Before he could finish speaking, Zuan suddenly reached out and gently patted Yue King Huan's shoulder. Step back. Yue King Huan was stunned, looking at Zuan in confusion. Zuan showed his white teeth, smiled chillingly, and said, Just leave these people to me. You can just watch from the side. With that, Zuan took a step forward, blocking Yue King Huan behind him. Watching Zuan's back, Yue King Huan was completely bewildered. What does this guy want to do? Does he really think this is like the small heavenly pond where everything is peaceful? No matter how talented he is, as a mere half-step immortal, he is no match for this Song Ke. As fellow disciples of the ancient clans, Yue Qinghuan had long known the terror of Songke. Back then, Songke already had the power equivalent to a half-step saint, and later smoothly became one of the great sorcerers of the Yin-Yang clan. To achieve such a position, one would need to reach the realm of a half-step saint. This means he had already broken through, and after all this time, his current strength was a mystery. In the midst of the discussions, Song Ting's gaze turned extremely cold. "Kid, you brought this upon yourself. Can't blame others. Stop talking nonsense." Zuan reached out his hand to beckon Song Tinky. "Today, this young master will make sure none of you escapes." Song Tinky was completely provoked as countless rotating golden talismans suddenly appeared in front of him, quickly converging and solidifying into a small seal. In a blink of an eye, these golden wheels transformed into a small seal and flew straight towards Zuan. Strangely, the speed of the seal was not fast, even appearing slow in many people's eyes. Yet, this seemingly leisurely seal managed to devour the space it passed through. Zuan did not dodge, knowing that once the seal was released, there was no escaping its pursuit no matter where he hid. So he simply watched, a hint of excitement even shining in his eyes. This could be considered the first real battle he encountered since arriving through the passage. The previous fight with Master Zhang Pengshan in Pearl City, although intense, lacked the authenticity due to Zhang Pengshan's borrowed strength. Song Tinky, on the other hand, was different. As one of the great sorcerers from the Yin-Yang sect, his strength was honed through countless trials, which was why Yue Qinghuan was extremely concerned about Zuan. Before the audience could react, the seal suddenly disappeared on the spot, only to reappear in front of Zuan and imprint heavily on his chest. Boom! In an instant, a blinding white light flashed across the scene, followed by a loud noise. Then, a shadow fell from the sky with tremendous force and crashed into the ground, leaving a huge cavity. Looking up, no trace of Zuan could be seen. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. However, Song Tinky soon sneered, "You're far from being able to challenge me." In an instant, the people Song Tinky brought with him began to cheer, drowning him in flattery and praise. Senior Song is truly mighty. This kid really courted death, daring to show disrespect to Senior Song. He's probably turned to dust by now. Even He Youngsi couldn't help but sigh with relief and then smirk at the ground. Let's see how arrogant you can still be. On the contrary, Yue Qinghuan was completely stunned. She could only stare blankly at the deep hole on the ground, with countless question marks spinning in her mind. Dead? Did he just die like that? A difficult-to-express pain suddenly struck her, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, LV Yangyan, who had been standing silently behind them, suddenly stepped forward, taking Zuan's place and whispered, "Don't cry, he should be fine." Yue Qinghuan looked up suddenly with a puzzled expression. LV Yangyan said, "In the final moment, I saw him block the seal with his arm, so he should be all right. But don't worry, he saved me once, so I won't let his woman get hurt. Step back for now, I got this." LV Yangyan said coldly. Yue Qinghuan blushed. It was clear that LV Yangyan misunderstood her relationship with Zuan. However, she didn't explain, nor did she step back. Instead, she calmed her mind and coldly stared at Song Tinky. "Song Tinky, are you determined to be enemies with my Yue family? Aren't you afraid of being accused by the Grand Fate Executor of your family? Yue Qinghuan, don't try to intimidate me with the Grand Fate Executor. The relationship between your brother and the Grand Fate Executor has nothing to do with me. Besides, everyone just saw that the kid brought it on himself. Who can he blame for his fate? So, I'll say it again, if you're smart, leave now, and I'll spare you. Otherwise what?" Yue Qinghuan sneered. "Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't attack you. After all, among the young talents of the martial world, I would be very willing to experience your charm." Song Tinky boasted. The people behind him laughed uproariously, their laughter reeking of lewdness. In that moment, Yue Qinghuan suddenly calmed down and, in a flash, tried to move toward Song Tinky. Unexpectedly, a move that had always been successful failed this time. Song Tinky burst into mad laughter. "Ha ha, useless, Yue Qinghuan. I knew you would try to outwit me. That's why I blocked the space in advance." Yue Qinghuan's eyes swirled with infinite humiliation. On the other hand, LV Yangyan threw a punch and shouted, "Zhenwu!" Before the manifestation of Zhenwu's virtual image, Song Tinky flicked it away with a snap of his fingers, then sneered, "Not even your senior ancestors can do anything to me from the Taoist sect. After all, when it comes to Taoist techniques, my yin-yang sect is the best." "Oh, is that so?" A light laughter came from underground. Then the earth began to shake, and Zuan emerged step by step from it. His upper body clothes were torn apart, revealing the explosive muscle lines underneath. Although he no longer exuded the elegance he once had, he now possessed a wild charm. Song Tinky was somewhat incredulous. "How is this possible?" "You're not dead." "Who said I was dead?" Zuan replied calmly. Song Tink's eyes turned intensely cold and murderous. He never expected that this white-robed young man, who was only half a step away from being an immortal, could withstand his attack without perishing. This realization erased any traces of contempt from his mind. "Good. Indeed, you have some skills, but you will still die today." With that, Song Tinky formed a seal with his hands and shouted coldly, "Reverse blood hand seal." Boom! Enormous handprints descended from the sky, aiming directly at Zuan. This time, a serious Song Tinky was even more terrifying than before. Zuan didn't directly confront this attack. Instead, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the behemoth before him. "Interested in making a deal?" This unexpected statement left everyone stunned. Song Tinky was infuriated. "You must be out of your mind, nearly at your end, yet still thinking about making a deal with a beast." With that, the palm strike rushed towards Zuan. Zuan dodged this strike with a swift move, but it was just the beginning, as a series of subsequent attacks followed like a tide. While Zuan dodged left and right, his gaze remained fixated on the seemingly exhausted behemoth. "It's really interesting, already facing death and still daring to be so arrogant." "Exactly. What's with saying you can undo the seal? That seal was placed by Lord Zhongjun himself. Who do you think you are, making such grand claims?" Song Tinky said nothing, just sneering while intensifying his attacks. In an instant, Zuan began to endure a huge pressure like a violent storm. Despite this, Zuan's gaze remained fixed on the gluttonous behemoth, as if waiting for its response. Just then, the behemoth let out a deep roar. "Can you really undo the seal for me? At this point, do you think I need to deceive you?" Zuan replied calmly. "All right, I promise you." The behemoth's straightforward agreement surprised Zuan, who couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't you want to know what 3 things I'll ask you to do? At this point, as long as you can unseal for me, I can promise you anything," roared the behemoth. A strange light flashed in Zuan's eyes. "Very well." With that, he evaded a strike from Song Tinky, then flew towards the behemoth in the sky. Seeking death. Song Tinky coldly snorted, then drew a gesture in the empty space in front of him. Boom! A huge chasm suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking Zuan outside. At the same time, countless runes launched indiscriminate attacks against Zuan. In an instant, radiant runic lights completely engulfed Zuan's figure. Yue Qinghuan's heart raced. Many onlookers shook their heads in silence. Useless. In front of Song Tinky, who was at the semi-saint level, this unknown white-robed youth had no chance of winning. Eventually, the runic light dissipated, leaving the field empty. "Haha, this kid must have been completely obliterated by Senior Song." Someone sneered. But at that moment, the wounded behemoth began to emanate a series of lights. The seals on the behemoth's body seemed to form a nested system of locks. At that moment, an invisible hand manipulated these locks, making them continuously rotate. This phenomenon caught Song Tink's attention, prompting him to activate the sealing spell without hesitation. Roar! The behemoth let out a painfully angry roar, and the seal on its body began to contract once more. However, the invisible hand accelerated, causing the seal's radiance to flicker wildly. Song Tinky snorted in anger, and then unleashed numerous runes towards the behemoth and the surrounding space. Boom! The runes exploded like fireworks, piercing through the space. The behemoth bore the brunt, sustaining numerous wounds all over its body. But then, the rotating lock of light suddenly stalled. Eyes wide with shock, Song Tinky was about to speak when the runes he had cast receded like a tide. Following this, a cracking sound emanated from within the behemoth's body. This sound instantly suppressed and masked all other breaths on the battlefield. It was as if an indescribable presence was brewing amidst the heavens and the earth. With each explosion, a piece of radiance on the behemoth shattered. By the end, the radiant glow that once covered the behemoth completely dissipated. Subsequently, the behemoth emitted an extremely deep and muffled low growl. Some with lower cultivation shook uncontrollably. Song Tank's face turned grim, and he reached into his chest to pull out a peculiar jade pendant, half black and half white, crushing it in his hand. Crackle! The jade pendant shattered, and violent black and white energies burst forth, heading straight towards the distant behemoth. It's the yin-yang jade pendant. Senior Song must have spent heavily this time. Someone exclaimed. The yin-yang jade pendant was a special talisman crafted by the yin-yang sect, only accessible to those of the fate-regulating level. The power emanating from this particular jade pendant, held by Song Tanki, suggested it was at least of the Lord Zhang level. In the yin-yang sect, ranks were divided into Shaman, Great Shaman, Fate-regulating, Lord Zhang, Shadow Deity, and the highest being the Eastern Emperor. At the Lord Zhang level, one was considered a legendary master. A talisman crafted by such a being was naturally precious. However, it was already too late. Despite the yin-yang twin serpents formed by the black and white energies advancing aggressively towards the behemoth merely cast a nonchalant gaze as the twin serpents instantly solidified and shattered. Song Tanki trembled, utterly shocked. This was equivalent to a full-force strike from a Lord Zhang, and it was effortlessly destroyed. Just as he was struck with shock, the behemoth's body began to drastically grow in size. In the blink of an eye, its size increased several dozen times, occupying more than half the sky. The aura it exuded was terrifying, causing those like Song Tanki, who were previously confident of victory, to turn considerably pale. Simultaneously, the behemoth slowly lowered its head, its blood-red eyes filled with icy killing intent. "You will all die." With those words, it suddenly lunged toward Song Tanki and the others. While the mouth didn't reach them, the ferocious pressure had already immobilized many, rendering them unable to move even a fraction. Splut! With that gulp, most of the group following Song Tanki had already vanished. The few who remained were petrified, standing still in terror. The behemoth chewed once, and the sound of bones being shattered could be heard in its mouth, with blood trickling down its lips. Unsatisfied, its eyes scanned the surroundings, as if searching for something. Suddenly, in the empty space 10 miles from the battlefield, ripples appeared, and a figure descended from its Song Tanki. However, the graceful and serene Song Tanki was no more. He appeared disheveled. Once visible, he immediately flew towards the distance. But as he did, another figure appeared behind him, and a woman yelled, "Senior Song, wait for me, don't leave me behind." It was He Youngsi. Yet at this moment, Song Tanki, consumed by his desire to escape, paid no attention to He Youngsi. His sole focus now was on quickly fleeing the scene. "Sister Song, please take me back to the main altar. I don't want to die." Song Menki didn't even turn her head. Seeing Song Menk's lack of response, He Youngsi couldn't help raising her voice. "Sister Song, have you forgotten what you said to me in bed before? You promised you would protect me from death." Upon hearing these shouts, many people's faces showed a strange color. It turns out there was a secret relationship between these two. But no matter how much He Youngsi begged and cursed, Song Menki refused to turn back. At that moment, the gluttonous monster that had devoured everyone sensed Song Menk's whereabouts. As one of the ringleaders, it would not let Song Menki go. It suddenly shook its body. Boom! It disappeared into the void and reappeared behind Song Menki and He Youngsi. When He Youngsi sensed the gluttonous monster chasing them from behind, her cries became even more desperate. "Sister Song, please save me. I don't want to die." Just then, Song Menk's speed suddenly slowed down. He Youngsi was overjoyed and ran forward quickly. While running, she shouted, "Sister Song, thank you so much." But just as she was grateful to Song Menki, he suddenly kicked back without looking back. Thud! Without warning, the kick landed squarely on He Youngsi's chest. She was sent flying in the air, coughing up blood. Despite this, she continued to scream in despair, "Song Menki, you will not have a good end." Her voice abruptly stopped, because at that moment, her entire body was devoured by the gluttonous monster, extinguishing her life and soul. Taking advantage of this delay, Song Menki ran far ahead, almost leaving the confines of Linglong City. A hint of joy appeared in Song Menk's eyes as he tried to break free from the city limits. But then, a calm figure appeared in front of him. It was Zuan. At this moment, although his face was pale, there was a playful look in his eyes as he stood quietly, as if waiting for Songmenki. Seeing this scene, Songmenk's eyes showed a flash of rage. "Get out of my way," he said, pushing forward with both hands. A terrifying force surged towards Zuan, attempting to push him aside. But at that moment, Zuan chuckled softly. "Sorry, this road is closed." With that, Zuan stomped down, causing the space to collapse, blocking Songmenk's attack. Though it only slowed him slightly, it was enough. Before Songmenki could launch a second attack, the gluttonous monster arrived. It pounced forward and directly pressed Songmenki beneath it with sharp hands. Songmenki let out a despairing scream. "Ah, please don't kill me. I will agree to any conditions." As if hearing his plea, the gluttonous monster paused its actions. Sensing this, Songmenki immediately shouted, "Gluttonous monster, as long as you spare me, I will agree to any conditions. Please don't kill me." The gluttonous monster lowered its head and stared coldly at Songmenki. Though Songmenki looked pale, he forced a flattering smile. At this moment, he had lost his previous arrogance and appeared more like a begging dog. There was a hint of playfulness in the gluttonous monster's eyes. "Oh, would you agree to any conditions?" Even though Songmenki was pinned down, he nodded desperately. "Yes, yes. As long as you spare me, I will do anything." "Then I ask you, where is the one who sealed me?" This, Songmenki hesitated for a moment. The gluttonous monster tightened its grip. Songmenki immediately screamed, "I'll tell you, the one who sealed you is Yua Zongjin. He is in the main altar right now." "Yua Zongjin," the gluttonous monster repeated, then smirked. "Sealing me away when I just awakened from slumber, suppressing me for decades. I will kill him." Songmenki trembled, not daring to speak. The gluttonous monster lowered its head to look at him. "Don't you want to die?" Songmenki nodded frantically. "No, no." "Then why did you call me a beast earlier?" The gluttonous monster suddenly roared in anger, and then pulled. Songmenk's legs were ripped off. Blood splattered, and Songmenki let out a piercing scream. But the gluttonous monster became even more excited. "Do you know I hate the word beast the most? You kept calling me that, and now you are begging for mercy." As it spoke, the gluttonous monster cruelly tortured Songmenki. In a blink of an eye, Songmenk's hands and feet were cut off, and his body was covered in wounds, looking extremely miserable. Despite this, Songmenk's will to live was still strong. Trembling, with pierced eyes, he whispered, spare me." But the next second, the gluttonous monster swallowed his head, ending his life and soul. By then, all those in Zuisheng building and the Yin-Yang factions who arrived later had been annihilated. Aside from the corpses and the gaping hole on the ground, there was no sign of life left. Everyone held their breath, watching the gluttonous monster intently. At this moment, the tremendous pressure emanating from the gluttonous monster was almost tangible. Especially with its immense body occupying half the sky, it was incredibly intimidating. Yue Qinghuan instinctively swallowed, muttering softly, "Just kill those people. Zuan, don't make any mistakes." But as if hearing her concern, a light laugh was heard, and then Zuan said calmly, "How about it, gluttonous? I have already released your seal, and your revenge has been taken, so now it's time to fulfill your promise, right?" With that, the gluttonous monster turned abruptly, staring at Zuan menacingly. Zuan remained unaffected, looking at it calmly. The gluttonous monster chuckled strangely. "Promise? What promise?" Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Of course, the 3 things you promised to do for me." Speaking of this, the gluttonous beast chuckled a few times. "Don't think I don't know. If it wasn't for me just now, you would probably have been killed by the lackeys of the Songmenki and other yin-yang masters. So, you released the seal for me, and I helped you out of a life and death crisis. With both actions balanced, neither of us owes the other anything." Zuan deeply looked at this gluttonous monster, which had fully regained its cunning nature, and then smiled. "You make it sound like you're making sense. Am I wrong? If it wasn't for saving face, do you think you would still be alive?" The gluttonous beast's words were filled with a sinister tone and a hidden threat. Yue Qinghuan felt her heartbeat skip a beat, wishing to quickly inform Zuan not to stir up trouble. Dealing with the yin-yang masters would be enough. Negotiating with the gluttonous beast, that's just a fantasy. But faced with the blatant threat of the gluttonous beast, Zuan remained unaffected, calmly saying, "If that's the case, then let me explain. Yue King Huan felt her scalp tingle, silently lamenting. At this point, wanting to reason with a gluttonous beast was pure fantasy. This was one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, even if it didn't look like an adult gluttonous beast in size. Being named a ferocious beast meant it would not listen to reason. Zuan. Oh Zuan. You are being too arrogant. Do you really think you can suppress this gluttonous beast with your limited strength? Just as Yue King Huan was filled with anxiety, the gluttonous beast burst into wild laughter. Explain to me. All right. Let's see how you plan to explain to me today. If you can make me surrender, then I have nothing to say. The arrogant and disdainful tone filled the laughter. Zuan's lips curled up, revealing his white teeth. That was your call. Ha ha. The gluttonous beast still sneered. But at that moment, Zuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, a bright light bursting in them, and coldly commanded, "Activate." Boom! A faint light suddenly appeared on the gluttonous beast's body. Although hardly noticeable at first glance, it was actually so dazzling and brilliant that it almost engulfed the entire gluttonous beast in a blink of an eye. Then, from within the light came the furious roar of the gluttonous beast. "What's going on? What is this?" Zu stood calmly in the air, his tone indifferent. "This is a seal." Seal. The gluttonous beast instantly understood. "You dared to act covertly, Zu." Smiled, "Of course, did you think I didn't anticipate you going back on your word? I'll kill you." Just as the seal was released, and it briefly enjoyed its freedom, the gluttonous beast was once again sealed, which made it furious, and it charged toward Zuan. But just as it drew close, Zuan lightly commanded, "Seal." Click. The light instantly turned into numerous densely packed runes, contracting inward. "Ah! My power!" The gluttonous beast let out a desperate howl, struggling fiercely to break free. But Zuan, who had been prepared in advance, would not allow it to succeed. In fact, these seals were secretly planted by Zuan while releasing the gluttonous beast. During the unsealing process, Zuan, who was hiding his true form, had approached the gluttonous beast and, with his profound understanding of runes and powerful mental strength, unsealed it. However, Zuan was well aware that these ferocious beasts would not be compliant. Therefore, while he was unsealing it, he stealthily placed extremely discreet seal runes inside the body of the gluttonous beast. Although it was manhwaedit of the Yin-Yang Masters who originally sealed the gluttonous beast, in terms of strength, it could be said that manhwaedit far surpassed Zuan at present. But in terms of understanding and mastery of runes, Zuan was unmatched, making him the top expert in this field. These seal runes not only were completely undetectable to the gluttonous beast, but also did not show any signs throughout the entire process. It was only after Zuan activated them that the gluttonous beast realized in horror that its power had been sealed completely, rendering it unable to use any of its abilities. Indeed, this gluttonous beast was quite pitiful. It had just been freed from decades of seal, only to fall into another trap set by Zuan. After a rapid flash of light, the gluttonous beast's body shrank by more than half, and its momentum rapidly declined. In the blink of an eye, the situation had completely reversed. The once powerful gluttonous beast had become a powerless little monster, looking terrified as it gazed at Zu, standing in the air. As a ferocious beast, it understood the law of the jungle better than anyone. For these ferocious beasts, the superior had the power of life and death over the weaker ones. The Yin-Yang Masters had previously sealed it through vile means, but due to the insufficient level of sealing, they could only use its innate abilities by certain means without forcing it to do anything. And because the seal was not tight enough, the gluttonous beast dared to resist. But this time was different. The gluttonous beast could clearly perceive the strength of the seal it was under, even sealing its innate bloodline abilities. At that moment, it was no different from a piece of meat on the chopping board. This feeling of being at the mercy of others filled it with intense fear. So at that moment, it not only obediently closed its mouth, abandoning its former arrogance, but even lowered its head, humiliated and submissive, kneeling at Zuan's feet. Yue King Huan stared in astonishment. Did it just submit? Oh my god! Am I seeing this right? The gluttonous beast, one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, actually submitted to Zuan. Not just Yue King Huan, but everyone in the Linglong city was also stunned, their mouths agape, watching in disbelief. At that moment, Zuan chuckled lightly, then slowly reached out his hand and gently patted the gluttonous beast's head. With each pat, the gluttonous beast's body trembled, emitting fearful whimpers from its throat. It looked like a dog that had been scared silly. It had no choice but to be afraid. After all, with just a thought, Zuin could end its life. So, do you still say that we don't owe each other anything now? Ha ha! Zuin laughed lightly without expressing any opinion, then said indifferently, fulfill a promise? What promise? The touty's body instantly stiffened, and then beads of sweat covered its face. Of course, it's the 3 things I promised you before. As long as you order, I will do my best to accomplish them for you. As the touty spoke, its tone had become extremely humble, almost to the point of kneeling down and begging for mercy. But Zuin did not speak, instead smiling ambiguously at it. It wasn't until a long while later that Zuin sighed softly. Do you really think that everything is settled and you can just do 3 things for me to be free? With that simple sentence, the touty felt a chill in its heart. What? What do you mean by that? What do I mean, Zu? Unsneered, you went back on your word, even tried to deny it. Therefore, you must pay a price. With that, Zuin lightly rubbed the touty's head with his palm. So what price do you think you should pay? The touty dared not move, only trembling as it stammered. I don't know. Don't know. Zuan's lips curled up, then let me show you. With that, his finger suddenly slashed down. Like a knife, it cut from the touty's head to its brow. Blood gushed out instantly, making the touty tremble in pain. But Zuin seemed unsatisfied, as his other hand directly dug into the wound and pulled to the side. A large chunk of flesh was immediately torn open, revealing the glistening white skull underneath. And on the forehead bone, there was a large crystal, the top core that the touty, an ancient fierce beast, valued the most. The crystal was pure and flawless, formed by the touty's most pure spiritual power, with various magical uses. The importance of this crystal to the touty was self-evident. However, at that moment, Zuin grabbed the crystal, and with a strong tug, he forcefully broke it off. The touty let out a deafening howl, and milky fluid oozed from the wound. Many gasped in shock. How ruthless! But Zuin, seemingly indifferent, examined the crystal in his hand, then turned to the touty, whose face was contorted in extreme pain. Your top core is good, but don't worry, I don't want this from you. Just as the touty breathed a sigh of relief, Zuan's next words crushed its hope. But before giving it back to you, I'd like to sign a small, insignificant soul contract with you. What do you think? This statement almost made the touty cry out in fear. Spare me. But Zuin shook his head. This is the price you should pay. I've given you a chance before, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. With that, a flash of light gleamed in Zuan's eyes, and a powerful spiritual energy surged out, entering the crystal in his hand, forcibly altering everything within. The touty could not move, only staring at Zuan with extreme fear. At that moment, in its eyes, the youth before it appeared no different from a demon. The onlookers were all bewildered by the scene. Have they gone crazy? That's the touty, one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts. How could it behave so obediently in front of this youth? In the blink of an eye, Zuan's spiritual energy retreated from the touty's top core, and he pressed it back to its brow. The milky liquid instantly bonded the crystal like glue, and the wound between the touty's brows healed rapidly. Not only that, the seal on the touty's body began to fade away. In an instant, it restored its former power. Although its body had not fully recovered yet, it was no longer as dejected as before. Despite all these changes, the touty's face still showed no joy, but was filled with despair. It could clearly sense an insurmountable iron rule engraved in its top chord to obey Zuan, and never resist for eternity. This was why the touty's face turned pale. Because the command had penetrated deep into its soul, along with the crystal's return, irreversible. In fact, this was not a soul contract, but a modification by Zuan. A true soul contract was an irrevocable agreement between powerful cultivators for certain matters, which had requirements for both sides. Zuan's contract with the touty at the moment was a one-sided demand. Therefore, a more accurate term would be a master-servant contract. Regardless, Zuan had now become the master of the touty. He said calmly, discard your original form. Transform into a human appearance, yes. Under the suppression of the contract, the touty couldn't muster any resistance and obediently replied. Its form began to change rapidly, eventually transforming into a man with a tan complexion. Master! The touty respectfully bowed to Zuan. Nodded. Very good. You look much better this way. The onlookers fell silent, dumbfounded by the scene before them. Master! Master! Did they hear that correctly? The touty actually called this young man its master. It was indeed true. When they saw the touty standing dutifully behind Xuan, like a servant following a master, everyone was rendered speechless. From the beginning until now, this young man had already impressed them with too many surprises, to the point where some of them were numb. The only thing that left many puzzled was why a youth with only the strength of a half-step immortal could possess such exceptional insights and nearly insurmountable spiritual power. Could he come from some secret sect that was unknown to the world? As many pondered these questions, Xuan, along with the transformed touty, approached Yue King Huan and LV Yangyan, who were equally astonished. Well, matters here have been handled. It's time to rescue the captive Shadow Turtle clan and your sister, Xuan said calmly. LV Yangyan was shaken from his stupor and exclaimed, "You know where my sister is, yes? From the memories of Song Taiken, who was devoured by the touty, your sister and the members of the Shadow Turtle clan should be imprisoned in the Drunken Death Villa. Combining with Zuisheng Tower, it becomes the famous Zuisheng Mengxi. However, unlike Zuisheng Tower, which attracts gamblers from all sides, this Mengxi courtyard never opens its doors to welcome guests. So there have always been rumors in the streets saying that this Mengxi courtyard is actually a place used by Zuisheng Tower to store massive wealth, containing countless rare treasures. But through the memories of Song Tinky and He Youngxi, who were devoured by touty, it can be known that this Mengxi courtyard is actually a place where prisoners are held by Zuisheng Tower. It is said to be prisoners, but in fact, many of them are guests who owe huge gambling debts in Zuisheng Tower and cannot pay them back. Only when their families or sects pay enough ransom can they be released. The Darkshul's and Liu Yangyan's sister are also imprisoned here. However, when Xuan and others arrived at this Mengxi courtyard, the guards responsible for guarding here had already fled long ago, leaving behind an empty courtyard. After pushing open the door and entering, they saw that the inside was very messy, obviously showing that the guards had fled in panic. Liu Yangyan's expression became more and more excited. "Where is my sister? Don't worry, you will see her soon." With that, Xuan walked to a location in the courtyard and stomped his foot. Boom! The ground shook, followed by a series of cracking sounds, and a wall in the courtyard turned over, revealing a downward extending entrance. This is the entrance to the dungeon where they are held. Upon hearing this, Liu Yangyan couldn't wait and rushed in. Ju asked Yue King Huan to wait above, while he followed with touty. Soon, after walking down a long flight of stairs, a huge prison room appeared in front of them. The walls of the prison were inlaid with glowing jade stones, making the light here not to dim. Within each partition cell, many people were imprisoned. When these people saw Xuan and Liu Yangyan, they all rushed to the doors of their cells and shouted loudly, "Please spare us, I am willing to serve you like oxen and horses, just don't keep me locked up here. I'm going crazy, yes? I don't even have a spirit stone left now. It's useless even if you keep me here until I die." Looking at these people shouting, Xuan noticed that they were all ragged, with a dejected demeanor, clearly having their strength sealed by some kind of secret technique. However, among these people, there was no sign of the Darkshul's or Liu Yangyan's sister. Liu Yangyan became more and more excited. "Where is my sister?" Instead of directly responding to him, Xuan walked up to the cell doors and looked at the people with eyes full of anticipation. "Have you seen a girl and a group of monsters?" Faced with Xuan's question, these people suddenly became calm, then looked at each other and shook their heads simultaneously. "We haven't seen them." Even though they said so, the expressions on their faces were all unnatural. Xuan's eyes flashed. "Really haven't seen them? No. Well then, you stay here, and I will tell you, this place has been abandoned. Once we leave, you will have no chance of getting out." With that, Xuan turned to leave. This group of people became anxious. One man couldn't hold back any longer and rushed to the door, shouting loudly, "Wait a minute, Zhu!" and stopped. The man looked Zhu up and down, then slowly asked, "You are not from Zuisheng Tower, so who are you really?" Xuan smiled faintly. "Zuisheng Tower? No, Zuisheng Tower no longer exists, so who do you think I am?" At this remark, the group of people were shocked. "Impossible! Zuisheng Tower has very strong backing, and you are only a half-step immortal venerable. How could you deal with them?" "That's right, this kid must be lying." Amidst the clamor, Zuan turned his head and gave a signal to Touty. Understanding the signal, Touty roared angrily and showed its imposing manner. This imposing manner immediately caused these people to retreat, especially the man who just stopped Zuan, whose eyes were filled with astonishment. Touty! It's the ancient fierce beast Touty, Zu. Unchuckled lightly, yes, it's Touty. Then he said to Touty, all right, don't shout so loudly. What if you scare them? Yes, master. Touty immediately bowed and stepped back. Now, all these people widened their eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. Because Touty is one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts, and they had never heard of anyone being able to tame it. Yet now, this extremely brutal beast was calling this young man master. It all seemed unbelievable. Nonetheless, the people imprisoned here were obviously not ordinary. Although their strengths were sealed, their insight and knowledge were still intact. Especially that man, his gaze toward Zuan became more cautious and serious. In his mind, the mysterious origin of this young man must be extraordinary, or else it would be impossible to have such a fierce beast as a servant. Do you believe me now? Zuan said lightly. After weighing the pros and cons, the man finally gritted his teeth. All right, I will trust you this time. I have indeed seen both the girl and the monsters, but they were taken away 3 days ago. Taken away? Where were they taken to? By whom? Lu Yangyan asked excitedly. Fear appeared in the man's eyes, and he took a deep breath before saying, they were taken by an extremely powerful being. All the guards here address him as Lord Zhongjun. As for where they were taken, I do not know. This revelation caused a sudden change in Touty's expression. Zhongjun. Are you talking about Lord Yuhua? Yes, that's how they call him. Although I have not seen his true face, just from his imposing manner, I can feel that his strength is absolutely extraordinary. So that's why you refused to talk about it earlier. Zuan sighed lightly. Exactly. The man nodded, looking somewhat uneasy. At his level, possessing countless secret techniques, any casual conversation we have might be known to him. Then why do you want to talk about it now, Zu? And chuckled. Because I want to get out. The man said firmly. Ju. Nodded. Very well. Since you have spoken up, I will let you out. The man was overjoyed. Thank you. Even Zuan's expression instantly became serious. Then he looked up. Originally, they were in a dungeon, so if they looked up, they would see the ceiling. But at this moment, a strange scene appeared before everyone. The ceiling began to become transparent at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the entire ceiling disappeared, revealing the outside situation clearly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only Zuan remained calm, with a look of determination, clearly prepared. Yue Qinghuan, who was originally guarding outside, appeared next to Zuan at this time, his face grim as he said, "What should we do?" "What do you mean? What should we do?" "This time, we definitely can't win." Zu unchuckled lightly. "Whether we can win or not, we won't know until we try." Yue Qinghuan fell silent, just looking seriously at the sky above, trembling involuntarily in the face of a super-powerful opponent. As for the group of prisoners, they all huddled in the corner, trembling. Only Zuan stood tall like a sword, showing no signs of backing down. At this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared above the sky. As the light appeared, it quickly intensified. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, a huge, moon-like celestial body appeared in the center of the sky. The silver radiance spread over the earth, like snow and silk, enchanting. But beneath this beautiful scene lay infinite killing intent. The Touty standing behind Zuan trembled more severely, muttering for words through clenched teeth. The Moon Lord. Even if he turned into ashes, he would not forget the person who attacked him while he was asleep. Upon hearing his words, a faint laughter suddenly came from the sky. Touty, I didn't expect you to still remember me. Why, have you sided with someone else? Touty remained silent, his face grim. He gazed at the round moon above. Meanwhile, a figure gradually emerged before the full moon. Soon, a man in white robes appeared before everyone. This man possessed an ancient, majestic countenance reminiscent of an emperor, with his long hair floating in the air and the large robe making him appear like an immortal. The moment he appeared, the world seemed to quiet down, ready to listen to his words. This vision made Yue Qinghuan even more desperate, speaking almost in a whisper. Saint. That's right. The Moon Lord standing before them was a true saint. He cast his gaze over the people, finally stopping on Zuan, and then said with a smile that was not quite a smile, "You're the one who destroyed the Zuisheng building and broke my seal, right?" Although it was a simple question, Zuan felt an intense pressure when the Moon Lord spoke. Just the pressure alone could make most strong individuals kneel down on the spot. Yet Zuan only trembled slightly before coldly chuckling. "So what if I did?" There was a hint of surprise in the Moon Lord's eyes, as he had not expected this young man to withstand his pressure. After becoming a saint, each word and action carried great weight and influence. In his eyes, a half-step immortal like Zuan was no different from an ant. That's why he had casually questioned Zuan earlier, but he didn't expect Zuan to endure. However, the more this happened, the more interested the Moon Lord became in Zuan. "Interesting. No wonder you were able to destroy my Zuisheng building and break my seal with such meager cultivation, but..." The Moon Lord suddenly sneered, "You need to give me an explanation." As he said the last word, Zuan groaned and took 3 steps back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Master!" Seeing this scene, Taudi immediately stepped forward, glaring angrily at the Moon Lord, ready to fight. But Zuan stopped him, saying coldly, "Don't move, you're not his match right now." "Then what should we do?" Taudi knew very well that he couldn't win against the Moon Lord now. Even setting aside the fact that he had just awakened, based on the Moon Lord's current strength, Taudi had no chance against him. Zuan remained silent, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth slowly, and stared coldly at the Moon Lord. "You want an explanation? Fine, I'll give you one. Your members of the Yin and Yang sect acted recklessly, even ambushing the Dark Turtle clan, and bringing their members here. I came to investigate, and found out you were also holding the heir of the true Martial Dao family captive, using his sister to threaten him. You are aware of all these things, right?" The Moon Lord laughed. "Of course I know. In fact, I ordered them to do all those things. Any objections?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yangyan couldn't contain his emotions any longer and roared, "Where is my sister now?" "You mean that girl? Don't worry. She's alive and well." With that, the Moon Lord waved his hand, and a lunar light turned into an illusion, showing the Dark Turtle clan members and Li Yangyan's sister, all asleep. "What have you done to my sister?" Li Yangyan's eyes were filled with rage as he demanded, and the image of the true Martial Dao behind him began to appear. "Nothing. Just let them peacefully fall asleep. Give my sister back to me." Li Yangyan's true martial image fully manifested and flew towards the Moon Lord. The Moon Lord sighed softly. "What's the point of this?" With that, he just waved his hand lightly, and Li Yangyan's image instantly shattered, causing his entire body to plummet like a cannonball, crashing deep into the ground, silent. Then, the Moon Lord turned to Zuan with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Now it's your turn. How do you plan to die?" Zuan remained calm, about to speak. At that moment, Yue Qinghuan suddenly stepped forward, shielding Zuan, and tremulously said, "Moon Lord, this man is from my military family, so I hope you'll consider the consequences before you act." Because she understands better than anyone how terrifying the existence of a sage-level individual truly is. It can even be said, without exaggeration, that with a single thought, they could destroy the entire exquisite city. Even though the late Song Tenki was a semi-sage, with the 2-word sage in his title, there was still a world of difference compared to a true sage. Some even describe the gap between a semi-sage and a sage as similar to the difference between a semi-sage and an ordinary person. Therefore, even in the vast universe, those who can become sages are still as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. In comparison, Zuan, who is only a semi-immortal respected figure, is simply not worth mentioning. This is why Yue Qinghuan felt so desperate at this moment, even closing her eyes unable to watch anymore. However, in contrast to the terror felt by others, Zuan appeared much calmer, with flames burning fiercely around him. The flames were a deep red, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, his divine sense surged out, completely covering the surrounding space in preparation for the attack from Yue Huazhang. Seeing this scene, a glint flashed in Yue Huazhang's eyes. "Your divine sense is not bad. But do you really think you can stop me with just that? You are too naive." As he spoke, there was a deafening roar, and Yue Huazhang's attack collided solidly with Zuan. It was evident that Yue Huazhang's palm strike was extremely violent, directly destroying Zuan's defense of divine sense and sending him flying far away until he heavily slammed into the dungeon wall, relieving some of the pressure. Despite this, Xuan's flames burning around his body were extinguished, revealing the body that had been covered by them. At this moment, Xuan looked somewhat disheveled, his clothes torn and blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth, his face pale as paper, clearly having suffered a heavy blow from the attack. Nevertheless, Yue Huazhang raised an eyebrow slightly. He had expected the white-robed youth to be crushed directly under his attack. He had not expected him to withstand it. However, he then sneered, "To survive one blow from me, you can be proud. But now it ends. Prepare to die." With that, Yue Huazhang lightly flicked his finger, and a radiant light surged out from the massive celestial body behind him, heading straight for Zhu, and like a sharp sword. Wherever it passed, deep rifts were cut in the space, emitting thunderous sounds. Compared to his previous imposing attacks, this strike seemed much more understated. Only true experts would understand the dreadfulness of this attack, as it had clearly abandoned external extravagance, focusing all its power within the light itself. It was evident that Yue Huazhang had the intention to kill Xuan. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a large-scale confrontation. Faced with this attack, Xuan finally showed a deep sense of seriousness. He suddenly shouted, "Gluttony!" Gluttony, prepared on the sidelines, immediately rushed out and transformed into its true form in mid-air. With a roar, it struck directly at the radiant light. A dull and thunderous sound resonated as Gluttony clashed with the light, creating a massive shockwave. Gluttony grunted and was also sent flying. However, after this obstruction, the radiant light appeared much dimmer. It was at this moment that Xuan raised his head slowly, his eyes burning with fierce sword intent. "Kill!" With these words, Xuan flicked his wrist, and a small, blood-red sword appeared in his hand. When this sword emerged, it resonated with the sword intent within Xuan's body. The light on the small sword flickered like a beating heart, then erupted into a dazzling sword aura. It felt as though a sun had exploded in Xuan's hand. Zhu unwielded the sword and struck at the incoming radiant light. After a loud explosion, the walls of the dungeon shattered into powder, creating a long passage behind Xuan. He took a step back, finally regaining his stance. The attack on him turned into nothingness. The entire scene caused a commotion. The imprisoned inmates were dumbfounded, having never witnessed such explosive visuals before. A mere semi-immortal respected figure dared to brandish a sword against a sage-level being, and he even emerged victorious. This was truly unimaginable, akin to a myth. As for Xuan, he was panting heavily, gripping the small sword tightly, his gaze resolute as he looked up at Yue Huazhang. This was arguably the strongest sword move he had made since stepping into the realm of a semi-immortal respected figure, even utilizing the sword heart crystal given to him by Sword 3 before his death. Nevertheless, there was still a sense of despair in Yue King Huan's eyes. She understood that the attacks previously made against Yue Huazhang were only probing, as he had not used his full power. However, at this moment, while standing among the moonlight, Yue Huazhang suddenly gasped, swiftly appearing in front of Xuan. The entire process was as fluid and natural as water. Before Xuan could react, Yue Huazhang's gaze landed on the small sword in Xuan's hand, his brows slightly raised in surprise. "Where did you get this small sword?" he inquired urgently. Xuan's heart stirred, replying coldly, "It was given to me by a friend." "And where is she now?" "She is dead." "Dead?" Yue Huazhang's body trembled slightly. "I should have thought of it earlier. If even the sword heart has condensed into the small sword, how could she still be alive?" He then chuckled self-mockingly, gazing at Xuan with an odd expression. "Do you know the origin of your friend, Xu?" And shook his head. "No wonder. Otherwise, if you knew, you would not have revealed this small sword." Yue Huazhang's expression suddenly turned serious. "Kid, if you want to live longer, it's best not to reveal this small sword again. Otherwise, it will bring catastrophic consequences. Do you understand?" Xuan was slightly surprised. "What do you mean?" "It's nothing, just that I know the elder of the friend who gave you the sword, so out of respect for her, I won't pursue your actions any further. I'll even return these people to you. However, I do need to remind you of one thing. I am not responsible for the matter concerning the Shadow Turtle clan in Baoju City. There are hidden reasons behind it, but I advise you not to investigate further, as the outcome is something you cannot bear." Xuan looked deeply at this Moonlit Lord, then withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Do you think that's possible?" The Moonlit Lord chuckled lightly, shrugged, and said, I also think it's impossible, so I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Whether you listen or not is up to you." With that, the Moonlit Lord glanced at the small sword in Zuan's hand, a hint of sorrow in his eyes, then flew back into the sky. "I have sealed this place before I leave. Everything will return to normal once I'm gone. But I hope you don't disclose these matters, as the consequences are unpredictable." With these final words, the huge celestial body above vanished rapidly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As the celestial body disappeared, a faint cracking sound suddenly came from the surrounding environment, as if an invisible barrier had shattered and everything returned to normal. From the arrival to the departure of the Moonlit Lord, it was only the time for a meal. But no one had expected such a huge change in events, so they all remained stunned in their original positions. It wasn't until a long while later that Yue King Huan came to her senses. Did he just leave like that? Zhu unshifted his gaze from the sky back and nodded. Yes, he indeed has left. What on earth is going on? Yue King Huan whispered softly, suddenly remembered something, and immediately turned to look at the small sword in Zuan's hand, hoping to glean some clues from it. However, after staring at it for a long time, she gained nothing, so she had to give up. Just then, the girl who had been lying on the ground in a deep sleep suddenly groaned softly and slowly awakened. She was a very beautiful girl, with a pair of eyes full of childlike innocence. When she saw Zuan and Yue King Huan and the others standing in front of her, she couldn't help but be surprised. "What's going on? Who are you guys?" Zuan didn't respond to her words, but walked straight to the large pit created by Li Yangyan, raised his eyebrows slightly, and instantly extended his vast spiritual consciousness from his eyebrows, turning into countless threads flying into the pit. At this point, the Shadow Turtle clan began to wake up one by one. However, unlike the innocent girl, these members of the Shadow Turtle clan were evidently much more cautious. Especially after seeing the chaotic situation in the field, they curled up in the corner with guarded expressions. With the rise of the spiritual threads, Li Yangyan, who was unconscious and covered in blood, was pulled out of the pit by Zuan. As soon as she saw Li Yangyan, the girl couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother!" and immediately pounced on him. But at that moment, Li Yangyan, lying there, resembled a corpse. Seeing this scene, the girl cried out, "Brother, what's wrong? Wake up, don't scare me." Yet, no matter how she shook him, Li Yangyan showed no response. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she lay almost fainting on top of Li Yangyan. Yue King Huan's face showed a pained expression, gently patting the girl's shoulder. "Stop crying. The dead cannot come back to life. Your brother." Before she could finish her sentence, the girl burst into even louder sobs. "Bro, you're really dead. I don't want you to die." Yue King Huan stood somewhat awkwardly there. At that moment, Zuan chuckled and said, "All right, if you want your brother to really die like this, then you can keep shaking him with all your might." With these words, the girl's sobbing abruptly stopped, and she looked up at Zuan with tear-filled eyes. What did you say?" "I said your brother isn't dead at all. He's just temporarily in a state of suspended animation." Speaking, Zuan walked up to Li Yangyan, crouched down, and gently placed his palm on Li Yangyan's forehead. The girl became even more nervous at the sight, because even as a lay woman, she knew the importance of the forehead and brow center to a practitioner. It can be said that all of her brother's vitality was now in the hands of this young man in white. If he harbored any ill intentions toward her brother, he would be in a hopeless situation. Her heart was strangled in her throat, watching anxiously. Fortunately, it seemed that her prayers had worked. Just then, Li Yangyan's body suddenly trembled, and he slowly exhaled a long breath, as if a hibernating tortoise was breathing out. This was the turtle breath technique, a unique ability of the Zhenwu Taoists. Upon hearing the exhale, Zuan released his hand. At the same time, Li Yangyan suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Zuan, smiling beside him. This stunned him. But when he saw his sister next to him, despite his injuries, he leapt up and ran straight to her, grabbing her shoulders and inspecting her. "Sis!" the girl cried out. Upon confirming that his sister was unharmed, Li Yangyan breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Am I dreaming? Or am I already dead?" At these words, the girl could no longer control herself and rushed into Li Yangyan's arms, crying, "Brother, you're not dreaming. It's really me." Li Yangyan stiffened, his eyes moistened, reaching out to pat his sister's back gently. All right, stop crying." his tone indulgent, as if he were talking to a child. Hearing his soothing words, the girl gradually stopped crying, then looked up at Li Yangyan, who was covered in blood, with deep concern. "Brother, how did you end up like this? Does it hurt?" "It's nothing. I'm all better now, and it doesn't hurt at all." Li Yangyan grinned, but his dim and lifeless eyes revealed how bad his condition really was. The girl's eyes flashed with anger. "Who did this?" Her voice became icy. Sensing his sister's anger, Li Yangyan's expression immediately turned grave. "This is none of your concern. Don't get angry, and don't get agitated." It seems that Zuan sensed the doubts of Li Yangyan, who sighed and said, "You figured it out." "Yes, my sister was born with a blood deficiency. Once she gets too excited, she will completely lose her rationality and go into a berserk state." As he spoke, Li Yangyan seemed to recall something, a hint of fear in his eyes. In that state, although she can unleash formidable combat power, the damage to herself is great. Some medical experts even claimed that she could only go berserk 2 or 3 more times before exhausting her soul and dying. The group fell silent. Yue Qinghuan then asked, "So there's no way to cure her?" Li Yangyan sighed. "Were you not curious before why I, as a true martial arts family descendant, ended up in this gambling den fighting underground battles for others?" Xu and nodded. "In fact, my sister and I are both descendants of the La family's true martial arts lineage. However, unlike me, from the moment my sister was born, her uncontrollable and violent bloodline was seen as an ominous thing by the elders of the sect, who declared that she would not live past 6 years old. For this reason, the elders of the sect tried several times to kill her, but how could I bear to? After all, she is my only younger sister. So, I simply took my sister and left the true martial arts sect, trying to find a way to control her violent bloodline outside." Li Yangyan spoke at length, and everyone listened quietly. The girl lowered her head, her shoulders slightly trembling, clearly recalling the events of the past. "At that time, I thought it was simple, but I soon realized it wasn't that easy. As she grew older, my sister's bloodline became increasingly uncontrollable, ready to go berserk at any moment. I was completely desperate, until one day, in a very coincidental circumstance, I obtained a precious bead." "A bead?" "Yes, a bead that can only be found in the bead city. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it. After obtaining the bead, I just gave it to my sister. But then, I was amazed to find out that after she got the bead, her violent bloodline became much gentler. It even suppressed a berserk episode. I was overjoyed, thinking that I had finally solved my sister's problem. But later, I discovered that the bead was only a temporary suppression. When its energy was depleted, my sister would revert to her original state. But at least this gave me hope. So, I began to search for more beads at any cost to suppress my sister's bloodline. But the bead was extremely expensive, far beyond what I could afford. So you volunteered in this drunken life pavilion, trying to acquire wealth through underground fights to buy beads to treat your sister, is that it?" Zuan sighed lightly. Li Yangyan nodded, "Yes." "At first, everything went smoothly, but then things changed. First, these people placed seals on me for various reasons, and then I couldn't even see my sister. I could only see her after winning a fight using the water mirror method. If I objected, Ancient Jade Mountain would use my sister to threaten me. It was only then that I realized I had fallen into their trap. They wanted to control me through my sister. But even if I knew, it was too late, as my strongest true martial power had been sealed. I could only use a limited amount on the fighting stage until I met you." Saying this, Li Yangyan looked up with gratitude at Zuan and Yue Qinghuan. "Thank you so much." The gratitude in this voice was sincere. Zuan smiled slightly. "No need to be so polite. I have some connections with your martial arts family, so helping you is only natural. But what are your plans next? What else can I do? Naturally, I will wander around with my sister. I would never abandon her," Li Yangyan said firmly. Hearing this, Li Yangyan's sister's shoulders trembled and the ground beneath her became wet, indicating that she had been crying. Zuan suddenly said, "But if you wander around, how will you control the reversed bloodline in your sister? I still have some savings now. As for the future, we'll have to take it step by step. How about this? I happen to be heading back to Bead City. Why don't you accompany me with your sister?" "Back to Bead City?" Li Yangyan was stunned. "Yes, I have a good relationship with the Shadow Turtle clan. When you go back, you can stay in Bead City and help them guard it. I can make sure that the Shadow Turtle clan provides enough beads for your sister to use." Hearing this, Liu Yangyan was overjoyed. "Is this really true? Would I deceive you, Xu?" An said with a light smile. Liu Yangyan's expression immediately became very serious. He stood up, formed a complex and solemn hand seal, and bowed. "Liu Yangyan of the true martial arts family, thank you for saving me.